Chapter 1 of Miss Marjoribanks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Crandall. Miss Marjoribanks by Mrs. Oliphant. Chapter 1. Miss Marjoribanks lost her mother when she was only 15, and when, to add to the misfortune, she was absent at school, and could not have it in her power to soothe her dear mamma's last moments, as she herself said. Words are sometimes very poor exponents of such an event, but it happens now and then, on the other hand, that a plain intimation expresses too much, and suggests emotion and suffering which, in reality, have but little, if any, existence. Mrs. Marjoribanks, poor lady, had been an invalid for many years. She had grown a little peevish in her loneliness, not feeling herself of much account in this world. There are some rare natures that are content to acquiesce in the general neglect, and forget themselves when they find themselves forgotten. But it is unfortunately much more usual to take the plan adopted by Mrs. Marjoribanks, who devoted all her powers during the last 10 years of her life to the solacement and care of that poor self which other people neglected. The consequence was, that when she disappeared from her sofa, except from the mere physical fact that she was no longer there, no one, except her maid, whose occupation was gone, could have found out much difference. Her husband, it is true, who had somewhere hidden deep in some secret corner of his physical organization the remains of a heart, experienced a certain sentiment of sadness when he re-entered the house, from which she had gone away for ever. But Dr. Marjoribanks was too busy a man to waste his feelings on mere sentiment. His daughter, however, was only 15, and had floods of tears at her command, as was natural at that age. All the way home she revolved the situation in her mind, which was considerably enlightened by novels and popular philosophy, for the lady at the head of Miss Marjoribanks' school was a devoted admirer of Friends in Council, and was fond of bestowing that work as a prize, with pencil marks on the margin, so that Lucilla's mind had been cultivated, and was brimful of the best sentiments. She made up her mind on her journey to a great many virtuous resolutions, for, in such a case as hers, it was evidently the duty of an only child to devote herself to her father's comfort, and become the sunshine of his life, as so many young persons of her age have been known to become in literature. Miss Marjoribanks had a lively mind, and was capable of grasping all the circumstances of the situation at a glance. Thus, between the outbreaks of her tears for her mother, it became apparent to her that she must sacrifice her own feelings, and make a cheerful home for papa, and that a many great changes would be necessary in the household, changes which went so far as even to extend to the furniture. Miss Marjoribanks sketched to herself, as she lay back in the corner of the railway carriage, with her veil down, how she would wind herself up to the duty of presiding at her papa's dinner parties, and charming everybody by her good humour and brightness and devotion to his comfort, and how, when it was all over, she would withdraw and cry her eyes out in her own room, and be found in the morning languid and worn out, but always heroical, ready to go downstairs and assist at her dear papa's breakfast, and keep up her smiles for him till he had gone out to his patients. Altogether, the picture was a very pretty one, and considering that a great many young ladies in deep mourning put force upon their feelings in novels, and maintain a smile for the benefit of the observant male creatures of whom they have the charge, the idea was not at all extravagant, considering that Miss Marjoribanks was but 15. She was not, however, exactly the kind of figure for this mise en scène. When her schoolfellows talked of her to their friends, for Lucilla was already an important personage at Mount Pleasant, the most common description they gave of her was, that she was a large girl, then there was great truth in the adjective. She was not to be described as a tall girl, which conveys an altogether different idea, but she was large in all particulars, full and well developed, with somewhat large features, not at all pretty as yet, though it was known in Mount Pleasant that somebody had said that such a face might ripen into beauty and become grandiose, for anything anybody could tell. Miss Marjoribanks was not vain, but the world had taken possession of her imagination, as was natural, and solaced her much when she made the painful discovery that her gloves were half a number larger, and her shoes a hair-breadth broader than those of any of her companions. But the hands and the feet were both perfectly well shaped, and being at the same time well clothed and plump, were much more presentable and pleasant to look upon than the lean, rudimentary schoolgirl hands with which they were surrounded. To add to these excellences, Lucilla had a mass of hair, which, if it could but have been cleared a little in its tint, would have been golden, though at present it was nothing more than tawny, and curly to exasperation. She wore it in large thick curls, which did not, however, float or wave, or do any of the graceful things which curls ought to do, for it had this aggravating quality, that it would not grow long, but would grow ridiculously, unmanageably thick, to the admiration of her companions, but to her own despair, for there was no knowing what to do with those short but ponderous locks. These were the external characteristics of the girl who was going home to be a comfort to her widowed father, and meant to sacrifice herself to his happiness. In the course of her rapid journey, she had already settled upon everything that had to be done, or rather, to speak more truly, had rehearsed everything according to the habit already acquired by a quick mind, a good deal occupied with itself. First, she meant to fall into her father's arms, forgetting, with that singular facility for overlooking the peculiarities of others which belongs to such a character, that Dr. Marjoribanks was very little given to embracing, and that a hasty kiss on her forehead was the warmest caress he had ever given his daughter. And then to rush up to the chamber of death and weep over her dear mamma. And to think I was not there to soothe her last moments, Lucilla said to herself with a sob, and with feelings sufficiently real in their way. After this, the devoted daughter made up her mind to come downstairs again, pale as death, but self-controlled, and devote herself to papa. Perhaps, if great emotion should make him tearless, as such cases had been known, Miss Marjoribanks would steal into his arms unawares, and so surprise him into weeping. All this went briskly through her mind, undeterred by the reflection that tears were as much out of the doctor's way as embraces, and in this mood she sped swiftly along in the inspiration of his first sorrow, as she imagined, but in reality to suffer her first disappointment, which was of a less soothing character than that mild and manageable grief. When Miss Marjoribanks reached home, her mother had been dead for 24 hours, and her father was not at the door to receive her as she had expected, but by the bedside of a patient in extremity, who could not consent to go out of the world without the doctor. This was a sad reversal of her intentions, but Lucilla was not the woman to be disconcerted. She carried out the second part of her programme without either interference or sympathy, except from Mrs. Marjoribanks's maid, who had some hopes from the moment of her arrival. "I can't bear to think of as I'm parted from you all, miss," sobbed the faithful attendant. "I've lost the best missus as ever was, and I shouldn't mind going after her. Whenever any one gets a good friend in this world, they're the first to be took away," said the weeping handmaiden, who naturally saw her own loss in the most vivid light. "Ah, Ellis," cried Miss Marjoribanks, reposing her sorrow in the arms of this anxious attendant, "we must try to be a comfort to poor papa." With this end, Lucilla made herself very troublesome to the sober-minded doctor during those few dim days before the faint and daily lessening shadow of poor Mrs. Marjoribanks was removed altogether from the house. When that sad ceremony had taken place, and the doctor returned, serious enough, heaven knows, to the great house, where the faded, helpless woman, who had notwithstanding been his love and his bride in other days, lay no longer on the familiar sofa, the crisis arrived which Miss Marjoribanks had rehearsed so often, but after quite a different fashion. The widower was tearless indeed, but not from excess of emotion. On the contrary, a painful heaviness possessed him when he became aware how little real sorrow was in his mind, and how small an actual loss was this loss of his wife, which bulked before the world as an event of just as much magnitude as the loss, for example, which poor Mr. Lake, the drawing-master, was at the same moment suffering. It was even sad, in another point of view, to think of a human creature passing out of the world, and leaving so little trace that she had ever been there. As for the pretty creature whom Dr. Marjoribanks had married, she had vanished into thin air years and years ago. These thoughts were heavy enough, perhaps even more overwhelming than that grief which develops love to its highest point of intensity. But such were not precisely the kind of reflections which could be solaced by paternal endearment over a weeping and devoted daughter. It was May, and the weather was warm for the season, but Lucilla had caused the fire to be lighted in the large gloomy library where Dr. Marjoribanks always sat in the evenings, with the idea that it would be a comfort to him, and for the same reason she had ordered tea to be served there instead of the dinner, for which her father, as she imagined, could have little appetite. When the doctor went in to his favourite seclusion, tired and heated and sad, for even on the day of his wife's funeral the favourite doctor of Carlingford had patience to think of, the very heaviness of his thoughts gave warmth to his indignation. He had longed for the quiet and the coolness and the solitude of his library, apart from everybody, and when he found it radiant with firelight, tea set on the table, and Lucilla crying by the fire in her new crape, the effect upon a temper by no means perfect may be imagined. The unfortunate man threw both the windows wide open, and rang the bell violently, and gave instant orders for the removal of the unnecessary fire and the tea service. "Let me know when dinner is ready," he said in a voice like thunder, "and if Miss Marjoribanks wants a fire, let it be lighted in the drawing-room." Lucilla was so much taken by surprise by this sudden overthrow of her programme, that she submitted, as a girl of much less spirit might have done, and suffered herself and her fire and her tea-things to be dismissed upstairs, where she wept still more at sight of dear mamma's sofa, and where Ellis came to mingle her tears with those of her young mistress, and to beg dear Miss Lucilla, for the sake of her precious health, and her dear papa, to be persuaded to take some tea. On the whole, master stood lessened in the eyes of all the household by his ability to eat his dinner, and his resentment at having his habitudes disturbed. "Them men would eat and drink if we was all in our graves," said the indignant cook, who indeed had a real grievance, and the outraged sentiment of the kitchen was avenged by a bad and hasty dinner, which the doctor, though generally very particular, swallowed without remark. About an hour afterwards, he went upstairs to the drawing-room, where Miss Marjoribanks was waiting for him, much less at ease than she had expected to be. Though he gave a little sigh at the sight of his wife's sofa, he did not hesitate to sit down upon it, and even to draw it a little out of its position, which, as Lucilla described afterwards, was like a knife going into her heart. Though, indeed, she had herself decided already, in the intervals of her tears, that the drawing-room furniture had got very faded and shabby, and that it would be very expedient to have it renewed for the new reign of youth and energy which was about to commence. As for the doctor, though Miss Marjoribanks thought him insensible, his heart was heavy enough. His wife had gone out of the world without leaving the least mark of her existence, except in that large girl, whose spirits and forces were unbounded, but whose discretion, at the present moment, did not seem much greater than her mother's. Instead of thinking of her as a comfort, the doctor felt himself called upon to face a new and unexpected embarrassment. It would have been a satisfaction to him just then to have been left to himself, and permitted to work quietly at his profession, and to write his papers for the Lancet, and to see his friends now and then when he chose, for Dr. Marjoribanks was not a man who had any great need of sympathy by nature, or who was at all addicted to demonstrations of feeling. Consequently, he drew his wife's sofa a little further from the fire, and took his seat on it soberly, quite unaware that by doing so he was putting a knife into his daughter's heart. "I hope you have had something to eat, Lucilla," he said. "Don't get into that foolish habit of flying to tea as a man flies to a dram. It's a more innocent stimulant, but it's the same kind of intention. I am not so much against a fire. It has always a kind of cheerful look." "Oh, papa," cried his daughter with a flood of indignant tears, "you can't suppose I want anything to look cheerful this dreadful day." "I am far from blaming you, my dear," said the doctor. "It is natural you should cry. I am sorry I did not write for my sister to come, who would have taken care of you, but I dislike strangers in the house at such a time. However, I hope, Lucilla, you will soon feel yourself able to return to school. Occupation is always the best remedy, and you will have your friends and companions. "Papa!" cried Miss Marjoribanks, and then she summoned courage, and rushed up to him and threw herself and her clouds of crape on the carpet at his side. And it may be here mentioned that Lucilla had seized the opportunity to have her mourning made long, which had been the desire of her heart, baffled by mamma and governess for at least a year. "Papa!" she exclaimed with fervour, raising to him her tear-stained face, and clasping her fair plump hands. "Oh, don't send me away. I was only a silly girl the other day, but this has made me a woman. Though I can never, never hope to take dear mamma's place, and be all that she was to you, still I feel I can be a comfort to you if you will let me. You shall not see me cry any more," cried Lucilla with energy, rubbing away her tears. "I will never give way to my feelings. I will ask for no companions, nor anything. As for pleasure, that is all over. Oh, papa, you shall never see me regret anything or wish for anything. I will give up everything in the world to be a comfort to you." This address, which was utterly unexpected, drove Dr. Marjoribanks to despair. He said, "Get up, Lucilla." But the devoted daughter knew better than to get up. She hid her face in her hands, and rested her hands upon her mother's sofa, where the doctor was sitting, and the sobs of that emotion which she meant to control henceforward echoed through the room. "It is only for this once. I cannot help it," she cried. When her father found that he could neither soothe her nor succeed in raising her, he got up himself, which was the only thing left to him, and began to walk about the room with hasty steps. Her mother, too, had possessed this dangerous faculty of tears, and it was not wonderful if the sober-minded doctor, roused for the first time to consider his little girl as a creature possessed of individual character, should recognize, with a thrill of dismay, the appearance of the same qualities which had wearied his life out, and brought his youthful affections to an untimely end. Lucilla was, it is true, as different from her mother as summer from winter, but Dr. Marjoribanks had no means of knowing that his daughter was only doing her duty by him in his widowhood, according to a programme of filial devotion resolved upon, in accordance with the best models, some days before. Accordingly, when her sobs had ceased, her father returned and raised her up not unkindly, and placed her in her chair. In doing so, the doctor put his finger by instinct upon Lucilla's pulse, which was sufficiently calm and well regulated to reassure the most anxious parent. And then a furtive momentary smile gleamed for a single instant round the corners of his mouth. "It is very good of you to propose sacrificing yourself for me," he said, "and if you would sacrifice your excitement in the meantime, and listen to me quietly, it would really be something. But you are only 15, Lucilla, and I have no wish to take you from school just now. Wait till I have done. Your poor mother is gone, and it is very natural you should cry, but you were a good child to her on the whole, which will be a comfort to you. We did everything that could be thought of to prolong her days, and when that was impossible, to lessen what she had to suffer. And we have every reason to hope," said the doctor, as indeed he was accustomed to say in the exercise of his profession to mourning relatives, "that she's far better off now than if she had been with us. When that is said, I don't know that there is anything more to add. I am not fond of sacrifices, either one way or another, and I've a great objection to any one making a sacrifice for me." "But oh, papa, it would be no sacrifice," said Lucilla, "if you would only let me be a comfort to you." "That is just where it is, my dear," said the steady doctor. "I have been used to be left a great deal to myself, and I am not prepared to say that the responsibility of having you here without a mother to take care of you, and all your lessons interrupted, would not neutralize any comfort you might be. You see," said Dr. Marjoribanks, trying to soften matters a little, "a man is what his habits make him, and I have been used to be left a great deal to myself. It answers in some cases, but I doubt if it would answer with me." And then there was a pause, in which Lucilla wept and stifled her tears in her handkerchief, with a warmer flood of vexation and disappointment than even her natural grief had produced. "Of course, papa, if I can't be any comfort—" I will go back to school," she sobbed, with a touch of sullenness which did not escape the doctor's ear. "Yes, my dear, you will certainly go back to school," said the peremptory father. "I never had any doubt on that subject. You can stay over Sunday and rest yourself. Monday or Tuesday will be time enough to go back to Mount Pleasant. And now you had better ring the bell, and get somebody to bring you something, or I'll see to that when I go downstairs. It's getting late, and this has been a fatiguing day. I'll send you up some negus, and I think you had better go to bed." And with these commonplace words, Dr. Marjoribanks withdrew in calm possession of the field. As for Lucilla, she obeyed him, and betook herself to her own room, and swallowed her negus with a sense not only of defeat, but of disappointment and mortification which was very unpleasant. To go back again and be an ordinary schoolgirl after the pomp of woe in which she had come away was naturally a painful thought. She who had ordered her mourning to be made long, and contemplated new furniture in the drawing-room, and expected to be mistress of her father's house, not to speak of the still dearer privilege of being a comfort to him. And now, after all, her active mind was to be condemned over again to verbs and chromatic scales, though she felt within herself capacities so much more extended. Miss Marjoribanks did not by any means learn by this defeat to take the characters of the other personae in her little drama into consideration when she rehearsed her pet scenes hereafter, for that is a knowledge slowly acquired. But she was wise enough to know when resistance was futile, and, like most people of lively imagination, she had a power of submitting to circumstances when it became impossible to change them. Thus she consented to postpone her reign, if not with a good grace, yet still without foolish resistance, and retired with the full honours of war. She had already rearranged all the details, and settled upon all the means possible of preparing herself for what she called the charge of the establishment when her final emancipation took place, before she returned to school. "Papa thought me too young," she said when she reached Mount Pleasant, though it was dreadful to come away and leave him alone with only the servants. "But, dear Miss Martha, you will let me learn all about political economy and things, to help me manage everything, for now that dear mamma is gone, there is nobody but me to be a comfort to papa." And by this means Miss Marjoribanks managed to influence the excellent woman, who believed in friends and counsel, and to direct the future tenor of her own education, while, at least, in that one moment of opportunity, she had achieved long dresses, which was a visible mark of womanhood, and a step which could not be retraced. End of chapter 1. Reading by Michelle Crandall, Fremont, California, August 2008. Of Miss Marjoribanks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Crandall. Miss Marjoribanks by Mrs. Oliphant. Chapter 2. Dr. Marjoribanks was so far from feeling the lack of his daughter's powers of consolation that he kept her at Mount Pleasant for 3 years longer, during which time, it is supposed, he managed to be comfortable, after a benighted fashion, good enough for a man of 50, who had come to an end of his illusions. To be sure, there were in the world, and even in Carlingford, kind women, who would not have objected to take charge of the doctor in his establishment, and be a comfort to him. But, on the whole, it was undeniable that he managed tolerably well in external matters, and gave very good men's dinners, and kept everything in perfect order so far as it went. Naturally, the fairer part of existence was left out altogether in that grim, though well-ordered house. But then he was only a man and a doctor, and knew no better. And while the feminine part of Grange Lane regarded him with natural pity, not only for what he lacked, but for a still more sad defect, his total want of perception on this subject, their husbands and fathers rather liked to dine with the doctor, and brought home accounts of sauces which were enough to drive any woman to despair. Some of the ladies of Grange Lane, Mrs. Chiley, for example, who was fond of a good living herself, and liked, as she said, a little variety, laid siege to the Doctor, and did their best to coax his receipts out of him. But Dr. Marjoribanks knew better than that. He gave all the credit to his cook, like a man of sense, and as that functionary was known in Carlingford to be utterly regardless and unprincipled in respect to gravy beef, and the materials for stock or consomme, as some people called it, society was disinclined to exert its extraordinary arts to seduce so great an artist from the kitchen of her indulgent master. Then there were other ladies who took a different tone. Dr. Marjoribanks, poor man, has nothing but his table to take up his mind, said Mrs. Centum, who had 6 children. I never heard that the heart could be nourished upon sauces, for my part, and for a man who has his children's future to think of, I must say I am surprised at you, Mr. Centum. As for young Mrs. Woodburn, her reply was still more decisive, though milder in its tone. Poor cook, I am so sorry for her, said the gentle young matron. You know, you always like something for breakfast, Charles, and then there is the children's dinner, and our lunch, and the servants' dinner, so that the poor thing is worn out before she comes to what you call the great event of the day. And you know how angry you were when I asked for a kitchen maid for her, poor soul. The consequence of all this was that Dr. Marjoribanks remained unrivalled in Grange Lane, in this respect at least. When rumours arose in Carlingford of a possible second marriage for the Doctor, and such rumours naturally arose 3 or 4 times in the course of 3 years, the men of Grange Lane said, Heaven forbid! No wife in the world could replace Nancy, said Colonel Chiley, after that fervent aspiration, and none could put up with her, while, on the other side, there were curious speculations afloat as to the effect upon the house, and especially upon the table, of the daughter's return. When a young woman comes to be 18, it is difficult to keep her at school, and though the Doctor had staved off the danger for the moment, by sending Lucilla off along with one of her schoolfellows, whose family was going abroad, to make orthodox acquaintance with all the Swiss mountains and all the Italian capitals, still that was plainly an expedient for the moment, and a new mistress to the house, which had got along so well without any mistress, was inevitable. So that it cannot be denied, Miss Marjoribanks' advent was regarded in Carlingford with as much interest and curiosity as she could have wished. For it was already known that the Doctor's daughter was not a mild young lady, easy to be controlled, but on the contrary had all the energy and determination to have her own way, which naturally belonged to a girl who possessed a considerable chin, and a mouth which could shut, and tightly curling tawny tresses, which were still more determined than she was, to be arranged only according to their inclination. It was even vaguely reported that some passage of arms had occurred between Miss Marjoribanks and the redoubtable Nancy during the short and uncertain opportunities which were afforded by holidays, and the community accordingly regarded as an affair of almost municipal importance Lucilla's final return home. As for the young lady herself, though she was at school, she was conscious of having had a career not without importance, even during these 3 years of pupillage. Since the day when she began to read political economy with Miss Martha Blent, who, though the second sister, was the directing spirit of the establishment, Lucilla had exercised a certain influence upon the school itself which was very satisfactory. Perhaps her course might be a little deficient in grace, but grace, after all, is but a secondary quality, and, at all events, Miss Marjoribanks went straight forward, leaving an unquestionable wake behind her, and running down with indifference the little skiffs in her way. She was possessed by a nature of that kind of egotism, or rather egoism, which is predestined to impress itself, by its perfect reality and good faith, upon the surrounding world. These are people who talk of themselves, and think of themselves, as it were, under protest, and with deprecation, not actually able to convince themselves that anybody cares. But Lucilla, for her part, had the calmest and most profound conviction that, when she discussed her own doings and plans and clevernesses, she was bringing forward the subject most interesting to her audience as well as to herself. Such a conviction is never without its fruits. To be sure, there were always one or two independent spirits who revolted, but for the crowd, it soon became impressed with the profound belief in the creed which Miss Marjoribanks supported so firmly. This conviction of the importance and value of her own proceedings made Lucilla, as she grew older, a copious and amusing conversationalist, a rank which few people who are indifferent to, or do not believe in, themselves can attain to. One thing she had made up her mind to as soon as she could return home, and that was to revolutionize society in Carlingford. On the whole, she was pleased with the success of the doctor's dinner, though a little piqued to think that they owed nothing to herself. But Lucilla, whose instinct of government was of the true despotic order, and who had no objection to stoop, if by that means she could conquer, had no such designs against Nancy as were attributed to her by the expectant audience in Carlingford. On the contrary, she was quite as much disposed as her father was to take Nancy for Prime Minister, for Miss Marjoribanks, though too much occupied with herself to divine the characteristic points of other people, had a sensible and thorough belief in those superficial general truths which most minds acquiesce in, without taking the trouble to believe. She knew, for example, that there was a great difference between the brilliant society of London or of Paris, which appears in books, where women have generally the best of it, and can rule in their own right, and even the very best society of a country town, where husbands are very commonly unmanageable, and have a great deal more of their own way in respect to the houses they will or will not go to, than is good for that inferior branch of the human family. Miss Marjoribanks had the good sense to see and appreciate these details, and she knew that a good dinner was a great attraction to a man, and that, in Carlingford at least, when these refractory mortals were secured, the wives and daughters would necessarily follow. Besides, as is not uncommon with women who are clever women, and aware of the fact, Miss Marjoribanks preferred the society of men, and rather liked to say so. With all these intentions in her mind, it may be imagined that she received coolly enough the invitation of her friend to join in the grand tour, and the ready consent given by her father when he heard of it. But even the grand tour was a tool which Lucilla saw how to make use of. Nowadays, when people go everywhere, an untravelled woman would find it so much the harder to keep up the role of a leader of society to which she had devoted herself, and she felt to the depth of her heart the endless advantage to her future conversation of the experiences to be acquired in Switzerland and Italy, but she rejected with scorn the insinuation of other accidents that might occur on the way. "You will never come back again, Lucilla," said one of her companions. "You will marry some enchanting Italian with a beautiful black beard, and a voice like an angel, and he'll sing serenades to you, and do all sorts of things. Oh, how I wish I was you!" "That may be," said Miss Marjoribanks, "but I shall never marry an Italian, my dear. I don't think I shall marry anybody for a long time. I want to amuse myself. I wonder, by the way, if it would improve my voice to take lessons in Italy. Did I ever tell you of the Italian nobleman that was so very attentive to me that Christmas I spent at Sissy Vernon's? He was very handsome. I suppose they really are all very handsome, except, of course, the Italian masters. But I did not pay any attention to him. My object, dear, and you know it is to return home as well educated as possible to be a comfort to dear papa." "Yes, dear Lucilla," said the sympathetic girl, "and it is so good of you. But do tell me about the Italian nobleman. What did he look like? What did he say?" "Oh, as for what he said, that is quite a different matter," said Lucilla. "But it is not what they say, but the way that they say it, that is the fun. I did not give him the least encouragement. As for that, I think a girl can always stop a man when she does not care for him. It depends on whether you intend him to commit himself or not," Miss Marjoribanks continued, and fixed her eyes meditatively, but intently, upon her friend's face. "Whether I intend— oh, goodness, Lucilla, how can you speak so? As if I ever intended anything," said her companion, confused, yet flattered by the possibility, to which the elder sage answered calmly, with all the composure in the world. "No, I never supposed you did. I was thinking of myself," said Lucilla, as if indeed that was the only reasonable subject of thought. "You know I have seen a good deal of the world, one way and another, with going to spend the holidays, and I could tell you quantities of things. It is quite astonishing how much experience one gets. When I was at Midhurst, at Easter, there was my cousin Tom, who was quite ridiculous. I declare he nearly brought things to an explanation, Fanny, which, of course, of all things in the world, I most wanted to avoid." "Oh, but why, Lucilla?" cried Fanny, full of delight and wonder. "I do so want to know what they say when they make explanations, as you call them. Oh, do tell me, Lucilla, why?" "My dear," said Miss Marjoribanks, "a cousin of my own, and only 21, and reading for the bar? In the first place, my aunt would never have forgiven me, and I am very fond of my aunt. It's so nice to like all one's relations. I know some girls who can't bear theirs. And then a boy not much older than myself, with nothing but what his mother pleases. Fortunately, he did not just say the words, so I escaped that time. But, of course, I could understand perfectly what he meant." "But oh, Lucilla, tell me the words," cried the persistent questioner. "Do, there's a darling. I am quite sure you have heard them, and I should so like to know exactly what they say. Do they go down on their knees? Or do they try to take your hand as they always do in novels? Or what do they do? Oh, Lucilla, tell me, there's a dear." "Nonsense," said Lucilla. "I only want you to understand that I am not likely to fall into any danger of that sort. My only ambition, Fanny, as I have told you often, is to go home to Carlingford and be a comfort to dear papa." "Yes," said Fanny, kissing her devoted companion, "and it is so good of you, dear. But then you cannot go on all your life being a comfort to dear papa," said the intelligent girl, bethinking herself, and looking again with some curiosity in Lucilla's face. "We must leave that to Providence," said Miss Marjoribanks, with a sense of paying a compliment to Providence in entrusting it with such a responsibility. "I have always been guided for the best hitherto," she continued, with an innocent and unintentional profanity which sounded solemn to her equally innocent companion, "and I don't doubt I shall be so till the end." From which it will be perceived that Miss Marjoribanks was of the numerous class of religionists who keep up civilities with heaven, and pay all the proper attentions, and show their respect for the divine government in a manner befitting persons who know the value of their own approbation. The conversation dropped at this point, or Lucilla was too important a person to be left to the undivided possession of an inquisitive innocent like Fanny Middleton, who was only 16, and had never even had a flirtation in her own person. There were no Carlingford girls at Mount Pleasant, except poor little Rose Lake, the drawing-master's second daughter, who had been received on Dr. Marjoribanks's recommendation, and who heard the little children their geography and reading, and gave them little lessons in drawing, by way of paying for her own education. But then Rose was entirely out of Miss Marjoribanks's way, and could never count for anything in her designs for the future. The girls at Mount Pleasant were good girls on the whole, and were rather improved by the influence of Lucilla, who was extremely good-natured, and, so long as her superiority was duly acknowledged, was ready to do anything for anybody, so that Rose Lake was not at all badly off in her inferior position. She could be made useful too, which was a great point in her favour, and Miss Marjoribanks, who possessed by nature some of the finest qualities of a ruler, instinctively understood and appreciated the instruments that came to her hand. As for Rose, she had been brought up at the School of Design in Carlingford, of which, under the supervision of the authorities who, in those days, inhabited Marlborough House, Mr. Lake was the master. Rose was the pride of the school, in the peaceable days before her mother died. She did not know much else, poor child, except novels, but her copies from the round filled her father with admiration, and her design for a Honiton lace flounce, a spirited composition of dragon's tails and the striking plant called teazle, which flourishes in the neighbourhood of Carlingford, for Mr. Lake had leanings towards pre-Raphaelitism, was thought by the best judges to show a wonderful amount of feeling for art, and just missed being selected for the prize. A girl with such talent was naturally much appreciated at Mount Pleasant. She made the most charming design for Miss Marjoribanks's handkerchief. Lucilla, in Gothic characters, enclosed in a wreath of forget-me-nots, skilfully combined with thistle leaves, which Rose took great pains to explain, were so much better adapted to ornamentation than foliage of a less distinct character. And the young draughtswoman was so charmed by Lucilla's enthusiastic admiration that she volunteered to work the design in the cambric, which was a much more serious matter. This was on the eve of Miss Marjoribanks's final departure from school. She was to spend a year abroad, to the envy of all whom she left behind. But for herself, Lucilla was not elated. She thought it very probable that she would ascend Mont Blanc as far as the Grand Mulets at least, and of course in spring go up Vesuvius, having got through the Carnival and Miserere and all the balls in Rome. But none of these things moved her out of her usual composure. She took it all in the way of business, as she had taken her French and her German, and her singing and her political economy. As she stepped into the steamboat at Dover, which was to convey her to scenes so new, Lucilla felt more and more that she who held the reorganization of society at Carlingford in her hands was a woman with a mission. She was going abroad, as the heir apparent went to America and the Holy Land, to complete her education and fit herself by an examination of the peculiarities of other nations for an illustrious and glorious reign at home. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Michelle Crandall, Fremont, California, September 2008. Chapter 3 of Miss Marjoribanks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Crandall. Miss Marjoribanks by Mrs. Oliphant. Chapter 3. It may be well to seize the opportunity of Miss Marjoribanks's travels, through which it is unnecessary to follow her, as they have nothing particular to do with the legitimate history of her great undertaking, to explain a little the state of affairs in Carlingford, before the distinguished revolutionary began her labours. It is something like going back into the prehistoric period, those ages of the flint, which only ingenious quarrymen and learned geologists can elucidate, to recall the social condition of the town before Miss Marjoribanks began her Thursday evenings, before St. Roch's Chapel was built or thought of, while Mr. Bury, the evangelical rector, was still in full activity, and before old Mr. Tufton, at Salem Chapel, who sometimes drank tea at the rectory, and thus had a kind of clandestine entrance into the dim outskirts of that chaos, which was then called society, had his first stroke. From this latter circumstance alone, the entirely disorganized condition of affairs will be visible at a glance. It is true, Mr. Vincent, who succeeded Mr. Tufton, was received by Lady Western in days when public opinion had made great advances, but then Lady Western was the most good-natured creature in the world, and gave an invitation when it happened to come into her head, without the least regard for the consequences. And after all, Mr. Vincent was very nice-looking and clever, and quite presentable. Fortunately, however, the period to which we allude was prior to the entrance of Lady Western into Grange Lane. She was a very pretty woman, and knew how to look like a lady of fashion, which is always of importance. But she was terribly inconsequent, as Miss Marjoribanks said, and her introductions were not in the least to be depended upon. She was indeed quite capable of inviting a family of retired drapers to meet the best people in Grange Lane, for no better reason than to gratify her protégés, which, of course, was a proceeding calculated to strike at the roots of all society. Fortunately for Carlingford, its reorganization was in abler hands. Affairs were in an utterly chaotic state at the period when this record commences. There was nothing which could be properly called a centre in the entire town. To be sure, Grange Lane was inhabited, as at present, by the best families in Carlingford. But then, without organization, what good does it do to have a number of people together? For example, Mr. Bury was utterly unqualified to take any lead. Mrs. Bury had been dead a long time, and the daughters were married, and the rector's maiden sister, who lived with him, was entirely of his own way of thinking, and asked people to tea parties which were like Methodist class meetings, and where Mr. Tufton was to be met with, and sometimes other dissenters, to whom the rector gave what he called the right hand of fellowship. But he never gave anything else to society, except weak tea and thin bread and butter, which was fare, the ladies said, which the gentlemen did not relish.
"I never can induce Charles to go out to tea," said young Mrs. Woodburn piteously. "He won't, and there is an end of it. After dinner he thinks of nothing but an easy chair and the papers. And, my dear Miss Bury, what can I do?" "It is a great pity, my dear, that your husband's carelessness should deprive you of the benefit of Christian conversation. But, to be sure, it is your duty to stay with him, and I hope it will be made up to you at home," Miss Bury would say. As for the rector, his favourites were devoted to him, and, as he always saw enough of familiar faces at his sister's tea parties, he took no account of the defaulters. Then there was Dr. Marjoribanks, who gave only dinners, to which naturally, as there was no lady in the house, ladies could not be invited, and who, besides, was rather a drawback than a benefit to society, since he made the men quite intolerable, and filled them with such expectations in the way of cookery that they never were properly content with a good family dinner after. Then the ladies, from whom something might justly have been expected in the way of making society pleasant, such as Mrs. Centum and Mrs. Woodburn, for example, who had everything they could desire, and the most liberal housekeeping allowances, were either incapacitated by circumstances, which was a polite term in use at Carlingford, and meant babies, or by character. Mrs. Woodburn liked nothing so well as to sit by the fire and read novels, and take off her neighbours, when any one called on her, and, of course, the lady who was her audience on one occasion left with the comfortable conviction that next time she would be the victim, a circumstance which, indeed, did not make the offender unpopular, for there were very few people in Carlingford who could be amusing, even at the expense of their neighbours, but it made quite impossible that she should ever do anything in the way of knitting people together, and making a harmonious whole out of the scraps and fragments of society. As for Mrs. Chiley, she was old, and had not energy enough for such an undertaking, and besides, she had no children, and disliked bustle and trouble, and was of the opinion that the Colonel never enjoyed his dinner if he had more than 4 people to help him to eat it. And in short, you might have gone over Grange Lane, house by house, finding a great deal of capital material, but without encountering a single individual capable of making anything out of it. Such was the lamentable condition, at the moment this history commences, of society in Carlingford. And yet nobody could say that there were not very good elements to make society with. When you add to a man capable of giving excellent dinners, like Dr. Marjoribanks, another man like young Mr. Cavendish, Mrs. Woodburn's brother, who was a wit and a man of fashion, and belonged to one of the best clubs in town, and brought down gossip with the bloom on it to Grange Lane, and when you joined to Mrs. Centum, who was always so good and so much out of temper that it was safe to calculate on something amusing from her, the languid but trenchant humour of Mrs. Woodburn, not to speak of their husbands, who were perfectly available for the background, and all the nephews and cousins and grandchildren, who constantly paid visits to old Mr. Western and Colonel Chiley, and the Browns, when they were at home, with their floating suite of admirers, and the young ladies who sang, and the young ladies who sketched, and the men who went out with the hounds, when business permitted them, and the people who came about the town when there was an election, and the barristers who made the circuit, and the gay people who came to the races, not to speak of the varying chances of curates, who could talk or play the piano, with which Mr. Bury favoured his parishioners, for he changed his curates very often, and the occasional visits of the lesser country people, and the country clergymen, it will be plainly apparent that all that was wanting to Carlingford was a master hand to blend these different elements. There had even been a few feeble preliminary attempts at this great work, which had failed, as such attempts always fail when they are premature, and when the real agent of the change is already on the way. But preparations and presentiments had taken vague possession of the mind of the town, as has always been observed to be the case before a great revolution, or when a man destined to put his mark on his generation, as the newspapers say, is about to appear. To be sure, it was not a man this time, but Miss Marjoribanks. But the atmosphere thrilled and trembled to the advent of the new luminary all the same. Yet, at the same time, the world of Carlingford had not the least idea of the real quarter from which the sovereign intelligence which was to develop it from chaos into order and harmony was effectivement to come. Some people had hoped in Mrs. Woodburn before she fell into her present languor of appearance and expression, and a great many people hoped in Mr. Cavendish's wife if he married, as he was said to intend to do, for this gentleman, who was in the habit of describing himself, no doubt very truthfully, as one of the Cavendishes, was a person of great consideration in Grange Lane, and some hoped in a new rector, for it was apparent that Mr. Bury could not last very long. Thus, with the ordinary short-sightedness of the human species, Carlingford blinded itself, and turned its eyes in every direction in the world rather than in that of the Swiss mountains, which were being climbed at that moment by a large and blooming young woman, with tawny short curls and alert decided movements. So little do we know what momentous issues may hang upon the most possible accident. Had that energetic traveller slipped but an inch further upon the mer de glace, had she taken that other step which she was with difficulty persuaded not to take on the western Alp, there would have been an end of all the hopes of social importance for Carlingford. But the good fairies took care of Lucilla and her mission, and saved her from the precipice and the crevasses, and instinctively the air at home got note of what was coming, and whispered the news mysteriously through keyholes. "Miss Marjoribanks is coming home," the unsuspecting male public said to itself as it returned from Dr. Marjoribanks's dinners, with a certain distressing but mistaken presentiment that these delights were to come to an end. And the ladies repeated the same piece of news, conjoining with it benevolent intimations of their intention to call upon her and make the poor thing feel herself at home. "Perhaps she may be amusing," Mrs. Woodburn was good enough to add, but these words meant only that perhaps Lucilla, who was coming to set them all right, was worthy of being placed in the satirist's collection along with Mrs. Centum and Mrs. Chiley. Thus, while the town ripened more and more for her great mission, and the ignorant human creatures, who were to be her subjects, showed their usual blindness and ignorance, the time drew nearer and nearer for Miss Marjoribanks's return. End of chapter 3. Recording by Michelle Crandall, Fremont, California, October 2008. Of Miss Marjoribanks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Crandall. Miss Marjoribanks by Mrs. Oliphant. Chapter 4. "My daughter is coming home, Nancy," said Dr. Marjoribanks. "You will have to make preparations for her immediately. So far as I can make out from this letter, she will arrive to-morrow by the 5:30 train." "Well, sir," said Nancy, with the tone of a woman who makes the best of a misfortune, "it ain't every young lady as would have the sense to fix an hour like that. Ladies is terrible tiresome in that way. They'll come in the middle of the day, when a body don't know in the world what to have for them, or they'll come at night when a body's tired, and ain't got the heart to go into a supper. There was always a deal of sense in Miss Lucilla when she hadn't got nothing in her head." "Just so," said Dr. Marjoribanks, who was rather relieved to have got through the announcement so easily. "You will see that her room is ready, and everything comfortable, and of course to-morrow she and I will dine alone." "Yes, sir," said Nancy, but this assent was not given in the decisive tone of a woman whose audience was over. And then she was seized with a desire to arrange in a more satisfactory manner the cold beef on the sideboard. When she had secured this little interval for thought, she returned again to the table where her master ate his breakfast, with a presentiment. "If you please, sir," said Nancy, "not to give you no vexation or trouble, which every one knows as it has been the aim of my life to spare you as has so much on your mind, but it's best to settle afore commencing, and then we needn't have no heart-burning. If you please, am I to take my orders of Miss Lucilla, or of you, as I've always been used to?" "In the missus' time," said Nancy with modest confidence, "as was a good missus, and never gave no trouble as long as she had her soup and her jelly comfortable, it was always you as said what there was to be for dinner. I don't make no objection to doing up a nice little luncheon for Miss Lucilla, and giving a little more thought now and again to the sweets, But it ain't my part to tell you, sir, as a lady's taste, and more special a young lady's, ain't to be expected to be the same as yours and mine, as has been cultivated like. I'm not one as likes contention," continued the domestic oracle, "but I couldn't abear to see a good master put upon. And if it should be, as Miss Lucilla sets her mind upon messes as ain't got no taste in them, and milk puddings and stuff, like the most of the young ladies, I'd just like to know out of your own mouth, afore the commencement, what I'm to do." Dr. Marjoribanks was so moved by this appeal that he laid down his knife and contemplated the alarming future with some dismay. "It is to be hoped Miss Lucilla will know better," he said. "She has a great deal of good sense, and it is to be hoped that she will be wise enough to consult the tastes of the house." But the doctor was not to be let off so easily. "As you say, sir, everything's to be hoped," said Nancy steadily, "but there's a many ladies as don't seem to me to have got no taste to their mouths, and it ain't as if it was a thing that could be left to hopes. Supposin' as it comes to that, sir, what am I to do?" "Well," said the doctor, who was himself a little puzzled, "you know Miss Lucilla is 19, Nancy, and my only child, and the natural mistress of the house." "Sir," said Nancy austerely, "them is things as ain't needful to name. That ain't the question as I was asking. Supposin' as things come to such a point, what am I to do?" "Bless me, it's 9:30, said the doctor, "and I have an appointment. You can come just as usual when we are at breakfast. That will be the best way," he said as he went out at the door, and chuckled a little to himself when he felt he had escaped. "Lucilla is her mother's daughter, it is true," he said to himself, when he had got into the safe seclusion of his brougham, with a degree of doubt in his tone which was startling, to say the least of it, from the lips of a medical man. "But she is my child all the same," he added briskly, with returning confidence, and in this conviction there was something which reassured the doctor. He rubbed his hands as he bowled along to his appointment, and thought within himself that if she turned out to be a girl of spirit, as he expected, it would be good fun to see Lucilla struggle with Nancy for the veritable reins of government. If Dr. Marjoribanks had entertained any positive apprehensions that his dinners would be spoiled in consequence, his amusement would have come to an abrupt conclusion. But he trusted entirely in Nancy, and a little in Lucilla, and suffered his long upper lip to relax at the thought without much fear. Her father had not returned from the labours of his long day when Lucilla arrived, but he made his last visits on foot in order to be able to send the brougham for her, which was a great thing for the doctor to do. There was indeed a mutual respect between the two, who were not necessary to each other's comfort, it is true, as such near relations sometimes are, but who, at the same time, except on the sole occasion of Mrs. Marjoribanks's death, had never misunderstood each other, as sometimes happens. This time Miss Marjoribanks was rather pleased, on the whole, that the doctor did not come to meet her. At other times she had been a visitor. Now she had come into her kingdom, and had no desire to be received like a guest. A sense of coming home, warmer than she remembered to have felt before, came into Lucilla's active mind as she stepped into the brougham. Not that the words bore any special tender meaning, notwithstanding that it was the desire of her heart, well known to all her friends, to live henceforward as a comfort to dear papa, but that now at last she was coming into her kingdom, and entering the domain in which she intended her will to be law. After living for a year with friends whose arrangements, much inferior to those which she could have made had she had the power, she had to acquiesce in, and whose domestic economy could only be criticised up to a certain point, it was naturally a pleasure to Miss Marjoribanks to feel that now at length she was emancipated, and at liberty to exercise her faculty. There were times during the past year when Lucilla had with difficulty restrained herself from snatching the reins out of the hands of her hosts, and showing them how to manage, but impatient as she was, she had to restrain herself, and make the best of it. Now all that bondage was over. She felt like a young king entering in secret a capital which awaits him with acclamations. Before she presented herself to the rejoicing public, there were arrangements to be made and things to be done, and Miss Marjoribanks gave a rapid glance at the shops in George Street as she drove past, and decided which of them she meant to honour with her patronage. When she entered the garden, it was with the same rapid glance of reorganizing genius that she cast her eyes around it, and still more decided was the look with which she regarded her own room, where she was guided by the new housemaid who did not know Miss Lucilla. Nancy, who knew no better, being, like most gifted persons, a woman of one idea, had established her young mistress in the little chamber which had been Lucilla's when she was a child. But Miss Marjoribanks, who had no sentimental notions about white dimity, shook her head at the frigid little apartment, where, however, she was not at all sorry to be placed at present. For if Dr. Marjoribanks had been a man of prevenient class, disposed to make all the preparations possible for his daughter, and arrange elegant surprises for her, he would have thoroughly disgusted Lucilla, who was bent on making all the necessary improvements in her own person. When she went down to the drawing-room to await her father, Miss Marjoribanks's look of disapprobation was mingled with so much satisfaction and content in herself that it was pleasant to behold. She shook her head and shrugged her shoulders as she paused in the centre of the large faded room, where there was no light but that of the fire, which burned brightly, and kept up a lively play of glimmer and shadow in the tall glass over the fireplace, and even twinkled dimly in the 3 long windows, where the curtains hung stiff and solemn in their daylight form. It was not an uncomfortable sort of big, dull, faded, respectable drawing-room, and if there had been a family in it, with recollections attached to every old ottoman and easy-chair, no doubt it would have been charming, but it was only a waste and howling wilderness to Lucilla. When she had walked from one end to the other, and verified all the plans she had already long ago conceived for the embellishment of this inner court and centre of her kingdom, Lucilla walked with her unhesitating step to the fire, and took a match and lighted all the candles in the large old-fashioned candlesticks, which had been flickering in grotesque shadows all over the roof. This proceeding threw a flood of light on the subject of her considerations, and gave Miss Marjoribanks an idea, in passing, about the best mode of lighting, which she afterwards acted upon with great success. She was standing in this flood of light, regarding everything around her with the eye of an enlightened critic and reformer, when Dr. Marjoribanks came in. Perhaps there arose in the soul of the doctor a momentary thought that the startling amount of éclairage which he witnessed was scarcely necessary, for it is certain that he gave a momentary glance at the candles as he went up to greet his daughter. But he was far too well-bred a man to suggest such an idea at the moment. On the contrary, he kissed her with a sentiment of real pleasure, and owned to himself that, if she was not a fool, and could keep it her own department, it might be rather agreeable on the whole to have a woman in the house. The sentiment was not enthusiastic, and neither were the words of his salutation. "Well, Lucilla, so this is you," said the moderate and unexcited father. "Yes, papa, it is me," said Miss Marjoribanks, "and very glad to get home." And so the two sat down and discussed the journey, whether she had been cold, and what state the railway was in, till the doctor bethought himself that he had to prepare for dinner. "Nancy is always very punctual, and I am sure you are hungry," he said, "so I'll go upstairs, with your permission, Lucilla, and change my coat." And with this the actual arrival terminated, and the new reign began. But it was only next morning that the young sovereign gave any intimation of her future policy. She had naturally a great deal to tell that first night, and though it was exclusively herself and her own adventures and achievements which Miss Marjoribanks related, the occasion of her return made that sufficiently natural, and the doctor was not altogether superior to the natural prejudice which makes a man interested, even when they are not in themselves particularly interesting, in the doings of his children. She succeeded in doing what is certainly one of the first duties of a woman. She amused her father. He followed her to the drawing-room for a marvel, and took a cup of tea, though it was against his principles. And on the whole, Lucilla had the satisfaction of feeling that she had made a conquest of the doctor, which, of course, was the grand and most essential preliminary. In the little interval which he spent over his claret, Miss Marjoribanks had succeeded in effecting another fundamental duty of woman. She had, as she herself expressed it, harmonized the rooms by the simple method of rearranging half the chairs, and covering the tables with trifles of her own, a proceeding which converted the apartment from an abstract English drawing-room of the old school into Miss Marjoribanks's drawing-room, an individual spot of ground revealing something of the character of its mistress. The Doctor himself was so moved by this that he looked vaguely round when he came in, as if a little doubtful where he was. But that might only be the effect of the sparkling mass of candles on the mantelpiece, which he was too well bred to remark upon the first night. But it was only in the morning that Lucilla unfolded her standard. She was down to breakfast, ready to pour out the coffee before the Doctor had left his room. He found her, to his intense amazement, seated at the foot of the table, in the place which he usually occupied himself before the urn and the coffee-pot. Dr. Marjoribanks hesitated for one momentous instant, stricken dumb by this unparalleled audacity. But so great was the effect of his daughter's courage and steadiness, that after that moment of fate he accepted the seat by the side where everything was arranged for him, and to which Lucilla invited him sweetly, though not without a touch of mental perturbation. The moment he had seated himself, the Doctor's eyes were opened to the importance of the step he had taken. "I am afraid I have taken your seat, papa," said Miss Marjoribanks, with ingenuous sweetness. "But then I should have had to move the urn, and all the things, and I thought you would not mind." The Doctor said nothing but "Humph," and even that in an undertone. But he became aware all the same that he had abdicated without knowing it, and that the reins of state had been smilingly withdrawn from his unconscious hands. When Nancy made her appearance, the fact became still more apparent, though still in the sweetest way. "It is so dreadful to think papa should have been bothered with all these things so long," said Miss Marjoribanks. "After this, I am sure you and I, Nancy, can arrange it all without giving him the trouble. Perhaps this morning, papa, as I am a stranger, you will say if there is anything you would like, and then I shall have time to talk it all over with Nancy, and find out what is best." And Lucilla smiled so sweetly upon her two amazed subjects, that the humour of the situation caught the fancy of the Doctor, who had a keen perception of the ridiculous. He laughed out, much to Nancy's consternation, who was standing by in open-eyed dismay. "Very well, Lucilla," he said, "you shall try what you can do. I dare say Nancy will be glad to have me back again before long, but in the meantime I am quite content that you should try." And he went off laughing to his brougham, but came back again before Lucilla could take Nancy in hand, who was an antagonist more formidable. "I forgot to tell you," said the Doctor, "that Tom Marjoribanks is coming on circuit, and that I have asked him to stay here as a matter of course. I suppose he'll arrive to-morrow. Good-bye till the evening." This, though Dr. Marjoribanks did not in the least intend it, struck Lucilla like a Parthian arrow, and brought her down for the moment. "Tom Marjoribanks!" she ejaculated in a kind of horror. "Of all people in the world, and at this moment!" But when she saw the open eyes and rising colour of Nancy, the young dictator recovered herself, for a conqueror in the first moment of his victory has need to be wary. She called Nancy to her in her most affectionate tones as she finished her breakfast. "I sent papa away," said Miss Marjoribanks, "because I wanted to have a good talk with you, Nancy. I want to tell you my object in life. It is to be a comfort to papa. Ever since poor mamma died, that is what I have been thinking of. And now I have come home, and I have made up my mind that he is not to be troubled about anything. I know what a good, faithful, valuable woman you are, I assure you. You need not think me a foolish girl, who is not able to appreciate you. The dinner was charming last night, Nancy," said Lucilla with much feeling, "and I never saw anything more beautifully cooked than papa's cutlets to-day." "Miss Lucilla, I may say as I am very glad I have pleased you," said Nancy, who was not quite conquered as yet. She stood very stiffly upright by the table, and maintained her integrity. "Master is particular, I don't deny," continued the Prime Minister, who felt herself dethroned. "I've always done my best to go in with his little fancies, and I don't mean to say as it isn't right and natural as you should be the missus, but I ain't used to having a do with ladies, and that's the truth. Ladies is stingy in a many things as is the soul of a good dinner to them as knows. I may be valuable or not, it ain't for me to say, but I'm not one as can always be kept to set figure in my gravy beef, and my bacon, and them sorts of things. As for the butter, I don't know as I could give nobody an idea. I ain't one as likes changes. but I can't abide to be kept to a set figure, and that's the chief thing, Miss Lucilla, as I've got to say." "And quite reasonable too," said Miss Marjoribanks. "You and I will work perfectly well together, Nancy. I am sure we have both the same meaning, and I hope you don't think I am less concerned about dear papa than about the gravy beef. He must have been very desolate, with no one to talk to, though he has been so good and kind and self-sacrificing in leaving me to get every advantage. But I mean to make it up to him now I've come home." "Yes, miss," said Nancy, somewhat mystified. "Not but what master has had his little parties now and again to cheer him up a bit, and I make bold to say, miss, as I have heard compliments, which it was Thomas that brought him downstairs, as might go nigh to turn a body's head if it was vanity as I was thinking of. But I ain't one as thinks of anything but the comfort of the family," said Nancy, yielding in spite of herself to follow the leadings of the higher will in presence of which she found herself. "And I'm always one as does my best, Miss Lucilla, if I ain't worried nor kept to a set figure with my gravy beef." "I have heard of papa's dinners," said Lucilla graciously, "and I don't mean to let down your reputation, Nancy. Now, we are two women to manage everything. We ought to do still better. I have 2 or 3 things in my head that I will tell you after, but in the meantime I want you to know that the object of my life is to be a comfort to poor papa. And now let us think what we had better have for dinner," said the new sovereign. Nancy was so totally unprepared for this manner of dethronement that she gave in like her master. She followed Miss Marjoribanks humbly into those details in which Lucilla speedily proved herself a woman of original mind, and powers quite equal to her undertaking. The Doctor's formidable housekeeper conducted her young mistress downstairs afterwards, and showed her everything with the meekness of a saint. Lucilla had won a second victory, still more exhilarating and satisfactory than the first, for to be sure it is no great credit to a woman of 19 to make a man of any age throw down his arms, but to conquer a woman is a different matter, and Lucilla was thoroughly sensible of the difference. Now, indeed, she could feel with a sense of reality that her foundations were laid. Miss Marjoribanks had enough of occupation for that day, and for many days. But her mind was a little distracted by her father's parting intelligence, and she had, besides, a natural desire to view the country she had come to conquer. When she had made a careful supervision of the house, and shifted her own quarters into the pleasantest of the 2 best bedrooms, and concluded that the little bare dimity chamber she had occupied the previous night was quite good enough for Tom Marjoribanks, Lucilla put on her hat and went out to make a little reconnaissance. She walked down to the spot where St. Roch's now stands, on her own side of Grange Lane, and up on the other side into George Street, surveying all the capabilities of the place with a rapid but penetrating glance. Dr. Marjoribanks's house could not have been better placed as a strategic position, commanding as it did all Grange Lane, of which it was, so to speak, the key, and yet affording a base of communication with the profaner public which Miss Marjoribanks was wise enough to know a leader of society should never ignore completely. For, indeed, one of the great advantages of that brilliant position is, that it gives a woman a right to be arbitrary, and to select her materials according to her judgment. It was more from a disinclination to repeat herself than any other motive that Lucilla, when she had concluded this preliminary survey, went up into Grove Street, meaning to return home that way. At that hour in the morning the sun was shining on the little gardens on the north side of the street, which was the plebeian side, and, as it was the end of October, and by no means warm, Lucilla was glad to cross over and continue her walk by the side of those little enclosures where the straggling chrysanthemums propped each other up, and the cheerful Michaelmas daisies made the best of it in the sunshine that remained to them. Miss Marjoribanks had nearly reached Salem Chapel, which pushed itself forward amid the cosy little line of houses, pondering in her mind the unexpected hindrance which was about to be placed in her triumphant path in the shape of Tom Marjoribanks, when that singular piece of good fortune occurred to her which had so much effect upon her career in Carlingford. Such happy accidents rarely happen, except to great generals or heroes of romance, and it would have been perhaps a presumption on the part of Lucilla to place herself conspicuously in either of these categories. The fact is, however, that at this eventful moment she was walking along under the shade of her pretty parasol, not expecting anything, but absorbed in many thoughts, and a little cast down in her expectations of success by a consciousness that this unlucky cousin would insist upon making love to her, and perhaps, even as she herself expressed it, saying the words which it had taken all her skill to prevent him from saying before. Not that we would have any one believe that love-making in the abstract was disagreeable to Miss Marjoribanks, but she was only 19, well off and good-looking, and with plenty of time for all that, and at the present moment she had other matters of more importance in hand. It was while occupied with these reflections, and within 3 doors of Salem Chapel, in front of a little garden where a great deal of mignonette had run to seed, and where the Michaelmas daisies had taken full possession, that Lucilla was roused suddenly out of her musings. The surprise was so great that she stopped short, and stood still before the house in the extremity of her astonishment and delight. Who could it be that possessed that voice which Miss Marjoribanks felt by instinct was the very one thing wanting? A round, full, delicious contralto, precisely adapted to supplement without supplanting her own high-pitched and much cultivated organ. She stopped short before the door, and made a rapid observation, even in the first moment of her surprise. The house was not exactly like the other humble houses in Grove Street. 2 little blank squares hung in the centre of each of the lower windows, revealing to Lucilla's educated eye the existence of so much feeling for art as can be satisfied with a transparent porcelain version of a famous Madonna, and she could even catch a glimpse, through the curtains of the best room, which, contrary to the wont of humble gentility in Carlingford, were well drawn back, and allowed the light to enter fully, of the glimmer of gilt picture frames, and, in the little garden in front, half buried among the mignonette, were some remains of plaster casts, originally placed there for ornament, but long since cast down by rain and neglect. Lucilla made her observations with the promptitude of an accomplished warrior, and, before the second bar of the melody indoors was finished, had knocked very energetically. "Is Miss Lake at home?" she asked with confidence of the little maid-servant who opened the door to her. And it was thus that Lucilla made her first bold step out of the limits of Grange Lane for the good of society, and secured at once several important personal advantages, and the great charm of those Thursday evenings, which made so entire a revolution in the taste and ideas of Carlingford. End of Chapter 4, read by Michelle Crandall, Fremont, California, October 2008. Of Miss Marjoribanks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Crandall. Miss Marjoribanks by Mrs. Oliphant. Chapter 5. Miss Marjoribanks did not leave the contralto any time to recover from her surprise. She went up to her direct where she stood, with her song arrested on her lips, as she had risen hastily from the piano. "Is it Rose?" said Lucilla, going forward with the most eager cordiality, and holding out both her hands, though, to be sure, she knew very well it was not Rose, who was about half the height of the singer, and was known to everybody in Mount Pleasant to be utterly innocent of a voice. "No," said Miss Lake, who was much astonished and startled and offended, as was unfortunately rather her custom. She was a young woman without any of those instincts of politeness which make some people pleasant in spite of themselves, and she added nothing to soften this abrupt negative, but drew her hands away from the stranger, and stood bolt upright, looking at her with a burning blush, caused by temper much more than by embarrassment on her face. "Then," said Lucilla, dropping lightly into the most comfortable chair she could get sight of in the bare little parlour, "it is Barbara, and that is a great deal better. Rose is a good little thing, but she is different, you know. It is so odd you should not remember me. I thought everybody knew me in Carlingford. You know, I have been a long time away, and now I have come home for good. Your voice is just the very thing to go with mine. Was it not a lucky thing that I should have passed just at the right moment? I don't know how it is, but somehow these lucky chances always happen to me. I am Lucilla Marjoribanks, you know." "Indeed," said Barbara, who had not the least intention of being civil. "I did not recognize you in the least." "Yes, I remember you were always short-sighted a little," said Miss Marjoribanks calmly. "I should so like if we could try a duet. I have been having lessons in Italy, you know, and I am sure I could give you a few hints. I always like, when I can, to be of use. Tell me what songs you have that we could sing together. You know, my dear, it is not as if I was asking you for mere amusement to myself. My grand objective in life is to be a comfort to papa." "Do you mean Dr. Marjoribanks?" said the uncivil Barbara. "I am sure he does not care in the least for music. I think you must be making a mistake." "Oh no," said Lucilla, "I never make mistakes. I don't mean to sing to him, you know. But you are just the very person I wanted. As for the ridiculous idea some people have, that nobody can be called on who does not live in Grange Lane, I assure you, I mean to make an end of that. Of course I cannot commence just all in a moment, but it would always be an advantage to practise a little together. I like to know exactly how far one can calculate upon everybody. Then one can tell, without fear of breaking down, just what one may venture to do." "I don't understand in the least," said Barbara, whose pride was up in arms. "Perhaps you think I am a professional singer?" "My dear, a professional singer spoils everything," said Miss Marjoribanks. "It changes the character of an evening altogether. There are so few people who understand that. When you have a professional singer, you have to give yourself up to the music. And that is not my view in the least. My great aim, as all my friends are aware, is to be a comfort to dear papa." "I wish you would not talk in riddles," said Lucilla's amazed and indignant companion, in her round rich contralto. "I suppose you really are Miss Marjoribanks. I have always heard that Miss Marjoribanks was a little—" "There," said Lucilla triumphantly. "Really, it is almost like a recitativo to hear you speak. I am so glad. What have you got there? Oh, to be sure, it's that duet out of the Trovatore. Do let us try it. There is nobody here, and everything is so convenient. And you know it would never do to risk a breakdown. Will you play the accompaniment, or shall I?" said Miss Marjoribanks, taking off her gloves. As for the drawing-master's daughter, she stood aghast, lost in such sudden bewilderment and perplexity that she could find no words to reply. She was not in the least amiable or yielding by nature, but Lucilla took it so much as a matter of course that Barbara could not find a word to say, and before she could be sure that it was real, Miss Marjoribanks had seated herself at the piano. Barbara was so obstinate that she would not sing the first part, which ought to have been hers, but she was not clever enough for her antagonist. Lucilla sang her part by herself gallantly, and when it came to Barbara's turn the second time, Miss Marjoribanks essayed the second in a false voice, which drove the contralto off her guard, and then the magnificent volume of sound flowed forth, grand enough to have filled Lucilla with envy, if she had not been sustained by that sublime confidence in herself which is the first necessity to a woman with a mission. She paused a moment in the accompaniment to clap her hands after that strophe was accomplished, and then resumed with energy. For to be sure, she knew by instinct what sort of clay the people were made of by whom she had to work, and gave them their reward with that liberality and discrimination which is the glory of enlightened despotism. Miss Marjoribanks was naturally elated when she had performed this important and successful tour. She got up from the piano and closed it in her open imperial way. "I do not want to tire you, you know," she said. "That will do for to-day. I told you your voice was the very thing to go with mine. Give my love to Rose when she comes in, but don't bring her with you when you come to me. She is a good little thing, but then she is different, you know," said the bland Lucilla, and she held out her hand to the captive graciously, and gathered up her parasol, which she had left on her chair. Barbara Lake let her visitor go after this, with a sense that she had fallen asleep and had dreamt it all. But, after all, there was something in the visit which was not disagreeable when she came to think it over. The drawing-master was poor, and he had a quantity of children, as was natural, and Barbara had never forgiven her mother for dying just at the moment when she had a chance of seeing a little of what she called the world. At that time Mr. Lake and his portfolio of drawings were asked out frequently to tea, and when he had pupils in the family, Some kind people asked him to bring one of his daughters with him, so that Barbara, who was ambitious, had beheld herself for a month or two almost on the threshold of Grange Lane; and it was at this moment of all others, just at the same time as Mrs. Marjoribanks finished her pale career, that poor Mrs. Lake thought it fit to die, to the injury of her daughter's prospects, and to the destruction of her hopes. Naturally, Barbara had never quite forgiven that injury. It was this sense of having been ill used which made her so resolute about sending Rose to Mount Pleasant, though the poor little girl did not in the least want to go, and was very happy helping her papa at the School of Design. But Barbara saw no reason why Rose should be happy while she herself had to resign her inclinations and look after a set of odious children. To be sure, it was a little hard upon a young woman of a proper ambition, who knew she was handsome, to fall back into housekeeping, and consent to remain unseen and unheard, for Barbara was also aware that she had a remarkable voice. In these circumstances, it may be imagined that, after the first movement of a passionate temper was over, when she had taken breath, and had time to consider this sudden and extraordinary visit, a glimmer of hope and interest penetrated into the bosom of the gloomy girl. She was 2 years older than Miss Marjoribanks, and as different in style as she was in voice. She was not stout as yet, though it is the nature of a contralto to be stout, but she was tall, with all due opportunity for that development which might come later. And then Barbara possessed a kind of beauty, the beauty of a passionate and somewhat sullen brunette, dark and glowing, with straight black eyebrows, very dark and very straight, which gave oddly enough a suggestion of oblique vision to her eyes. But her eyes were not in the least oblique, and looked at you straight from under that black line of shadow with no doubtful expression. She was shy in a kind of way, as was natural to a young woman who had never seen any society, and felt herself, on the whole, injured and unappreciated. But no two things could be more different than this shyness, which made Barbara look you straight in the face with a kind of scared defiance, and the sweet shyness that pleaded for kind treatment in the soft eyes of little Rose, who was plain, and had the oddest longing to make people comfortable and please them in her way, which, to be sure, was not always successful. Barbara sat down on the stool before the piano, which Miss Marjoribanks had been so obliging as to close, and thought it all over with growing excitement. No doubt it was a little puzzling to make out how the discovery of a fine contralto, and the possibility of getting up unlimited duets, could further Lucilla in the great aim of her life, which was to be a comfort to her dear papa. But Barbara was like a young soldier of fortune, ready to take a great deal for granted, and to swallow much that was mysterious in the programme of the adventurous general who might lead her on to glory. In half an hour her dreams had gone so far that she saw herself receiving in Miss Marjoribanks's drawing-room the homage, not only of Grange Lane, but even of the county families, who would be attracted by rumours of her wonderful performance; and Barbara was, to her own consciousness, walking up the middle aisle of Carlingford church in a veil of real Brussels, before little Mr. Lake came in, hungry and good-tempered from his round. To be sure, she had not concluded who was to be the bridegroom, but that was one of those matters of detail which could not be precisely concluded on till the time. Such was the immediate result, so far as the secondary personage was concerned, of Lucilla's masterly impromptu; and it is needless to say that the accomplished warrior, who had her wits always about her, and had made, while engaged in a simple reconnaissance, so brilliant and successful a capture, withdrew from the scene still more entirely satisfied with herself. Nothing, indeed, could have come more opportunely for Lucilla, who possessed in perfection that faculty of throwing herself into the future, and anticipating the difficulties of a position which is so valuable to all who aspire to be leaders of mankind. With a prudence which Dr. Marjoribanks himself would have acknowledged to be remarkable in a person of her age and sex, Lucilla had always foreseen that to amuse her guests entirely in her own person would be at once impracticable and bad style. The first objection might have been got over, for Miss Marjoribanks had a soul above the ordinary limits of possibility, but the second was unanswerable. This discovery, however, satisfied all the necessities of the position. Lucilla, who was liberal, as genius ought always to be, was perfectly willing that all the young ladies in Carlingford should sing their little songs while she was entertaining her guests. And then, at the right moment, when her ruling mind saw it was necessary, would occur the one duet which would be the great feature of the evening. Thus it will be seen that another quality of the highest order developed itself during Miss Marjoribanks's deliberations, for, to tell the truth, she set a good deal of store by her voice, and had been used to applause, and had tasted the sweetness of individual success. This, however, she was willing to sacrifice for the enhanced and magnificent effect which she felt could be produced by the combination of the two voices, and the sacrifice was one which a weaker woman would have been incapable of making. She went home past Salem Chapel, by the little lane which makes a line of communication between the end of Grove Street and the beginning of Grange Lane, with a sentiment of satisfaction worthy of the greatness of her mission. Dr. Marjoribanks never came home to lunch, and indeed had a contempt for that feminine indulgence, which, to be sure, might be accounted for by the fact that about that time in the day the Doctor very often found himself to be passing close by one or another of the houses in the neighbourhood which had a reputation for good sherry or Madeira, such as exists no more. Lucilla, accordingly, had her lunch alone, served to her with respectful care by Nancy, who was still under the impression of the interview of the morning, and it occurred to Miss Marjoribanks, as she sat at table alone, that this was an opportunity too valuable to be left unimproved, for to be sure there are few things more pleasant than a little impromptu luncheon party, where everybody comes without being expected, fresh from the outside world, and ready to tell all that is going on, though, on the other hand, it was a little doubtful how it might work in Carlingford, where the men had generally something to do, and where the married ladies took their luncheon when the children had their dinner, and presided at the nursery meal. And as for a party of young ladies, even supposing they had the courage to come, with no more solid admixture of the important members of society, Lucilla, to tell the truth, had no particular taste for that. Miss Marjoribanks reflected as she ate, and indeed, thanks to her perfect health and her agreeable morning walk, Lucilla had a very pretty appetite, and enjoyed her meal in a way that would have been most satisfactory to her many friends, that it must be by way of making his visit, which was aggravating under all circumstances, more aggravating still, that Tom Marjoribanks had decided to come now, of all times in the world. If he had waited till things were organized, he might have been of little use, Lucilla said to herself, for at least he could have brought some of the men that come on circuit, and that would have made a little novelty. But of course just now it would never do to make a rush at people, and invite them all at once. After a moment's consideration, however, Miss Marjoribanks, with her usual candour, reflected that it was not in Tom Marjoribanks's power to change the time of the Carlingford assizes, and that accordingly he was not to be blamed in this particular at least. Of course it is not his fault, she added to herself, but it is astonishing how things happen with some men always at the wrong moment, and it is so like Tom. These reflections were interrupted by the arrival of visitors, whom Miss Marjoribanks received with her usual grace. The first was old Mrs. Chiley, who kissed Lucilla and wanted to know how she had enjoyed herself on the continent, and if she had brought many pretty things home. "My dear, you have grown ever so much since the last time I saw you," the old lady said in her grandmotherly way, "and stout with it, which is such a comfort with a tall girl. And then your poor dear mamma was so delicate. I have always been a little anxious about you on that account, Lucilla, and I am so glad, my dear, to see you looking so strong." "Dear Mrs. Chiley," said Miss Marjoribanks, who perhaps in her heart was not quite so gratified by this compliment as the old lady intended, "the great aim of my life is to be a comfort to dear papa." Mrs. Chiley was very much moved by this filial piety, and she told Lucilla that story about the Colonel's niece, Susan, who was such a good daughter, and had refused 3 excellent offers to devote herself to her father and mother, with which the public in Grange Lane were tolerably acquainted. "And one of them was a baronet, my dear," said Mrs. Chiley. Miss Marjoribanks did not make any decided response, for she felt that it would be dangerous to commit herself to such a height of self-abnegation as that. But the old lady was quite pleased to hear of her travels and adventures instead, and stayed so long that Mrs. Centum and Mrs. Woodburn, who happened to arrive at the same moment, found her still there. Mrs. Chiley was a little afraid of Mrs. Woodburn, and she took her leave hastily with another kiss, and Lucilla found herself face to face with the only 2 women who could attempt a rival enterprise to her own in Carlingford. As for Mrs. Woodburn, she had settled herself in an easy chair by the fire, and was fully prepared to take notes. To be sure, Lucilla was the very person to fall victim to her arts, for that confidence in herself, which in one point of view gave grandeur to the character of Miss Marjoribanks, gave her also a certain naivete and openness which the most simple rustic could not have surpassed. "I am sure by her face she has been telling you about my niece Susan," said the mimic, assuming Mrs. Chiley's tone, and almost her appearance for the moment, "and that one of them was a baronet, my dear. I always know from her looks what she has been saying, and the Colonel was much as usual, but suffering a little from the cold, as he always does in this climate. She must be a good soul, for she always has her favourite little speeches written in her face." "I am sure I don't know," said Miss Marjoribanks, who felt it was her duty to make an example. "There has always been one thing remarked of me all my life, that I never have had a great sense of humour. I know it is singular, but when one has a defect, it is always so much better to confess it. I always get on very well with anything else, but I never had any sense of humour, you know, and I am very fond of Mrs. Chiley. She has always had a fancy for me from the time I was born, and she has such nice manners. But then it is so odd I should have no sense of humour," said Lucilla, addressing herself to Mrs. Centum, who was sitting on the sofa by her. "Don't you think it is very odd?" "I am sure it is very nice," said Mrs. Centum. "I hate people that laugh at everything. I don't see much to laugh at myself, I am sure, in this distracting world. Any one who has a lot of children and servants like me to look after finds very little to laugh at." And she seized the opportunity to enter upon domestic circumstances. Mrs. Woodburn did not answer a word. She made a most dashing murderous sketch of Lucilla, but that did the future ruler of Carlingford very little harm. And then, by the evening, it was known through all Grange Lane that Miss Marjoribanks had snubbed a caricaturist, who kept all the good people in terror of their lives. Snubbed her absolutely, and took the words out of her very mouth, was the report that flew through Grange Lane. And it may be imagined how Lucilla's prestige rose in consequence, and how much people began to expect of Miss Marjoribanks, who had performed such a feat almost on the first day of her return home. End of chapter 5. Recorded by Michelle Crandall, Fremont, California, November 2008. Chapter 6 of Miss Marjoribanks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Crandall. Miss Marjoribanks by Mrs. Oliphant. Chapter 6. Tom Marjoribanks arrived that night, according to the doctor's expectation. He arrived with that curious want of adaptation to the circumstances which characterized the young man, at an hour which put Nancy entirely out, and upset the equanimity of the kitchen for 24 hours at least. He came, if any one can conceive of such an instance of carelessness, by the 9 o'clock train, just as they had finished putting to rights downstairs. After this, Miss Marjoribanks's conclusion that the fact of the Carlingford assizes occurring a day or two after her arrival, when as yet she was not so fully prepared to take advantage of them, was so like Tom, may be partially understood. And of course he was furiously hungry, and could have managed perfectly to be in time for dinner if he had not missed the train at Didcot Junction, by some wonderful blunder of the railway people, which never could have occurred but for his unlucky presence among the passengers. Lucilla took Thomas apart, and sent him downstairs with the most conciliatory message. "Tell Nancy not to put herself about, but to send up something cold, the cold pie or anything she can find handy. Tell her I am so vexed, but it is just like Mr. Tom, and he never knows what he is eating," said Miss Marjoribanks. As for Nancy, the sweetness did not subdue her in the least. She said, "I'll thank Miss Lucilla to mind her own business. The cold pie's for master's breakfast. I ain't such a goose as not to know what to send upstairs, and that Thomas can tell her if he likes." In the meantime, the doctor was in the drawing-room, much against his will, with the two young people, spinning about the room and looking at Lucilla's books and knick-knacks on the tables by way of covering his impatience. He wanted to carry off Tom, who was rather a favourite, to his own den downstairs, where the young man's supper was to be served, but, at the same time, Dr. Marjoribanks could not deny that Lucilla had a right to the greetings and homage of her cousin. He could not help thinking on the whole, as he looked at the two, what a much more sensible arrangement it would have been if he had had the boy, instead of his sister, who had been a widow for ever so long, and no doubt had spoiled her son, as women always do. And then Lucilla might have passed under the sway of Mrs. Marjoribanks, who no doubt would have known how to manage her. Thus the Doctor mused, with that sense of mild amazement at the blunders of Providence which so many people experience, and without any idea that Mrs. Marjoribanks would have found a task a great deal beyond her powers in the management of Lucilla. As for Tom, he was horribly hungry, having found, as was to be expected, no possible means of lunching at Didcot. But at the same time he was exhilarated by Lucilla's smile, and delighted to think of having a week at least to spend in her society. "I don't think I ever saw you looking so well," he was saying, "and you know my opinion generally on that subject." To which Lucilla responded in a way to wither all the germs of sentiment in the bud. "What subject?" she said. "My looks? I am sure they can't be interesting to you. You are as hungry as ever you can be, and I can see it in your eyes. Papa, he is famishing, and I don't think he can contain himself any longer. Do take him downstairs, and let him have something to eat. For myself," Lucilla continued in a lower tone, "it is my duty that keeps me up. You know it has always been the object of my life to be a comfort to papa." "Come along, Tom," said the Doctor. "Don't waste your time philandering when your supper is ready." And Dr. Marjoribanks led the way downstairs, leaving Tom, who followed him, in a state of great curiosity to know what secret oppression it might be under which his cousin was supported by her duty. Naturally his thoughts reverted to a possible rival, some one whom the sensible Doctor would have nothing to say to, and his very ears grew red with excitement at this idea. But, notwithstanding, he ate a very satisfactory meal in the library, where he had to answer all sorts of questions. Tom had his tray at the end of the table, and the Doctor, who had, according to his hospitable old-fashioned habit, taken a glass of claret to keep him company, sat in his easy-chair between the fire and the table, and sipped his wine and admired its colour and purity in the light, and watched with satisfaction the excellent meal his nephew was making. He asked him all about his prospects and what he was doing, which Tom replied to with the frankest confidence. He was not very fond of work, nor were his abilities anything out of the common, but at the present moment Tom saw no reason why he should not gain the woolsack in time, and Dr. Marjoribanks gave something like a sigh as he listened, and wondered much what Providence could be thinking of not to give him the boy. Lucilla, meantime, was very much occupied upstairs. She had the new housemaid up, nominally to give her instructions about Mr. Tom's room, but really to take the covers off the chairs, and see how they looked when the room was lighted up. But the progress of decay had gone too far to stand that trial. After all, the chintz, though none of the freshest, was the best. When the gentleman came upstairs, which Tom, to the Doctor's disgust, insisted on doing, Lucilla was found in the act of pacing the room. Pacing, not in the sentimental sense of making a little promenade up and down, but in the homely practical signification, with a view of measuring, that she might form an idea how much carpet was required. Lucilla was tall enough to go through this process without any great drawback in point of grace, the long step giving rather a tragedy queen effect to her handsome but substantial person, and long sweeping dress. She stopped short, however, when she saw them, and withdrew to the sofa, on which she had established her throne, and there was a little air of conscious pathos on her face as she sat down, which impressed her companions. As for Tom, he instinctively felt that it must have something to do with that mystery under which Lucilla was supported by her duty, and the irrelevant young man conceived immediately a violent desire to knock the fellow down, whereas there was no fellow at all in the case, unless it might be Mr. Holden the upholsterer, whose visits Miss Marjoribanks would have received with greater enthusiasm at this moment than those of the most eligible eldest son in England. And then she gave a little pathetic sigh. "What were you doing, Lucilla?" said her father. "Rehearsing Lady Macbeth, I suppose. At least you looked exactly like it when we came into the room." "No, papa," said Lucilla sweetly. "I was only measuring to see how much carpet we should want, and that, you know, and Tom's coming made me think of old times. You are so much downstairs in the library that you don't feel it. but a lady has to spend her life in the drawing-room. And then, I always was so domestic. It does not matter what is outside, I always find my pleasure at home. I cannot help it if it has a little effect upon my spirits now and then," said Miss Marjoribanks, looking down upon her handkerchief, "to be always surrounded with things that have such associations." "What associations?" said the amazed Doctor. To be sure, he had not forgotten his wife, but it was 4 years ago, and he had got used to her absence from her favourite sofa, and on the whole, in that particular, had acquiesced in the arrangements of Providence. "Really, Lucilla, I don't know what you mean." "No, papa," said Miss Marjoribanks with resignation, "I know you don't, and that is what makes it so sad. But talking of new carpets, you know, I had such an adventure to-day that I must tell you, quite one of my adventures, the very luckiest thing. It happened when I was out walking. I heard a voice out of a house in Grove Street, just the very thing to go with my voice. That is not a thing that happens every day," said Lucilla, "for all the masters have always told me that my voice was something quite by itself. When I heard it, though it was in Grove Street, and all the people about, I could have danced for joy." "It was a man's voice, I suppose," suggested Tom Marjoribanks in gloomy tones, and the Doctor added in his cynical way, "It's a wonderful advantage to be so pleased about trifles. What number was it? For my part, I have not many patients in Grove Street," said Dr. Marjoribanks. "I would find a voice to suit you in another quarter, if I were you." "Dear papa, it's such a pity that you don't understand," said Lucilla compassionately. "It turned out to be Barbara Lake, for of course I went in directly and found out. I never heard a voice that went so well with mine. If Miss Marjoribanks did not go into raptures over the contralto on its own merits, it was not from any jealousy, of which indeed she was incapable, but simply because its adaptation to her own seemed to her by far its most interesting quality, and indeed almost the sole claim it had to consideration from the world." "Barbara Lake?" said the Doctor. "There's something in that. If you can do her any good, or get her teaching or anything. I have a regard for poor Lake, poor little fellow. He's kept up wonderfully since his wife died, and nobody expected it of him," Dr. Marjoribanks continued, with a momentary dreary recollection of the time when the poor woman took farewell of her children, which indeed was the next day after that on which his own wife, who had nobody in particular to take farewell of, faded out of her useless life. "Yes," said Lucilla, "I mean her to come here and sing with me. But then one needs to organise a little first. I am 19. How long is it since you were married, papa?" 22 years," said the Doctor abruptly. He did not observe the strangeness of the question because he had been thinking for the moment of his wife, and perhaps his face was a trifle graver than usual, though neither of his young companions thought of remarking it. To be sure, he was not a young man even when he married, but on the whole, perhaps something more than this perfect comfort and respectability, and those nice little dinners, had seemed to shine on his horizon when he brought home his incapable bride. 22 years!" exclaimed Lucilla. "I don't mind talking before Tom, for he is one of the family. The things are all the same as they were when mamma came home, though I am sure nobody would believe it. I think it is going against Providence for my part. Nothing was ever intended to last so long, except the things the Jews, poor souls, wore in the desert, perhaps. Papa, if you have no objection, I should like to choose the colours myself. There is a great deal in choosing colours that go well with one's complexion. People think of that for their dresses, but not for their rooms, which are of so much more importance. I should have liked blue, but blue gets so soon tawdry. I think," said Miss Marjoribanks, rising and looking at herself seriously in the glass, "that I have enough complexion at present to venture upon a pale spring green." This little calculation, which a timid young woman would have taken care to do by herself, Lucilla did publicly, with her usual discrimination. The Doctor, who had looked a little grim at first, could not but laugh when he saw the sober look of care and thought with which Miss Marjoribanks examined her capabilities in the glass. It was not so much the action itself that amused her father, as the consummate ability of the young revolutionary. Dr. Marjoribanks was Scotch, and had a respect for talent in every development, as is natural to his nation. He did not even give his daughter the credit for sincerity which she deserved, but set it all to the score of her genius, which was complimentary, certainly, in one point of view. But the fact was that Lucilla was perfectly sincere,
and that she did what was natural to her under guidance of her genius, so as always to be in good fortune, just as Tom Marjoribanks, under the guidance of his, brought discredit even upon those eternal ordinances of English government which fixed the time of the Carlingford assizes. Lucilla was quite in earnest in thinking that the colour of the drawing-room was an important matter, and that a woman of sense had very good reason for suiting it to her complexion, an idea which accordingly she proceeded to develop and explain. "For one can change one's dress," said Miss Marjoribanks, "as often as one likes, at least as often, you know, as one has dresses to change, but the furniture remains the same. I am always a perfect guy, whatever I wear, when I sit against a red curtain. You men say that a woman always knows when she's good-looking, but I am happy to say I know when I look a guy. What I mean is a delicate pale green, papa. For my part, I think it wears just as well as any other colour, and all the painters say it is the very thing for pictures. The carpet, of course, would be a darker shade, and as for the chairs, it is not at all necessary to keep to one colour. Both red and violet go beautifully with green, you know. I am sure Mr. Holden and I could settle all about it without giving you any trouble." "Who told you, Lucilla," said the Doctor, "that I meant to refurnish the house?" He was even a little angry at her boldness, but at the same time he was so much amused and pleased in his heart to have so clever a daughter that all the tones that could produce terror were softened out of his voice. "I never heard that was a sort of thing that a man had to do for his daughter," said Dr. Marjoribanks. "And I would like to know what I should do with all that finery when you get married, as I suppose you will by and by, and leave me alone in the house." "Ah, that is the important question," said Tom. As usual, it was Tom's luck; but then, when there did happen to be a moment when he ought to be silent, the unfortunate fellow could not help but speak. "Perhaps I may marry some time," said Miss Marjoribanks with composure. "It would be foolish, you know, to make any engagements, but that will depend greatly upon how you behave and how Carlingford behaves, papa. I give myself 10 years here, if you should be very good. By 29 I shall be going off a little, and perhaps it may be tiring, for anything I can tell. 10 years is a long time, and naturally, in the meantime, I want to look as well as possible. Stop a minute, I forgot to put down the number of paces for the length. Tom, please do it over again for me. Of course your steps are a great deal longer than mine." "Tom is tired," said the Doctor, "and there are no new carpets coming out of my pockets. Besides, he's going to bed, and I'm going downstairs to the library. We may as well bid you good night." These words, however, were addressed to deaf ears. Tom, as was natural, had started immediately to obey Lucilla, as he was in duty bound, and the old Doctor looked on with a little amazement and a little amusement, recognising with something of the surprise which that discovery always gives to fathers and mothers, that his visitor cared 20 times more for what Lucilla said than for anything that his superior wisdom could suggest. He would have gone off and left them as a couple of young fools, if it had not occurred to him all at once that since this sort of thing had begun, the last person in the world that he would choose to see dancing attendance on his daughter was Tom Marjoribanks. Oddly enough, though he had just been finding fault with Providence for not giving him a son instead of a daughter, he was not at all delighted nor grateful when Providence put before him this simple method of providing himself with the son he wanted. He took a great deal too much interest in Tom Marjoribanks to let him do anything so foolish. And as for Lucilla, the idea that, after all her accomplishments and her expensive education and her year on the Continent, she should marry a man who had nothing, disgusted the Doctor. He kept his seat accordingly, though he was horribly bored by the drawing-room and its claims, and wanted very much to return to the library and get into his slippers and his dressing-gown. It was rather a pretty picture, on the whole, which he was regarding. Lucilla, perhaps with a view to this discussion, had put on green ribbons on the white dress which she always wore in the evening, and her tawny curls and fresh complexion carried off triumphantly that difficult colour. Perhaps a critical observer might have said that her figure was a little too developed and substantial for those vestal robes, but then Miss Marjoribanks was young and could bear it. She was standing by, not far from the fire, on the other side of the Doctor, looking on anxiously, while Tom measured the room with his long steps. "I never said you were to stride," said Lucilla. "Take moderate steps, and don't be so silly. I was doing it myself famously if you had not come in and interrupted me. It is frightful to belong to a family where the men are so stupid," said Miss Marjoribanks, with a sigh of real distress. For to be sure, the unlucky Tom immediately bethought himself to take small steps like those of a lady, which all but threw him on his well-formed though meaningless nose. Lucilla shook her head with an exasperated look, and contracted her lips with disdain, as he passed her on his ill-omened career. Of course he came right up against the little table, on which she had with her own hand arranged a bouquet of geraniums and mignonette. "It is what he always does," she said to the Doctor calmly, as Tom arrived at that climax of his fate, and the look with which she accompanied these words, as she rang the bell smartly and promptly, mollified the Doctor's heart. "I can tell you the size of the room, if that is all you want," said Dr. Marjoribanks. "I suppose you mean to give parties, and drive me out of my senses with dancing and singing. No, Lucilla, you must wait till you get married. That will never do for me." "Dear papa," said Lucilla, sweetly, "it is so dreadful to hear you say parties. Everybody knows that the only thing I care for in life is to be a comfort to you, and as for dancing, I saw at once that was out of the question. Dancing is all very well," said Miss Marjoribanks thoughtfully, "but it implies quantities of young people, and young people can never make what I call society. It is evenings I mean to have, papa. I am sure you want to go downstairs, and I suppose Tom would think it civil to sit with me, though he is tired. So I will show you a good example, and Thomas can pick up the table and the flowers at his leisure." "Good night, papa," said Lucilla, giving him her round fresh cheek to kiss. She went out of the room with a certain triumph, feeling that she had fully signified her intentions, which is always an important matter, and shook hands in a condescending way with Tom, who had broken his shins in a headlong rush to open the door. She looked at him with an expression of mild despair, and shook her head again as she accorded him that little sign of amity. "If you only would look a little where you are going," said Miss Marjoribanks. Perhaps she meant the words to convey an allegorical as well as a positive meaning, as so many people have been found out to do, and then she pursued her peaceful way upstairs. As for the Doctor, he went off to his library, rubbing his hands, glad to be released, and laughing softly at his nephew's abashed looks. "She knows how to put him down at least," the Doctor said to himself, well pleased, and he was so much amused by his daughter's superiority to the vulgar festivity of parties, that he almost gave in to the idea of refurnishing the drawing-room to suit Lucilla's complexion. He rubbed his hands once more over the fire, and indulged in a little laugh all by himself over that original idea. "So it is evenings she means to have," said the Doctor. And to be sure, nothing could be more faded than the curtains, and there were bits of the carpet in which the pattern was scarcely discernible, so that, on the whole, up to this point, there seemed to be a reasonable prospect that Lucilla would have everything her own way. End of chapter 6. Recorded by Michelle Crandall, Fremont, California, November 2008. Of Miss Marjoribanks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Crandall. Miss Marjoribanks by Mrs. Oliphant. Chapter 7. Miss Marjoribanks had so many things to think of next morning that she found her cousin, who was rather difficult to get rid of, much in her way. Naturally, the young man was briefless, and came on circuit for the name of the thing, and was quite disposed to dawdle the first morning, and attach himself to the active footsteps of Lucilla. And, for her part, she had things to occupy her so very much more important. For one thing, one of Dr. Marjoribanks's little dinner parties was to take place that evening, which would be the first under the new regime, and was naturally a matter of some anxiety to all parties. "I shall go down and ask Mrs. Chiley to come with the Colonel," said Lucilla. "I have always meant to do that. We can't have a full dinner party, you know, as long as the house is so shabby, but I am sure Mrs. Chiley will come to take care of me." "To take care of you in your father's house? Do you think they'll bite?" said the Doctor grimly. But as for Lucilla, she was quite prepared for that. "I must have a chaperone, you know," she said. "I don't say it is not quite absurd, but then, at first, I always make it a point to give in to the prejudices of society. That is how I have always been so successful," said the experienced Lucilla. I never went in the face of anybody's prejudices. Afterwards, you know, when one is known—" The Doctor laughed, but at the same time he sighed. There was nothing to be said against Mrs. Chiley, who had, on the whole, as women go, a very superior training, and knew what a good dinner was. But it was the beginning of the Revolution, of which Dr. Marjoribanks, vaguely oppressed with the idea of a new paper, new curtains, and all that was involved in the entrance of Mr. Holden the upholsterer into the house, did not see the end. He acquiesced, of course, since there was nothing else for it. But it must be confessed that the spectre of Mrs. Chiley sitting at his right hand clouded over for the Doctor the pleasant anticipation of the evening. If it had been possible to put her at the head of the table beside Lucilla, whom she was to come to take care of, he could have borne it better, and to be sure, it would have been a great deal more reasonable. But then that was absolutely out of the question, and the Doctor gave in with a sigh. Thus it was that he began to realize the more serious result of that semi-abdication into which he had been beguiled. The female element, so long peacefully ignored and kept at a distance, had come in again in triumph and taken possession, and the Doctor knew too well by experience of a long life what a restless and troublesome element it was. He had begun to feel that it had ceased to be precisely amusing, as he took his place in his brougham. It was good sport to see Lucilla make an end of Tom, and put her bridle upon the stiff neck of Nancy. But when it came to changing the character of the Doctor's dinners, his intellect naturally got more obtuse, and he did not see the joke. As for Tom, he had to be disposed of summarily. "Do go away," Miss Marjoribanks said in her straightforward way. "You can come back to luncheon if you like. That is to say, if you can pick up anybody that is very amusing, you may bring him here about 1:30. And if any of my friends have come to call by that time, I will give you lunch. But it must be somebody very amusing, or I will have nothing to say to you," said Lucilla. And with this dismissal, Tom Marjoribanks departed, not more content than the Doctor. For, to be sure, the last thing in the world which the poor fellow thought of was to bring somebody who was very amusing, to injure his chances with Lucilla. Tom, like most other people, was utterly incapable of fathoming the grand conception which inspired Miss Marjoribanks. When she told him that it was the object of her life to be a comfort to papa, he believed it to a certain extent. But it never occurred to him that that filial devotion, though beautiful to contemplate, would preserve Lucilla's heart from the ordinary dangers of youth, or that she was at all in earnest in postponing all matrimonial intentions until she was 29 and had begun to go off a little. So he went away disconsolate enough, wavering between his instinct of obedience and his desire of being in Lucilla's company, and a desperate determination never to be the means of injuring himself by presenting to her anybody who was very amusing. All Miss Marjoribanks's monde, as it happened, was a little out of humour that day. She had gone on so far triumphantly that it had now become to be necessary that she should receive a little check in her victorious career. When Tom was disposed of, Miss Marjoribanks put on her hat and went down Grange Lane to carry her invitation to Mrs. Chiley, who naturally was very much pleased to come. "But, my dear, you must tell me what to put on," the old lady said. "I don't think I have anything new since you were home last. I have heard so much about Dr. Marjoribanks's dinners that I feel a little excited, as if I was going to be made a Freemason or something. There is my brown, you know, that I wear at home when we have anybody, and my black velvet, and then there is my French grey that I got for Mary Chiley's marriage." "Dear Mrs. Chiley," said Lucilla, "it doesn't matter in the least what you wear. There are only to be gentlemen, you know, and one never dresses for gentlemen. You must keep that beautiful black velvet for another time." "Well, my dear," said Mrs. Chiley, "I am long past that sort of thing, but the men think, you know, that it is always for them that we dress." "Yes," said Miss Marjoribanks, "their vanity is something dreadful, but it is one of my principles never to dress unless there are ladies. A white frock high in the neck," said Lucilla, with sweet simplicity. "As for anything else, it would be bad style." Mrs. Chiley gave her young visitor a very cordial kiss when she went away. "The sense she has," said the old lady. But at the same time the Colonel's wife was so old-fashioned that this contemptuous way of treating the gentleman puzzled her unprogressive intelligence. She thought it was superhuman virtue on Lucilla's part, nearly incredible, and yet established by proofs so incontestable that it would be a shame to doubt it. and she felt ashamed of herself. She, who might have been a grandmother had such been the will of Providence, for lingering 5 minutes undecided between her two best caps. I dare say Lucilla does not spend so much time on such vanity, and she only 19, said the penitent old lady. As for Miss Marjoribanks, she returned up Grange Lane with a mind at ease, and that consciousness of superior endowments which gives amiability and expansion even to the countenance. She did not give any money to the beggar who at that period infested Grange Lane, with her 6 children, for that was contrary to those principles of political economy which she had studied with such success at Mount Pleasant. But she stopped and asked her name, and where she lived, and promised to inquire into her case. "If you are honest and want to work, I will try to find you something to do," said Miss Marjoribanks, which, to be sure, was a threat appalling enough to keep her free from any further molestation on the part of that interesting family. But Lucilla, to do her justice, felt it equally natural that beneficence should issue from her in this manner as in that other mode of feeding the hungry which she was willing to adopt at 1:30, and had solemnly engaged herself to fulfil at 7 o'clock. She went up after that to Mr. Holden's, and had a most interesting conversation, and found among his stores a delicious damask, softly spiritually green, of which, to his great astonishment, she tried the effect in one of the great mirrors which ornamented the shop. "It is just the tint I want," Lucilla said, when she had applied that unusual test, and she left the fashionable upholsterer of Carlingford in a state of some uncertainty whether it was curtains or dresses that Miss Marjoribanks meant to have made. Perhaps this confusion arose from the fact that Lucilla's mind was occupied in discussing the question whether she could not go round by Grove Street and try that duet again with Barbara, and invite her to Grange Lane in the evening to electrify the little company, or whether, in case this latter idea might not be practicable, she should bring Barbara with her to lunch by way of occupying Tom Marjoribanks. Lucilla stood at Mr. Holden's door for 5 seconds at least, balancing the matter, but finally she gave her curls a little shake, and took a quick step forward, and without any more deliberation returned towards Grange Lane, for on the whole it was better not to burst in full triumph all at once upon her constituency, and exhaust her forces at the beginning. If she condescended to sing something herself, it would be indeed a greater honour than her father's dinner party, in strict justice, was entitled to. And as for the second question, though Miss Marjoribanks was too happy in the confidence of her own powers to fear any rivals, and though her cousin's devotion bored her, still she felt doubtful how far it was good policy to produce Barbara at luncheon for the purpose of occupying Tom. Other people might see her besides Tom, and her own grand coup might be forestalled for anything she could tell. And then Tom had some title to consideration on his own merits, though he was the unlucky member of the family. He might even, if he were so far left to himself, though Miss Marjoribanks smiled at the idea, fall in love with Barbara, or, what was more likely, driven to despair by Lucilla's indifference, he might pretend to fall in love, and Lucilla reflected that if anything happened she could never forgive herself. This was the point she had arrived at when she shook her tawny curls and set out suddenly on her return home. It was nearly 1 o'clock, and it was quite possible that Tom as well as herself might be on the way to Grange Lane. But Lucilla, who, as she said, made a point of never going against the prejudices of society, made up her mind to remain sweetly unconscious of the hour of luncheon, unless somebody came to keep her company. But then Miss Marjoribanks was always lucky, as she said. A quarter of an hour before Tom applied for admission, Miss Bury came to pay Lucilla a visit. She had been visiting in her district all the morning, and was very easily persuaded to repose herself a little, and then naturally she was anxious about her young friend's spiritual condition, and the effect upon her mind of a year's residence abroad. She was asking whether Lucilla had not seen something soul-degrading and dishonouring to religion in all the mummeries of popery, and Miss Marjoribanks, who was perfectly orthodox, had replied to the question in the most satisfactory manner, when Tom made his appearance, looking rather sheepish and reluctant, and followed by the somebody amusing whom Lucilla had commissioned him to bring. He had struggled against his fate, poor fellow, but when it happens to be a man's instinct to do what he is told, he can no more resist it than if it was a criminal impulse. Tom entered with his amusing companion, who had been chosen with care, and was very uninviting to look at, and by Miss Bury, with the most puzzled looks,
found herself listening to gossip about the theatres, and all kinds of profane subjects. "I think they are going to hang that fellow that killed the tailor," said the amusing man. "That will stir you up a little in Carlingford, I should suppose. It is as good as a play for a country town. Of course there will be a party that will get up a memorial, and provide that a man so kind-hearted never existed out of paradise, and there will be another party who will prove him to be insane, and then at the end all the blackguards within 100 miles will crowd into Carlingford, and the fellow will be hanged as he deserves to be. But I assure you it's a famous amusement for a country town." "Sir," said Miss Bury, with a tremulous voice, for her feelings had overcome her, "when you speak of amusement, does it ever occur to you what will become of his miserable soul?" "I assure you wretches of that description have no souls," said the young barrister, "or else, of course, I would not permit myself to speak so freely. It is a conclusion I have come to, not rashly, but after many opportunities of observing," the young man went on with solemnity. "On the whole, my opinion is, that this is the great difference between one portion of mankind and the other. That description of being, you may take my word for it, has no soul." "I never take anybody's word for what is so plainly stated in the Holy Scriptures," said Miss Bury. "I never heard any one utter such a terrible idea. I am sure I don't want to defend a murderer," cried the rector's sister, with agitation, "but I have heard of persons in that unfortunate position coming to a heavenly frame of mind, and giving every evidence of being truly converted. The law may take their lives, but it is an awful thing, a truly dreadful thing," said Miss Bury, trembling all over, "to try to take away their soul." "Oh, nonsense, Lucilla! By Jove, he does not mean that, you know," said Tom, interposing to relieve his friend. "Do you believe in Jove, Mr. Thomas Marjoribanks?" said Miss Bury, looking him in an alarming manner full in the face. The unfortunate Tom grew red, and then he grew green under this question, and that awful look. "No, Miss Bury, I can't say I do," he answered humbly, and the amusing man was so much less brotherly than Tom that he burst into unsympathetic laughter. As for Lucilla, it was the first real check she had sustained in the beginning of her career. There could not have been a more unfortunate contretemps, and there is no telling how disastrous the effect might have been had not her courage and coolness, not to say her orthodoxy, been equal to the occasion. She gave her cousin a look which was still more terrible than Miss Bury's, and then she took affairs into her own hands. "It is dreadful sometimes to see what straits people are put to keep up the conversation," said Lucilla. "Tom in particular, for I think he has pleasure in talking nonsense. But you must not suppose I am of that opinion. I remember quite well there was a dreadful man once here in jail for something, and Mr. Bury made him the most beautiful character. Every creature has a soul. I am sure we say so in the creed every day of our lives, and especially in that long creed where so many people perish everlastingly. So far from laughing, it is quite dreadful to think of it," said Lucilla. "It is one of my principles never to laugh about anything that has to do with religion. I always think it my duty to speak with respect. It has such a bad effect upon some minds. Miss Bury, if you will not take anything more, I think we had better go upstairs." To think that Tom, whose luck, as usual, had betrayed him to such an unlooked-for extent, should have been on the point of following to the drawing-room, was more than Miss Marjoribanks could comprehend. But fortunately his companion had more sense, and took his leave, taking his conductor with him. Miss Bury went upstairs in silence, sighing heavily from time to time. The good woman was troubled in her spirit at the evident depravity of the young men with whom circumstances had constrained her to sit down at table, and she was sadly afraid that such companionship must have a debasing effect upon the mind of that lamb of the flock who was now standing before her. Miss Bury thought herself of Dr. Marjoribanks's profane jokes, and the indifference he had shown to many things in which it was his duty to have interested himself, and she could not but look with tender pity in her young friend's face. "Poor dear," said Miss Bury, "it is dreadful indeed if this is the sort of society you are subjected to. I could recommend to Dr. Marjoribanks a most admirable woman, a true Christian, who would take charge of things and be your companion, Lucilla. It is not at all nice for you, at your age, to be obliged to receive young men like these alone." "I had you," said Lucilla, taking both Miss Bury's hands. "I felt it was such a blessing. I would not have let Tom stay for luncheon if you had not been there. and now I am so glad, because it has shown me the danger of letting him bring people. I am quite sure it was a special providence that made you think of coming here to-day." "Well, my dear," said Miss Bury, who was naturally mollified by this statement of the question, "I am very glad to have been of use to you. If there is anything I desire in this life, it is to be useful to my fellow creatures, and to do my work while it is called day. I should not think the time lost, my dear Lucilla, if I could only hope that I had impressed upon your mind that an account must be given of every careless word." "Oh yes," said Lucilla, "that is so true; and besides, it is quite against my principles. I make it a point never to speak of anything about religion except with the greatest respect, and I am quite sure it was a special providence that I had you." Miss Bury took her farewell very affectionately, not to say effusively, after this, with her heart melting over the ingenuous young creature who was so thankful for her protection; but at the same time she left Miss Marjoribanks a prey to the horrible sensation of having made a failure. To be sure, there was time to recover herself in the evening, which was, so to speak, her first formal appearance before the public of Carlingford. Tom was so ill advised as to come in when she was having her cup of tea before dinner to fortify her for her exertions, and the reception he met with may be left to the imagination. But, after all, there was little satisfaction in demolishing Tom, and then Lucilla had known from the beginning that the success of her undertaking depended entirely on herself. End of chapter 7. Recorded by Michelle Crandall, Fremont, California, December 2008.
Miss Marjoribanks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Crandall. Chapter 8 of Miss Marjoribanks by Mrs. Oliphant. The evening passed off in a way which, if Miss Marjoribanks had been an ordinary woman, would have altogether obliterated from her mind all recollection of the failure at lunch. To speak first of the most important particular, the dinner was perfect. As for the benighted men who had doubted Lucilla, they were covered with shame, and at the same time with delight. If there had been a fault in Dr. Marjoribanks's table under the ancient regime, it lay in a certain want of variety, and occasional overabundance, which wounded the feelings of young Mr. Cavendish, who was a person of refinement. To-night, as that accomplished critic remarked, there was a certain air of feminine grace diffused over everything, and an amount of doubt and expectation, unknown to the composed feastings of old, gave interest to the meal. As for the doctor, he found Mrs. Chiley at his right hand not so great a bore as he expected. She was a woman capable of appreciating the triumphs of art that were set before her, and had indeed been trained to as high a pitch of culture in this respect as perhaps is possible to the female intelligence. And then her pride and delight in being admitted to a participation in those sacred mysteries was beyond expression. "My dear Lucilla, I feel exactly as if I was going to be made a Freemason, and as if your dear good papa had to blindfold me, and make me swear all sorts of things before he took me downstairs," she said, as they sat together, waiting for the commencement of the ceremony. And when the two ladies returned to the drawing-room, Mrs. Chiley took Lucilla in her arms and gave her a kiss, as the only way of expressing adequately her enthusiasm. "My love," said the Colonel's wife, "I never realized before what it was to have a genius. You should be very thankful to Providence for giving you such a gift. I have given dinners all my life, that is, all my married life, my dear, which comes to almost the same thing, for I was only a baby. But I never could come up to anything like that," said Mrs. Chiley with tears in her eyes. As for Miss Marjoribanks, she was so satisfied with her success that she felt at liberty to tranquillize her old friend. "I am sure you always give very nice dinners," she said, "and then you know the Colonel has his favourite dishes, whereas I must say for papa, he is very reasonable for a man. I am so glad you are pleased. It is very kind of you to say it is genius, but I don't pretend to anything but paying great attention and studying the combinations. There is nothing one cannot manage if one only takes the trouble. Come here to this nice easy-chair. It is so comfortable. It is so nice to have a little moment to ourselves before they come upstairs." "That is what I always say," said Mrs. Chiley, "but there are not many girls so sensible as you, Lucilla. I hear them all saying it is so much better French fashion. Of course, I am an old woman, and like things in the old style. I don't think it is because I am more sensible," said Miss Marjoribanks, with modesty. "I don't pretend to be better than other people. It is because I have thought it all over, you know. And then I went through a course of political economy when I was at Mount Pleasant," Lucilla said tranquilly, with an air of having explained the whole matter, which much impressed her hearer. "But for all that, something dreadful happened to-day. Tom brought in one of his friends with him, you know, and Miss Bury was here, and they talked. I want to tell you, in case she should say something, and then you will know what to believe. I never felt so dreadfully ashamed in my life. They talked—" "My dear, not anything improper, I hope," cried the old lady in dismay. "Oh, no," said Lucilla, "but they began laughing about some people having no souls, you know, as if there could be anybody without a soul, and poor Miss Bury nearly fainted. You may think what a dreadful thing it was for me." "My dear child, if that was all," said Mrs. Chiley, reassured. "As for everybody having a soul, I am sure I cannot say. You never were in India, to be sure, but Miss Bury should have known better than to faint at a young man's talk and frighten you, my poor dear. She ought to be ashamed of herself at her age. Do you think Tom has turned out clever?" the old lady continued, not without a little finesse, and watched Lucilla with a curious eye. "Not in the very least," said Miss Marjoribanks calmly. "He is just as awkward as he used to be. It is dreadful to have him here just now, when I have so many things to do. And then he would follow me about everywhere if I would let him. A cousin of that sort is always in the way." "I am always afraid of a cousin, for my part," said Mrs. Chiley. "And talking of that, what do you think of Mr. Cavendish, Lucilla? He is very nice in himself, and he has nice property, and some people say he has a very good chance to be member for Carlingford when there is an election. I think that is just what would suit you." "I could not see him for the lamp," said Lucilla. "It was right between us, you know. But it is no use talking of that sort of thing just now. Of course, if I had liked, I never need have come home at all," Miss Marjoribanks added with composure. "And now I have come home, I have got other things to think of. If papa is good, I will not think of leaving him for 10 years. "Oh, yes, I have heard girls say that before," said Mrs. Chiley, "but they always change their minds. You would not like to be an old maid, Lucilla, and in 10 years—" "I should have begun to go off a little, no doubt," said Miss Marjoribanks. "No, I can't say I wish to be an old maid. Can they be coming upstairs already, do you think?" "Oh, it is Tom, I suppose," said Lucilla with a little indignation. But when they did make their appearance, which was at a tolerably early period, for a return to the drawing-room was quite a novelty for Dr. Marjoribanks's friends, and tempted them accordingly, Miss Marjoribanks was quite ready to receive them. And just before 10 o'clock, when Mrs. Chiley began to think of going home, Lucilla, without being asked, and without indeed a word of preface, suddenly went to the piano, and before anybody knew had commenced to sing. She was a great deal too sensible to go into high art on this occasion, or to electrify her father's friends with her newly acquired Italian, or even with German, as some young ladies do. She sang them a ballad out of one of those treasures of resuscitated ballads, which the new generation had then begun to dig out of the bowels of the earth. There was not, to tell the truth, a great deal of music in it, which proved Lucilla's disinterestedness. "I only sang it to amuse you," she said, when all the world crowded to the piano, and for that night she was not to be persuaded to further exertions. Thus Miss Marjoribanks proved to her little public the power of subordinating her personal tastes, and even her vanity, to her great object, which more than anything else demonstrates a mind made to rule. "I hope next time you will be more charitable, and not tantalize us in this way," Mr. Cavendish said, as he took his leave, and Lucilla retired from the scene of her triumph, conscious of having achieved entire success in her first appearance in Carlingford. She laid her head upon her pillow with that sweet sense of an approving conscience which accompanies the footsteps of the benefactors of their kind. But even Miss Marjoribanks's satisfaction was not without its drawbacks. She could not get out of her mind that unhappy abortive luncheon and all its horrors, not to speak of the possibility of her religious principles being impugned, which was dreadful in itself. For people can stand a man being sceptical, you know, Miss Marjoribanks justly observed, but everybody knows how unbecoming it is to a woman. And me, who have such a respect for religion. There remained the still more alarming chance that Miss Bury,
who was so narrow-minded, might see something improper in the presence of the two young men at Lucilla's maidenly table, for, to be sure, the rector's sister was altogether incapable of grasping the idea that young men, like old men and the other less interesting members of the human family, were simple material for Miss Marjoribanks's genius, out of which she had a great result to produce. This was the dread that overshadowed the mind of Lucilla as she composed herself to rest after her fatigues. When she slept the sleep of the innocent, it still pursued her into her dreams. She dreamed that she stood at the altar by the side of the member for Carlingford, and that Mr. Bury, with inflexible cruelty, insisted upon marrying her to Tom Marjoribanks instead. And then the scene changed, and instead of receiving the salutations of Mr. Cavendish as MP for the borough, it was the amusing man, in the character of the defeated candidate, who grinned and nodded at her, and said from the hustings that he never would forget the luncheon that had been his first introduction to Carlingford. Such was the nightmare that pursued Lucilla even into the sphere of dreams. When such a presentiment takes possession of a well-balanced mind, like that of Miss Marjoribanks, it may be accepted as certain that something is likely to follow. Lucilla did her best to disarm fate, not only by the sweetest submission and dutifulness to the doctor and his wishes, but by a severe disregard of Tom, which drove that unhappy young man nearly desperate. Far from saying anything about luncheon, she even ignored his presence at breakfast, and remained calmly unconscious of his empty cup until he had to ask for some coffee, in an injured and pathetic voice, which amused Dr. Marjoribanks beyond description. But even this did not prove sufficient to propitiate the fates. When they were gone, and it may be well to say that Lucilla used this pronoun to signify the gentleman, in greater or smaller number as it might happen, and she had finished all her arrangements, Miss Marjoribanks decided upon going to Grove Street to pay Barbara Lake a visit, and practice some duets, which was certainly as innocent an occupation for her leisure as could have been desired. She was putting on her hat with this object, when the bell in the garden rang solemnly, and Lucilla, whose curiosity even conquered her good manners for the moment, hastening to the window, saw Mr. Bury himself enter the garden, accompanied by a tall black figure in deep and shabby mourning. All the tremors of the night rushed back upon her mind at the sight. She felt that the moment had arrived for a trial of her courage very different from the exertions which had hitherto sufficed her. Nothing but the most solemn intentions could have supported the rector in that severe pose of his figure and features, every line in which revealed an intention of being faithful, and the accompanying mute in black, whose office the culprit could not divine, had a veil over her face, and wore a widow's dress. Miss Marjoribanks, it is true, was not a woman to be discouraged by appearances, but she felt her heart beat as she collected all her powers to meet this mysterious assault. She took off her hat with an instinctive certainty that, for this morning at least, the duet was impracticable, when she heard Mr. Bury's steady step ascending the stairs, but, notwithstanding, it was with a perfectly cheerful politeness that she bade him welcome when he came into the room. "It is so good of you to come," Lucilla said, "you that have so much to do. I scarcely could believe it when I saw you come in. I thought it must be for papa." "I did hope to find Dr. Marjoribanks," said the rector, "but as he is not at home, I thought it best to come to you. This is Mrs. Mortimer," said Mr. Bury, taking the chair Lucilla had indicated with a certain want of observance of his companion, which betrayed to the keen perceptions of Miss Marjoribanks that she was a dependent of some kind or other. The rector was a very good man, but he was evangelical, and had a large female circle who admired and swore by him, and consequently he felt it in a manner natural that he should take his seat first, and the place that belonged to him as the principal person present. And then, to be sure, his mission was for Mrs. Mortimer's as well as Miss Marjoribanks's good. After this introduction, the figure in black put up its veil, and revealed a deprecating woman, with a faint sort of pleading smile on her face. Probably she was making believe to smile at the position in which she found herself, but anyhow she took her seat humbly on another chair at a little distance, and waited, as Lucilla did, for the next golden words that it might please the rector to say. "My sister told me what happened yesterday," said Mr. Bury. "She is very sorry for you, Miss Marjoribanks. It is sad for you to be left alone so young, and without a mother, and exposed to to temptations which it is difficult to withstand at your age. Indeed, at all ages we have great occasion to pray not to be led into temptation, for the heart of a man is terribly deceitful. After hearing what she had to say, I thought it best to come up at once this morning and talk to Dr. Marjoribanks. I am sure his natural good sense will teach him that you ought not to be left alone in the house." "I do not see how papa can help it," said Lucilla. "I am sure it is very sad for him as well, but since dear mamma died there has been nobody but me to be a comfort to him. I think he begins to look a little cheerful now," Miss Marjoribanks continued, with beautiful simplicity, looking her adversary in the face. "Everybody knows that to be a comfort to him is the object of my life." "That is a very good feeling," said the Rector, "but it does not do to depend too much upon our feelings. You are too young to be placed in a position of so much responsibility, and open to so much temptation. I was deeply grieved for Dr. Marjoribanks when his partner in life was taken from him. But, my dear Miss Lucilla, now you have come home, who stand so much in need of a mother's care, we must try to find someone to fill her place." Lucilla uttered a scream of genuine alarm and dismay, and then she came to herself and saw the force of her position. She had it in her power to turn the tables on the Rector, and she did not hesitate, as a weaker woman might have done, out of consideration for anybody's feelings. "Do you mean you have found someone for him to marry?" she asked, with a look of artless surprise, bending her earnest gaze on Mr. Bury's face. As for the Rector, he looked at Lucilla aghast, like a man caught in a trap. Of course not, he stammered after his first pause of consternation, and then he had to stop again to take breath. Lucilla kept up an air of amazement and consternation which had come naturally at first, and had her eyes fixed on him, leaning forward with all the eager anxiety natural to the circumstances, and the unfortunate clergyman reddened from the edge of his white cravat to the roots of his grey hair. He was almost as sensitive to the idea of having proposed something improper as his sister could have been, though indeed, at the worst, there would have been nothing improper in it had Dr. Marjoribanks made up his mind to another wife. "It is very dreadful for me that I'm so young to go against you," said Lucilla, "but if it is that, I cannot be expected to take any part in it. It would not be natural. It is the great object of my life to be a comfort to papa. But if that is what you mean, I could not give in to it. I am sure Miss Bury would understand me," said Miss Marjoribanks, and she looked so nearly on the point of tears that the Rector's anxious disclaimer found words for itself. "Nothing of the kind, my dear Miss Lucilla, nothing of the kind," cried Mr. Bury. "Such an idea never came into my mind. I cannot imagine how I could have said anything. I can't fancy what put such an idea. Mrs. Mortimer, you are not going away?" Lucilla had already seen with the corner of her eye that the victim had started violently, and that her heavy veil had fallen over her face, but she had not taken any notice, for there are cases in which it is absolutely necessary to have a victim. By this time, however, the poor woman had risen in her nervous, undecided way. "I had better go, I am sure I had better go," she said hurriedly, clasping together a pair of helpless hands, as if they could find a little strength in union. "Miss Marjoribanks will understand you better, and you will perhaps understand Miss Marjoribanks." "Oh, sit down, said Mr. Bury, who was not tolerant of feelings. "Perhaps I expressed myself badly. What I meant to say was, that Mrs. Mortimer, who has been a little unfortunate in circumstances— sit down, pray— had by singular providence just applied to me when my sister returned home yesterday. These things do not happen by chance, Lucilla. We are taken care of when we are not thinking of it. Mrs. Mortimer is a Christian lady for whom I have the greatest respect. A situation to take the superintendence of the domestic affairs, and to have charge of you, would be just what would suit her. It must be a great anxiety to the doctor to leave you alone, and without any control at your age. You may think the liberty is pleasant at first, but if you had a Christian friend to watch over and take care of you— "What is the matter?" said the Rector in great alarm. It was only that the poor widow, who was to have charge of Lucilla according to his benevolent intention, looked so like fainting that Miss Marjoribanks jumped up from her chair and rang the bell hastily. It was not Lucilla's way to lose time about anything. She took the poor woman by the shoulders, and all but lifted her to the sofa, where she was lying down with her bonnet off, when the rector came to his senses. To describe the feelings with which Mr. Bury contemplated this little entr'acte, which was not in his programme, would be beyond our powers. He went off humbly and opened the window when he was told, and tried to find the eau de cologne on the table, while Thomas rushed downstairs for water at a pace very unlike his usual steady rate of progress. As for Lucilla, she stood by the side of her patient quite self-possessed, while the rector looked so foolish. "She will be all right directly," Miss Marjoribanks was saying. "Luckily she never went right off. When you don't go right off, lying down is everything. If there had been any one to run and get some water, she would have got over it, but luckily I saw it in time." What possible answer Mr. Bury could make to this, of how he could go on with his address in sight of the strange turn things had taken, it would have been hard to say. Fortunately for the moment he did not attempt it, but walked around in dismay, and put himself in the draught with his rheumatism, and felt dreadfully vexed and angry with Mrs. Mortimer, who, for her part, now she had done with fainting, manifested an inclination to cry, for which Mr. Bury in his heart could have whipped her had the mode of discipline been permitted in the Church of England. Lucilla was merciful, but she could not help taking a little advantage of her victory. She gave the sufferer a glass of water, and the eau de cologne to keep her from a relapse, and whispered to her to lie quiet, and then she came back and took her seat, and begged the rector not to stand in the draught. "I don't think she is strong," said Miss Marjoribanks confidentially, when she had wiled the disconcerted clergyman back to her side. "Her colour changes so. She never would be able, for what there is to do here, even if papa would consent to think of it. For my part, I am sure I should be glad of a little assistance," said Lucilla, "but I never like to give false hopes, and I don't think papa would consent. She looks nice if she was not so weak, poor thing, and there are such quantities of things to be done here. But if you wish it, Mr. Bury, I will speak to papa," said Miss Marjoribanks, lifting her eyes, which were so open and straightforward, to the rector's face. To tell the truth, he did not in the least know what to say, and the chances are he would not have been half so vexed and angry, nor felt in so unchristian a disposition with the poor woman on the sofa, had he meant to do her harm instead of good. "Yes, I should be glad if you would mention it to Dr. Marjoribanks," he said, without very well knowing what he said, and got up to shake hands with Lucilla, and then recollected that he could not leave his protégé behind him, and hesitated, and did not know what to do. He was really grateful, without being aware of it, to Miss Marjoribanks when once again she came to his aid. "Please leave her a little," said Lucilla, "and I can make acquaintance with her, you know, in case papa should be disposed to think of it. She must lie still a little till it quite wears off. I would ask you to stay to lunch if I was not afraid of wasting your precious time." Mr. Bury gave a little gasp of indignation, but he did not say anything. On the whole, even though smarting under the indignity of being asked to lunch, as his sister had been, when probably there might be a repetition of the scene of yesterday, he was glad to get safely out of the house, even at the risk of abandoning his enterprise. As for a woman in want of a situation, who had so little common sense as to faint at such a critical moment, the rector was disposed to wash his hands of her, for Mr. Bury, like them all, as Lucilla said, was horribly frightened by a faint when he saw one, and afterwards pretended to disbelieve in it, and called it one of the things which a little self-command could always prevent. When he was gone, Miss Marjoribanks felt the full importance of her victory, and then, though she had not hesitated to sacrifice this poor woman when it was necessary to have a victim, that moment was over, and she had no pleasure in being cruel. On the contrary, she went and sat by her patient, and talked, and was very kind to her. She made her lie still and tell her story at leisure, and all about it. "I knew it would hurt your feelings," Miss Marjoribanks said candidly, "but I could not do anything else, and you know it was Mr. Bury's fault. But I am sure if I can be of any use to you—" It was thus that Lucilla added, without knowing it, another complication to her fortunes. But then, to be sure, clear-sighted as she was, she could not see into the future, nor know what was to come of it. She told the doctor in the evening with the greatest faithfulness, and described how Mr. Bury looked, and that she had said she did not think papa would be disposed to think of it, and Dr. Marjoribanks was so much entertained that he came upstairs to hear the end, and took a cup of tea. It was the third night in succession that the doctor had taken this step, though it was against his principles, and thus it will be seen that good came out of evil in a beautifully distinct and appropriate way. But, notwithstanding, Miss Marjoribanks, though she had escaped immediate danger, still felt in her heart the consequences of having made a failure at the beginning of her career. End of Chapter 8. Recorded by Michelle Crandall, Fremont, California, March 2009. Chapter 9 of Miss Marjoribanks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Crandall. Miss Marjoribanks by Mrs. Oliphant. Chapter 9. It was not till Miss Marjoribanks had surmounted to a certain extent the vexation caused her by her unlucky confidence in Tom, that that unhappy young man took the step which Lucilla had so long dreaded, but which she trusted to her own genius to hinder him from carrying into execution. Miss Marjoribanks had extricated herself so triumphantly from the consequences of that unhappy commencement of the very charming luncheons which she gave in after times, that she had begun to forget the culpability of her cousin. She had defeated the rector in his benevolent intentions, and she had taken up his protege just at the moment when Mr. Bury was most disgusted with the unfortunate woman's weakness. Poor Mrs. Mortimer, to be sure, had fainted, or been near fainting, at the most inopportune moment, and it was only natural that the rector should be annoyed. But as for Lucilla, who was always prompt in her actions, and whose good nature and liberality were undoubted, she found her opportunity in the failure of Mr. Bury's scheme. After the rector had gone away, Miss Marjoribanks herself conducted the widow home, and heard all her story. And by this time Mrs. Mortimer's prospects were beginning to brighten under the active and efficient patronage of her new friend. This being the case, Lucilla's good humour was perfectly restored, and she had forgiven Tom his maladroitness. "He cannot help it, you know," she said privately to old Mrs. Chiley. "I suppose some people are born to do ridiculous things." And it was indeed as if he had intended to give a practical illustration of the truth of this conclusion that Tom chose the particular moment he did for driving Miss Marjoribanks to the extremity of her patience. The upholsterers were in the house, and indeed had just finished putting up the pictures on the new paper in the drawing-room, which was green, as Lucilla had determined it should be, of the most delicate tint, and looked, as she flattered herself, exactly like silk hangings. And Mr. Holden himself waited with a certain complaisance for Miss Marjoribanks's opinion of the effect. He had no doubt on the subject himself, but he was naturally impressed, as most people were, with that confidence in Lucilla's judgment which so much facilitates the operation of those persons who are born to greatness. It was precisely at this moment that his evil genius persuaded Tom Marjoribanks to interrupt Thomas, who was carrying Mr. Holden's message to his young mistress, and to shut the library door upon the external world. Lucilla had taken refuge in the library during the renovation of the drawing-room, and she was aware that this was Tom's last day at Carlingford, and had no intention of being unkind to him. To tell the truth, she had at the bottom of her heart a certain regard and impulse of protection and patronage towards Tom, of which something might have come had the unlucky fellow known how to manage. But at the same time, Miss Marjoribanks was aware that things must be approaching a crisis upstairs, and was listening intently to the movements overhead, and wondering why she was not sent for. This was the moment of all others at which Tom thought it fit to claim a hearing, and the state of Lucilla's feelings may be easily imagined when she saw him plant himself by her side, all trembling, with his face alternately red and white, and all the signs of a desperate resolution in his countenance. For the first time in her life, a certain despair took possession of Miss Marjoribanks's mind. The sounds had suddenly ceased upstairs, as if the artists there were making a pause to contemplate the effect of their completed work, which indeed was precisely the case, and at the same time nobody came to call her, important though the occasion was. She made a last effort to emancipate herself before it was too late. "Ring, please, Tom," she said. "I want to know if they have finished upstairs. I am so sorry you are going away, but you know it is one of my principles never to neglect my duty. I am sure they must be waiting for me. If you would only be kind enough to ring." "Lucilla," said Tom, "you know I would do anything in the world you liked to tell me, but don't ask me to ring just now. I am going to leave you, and there is something I must say to you, Lucilla," said the young man with agitation. Miss Marjoribanks was seated near the window, and she had a moral certainty that if any of the Browns happened to be in that ridiculous glass house where they did their photography, they must have a perfectly good view of her, with Tom in the background, who had placed himself so as to shut her in the recesses of the window. This, coupled with the evidence of her senses that the workmen upstairs had ceased their work, and that a slow footstep traversing the floor now and then was all that was audible, drove Lucilla to despair. "Yes," she said, temporizing a little, which was the only thing she could do, "I am sure I am sorry, but then you know, with the house in such a condition— next time you come I shall be able to enjoy your society," said the designing young woman, "but at present I am so busy. It is one of my principles, you know, that things are never rightly done if the lady of the house does not pay proper attention. They are sure to make some dreadful mistake upstairs if I don't look after them. I shall see you again before you go." "Lucilla, don't be so cruel," cried the unlucky Tom, and he caught her hand though they were at the window. "Do stop a moment and listen to me. Lucilla, what does it matter about furniture and things when a man's heart is bursting?" cried the unfortunate lover. And just at that moment Miss Marjoribanks could see that the curtain was drawn aside a little, ever so little, in the glass house. She sat down again with a sigh, and drew her hand away, and prepared herself to meet her fate with heroism, at least. "What in the world can you have been doing?" said Lucilla innocently. "You used always to tell me, I know, when you got into any difficulty, and I am sure if I can be of any use to you, Tom— but as for furniture and things, they matter a great deal, I assure you, to people's happiness. And then you know it is the object of my life to be a comfort to dear papa." When she said this, Miss Marjoribanks settled herself again in the recess of the window, so that the Miss Browns could command a full view if they chose. For Lucilla's courage was of the highest order, and nothing except, perhaps, a strategical necessity of profound importance would have moved her to retreat before an enemy. As for Tom, he was bewildered to start with by this solemn repetition of her great purpose. "I know how good you are, Lucilla," he said with humility, "but then my uncle, you know, I don't think he is a man to appreciate." "Oh, Lucilla, why should you go and sacrifice to him the happiness of your life?" "Tom," said Miss Marjoribanks with some solemnity, "I wish you would not talk to me of happiness. I have always been brought up to believe that duty was happiness, and everybody has known for a long time that was the object of my life. As for poor papa, it is the worse for him if he does not understand, but that does not make any difference to my duty," said the devoted daughter. She gave a little sigh as she spoke, the sigh of a great soul, whose motives must always remain to some extent unappreciated, and the sight of her resignation and beautiful perseverance overwhelmed her unlucky suitor, for indeed, up to this moment, Lucilla still entertained the hope of preventing Tom from, as she herself described it, saying the very words, which, to be sure, are awkward words to hear and to say. "Lucilla, when you are so good to my uncle, you ought to have a little pity on me," said Tom, driven to the deepest despondency. "How do you think I can bear it, to see you getting everything done here as if you meant to stay all your life, when you know I love you?" said the unfortunate young man. "When you know I have always been so fond of you, Lucilla, and always looked forward to the time. And now it is very hard to see you care so little for me." "Tom," said Miss Marjoribanks, with indignant surprise, "how can you say I care little for you? You know I was always very fond of you, on the contrary. I am sure I always stood your friend at home, whatever happened, and never said a word when you broke that pretty little pearl ring I was so fond of, and tore the scarf my aunt gave me. I wonder, for my part, how you can be so unkind as to say so. We have always been the very best friends in the world," said Lucilla with an air of injury. "I always said at school I liked you the best of all my cousins, and I am very fond of all my cousins," Miss Marjoribanks concluded after a little pause. "It is so unkind to tell me that I don't care for you." Poor Tom groaned within himself as he listened. He did not know what to answer to Lucilla's aggrieved yet frank confession of her fondness. Naturally, it would have been much less displeasing to Tom to understand that she hated him, and never desired to see him any more. But Miss Marjoribanks was far from entertaining any such unchristian sentiments. She even began to forget her anxiety about what was going on upstairs, in that delightful sense of power and abundant resources with which she was mastering the present difficulty. She reflected in herself that though it was excessively annoying to be thus occupied at such a moment, still it was nearly as important to make an end of Tom as to see that the pictures were hung rightly, for, to be sure, it was always easy to return to the latter subject. Accordingly, she drew her chair a little nearer to the window, and regarded Tom with a calm gaze of benevolent interest, which was in perfect accordance with the sentiments she had just expressed, a look in which a little gentle reproach was mingled. "I have always been like a sister to you," said Lucilla. "How can you be so unkind as to say I don't care?" As for the unhappy Tom, he got up, as was natural, and took a little walk in front of the table, as a young man in trouble is apt to do. "You know very well that is not what I mean, Lucilla," he said disconsolately. "It is you who are unkind. I don't know why it is that ladies are so cruel. I am not such a snob as to persecute anybody, but what is the good of pretending not to know what I mean?" "Tom, listen," cried Miss Marjoribanks, rising in her turn. "I feel sure they must have finished. There is Mr. Holden going through the garden, and everybody knows that hanging pictures is just the thing of all others that requires a person of taste. If they have spoiled the room, it will be all your fault." "Oh, for heaven's sake, never mind the room," said Tom. "I never thought you would have trifled with a man, Lucilla. You know quite well what I mean. You know it isn't a new thing," said the lover, beginning to stammer and get confused. "You know that is what I have been thinking of all along, as soon as ever I had anything to live on. I love you, Lucilla. You know I love you. How can you trifle with me so?" "It is you who are trifling," said Miss Marjoribanks, "especially when you know I have really something of importance to do. You can come upstairs with me if you like. Of course we all love each other. What is the good of being relations otherwise?" said Lucilla calmly. "It is such a natural thing, you know. I suppose it is because you are going away that you are so affectionate to-day. It is very nice of you, I am sure. But, Tom, I feel quite certain you have not packed your things," Miss Marjoribanks added in an admonitory tone. "Come along with me upstairs." And by this time Lucilla's curiosity was beginning again to get the upper hand. If she only could have escaped, it would have been impossible for her cousin to have renewed the conversation, and luckily he was to leave Carlingford the same evening. But then a man is always an inconsequent creature, and not to be calculated on. This time, instead of obeying as usual, Tom, having, as Miss Marjoribanks afterwards described, but only in the strictest confidence, worked himself up to it, set himself directly in her way, and seized upon both her hands. "Lucilla," cried the unlucky fellow, "is it possible that you really have misunderstood me all this time? Do you mean to say that you don't know? Oh, Lucilla, listen, just 5 minutes. It isn't because I am your cousin. I wish to heaven I was not your cousin, but someone you had never seen before. I mean I want you to consent to marry me, Lucilla. That is what I mean. I am called to the bar, and I can work for you and make a reputation. Lucilla, listen to what I have got to say." Miss Marjoribanks left her hands in his with a calmness which froze poor Tom's heart in his breast. She did not even take the trouble to draw them away. "Have you gone out of your senses, Tom?" she asked in her sensible way, and she lifted her eyes to the face of the poor young fellow, who was in love, with an inquiring look, as if she felt a little anxious about him. "If you have any feeling as if fever was coming on," said Lucilla, "I think you should go upstairs and lie down a little till papa comes in. I heard there had been some cases down about the canal. I hope it is not the assizes that have been too much for you." When Miss Marjoribanks said this, she herself took fast hold of Tom's hands with a motherly grasp, to feel if they were hot, looked into his eyes with a certain serious inspection, which, under the circumstances, poor fellow, was enough to drive him out of the little rationality he had left. Tom was so far carried away by his frenzy that he gave her a little shake in his impatience. "You are trying to drive me mad, Lucilla," cried the young man. "I have got no fever. It is only you who are driving me out of my senses. This time you must hear me. I will not let you go till you have given me an answer. I am called to the bar, and I have begun my career," said Tom, making a pause for breath. "I knew you would have laughed at me when I was depending on my mother, but now all that is over, Lucilla. I have loved you as long as I can remember, and I always thought that you cared for me a little. If you will have me, there is nothing I could not do," said Tom, who thoroughly believed what he was saying, "and if you will not have me, I will not answer for the consequences. If I go off to India, or if I go to the bad—" "Tom," said Lucilla solemnly, and this time she drew away her hands, "if you ever want to get married, I think the very best thing you can do is go to India. As for marrying just now at your age, you know you might as well jump into the sea. You need not be vexed," said Miss Marjoribanks in her motherly way. "I would not speak so if I was not your best friend, Tom. As for marrying me, you know it is ridiculous. I have not the least intention of marrying anybody. If I had thought of that, I need never have come home at all. As for your going to the bad, I am not afraid of that. If I were to let you carry on with such a ridiculous idea, I should never forgive myself. It would be just as sensible to go into a lunatic asylum at once. It is very lucky for you that you said this to me," Lucilla went on, "and not to one of the girls that think it great fun to be married. And if I were you, Tom, I would go and pack my things. You know you are always too late, and don't jump on your portmanteau and make such a dreadful noise if it won't shut, but ring the bell for Thomas. You know we are to dine at 5:30 to-day to give you time for the train." These were the last words Tom Marjoribanks heard as Lucilla left the room. She ran up to the drawing-room without losing a minute, and burst in upon the vacant place where Mr. Holden had stood so long waiting for her. To be sure, Miss Marjoribanks's forebodings were so far fulfilled that the St. Cecilia, which she meant to have over the piano, was hung quite in the other corner of the room, by reason of being just the same size as another picture, at the opposite angle, which the workman, sternly symmetrical, thought it was necessary to match. But after all, that was a trifling defect. She stood in the middle of the room, and surveyed the walls, well pleased, with a heart which kept beating very steadily in her bosom. On the whole, perhaps, she was not sorry to have had it out with Tom. So far as he was personally concerned, Miss Marjoribanks, being a physician's daughter, had great faith in the vis medicatrice, and was not afraid for her cousin's health or his morals, as a less experienced woman might have been. If she was angry with anybody, it was with herself, who had not taken sufficient precautions to avoid the explanation. But after all, everything is for the best, Lucilla said to herself, with that beautiful confidence which is common to people who have things their own way, and she devoted her mind to the St. Cecilia, and paid no more attention to Tom. It was not till more than an hour after that a succession of dreadful thumps were not only heard but felt throughout the house. It was Tom, but he was not doing any harm to himself. He was not blowing out his brains or knocking his head against the wall. He was only jumping on his portmanteau, notwithstanding that Lucilla had warned him against such a proceeding, and in his state of mind the jumps were naturally more frantic than usual. When Lucilla heard it, she rang the bell, and told Thomas to go and help Mr. Tom with his packing, from which it will be seen that Miss Marjoribanks bore no grudge against her cousin, but was disposed to send him forth in friendship and peace. End of Chapter 9. Recorded by Michelle Crandall, Fremont, California, May 2009. Of Miss Marjoribanks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Crandall. Miss Marjoribanks by Mrs. Oliphant. Chapter 10. It was nearly 6 weeks after this, when all Miss Marjoribanks's arrangements were completed, and she was able, with satisfaction to herself, to begin her campaign. It was just before Christmas, at the time above all others when society has need of a ruling spirit. For example, Mrs. Chiley expected the Colonel's niece, Mary Chiley, who had been married about 6 months before, and who was not fond of her husband's friends, and at the same time had no home of her own to go to, being an orphan. The Colonel had invited the young couple by way of doing a kind thing, but he grumbled a little at the necessity, and had never liked the fellow, he said. And then what were 2 old people to do to amuse them? Then Mrs. Centum had her 2 eldest boys home from school, and was driven out of her senses by the noise and the racket, as she confided to her visitors. "It's all very well to make pretty pictures about Christmas," said the exasperated mother, "but I should like to know how one can enjoy anything with such a commotion going on. I get up every morning with a headache, I assure you, and then Mr. Centum expects me to be cheerful when he comes in to dinner. Men are so unreasonable. I should like to know what they would do if they had what we have to go through. To look after all the servants, and they are always out of their senses at Christmas, and to see that the children don't have too much pudding, and to support all the noise. The holidays are the hardest work a poor woman can have," she concluded with a sigh. And when it is taken into consideration that this particular Christmas was a wet Christmas, without any frost or possibility of amusement out of doors, English matrons in general will not refuse their sympathy to Mrs. Centum. Mrs. Woodburn, perhaps, was equally to be pitied in a different way. She had to receive several members of her husband's family, who were, like Miss Marjoribanks, without any sense of humour, and who stared, and did not in the least understand her when she took off any of her neighbours, not to say that some of them were low church, and thought the practice sinful. Under these circumstances, it will be readily believed that the commencement of Lucilla's operations was looked upon with great interest in Carlingford. It was so opportune that society forgot its usual instincts of criticism, and forgave Miss Marjoribanks for being more enlightened and enterprising than her neighbours. And then most people were very anxious to see the drawing-room now it had been restored. This was a privilege, however, not accorded to the crowd. Mrs. Chiley had seen it under a vow of secrecy, and Mr. Cavendish owned to having made a run upstairs one evening after one of Dr. Marjoribanks's little dinners, when the other convives were in the library, where Lucilla had erected her temporary throne. But this clandestine inspection met with the failure it deserved, for there was no light in the room except the moonlight, which made 3 white blotches on the carpet where the windows were, burying everything else in the profoundest darkness. And the spy knocked his foot against something, which reduced him to sudden and well-merited agony. As for Mrs. Chiley, she was discretion itself, and would say nothing even to her niece. "I mean to work her a footstool in water lilies, my dear, like the one I did for you when you were married," the old lady said, and that was the only light she would throw on the subject. "My opinion is that it must be in crimson," Mrs. Woodburn said when she heard this, "for I know your aunt's water lilies. When I see them growing, I always think of you. It would be quite like Lucilla Marjoribanks to have it in crimson, for it is a cheerful colour, you know, and quite different from the old furniture, and that would always be a comfort to her dear papa." From this it will be seen that the curiosity of Carlingford was excited to a lively extent. Many people even went so far as to give the Browns a sitting in their glass house, with the hope of having a peep at the colour of the hangings at least. But Miss Marjoribanks was too sensible a woman to leave her virgin drawing-room exposed to the sun, when there was any, and to the photographers, who were perhaps more dangerous. "I think it is blue, for my part," said Miss Brown, who had got into the habit of rising early in hopes of finding the doctor's household off its guard. "Lucilla was always a great one for blue. She thinks it is becoming to her complexion," which, indeed, as the readers of this history are aware, was a matter of fact. As for Miss Marjoribanks, she did her best to keep up this agreeable mystery. "For my part, I am fond of neutral tints," she herself said, when she was questioned on the subject. "Anybody who knows me can easily guess my taste. I should have been born a Quaker, you know. I do so like the drabs and greys, and all those soft colours. You can have as much red and green as you like abroad, where the sun is strong, but here it would be a bad style," said Lucilla, from which the most simple-minded of her auditors drew the natural conclusion. Thus all the world contemplated with excitement the first Thursday which was to open this enchanted chamber to their admiring eyes. "Don't expect any regular invitation," Miss Marjoribanks said. "I hope you will all come, or as many of you as can. Papa has always some men to dinner with him that day, you know, and it is so dreadfully slow for me with a heap of men. That is why I fixed on Thursday. I want you to come every week, so it would be absurd to send an invitation. And remember, it is not a party, only an evening," said Lucilla. "I shall wear a white frock high, as I always do. Now be sure you come." "But we can't all go in high white frocks," said Mrs. Chiley's niece, Mary, who, if her trousseau had been subtracted from the joys of marriage, would not, poor soul, have found very much left. This intimation dismayed the bride a little, for, to be sure, she had decided which dress she was to wear before Lucilla spoke. "But, my dear, you are married," said Miss Marjoribanks. "That makes it quite different. Come in that pretty pink that is so becoming. I don't want to have any dowdies, for my part, and don't forget that I shall expect you all at 9 o'clock." When she had said this, Miss Marjoribanks proceeded on her way, sewing invitations and gratification round her. She asked the youngest Miss Brown to bring her music, in recognition of her ancient claims as the songstress of society in Carlingford. For Lucilla had all that regard for constituted rights which is so necessary to a revolutionary of the highest class. She had no desire to shock anybody's prejudices, or wound anybody's feelings. "And she has a nice little voice," Lucilla said to herself, with the most friendly and tolerant feelings. Thus Miss Marjoribanks prepared to establish her kingdom with a benevolence which was almost utopian, not upon the ruins of other thrones, but with the goodwill and co-operation of the lesser powers, who were, to be sure, too feeble to resist her advance, but whose rights she was quite ready to recognise, and even to promote in her own way. At the same time, it is necessary here to indicate a certain vague and not disagreeable danger which appeared to some experienced persons to show Lucilla's conquering way. Mr. Cavendish, who was a young man of refinement, not to say that he had a very nice property, had begun to pay attention to Miss Marjoribanks in what Mrs. Chiley thought quite a marked way. To be sure, he could not pretend to the honour of taking her in to dinner, which was not his place, being a young man, but he did what was next best, and manoeuvred to get the place on her left hand, which, in a party composed chiefly of men, was not difficult to manage. For, to tell the truth, most of the gentlemen present were at that special moment more interested in the dinner than in Lucilla, and after dinner it was Mr. Cavendish who was the first to leave the room, and to hear the two talking about all the places they had been to, and all the people they had met, was as good as a play, Mrs. Chiley said. Mr. Cavendish confided to Lucilla his opinions upon things in general, and accepted the reproofs which she administered, for Miss Marjoribanks was quite unquestionable in her orthodoxy, and thought it a duty, as she said, always to speak with respect of religion, when his sentiments were too speculative, and said, "How charming is divine philosophy," so as, for the moment, to dazzle Lucilla herself, who thought it a very pretty compliment. He came to her assistance when she made tea, and generally fulfilled all the duties which are expected of a man who is paying attention to a young lady. Old Mrs. Chiley watched the nascent regard with her kind old grandmotherly eyes. She calculated over in her own mind the details of his possessions, so far as the public was aware of them, and found them on the whole satisfactory. He had a nice property, and then he was a very nice, indeed an unexceptionable young man, and, to add to this, it had been agreed between Colonel Chiley and Mr. Centum, and several other of the leading people in Carlingford, that he was the most likely man to represent the borough when old Mr. Chiltern, who was always threatening to retire, fulfilled his promise. Mr. Cavendish had a very handsome house, a little out of Carlingford, where a lady would be next thing to a county lady, indeed quite a county lady if her husband was the member for Carlingford. All these thoughts passed through Mrs. Chiley's mind, and, as was natural, in the precious moments after dinner, were suggested in occasional words of meaning to the understanding ear of Miss Marjoribanks. "My dear Lucilla, it is just the position that would suit you, with your talents," the old lady said, and Miss Marjoribanks did not say no. To be sure, she had not at the present moment the least inclination to get married, as she truly said. It would indeed, to tell the truth, disturb her plans considerably. But still, if such was the intention of Providence, and if it was to the member for Carlingford, Lucilla felt that it was still credible that everything might be for the best. "But it is a great deal too soon to think of anything of that sort," Miss Marjoribanks would reply. "If I had thought of that, I need never have come home at all, and especially when papa has been so good about everything." Yet, for all that, she was not ungracious to Mr. Cavendish when he came in first, as usual. To marry a man in his position would not, after all, be degrading her plans to any serious extent. Indeed, it would, if his hopes were realized, constitute Lucilla a kind of queen in Carlingford, and she could not but feel that under these circumstances it might be a kind of duty to reconsider her resolution. And thus the time passed while the drawing-room was undergoing renovation. Mr. Cavendish had been much tantalized, as he said, by the absence of the piano, which prevented them from having any music, and Lucilla had even been tempted into a few snatches of song, which, to tell the truth, some of the gentlemen present, especially the Doctor himself and Colonel Chiley, being old-fashioned, preferred without the accompaniment. And thus it was under the most brilliant auspices, and with the full confidence of all her future constituency, that Miss Marjoribanks superintended the arrangement of the drawing-room on that momentous Thursday, which was to be the real beginning of her great work in Carlingford. "My dear, you must leave yourself entirely in my hands," Lucilla said to Barbara Lake on the morning of that eventful day. "Don't get impatient. I dare say you don't know many people, and it may be a little slow for you at first, but everybody has to put up with that, you know, for a beginning. And by the way, what are you going to wear?" "I have not thought about it," said Barbara Lake, who had the painful pride of poverty, aggravated much by a sense that the comforts of other people were an injury to her. Poor soul, she had been thinking of little else for at least a week past, and then she had not very much choice in her wardrobe, but her temperament was one which rejected sympathy, and she thought it would look best to pretend to be indifferent. At the same time, she said this with a dull colour on her cheeks, the colour of irritation, and she could not help asking herself why Lucilla, who was not so handsome as she was, had the power to array herself in gorgeous apparel, while she, Barbara, had nothing but a white frock. There are differences even in white frocks, though the masculine mind may be unaware of them. Barbara's muslin had been washed 6 times, and had a very different air from the vestal robes of her patroness. To be sure, Lucilla was not taken in the least by her companion's look of indifference, and to tell the truth, would have been delighted to bestow a pretty dress upon Barbara, if that had been a possible thing to do. "There will be no dress," said Miss Marjoribanks with solemnity. "I have insisted upon that. You know it is not a party, it is only an evening. A white frock high, that is all I mean to wear. And mind you don't lose patience. I shall keep my eye on you, and after the first I feel sure you will enjoy yourself. Good-bye for the present." Miss Marjoribanks went away to pursue her preparations, and Barbara proceeded to get out her dress and examine it. It was as important to her as all the complicated paraphernalia of the evening's arrangements were to Lucilla. To be sure, there were greater interests involved in the case of the leader, but then Barbara was the soldier of fortune who had to open the oyster with her sword, and she was feeling the point of it metaphorically while she pulled out the breadths of her white dress, and tried to think that they would not look limp at night. And what her sentiments lost in breadth as compared with Lucilla's, they gained in intensity, for anything she could tell, her life might change colour by means of this Thursday evening. And such, indeed, was her hope. Barbara prepared for her first appearance in Grange Lane, with a mind wound up to any degree of daring. It did not occur to her that she required to keep faith with Miss Marjoribanks in anything except the duet. For other matters, Barbara was quite unscrupulous, for, at the bottom, she could not but feel that any one who was kind to her was taking an unwarrantable liberty. What right had Lucilla Marjoribanks to be kind to her, as if she was not as good as Lucilla any day? And though it might be worth her while to take advantage of it for the moment, it was still an insult in its way, to be avenged if an opportunity ever should arise. The evening came, as evenings do come quite indifferently, whether people are glad or sorry, and it was with a calmness which the other ladies regarded as next to miraculous that Miss Marjoribanks took Colonel Chiley's arm to go to the dining-room. We say the other ladies, for on this great occasion Mrs. Centum and Mrs. Woodburn were both among the dinner guests. "To see her eat her dinner as if she had nothing on her mind," Mrs. Centum said in amazement. "As for me, though nobody can blame me if anything goes wrong, I could enjoy nothing for thinking of it. And I must say I was disappointed with the dinner," she added, with a certain air of satisfaction in Mrs. Woodburn's ear. It was when they were going upstairs, and Lucilla was behind with Mrs. Chiley. "The fuss the men have always made about these dinners, and except for a few made dishes, that were really nothing, you know, I can't say I saw anything particular in it. But as for Lucilla, I can't think she has any feeling," said the banker's wife. "Oh, my dear, it is because you don't understand," said Mrs. Woodburn. "She is kept up, you know, by a sense of duty. It is all because she has set her heart on being a comfort to her dear papa." Such, it is true, were the comments that were made upon the public-spirited young woman who was doing so much for Carlingford. But then Lucilla only shared the fate of all the great benefactors of the world. An hour later the glories of the furniture were veiled and hidden in a radiant flood of society, embracing all that was most fair and all that was most distinguished in Carlingford. No doubt this was a world of heterogeneous elements, but then, if there had not been difficulties, where would have been the use of Miss Marjoribanks's genius? Mr. Bury and his sister, who had been unconsciously mollified by the admirable dinner provided for them downstairs, found some stray lambs in the assembly who were in need of them, and thus had the double satisfaction of combining pleasure with duty. And though there were several people in the room whose lives were a burden to them in consequence of Mrs. Woodburn's remarkable gift, even they found it impossible not to be amused by an occasional representation of an absent individual, or by the dashing sketch of Lucilla, which she gave at intervals in her corner, amid the smothered laughter of the audience, who were half ashamed of themselves. "She is never ill-tempered, you know," the persons who felt themselves threatened in their turn said to each other with a certain piteous resignation. And oddly enough, it was in general the most insignificant people about who were afraid of Mrs. Woodburn. It is needless to say that such a dread never entered the serene intelligence of Miss Marjoribanks, who believed in herself with a reasonable and steady faith. As for old Mrs. Chiley, who had so many funny little ways, and whom the mimic executed to perfection, she also was quite calm on the subject. "You know there is nothing to take off in me," the old lady would say. "I always was a simple body, and then I am old enough to be all your grandmothers, my dear," which was a saying calculated, as Miss Marjoribanks justly observed, to melt a heart of stone. Then the Miss Browns had brought their photographs, in which most people in Grange Lane were caricatured hideously, but with such a charming equality that the most exigent forgave the wrong to himself in laughing at his neighbours. Miss Brown had brought her music too, and sang her feeble little strain to the applause of her immediate neighbours, and to the delight of those who were at a distance, and who could talk louder and flirt more openly under cover of the music. And there were other young ladies who had also come prepared with a little roll of songs or pieces. Lucilla, with her finger as it were upon the pulse of the company, let them all exhibit their powers with that enlightened impartiality which we have already remarked in her. When Mr. Cavendish came to her in his ingratiating way, and asked her how she could possibly let all the sparrows chirp like that, when the nightingale was present, Miss Marjoribanks proved herself proof to the flattery. She said, "Do go away like a good man, and make yourself agreeable. There are so few men, you know, who can flirt in Carlingford. I have always reckoned upon you as such a valuable assistant. It is always such an advantage to have a man who flirts," said Miss Marjoribanks. This was a sentiment perhaps too large and enlightened, in the truest sense of the word, to meet as it ought to have done with the applause of her audience. Most of the persons immediately surrounding her thought, indeed, that it was a mere bon mot to which Lucilla had given utterance, and laughed accordingly. But it is needless to explain that these were persons unable to understand her genius. All this time she was keeping her eyes upon a figure in the corner of a sofa, which looked as if it was glued there, and kept staring defiance at the world in general from under black and level brows. Lucilla, it is true, had introduced Barbara Lake in the most flattering way to Mrs. Chiley, and to some of the young ladies present, but then she was a stranger, and an intruder into those regions of the blessed, and she could not help feeling so. If her present companions had not whispered among themselves, "Miss Lake? What Miss Lake? Good gracious, Lake the drawing-master's daughter," she herself would still have reminded herself of her humble paternity. Barbara sat as if she could not move from that corner, looking out upon everybody with scared eyes, which expressed nothing but defiance, and in her own mind making the reflections of bitter poverty upon the airy pretty figures round her, in all the variations of that costume which Miss Marjoribanks had announced as the standard of dress for the evening. Barbara's muslin, 6 times washed, was not more different from the spotless lightness of all the draperies round her than was her air of fright, and at the same time of defiance, from the gay babble and pleasant looks of the group, which, by a chance combination, she seemed to form part of. She began to say to herself that she had much better go away, and that there never could be anything in common between these frivolous creatures and her, who was a poor man's daughter, and she began to get dreadfully exasperated with Lucilla, who had beguiled her into this scene to make game of her, as poor Barbara said, though, so far from making game of her, nobody took much notice, after the first unsuccessful attempt at conversation of the unfortunate young woman. It was when she was in this unhappy humour that her eye fell upon Mr. Cavendish, who was in the act of making the appeal to Lucilla which we have already recorded. Barbara had never as yet had a lover, but she had read an unlimited number of novels, which came to nearly the same thing, and she saw at a glance that this was somebody who resembled the indispensable hero. She looked at him with a certain fierce interest, and remembered at that instant how often in books it is the humble heroine, behind backs, whom all the young ladies snub, who wins the hero at the last. And then Miss Marjoribanks, though she sent him away, smiled benignantly upon him. The colour flushed to Barbara's cheeks, and her eyes, which had grown dull and fixed between fright and spite, took sudden expression under her straight brows. An intention, which was not so much an intention as an instinct, suddenly sprang into life within her, and without knowing, she drew a long breath of eagerness and impotence. He was standing quite near by this time, doing his duty according to Miss Marjoribanks's orders, and flirting with all his might, and Barbara looked at him just as a hungry schoolboy might be supposed to look at a tempting apple just out of his reach. How was she to get at this suitor of Lucilla's? It would have given her so pure a delight to tear down the golden apple, and tread on it, and trample it to nothing, and then it came into her head that it might be good to eat as well. It was at this moment that Miss Marjoribanks, who was in 6 places at once, suddenly touched Barbara's shoulder. "Come with me a minute, I want to show you something," she said loud out. Barbara, on her side, looked round with a crimson countenance, feeling that her secret thoughts must be written in her guilty eyes. But then these were eyes which could be utterly destitute of expression when they pleased, though their owner at present, just at the beginning of her experience, was not quite aware of the fact. She stumbled to her feet with all the awkwardness natural to that form of shyness which her temper and her temperament united to produce in her. She did all but put her foot through Miss Brown's delicate skirt, and she had neither the natural disposition nor the acquired grace which can carry off one of those trifling offences against society. Nevertheless, as she stood beside Lucilla at the piano, the company in general owned a little thrill of curiosity. Who was she? A girl with splendid black hair, with brows as level as if they had been made with a line, with intense eyes which looked a little oblique under that straight bar of shadow. Her dress was limp, but she had not such a figure as can be passed over even at an evening party. And then her face was a little flushed, and her eyes lit up with excitement. She seemed to survey everybody with that defiant look, which was chiefly awkwardness and temper, but which looked like pride when she was standing up at her full height, and in a conspicuous position, where everybody could see her. Most people concluded she was an Italian whom Lucilla had picked up somewhere in her travels. As for Mr. Cavendish, he stopped short altogether in the occupation which Miss Marjoribanks had allotted to him, and drew close to the piano. He thought he had seen the face somewhere under a shabby bonnet in some by-street of Carlingford, and he was even sufficiently learned in female apparel to observe the limpness of her dress. This preface of curiosity had all been foreseen by Miss Marjoribanks, and she paused a moment, under pretence of selecting her music, to take the full advantage of it, for Lucilla, like most persons of elevated aims, was content to sacrifice herself to the success of her work. And then all at once, before the Carlingford people knew what they were doing, the 2 voices rose, bursting upon the astonished community like a sudden revelation. For it must be remembered that nobody in Carlingford, except the members of Dr. Marjoribanks's dinner party, had ever heard Lucilla sing, much less her companion, and the account which these gentlemen had carried home to their wives had been generally pooh-poohed and put down. "Mr. Centum never listens to a note if he can help it," said the banker's wife, and how could he know whether she had a nice voice or not? Which indeed was a powerful argument. But this evening there could be no mistake about it. The words were arrested on the very lips of the talkers. Mrs. Woodburn paused in the midst of doing Lucilla, and, as we have before said, Mr. Cavendish broke a flirtation clean off at its most interesting moment. It is impossible to record what they sang, for those events, as everybody is aware, happened a good many years ago, and the chances are that the present generation has altogether forgotten the duet which made so extraordinary an impression on the inhabitants of Grange Lane. The applause with which the performance was received reached the length of a perfect ovation. Barbara, for her part, who was not conscious of having ever been applauded before, flushed into splendid crimson, and shone out from under her straight eyebrows, intoxicated into absolute beauty. As for Miss Marjoribanks, she took it more calmly. Lucilla had the advantage of knowing what she could do, and accordingly she was not surprised when people found it remarkable. She consented, on urgent persuasion, to repeat the last verse of the duet, but when that was over was smilingly obdurate. "Almost everybody can sing," said Miss Marjoribanks, with a magnificent depreciation of her own gift. "Perhaps Miss Brown will sing us something. But as for me, you know, I'm the mistress of the house." She had to go away to attend to her guests, and she left Barbara, still crimson and splendid, triumphing over her limp dress and all her disadvantages by the piano. Fortunately, for that evening, Barbara's pride and her shyness prevented her from yielding to the repeated demands addressed to her by the admiring audience. She said to Mr. Cavendish, with a disloyalty which that gentleman thought piquant, that Miss Marjoribanks would not be pleased, and the future member for Carlingford thought he could not do better than obey the injunctions of the mistress of the feast by a little flirtation with the gifted unknown. To be sure, Barbara was not gifted in talk, and she was still defiant and contradictory, but then her eyes were blazing with excitement under her level eyebrows, and she was as willing to be flirted with as if she had known a great deal better. And then Mr. Cavendish had a weakness for a contralto. While this little by-play was going on, Lucilla was moving about, the centre of a perfect tumult of applause. No more complete success could be imagined than that of this first Thursday evening, which was remarkable in the records of Carlingford. And yet perhaps Miss Marjoribanks, like other conquerors, was destined to build her victory upon sacrifice. She did not feel any alarm at the present moment, but even if she had, that would have made no difference to Lucilla's proceedings. She was not the woman to shrink from a sacrifice when it was for the promotion of the great object of her life, and that, as everybody knew who knew Miss Marjoribanks, was to be a comfort to her dear papa. End of Chapter 10, recorded by Michelle Crandall, Fremont, California, May 2009. Chapter 11 of Miss Marjoribanks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Crandall. Miss Marjoribanks by Mrs. Oliphant. Chapter 11. "You have never told us who your unknown was," said Mr. Cavendish. "I suppose she is professional? Carlingford could not possibly possess two such voices in private life." "Oh, I don't know about two such voices," said Miss Marjoribanks. "Her voice suits mine, you know. It is always a great thing to find two voices that suit. I never would choose to have professional singers, for my part. You have to give yourself up to music when you do such a thing, and that is not my idea of society. I am very fond of music," said Lucilla, "excessively fond of it, but then everybody is not of my opinion, and one has to take so many things into consideration. For people who give one party in a year it does very well, but then I hate parties. The only pleasure in society is when one's friends come to see one without any ado." "In white frocks, hi," said Mrs. Woodburn, who could not help assuming Lucilla's manner for the moment, even while addressing herself. But as the possibility of such lèse-majesté did not even occur to Miss Marjoribanks, she accepted the observation in good faith. "Yes, I hate a grand toilette when it is only a meeting of friends," she said, "for the girls, you know. Of course you married ladies can always do what you like. You have your husbands to please," said Lucilla, and this was a little hard upon her satirist, for, to tell the truth, that was a particular of domestic duty to which Mrs. Woodburn did not much devote herself, according to the opinion of Grange Lane. "But about the contralto," said Mr. Cavendish, who had come to call on Miss Marjoribanks under his sister's wing, and desired above all things to keep the peace between the two ladies, as indeed is a man's duty under such circumstances. "You are always statesmanlike in your views, but I cannot understand why you let poor little Molly Brown carry on her chirping when you had such an astonishing force in reserve. She must have been covered with confusion, the poor little soul." "Nothing of the sort," said Mrs. Woodburn, pursuing her favourite occupation as usual. "She only said, 'Goodness me, how high Lucilla goes! Do you like that dreadfully high music?' and made little eyebrows." To be sure, the mimic made Miss Brown's eyebrows, and spoke in her voice, so that even Lucilla found it a little difficult to keep her gravity. But then Miss Marjoribanks was defended by her mission, and she felt in her heart that, representing public interest as she did, it was her duty to avoid all complicity in any attack upon an individual, and consequently, to a certain extent, it was her duty also to put Mrs. Woodburn down. "Molly Brown has a very nice little voice," said Lucilla, with most disheartening gravity. "I like to hear her sing, for my part. The only thing is that she wants cultivation a little. It doesn't matter much, you know, whether or not you have a voice to begin with. It is cultivation that is the thing," said Miss Marjoribanks deliberately. "I hope you really thought it was a pleasant evening. Of course everybody said so to me, but then one can never put any faith in that. I have said it myself ever so many times, when I am sure I did not mean it. For myself, I don't give any importance to the first evening. Anybody can do a thing once, you know. The second and the third, and so on, that is the real test. But I hope you thought it pleasant so far as it went." "It was a great deal more than pleasant," said Mr. Cavendish, "and as for your conception of social politics, it is masterly," the future MP added in a tone which struck Lucilla as very significant. Not that she cared particularly about Mr. Cavendish's meaning, but still, when a young man who intends to go into Parliament congratulates a young lady upon her statesmanlike views and her conception of politics, it must be confessed that it looks a little particular. And then, if that was what he meant, it was no doubt Lucilla's duty to make up her mind. "Oh, you know, I went through a course of political economy at Mount Pleasant," she said, with a laugh. "One of the Miss Blunts was dreadfully strong-minded. I wonder, for my part, that she did not make me literary, but fortunately I escaped that." "Heaven be praised," said Mr. Cavendish. "I think you ought to be Prime Minister. That contralto of yours is charming raw material. But if I were you, I would put her through an elementary course. She knows how to sing, but she does not know how to move. And as for talking, she seems to expect to be insulted. If you make a pretty behaved young lady out of that, you will beat Adam Smith." "Oh, I don't know much about Adam Smith," said Miss Marjoribanks. "I think Miss Martha thought him rather old-fashioned. As for poor Barbara, she is only a little shy, but that will soon wear off. I don't see what need she has to talk, or to move either, for that matter. I thought she did very well indeed for a girl who never goes into society. Was it not clever of me to find her out the very first day I was in Carlingford? It has always been so difficult to find a voice that went perfectly with mine." "For my part, I think it was a great deal more than clever," said Mr. Cavendish, for Mrs. Woodburn, finding herself unappreciated, was silent and making notes. "It was a stroke of genius. So her name is Barbara? I wonder if it would be indiscreet to ask where Mademoiselle Barbara comes from, or if she belongs to anybody or lives anywhere. My own impression is that you mean to keep her shut up in a box all the week through, and produce her only on the Thursday evenings. I have a weakness for a fine contralto. If she had been existing in an ordinary habitation like other people in Carlingford, I should have heard her, or heard of her. It is clear to me that you keep her shut up in a box." "Exactly," said Lucilla. "I don't mean to tell you anything about her. You may be sure, now I have found her out, I mean to keep her for myself. Her box is quite a pretty one, like what Gulliver had somewhere. It is just time for lunch, and you are both going to stay, I hope. And there is poor Mary Chiley and her husband coming through the garden. What a pity it is he is such a goose." "Yes, but you know she never would take her uncle's advice, my dear," said the incorrigible mimic, putting on Mrs. Chiley's face. "And being an orphan, what could anybody do? And then she does not get on with his family. By the way," Mrs. Woodburn said, falling into her natural tone, if indeed she could be said to have a natural tone, I wonder if anybody ever does get on with her husband's family. The question was one which was a little grave to herself at the moment, and this was the reason why she returned to her identity, for there was no telling how long the Woodburns, who had come for Christmas, meant to stay. I shall be quite interested to watch you, Lucilla, when it comes to be your turn, and see how you manage," she went on, with a keen look at Miss Marjoribanks. And Mr. Cavendish laughed. He too looked at her, and Lucilla felt herself in rather a delicate position. Not that she was agitated, as might have been the case had the future MP for Carlingford engaged her affections, as she herself would have said. Fortunately, these young affections were quite free as yet. But nevertheless, Miss Marjoribanks felt that the question was a serious one, as coming from the sister of a gentleman who was undeniably paying her attention. She did not in the least wish to alarm a leading member of a family into which it was possible she might enter, and then at the same time she intended to reserve fully all her individual rights. "I always make it a point never to shock anybody's prejudices," said Miss Marjoribanks. "I should do just the same with them as with other people. All you have to do is to show from the first that you mean to be good friends with everybody. But then I am so lucky, I can always get on with people," said Lucilla, rising to greet the two unfortunates who had come to Colonel Chiley's to spend a Merry Christmas, and who did not know what to do with themselves. And then they all went downstairs and lunched together very pleasantly. As for Mr. Cavendish, he was quite devoted, as poor Mary Chiley said, with a touch of envy. To be sure, her trousseau was still in its full glory, but yet life under the conditions of marriage was not nearly such fun as it had been when she was a young lady and had some one paying attention to her, and she rather grudged Lucilla that climax of existence, notwithstanding her own superior standing and dignity as a married lady. And Mrs. Woodburn, too, awoke from her study of the stupid young husband to remark upon her brother's behaviour. She had not seen the two together so often as Mrs. Chiley had done, and consequently this was the first time that the thought had occurred to her. She too had been born one of the Cavendishes, as it was common to say in Carlingford, with a certain imposing, yet vague, grandeur, and she was a little shocked, like any good sister, at the first idea. She watched Lucilla's movements and looks with a quite different kind of attention after this idea struck her, and made a rapid private calculation as to who Dr. Marjoribanks's connections were, and what he would be likely to give his daughter, so that it is evident that Lucilla did not deceive herself, but that Mr. Cavendish's attentions must have been marked indeed. This was the little cloud which arose, as we have said, no bigger than a man's hand, over Miss Marjoribanks's prosperous way. When the luncheon was over, and they had all gone, Lucilla took a few minutes to think it over before she went out. It was not that she was unduly flattered by Mr. Cavendish's attentions, as might have happened to an inexperienced young woman, for Lucilla, with her attractions and genius, had not reached the mature age of 19 without receiving the natural homage of mankind on several clearly defined occasions. But then the present case had various features peculiar to itself, which prevented Lucilla from crushing it in the bud, as she had meant to do with her cousin's ill-fated passion. She had to consider, in the first place, her mission in Carlingford, which was more important than anything else. But though Miss Marjoribanks had vowed herself to the reorganization of society in her native town, she had not by any means vowed that it was absolutely as Miss Marjoribanks that she was to accomplish that renovation. And then there was something in the very idea of being MP for Carlingford which moved the mind of Lucilla. It was a perfectly ideal position for a woman of her views, and seemed to offer the very field that was necessary for her ambition. This was the reason, of all others, which made her less careful to prevent Mr. Cavendish from saying the words than she had been with Tom. To be sure, it would be a trial to leave the drawing-room after it had just been furnished so entirely to her liking, not to say her complexion, but still it was a sacrifice which might be made. It was in this way that Miss Marjoribanks prepared herself for the possible modifications which circumstances might impose. She did not make any rash resolution to resist a change which, on the whole, might possibly be for the best, but prepared herself to take everything into consideration, and possibly to draw from it a superior good. In short, she looked upon the matter as a superior mind, trained in sound principles of political economy, might be expected to look upon the possible vicissitudes of fortune with an enlightened regard to the uses of all things, and to the comparative values on either side. Barbara Lake, as it happened, was out walking at the very moment when Miss Marjoribanks sat down to consider this question. She had gone to the School of Design to meet Rose, with an amiability very unusual in her. Rose had made such progress after leaving Mount Pleasant under her father's care, and by the help of that fine feeling for art which has been mentioned in the earlier part of this history, that the charge of the female pupils in the School of Design had been confided to her, with a tiny little salary, which served Mr. Lake as an excuse for keeping his favourite little daughter with him. Nothing could be supposed more unlike Barbara than her younger sister, who just came up to her shoulder, and was twice as serviceable and active and nice, according to the testimony of all the children. Barbara had led her father a hard life, poor man, the time that Rose was at Mount Pleasant. But now that his assistant had come back again, the poor drawing-master had recovered all his old spirits. She was just coming out of the School of Design with her portfolio under her arm when Barbara met her. There were not many pupils, it is true, but still there were enough to worry poor Rose, who was not an imposing personage, and who was daily wounded by the discovery that after all there are but a limited number of persons in this world, especially in the poorer classes of the community, and under the age of 16, who have a feeling for art. It was utterly inconceivable to the young teacher how her girls could be so clever as to find out each a different way of putting the sublime features of the Belvedere Apollo out of the drawing, and she was still revolving this difficult problem when her sister joined her. Barbara, for her part, was occupied with thoughts of a hero much more interesting than he of Olympus. She was flushed and eager, and looking very handsome under her shabby bonnet, and her anxiety to have a confidant was so great that she made a dart at Rose, and grasped her by the arm under which she was carrying her portfolio, to the great discomposure of the young artist. She asked with a little anxiety, "What is the matter? Is there anything wrong at home?" and made a rapid movement to get to the other side. "Oh, Rose," said Barbara, panting with haste and agitation, "only fancy, I have just seen him. I met him right in front of Masters's, and he was taking his hat off to me. I feel in such a way I can scarcely speak." "Met who?" said Rose, for she was imperfect in her grammar, like most people in a moment of emergency. And besides, she shared to some extent Miss Marjoribanks's reluctance to shock the prejudices of society, and was disturbed by the idea that somebody might pass and see Barbara in her present state of excitement, and perhaps attribute it to its true cause. "Oh, you stupid little thing," said Barbara, giving her a shake by her disengaged arm. "I tell you, him! The gentleman I met at Lucilla Marjoribanks's. He looked as if he was quite delighted to see me again, and I am sure he turned round to see where I was going. He couldn't speak to me, you know, the first time, though indeed I shouldn't be the least surprised if he had followed, at a distance, you know, only to see where I live," said Barbara, turning round and searching into the distance with her eager eyes. But there was nobody to be seen in the street, except some of Rose's pupils lingering along in the sunshine, and very probably exchanging similar confidences. Barbara turned back again with a touch of disappointment. "I am quite sure he will find out before long. And don't forget I said so," she added with a little nod of her head. "I don't see what it matters if he found out directly," said Rose. "Papa would not let anybody come to our house that he did not approve of, and then, you know, he will never have anything to say to people who are patronizing. I don't want to hear any more about your fine gentleman. If you were worried as I am, you would think much more of getting home than of anybody bowing to you in the street. One of the gentlemen from Marlborough House once took off his hat to me," said Rose with a certain solemnity. "Of course I was pleased, but then I knew it was my design he was thinking of, my Honiton flounce, you know. I suppose this other one must have thought you had a pretty voice." This time, however, it was an angry shake that Barbara gave to her sister. "I wish you would not be such a goose," she said. "Who cares about your Honiton flounce? He took off his hat because he admired me, I suppose. And then it was a great deal more than just taking off his hat. He gave me such a look. Papa has no sense, though I suppose you will blaze up when I say so. He ought to think of us a little. As for patronizing, I should soon change that, I can tell you. But then papa thinks of nothing but paying his bills and keeping out of debt, as he says, as if everybody was not in debt. And how do you suppose we are ever to get settled in life? It would be far more sensible to spend a little more, and go into society a little, and do us justice. Only think all that old doctor is doing for Lucilla. And there are 4 of us when the little ones grow up," said Barbara, in a tone of injury. "I should like to know what papa is thinking of. If mamma had not died when she did—" "It was not poor mamma's fault," said Rose. "I dare say she would have lived if she could, for all our sakes. But then you have always taken a false view of our position, Barbara. We are a family of artists," said the little mistress of the School of Design. She had pretty eyes, very dewy and clear, and they woke up under the excitement of this proud claim. "When papa is appreciated as he deserves, and when Willie has made a name," said Rose, with modest confidence, "things will be different. But the true strength of our position is that we are a family of artists. We are everybody's equal, and we are nobody's equal. We have a rank of our own. If you would only remember this, you would not grudge anything to Lucilla Marjoribanks. And then I am sure she has been very kind to you." "Oh, bother," said the unfeeling Barbara. "You do nothing but encourage papa with your nonsense. And I should like to know what right Lucilla Marjoribanks has to be kind to me. If I am not as good as she is, it is a very strange thing. I should never take the trouble to think about him if it was not that Lucilla believes he is paying her attention. That is the great fun. It would be delicious to take him from her, and make game of her and her kindness. Goodness, there he is again. I felt sure that he would try to find out the house." And Barbara crimsoned higher than ever, and held Rose fast by the arm, and called her attention by the most visible and indeed tangible signs to the elegant apparition, like any other underbred young woman. As for Rose, she was a little gentlewoman born, and had a horror unspeakable of her sister's bad manners. When Mr. Cavendish made a movement, as if to address Barbara, it was the pretty eyes of Rose lifted to his face with a look of straightforward surprise and inquiry which made him retire so hastily. He took off his hat again more respectfully than before, and pursued his walk along Grove Street, as if he had no ulterior intention in visiting that humble part of the town. As for Barbara, she held Rose faster than ever, and almost pinched her arm, to move her attention. "I knew he was trying to find out the house," she said, in an exultant whisper, "and Lucilla thinks he is paying her attention." For, to be sure, when Miss Marjoribanks took to being kind to Barbara, she conferred upon the contralto, at the same moment, a palpable injury and grievance, which was what the drawing-master's daughter had been looking for several years of her life. And naturally Lucilla, who was at this moment thinking it all over under the soft green shadows from her new hangings, was deprived of the light which might have been thrown on her reflections, had she seen what was going on in Grove Street. But the conditions of humanity are such that even a woman of genius cannot altogether overstep them, and Lucilla still continued to think that Mr. Cavendish was paying her attention, which, indeed, was also the general opinion in Grange Lane. End of chapter 11. Recorded by Michelle Crandall, Fremont, California, June 2009. Of Miss Marjoribanks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Crandall. Miss Marjoribanks by Mrs. Oliphant. Chapter 12. The second of her Thursday evenings found Miss Marjoribanks, though secure, perhaps more anxious than on the former occasion. The charm of the first novelty was gone, and Lucilla did not feel quite sure that her subjects had the good sense to recognize all the benefits which she was going to confer upon them. "It is the second time that counts," she said in confidence to Mrs. Chiley. "Last Thursday they wanted to see the drawing-room, and they wanted to know what sort of thing it was to be. Dear Mrs. Chiley, it is to-night that is the test," said Lucilla, giving a nervous pressure to her old friend's hand, at least a pressure that would have betokened the existence of nerves in any one else but Miss Marjoribanks, whose magnificent organization was beyond any suspicion of such weakness. But nevertheless Mrs. Chiley, who watched her with grandmotherly interest, was comforted to perceive that Lucilla, as on the former occasion, had strength of mind to eat her dinner. She wants a little support, poor dear," the old lady said in her heart, for she was a kinder critic than the younger matrons, who felt instinctively that Miss Marjoribanks was doing what they ought to have done. She took her favourite's arm in hers as they went upstairs, and gave Mr. Cavendish a kindly nod as he opened the door for them. "He will come and give you his assistance as soon as ever he can get away from the gentleman," said Mrs. Chiley in her consolatory tone. "But good gracious, Lucilla, what is the matter?" The cause of this exclamation was a universal hum and a rustle, as of many dresses and many voices, and, to tell the truth, when Miss Marjoribanks and her companion reached the top of the stairs, they found themselves lost in a laughing crowd, which had taken refuge on the landing. "There is no room, Lucilla. Lucilla, everybody in Carlingford is here. Do make a little room for us in the drawing-room," cried this overplus of society. If there was an enviable woman in Carlingford at that moment, it certainly was Miss Marjoribanks, standing on the top of her own stairs, scarcely able to penetrate through the throng of her guests. Her self-possession did not forsake her at this supreme moment. She grasped Mrs. Chiley once again with a little significant gesture, which pleased the old lady, for she could not but feel that she was Lucilla's only confidante in her brilliant but perilous undertaking. "They will not be able to get in when they come upstairs," said Miss Marjoribanks, and whether the faint inflection in her voice meant exultation or disappointment, her old friend could not make up her mind. But the scene changed when the rightful sovereign entered the gay but disorganized dominion where her subjects attended her. Before any one knew how it was done, Miss Marjoribanks had re-established order, and what was still more important, made room. She said, "You girls have no business to get into corners. The corners are for the people that can talk. It is one of my principles always to flirt in the middle of the company," said Lucilla, and again, as happened so often, ignorant people laughed and thought it a bon mot. But it is needless to inform the more intelligent persons who understand Miss Marjoribanks that it was by no means a bon mot, but expressed Lucilla's convictions with the utmost sincerity. Thus it happened that the second Thursday was more brilliant and infinitely more gratifying than the first had been. For one thing, she felt sure that it was not to see the new furniture, nor to criticise this new sort of entertainment, but with the sincerest intention of enjoying themselves, that all the people had come. And there are moments when the egotism of the public conveys the highest compliment that can be paid to the great minds which take in hand to rule and to amuse it. The only drawback was, that Barbara Lake did not show the same modesty and reticence as on the former occasion. Far from being sensibly silent, which she had been so prudent as to be on Miss Marjoribanks's first Thursday, she forgot herself so far as to occupy a great deal of Mr. Cavendish's valuable time, which he might have employed much more usefully. She not only sang by herself when he asked her, having brought some music with her unseen by Lucilla, but she kept sitting upon the stool before the piano ever so long afterwards, detaining him, and, as Miss Marjoribanks had very little doubt, making an exhibition of herself, for the fact was that Barbara, having received one good gift from nature, had been refused the other, and could not talk. When Lucilla, arrested in the midst of her many occupations, heard her protege's voice rising alone, she stopped quite short with an anxiety which it was touching to behold. It was not the jealousy of a rival cantatrice which inspired Miss Marjoribanks's countenance, but the far broader and grander anxiety of an accomplished statesman, who sees a rash and untrained hand meddling with his most delicate machinery. Lucilla ignored everything for the moment, her own voice, and Mr. Cavendish's attentions, and every merely secondary and personal emotion. All these details were swallowed up in the fear that Barbara would not acquit herself as it was necessary for the credit of the house that she should acquit herself, that she should not sing well enough, or that she should sing too much. Once more Miss Marjoribanks put her finger upon the pulse of the community, as she and they listened together. Fortunately, things went so far well that Barbara sang her very best, and kept up her prestige. But it was different in the second particular, for unluckily the contralto knew a great many songs, and showed no inclination to stop. Nothing remained for it but a bold coup, which Lucilla executed with all her natural coolness and talent. "My dear Barbara," she said, putting her hands on the singer's shoulders as she finished her strain, "that is enough for to night. Mr. Cavendish will take you down stairs and get you a cup of tea, for you know there is no room to night to serve it upstairs." Thus Miss Marjoribanks proved herself capable of preferring her great work to her personal sentiments, which is generally considered next to impossible for a woman. She did what perhaps nobody else in the room was capable of doing. She sent away the gentleman who was paying attention to her, in company with the girl who was paying attention to him. And at that moment, as was usual when she was excited, Barbara was splendid, with her crimson cheeks, and the eyes blazing out from under her level eyebrows. This Miss Marjoribanks did, not in ignorance, but with a perfect sense of what she was about. It was the only way of preventing her evening from losing its distinctive character. It was the lamp of sacrifice which Lucilla had now to employ, and she proved herself capable of the exertion. But it would be hopeless to attempt to describe the indignation of old Mrs. Chiley, or the unmitigated amazement of the company in general, which was conscious at the same time that Mr. Cavendish was paying attention to Miss Marjoribanks, and that he had been flirting in an inexcusable manner with Miss Lake. "My dear, I would have nothing to do with that bold girl," Mrs. Chiley said in Lucilla's ear. "I will go down and look after them if you like. A girl like that always leads the gentlemen astray, you know. I never liked the looks of her. Let me go downstairs and look after them, my dear. I am sure I want a cup of tea." "You shall have a cup of tea, dear Mrs. Chiley," said Miss Marjoribanks. "Some of them will bring you one. But I can't let you take any trouble about Barbara. She had to be stopped, you know, or she would have turned us into a musical party. And as for Mr. Cavendish, he is the best assistant I have. There are so few men in Carlingford who can flirt," said Lucilla regretfully. Her eyes fell, as she spoke, upon young Osmond Brown, who was actually at that moment talking to Mr. Bury's curate, with a disregard of his social duties painful to contemplate. Poor Osmond started when he met Miss Marjoribanks's reproachful eye. "But then I don't know how," said the disconcerted youth, and he blushed, poor boy, being only 18, and not much more than a schoolboy. As for Lucilla, who had no intention of putting up with that sort of thing, she sent off the curate summarily for Mrs. Chiley's cup of tea. "I did not mean you, my dear Ozzy," she said, in her motherly tone. "When you are a little older we shall see what you can do. But you are not at all disagreeable for a boy," she added encouragingly, and took Osmond's arm as she made her progress down the room, with an indulgence worthy of her maturer years; and even Mrs. Centum and Mrs. Woodburn, and the Miss Browns, who were, in a manner, Lucilla's natural rivals, could not but be impressed with this evidence of her powers. They were like the Tuscan chivalry in the ballad, who could scarce forbear a cheer at the sight of their opponent's prowess. Perhaps nothing that she could have done would have so clearly demonstrated the superiority of her genius to her female audience as that bold step of stopping the music, which began to be too much, by sending off the singer downstairs under charge of Mr. Cavendish. To be sure, the men did not even find out what it was that awoke the ladies' attention; but then, in delicate matters of social politics, one never expects to be understood by them. Barbara Lake, as was to be expected, took a very long time over her cup of tea, and even when she returned upstairs, she made another pause on the landing, which was still kept possession of by a lively stream of young people coming and going. Barbara had very little experience, and she was weak enough to believe that Mr. Cavendish lingered there to have a little more of her society all to himself. But to tell the truth, his sentiments were of a very different description. For by this time it must be owned that Barbara's admirer began to feel a little ashamed of himself. He could not but be conscious of Lucilla's magnanimity, and at the same time he was very well aware that his return with his present companion would be watched and noted, and made the subject of comment a great deal more amusing than agreeable. When he did take Barbara in at last, it was with a discomfited air which tickled the spectators beyond measure, and, as his evil luck would have it, notwithstanding the long pause he had made on the landing to watch his opportunity of entering unobserved, Miss Marjoribanks was the first to encounter the returning couple. They met full in the face, a few paces from the door, exactly as Miss Chiley said, as if it had been Mr. and Mrs. Cavendish on their wedding visit, and the lady of the house had gone to meet them. As for the unfortunate gentleman, he could not have looked more utterly disconcerted and guilty if he had been convicted of putting the spoons in his pocket, or of having designs upon the silver tea service. He found a seat for his companion with all the haste possible, and instead of lingering by her side, as she had anticipated, made off on the instant, and hid himself like a criminal in the dark depths of a group of men who were talking together near the door. These were men who were hopeless, and good for nothing but to talk to each other, and whom Miss Marjoribanks tolerated in her drawing-room, partly because their wives, with an excusable weakness, insisted on bringing them, and partly because they made a foil to the brighter part of the company, and served as a butt when anybody wanted to be witty. As for Lucilla, she made no effort to recall the truant from the ranks of the incurables. It was the only vengeance she took upon his desertion. When he came to take leave of her, she was standing with her hand in that of Mrs. Chiley, who was also going away. "I confess I was a little nervous this evening," Miss Marjoribanks was saying. "You know it is always the second that is the test. But I think on the whole it has gone off very well. Mr. Cavendish, you promised to tell me the truth, for you know I have great confidence in your judgment. Tell me sincerely, do you think it has been a pleasant evening?" Lucilla said, with a beautiful earnestness, looking him in the face. The guilty individual to whom this question was addressed felt disposed to sink into the earth, if the earth, in the shape of Mr. Holden's beautiful new carpet, would but have opened to receive him. But, after all, that was perhaps not a thing to be desired under the circumstances. Mr. Cavendish, however, was a man of resources, and not disposed to give up the contest without striking a blow in his own defence. "Not so pleasant as last Thursday," he said. "I am not fit to be a lady's adviser, for I am too sincere. But I incline to think it is the third that is the test," said the future MP, and Lucilla made him, as Mrs. Chiley remarked, the most beautiful curtsy. But then nothing could be more delightful than the manner in which that dear girl behaved through the whole affair. "If everybody would only help me as you do," said Miss Marjoribanks. "Good night. I am so sorry you have not enjoyed yourself. But then it is such a consolation to meet with people that are sincere. And I think, on the whole, it has gone off very well for the second," said Lucilla, "though I say it that should not say it." The fact was, it had gone off so well that the house could hardly be cleared of the amiable and satisfied guests. A series of the most enthusiastic compliments were paid to Lucilla as she stood in state in the middle of the room, and bade everybody good-bye. "Next Thursday," she said, with the benevolent grace of an acknowledged sovereign. And when they were all gone, Miss Marjoribanks's reflections, as she stood alone in the centre of her domains, were of a nature very different from the usual reflections which the giver of a feast is supposed to make when all is over. But then, as everybody is aware, it was not a selfish desire for personal pleasure, nor any scheme of worldly ambition which moved the mind of Lucilla. With such motives it is only natural that the conclusion, all is vanity, should occur to the weary entertainer in the midst of his withered flowers and extinguished lights. Such ideas had nothing in common with the enlightened conceptions of Miss Marjoribanks. Perhaps it would be false to say that she had suffered in the course of this second Thursday, or that a superior intelligence like Lucilla's could permit itself to feel any jealousy of Barbara Lake, but it would be vain to deny that she had been surprised. And any one who knows Miss Marjoribanks will acknowledge that a great deal was implied in that confession. But then she had triumphed over the weakness, and triumphantly proved that her estimate of the importance of her work went far beyond the influence of mere personal feeling. In these circumstances Lucilla could contemplate her withered flowers with perfect calmness, without any thought that all was vanity. But then the fact was, Miss Marjoribanks was accomplishing a great public duty, and, at the same time, had the unspeakable consolation of knowing that she had proved herself a comfort to her dear papa. To be sure, the Doctor, after looking on for a little with a half-amused consciousness that his own assistance was totally unnecessary, had gradually veered into a corner, and, from thence, had finally managed to escape downstairs to his beloved library. But then the sense of security and tranquillity with which he established himself at the fire, undisturbed by the gay storm that raged outside, gave certain charm to his retirement. He rubbed his hands and listened, as a man listens to the wind howling out of doors, when he is in shelter and comfort. So that, after all, Lucilla's sensation of having accomplished her filial duties in the most effective manner was to a certain extent justified, while at the same time it is quite certain that nobody missed Dr. Marjoribanks from the pleasant assembly upstairs. End of chapter 12. Recorded by Michelle Crandall, Fremont, California, July 2009. Of Miss Marjoribanks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Crandall. Miss Marjoribanks by Mrs. Oliphant. Chapter 13. It was thus that the reign of Miss Marjoribanks became gradually established and confirmed in Carlingford. It would be unnecessary to enter into detail, or to redouble instances of that singular genius which made itself so fully felt to the farthest limits of society, and which even indeed extended those limits miraculously beyond the magic circle of Grange Lane. Lucilla's powers beguiled not only the Powells and Sir John Richmond's family, who were, as everybody knows, fully entitled to be called county people, and came only on the Thursdays when there was moonlight to light them home, which was not so much to be wondered at, since county society in these parts was unusually heavy at that period. But even, what was more extraordinary, Miss Marjoribanks made a lodgment in the enemy's country on the other side, and made a capture, of all people in the world, of John Brown, who lived in his father's big old house at the town end of George Street, and had always laughed in his cynical way at the pretensions of Grange Lane. But then Lucilla had, as all the ladies admitted, an influence over the gentlemen, of which, as was natural, they were slightly contemptuous, even if perhaps envious, to some extent, of the gift. For to be sure, everybody knows that it requires so little to satisfy the gentleman, if a woman will only give her mind to it. As for Miss Marjoribanks herself, she confessed frankly that she did her best to please them. For you know, after all, in Carlingford, one is obliged to take them into consideration, she said with a natural apology. So many of you poor dear people have to go where they like, and see the people they want you to see, Miss Marjoribanks added, fluttering her maiden plumes with a certain disdainful pity in the very eyes of Mrs. Centum and Mrs. Woodburn, who were well aware, both of them, at the bottom of their hearts, that but for Dr. Marjoribanks's dinners, their selfish mates would find infinite objections to the Thursday evening, which was now an institution in Carlingford. And Lucilla knew it just as well as they did, which gave a certain sense of condescension and superiority to her frankness. "I never pretend I don't try to please them," Miss Marjoribanks said, and the matrons found themselves worsted as usual. For, to be sure, it was not for them, but for the good of the community in general, that Lucilla exerted herself so successfully. Nothing indeed could have proved more completely the disinterested character of Miss Marjoribanks's proceedings than her behaviour in respect to Mr. Cavendish, which filled everybody with admiration. After the bold and decisive action taken by Lucilla on the first occasion, when the flirtation between him and Barbara Lake became apparent, the misguided young man returned to a better frame of mind, perhaps out of admiration for her magnanimity, perhaps attracted by her indifference, as is the known and ascertained weakness of the gentleman. And perhaps also Mr. Cavendish was ashamed of himself, as, in Mrs. Chiley's opinion at least, he had so much reason to be. Anyhow, whatever the cause, he behaved himself with the profoundest decorum for several Thursdays in succession, and treated the contralto with such overwhelming politeness as reduced poor Barbara out of her momentary exultation into the depths of humiliation and despair. Mr. Cavendish was Lucilla's right hand for that short but virtuous period, and fully justified Miss Marjoribanks's opinion, which was founded at once upon reflection and experience, that to have a man who can flirt is next thing to indispensable to a leader of society. That is to say, if he is under efficient discipline, and capable of carrying out a grand conception. Everything went on delightfully so long as this interval lasted, and Lucilla herself did not disdain to recompense her faithful assistant by bestowing upon him various little privileges, such as naturally appertained to a subject whose place is on the steps of the throne. She took him into her confidence, and made him to a certain extent a party to her large and philanthropic projects, and, even now and then, accepted a suggestion from him with that true candour and modesty which so often accompany administrative genius. While this continued, kind old Mrs. Chiley kept caressing them both in her old womanly way. She even went so far as to call Mr. Cavendish "my dear," as if he had been a grandson of her own, and took her afternoon drive in her little brougham past his house with a genial sense of prospective property through Lucilla, which was wonderfully pleasant. To be sure, there was not very much known in Carlingford about his connections, but then everybody was aware that he was one of the Cavendishes, and the people who are not content with that must be hard indeed to please. As for Mrs. Woodburn, she, it was true, continued to take off Miss Marjoribanks, but then, as Mrs. Chiley justly remarked, she was a woman who would take off the Archbishop of Canterbury, or the Virgin Mary, if she had the opportunity, and there was no fear but Lucilla, if once married, would soon bring her to her senses. And then Mr. Chiltern grew more and more feeble, and was scarcely once in a fortnight in his place in Parliament, which was a sacrifice of the interests of the borough dreadful to contemplate. And thus it was in the interest of Lucilla, notwithstanding that ladies are not eligible for election under such circumstances, that Mrs. Chiley carried on a quiet little canvass for the future MP. All this lasted, alas, only too short a time. After a while, the level eyebrows and flashing eyes and magnificent contralto of Barbara Lake began to reassert their ancient power. Whatever may be the predisposition of the Cavendishes in general, this particular member of the race was unable to resist these influences. Barbara had managed to persuade Rose, to persuade her father, that it was necessary for her to have a new dress, and Mr. Lake was more persuadable than usual, being naturally pleased to be complimented when he went to give his lessons on his daughter's beautiful voice. "Her talent has taken another development from ours," he said, with his little air of dignity, "but still she has the artist's temperament. All my children have been brought up to love the beautiful," and this argument had, of course, all the more effect upon him when repeated by his favourite daughter. "And when Barbara has such a noble head," said Rose, "when nobody is looking at her, she always makes a fine composition. To be sure, when she is observed she gets awkward, and puts herself out of drawing, but that is not to be wondered at. I don't want her to be fine, or to imitate the Grange Lane people. But then you know, papa, you always say that we have a rank of our own, being a family of artists," said Rose, holding up her little head with a pretty arrogance, which delighted the father both in a paternal and a professional point of view. If one could only have made a study of her at that moment, he said to himself regretfully, and he consented to Barbara's dress. As for the contralto, whose sentiments were very far different from those of her father and sister, she watched over the making of the robe thus procured with a certain jealous care, which nobody unacquainted with the habits of a family of artists could understand. Barbara's talent was not sufficiently developed to permit of her making the dress herself, but she knew already by sad experience that Rose's views of what was picturesque in costume were peculiar and not always successful. And then it was only a new dress to Rose, whereas to Barbara it was a supreme effort of passion and ambition and jealousy and wounded amour propre. Mr. Cavendish had paid a great deal of attention to her, and she had naturally entertained dreams of the wildest and most magnificent character, of riding in her carriage, as she would herself have said, and dressing as nobody else dressed in Carlingford, and becoming the great lady of the town, and eclipsing utterly Lucilla Marjoribanks, who had been so impertinent as to patronize her. Such had been Barbara's delicious dreams for a whole fortnight, and then Mr. Cavendish, who had taken her up, put her down again, and went away from her side, and delivered himself over heart and soul to the service of Lucilla. Barbara had no intellect to speak of, but she had what she called a heart, that is to say, a vital centre, formed by passions, all of which were set in motion by that intense force of self-regard which belongs to some of the lower organizations. Thus she arrayed herself, not in simple muslin, but in all the power of fascination which a strong will and fixed purpose can add to beauty. And in her excitement, and with the sense she had that this was her opportunity, and that advancement and grandeur depended upon the result of her night's work, her level eyebrows and flushing cheeks and black intense eyes rose almost into positive beauty. There was nobody in the room to compare with her when she stood up to sing that memorable evening. The Miss Browns, for example, were very pretty, especially Lydia, who was afterwards married to young Richmond, Sir John's eldest son, and they were much nicer girls, and far more engaging than Barbara Lake, who was not even a lady, Mrs. Chiley said. But then, her determination, though it was a poor enough thing in itself, gave a certain glow and passion to her coarser beauty, which it would have been very difficult to explain. When she stood up to sing, the whole room was struck with her appearance. She had her new dress on, and though it was only white muslin like other people's, it gave her the air of a priestess inspired by some approaching crisis, and sweeping forward upon the victim who was ready to be sacrificed. And yet the victim that night was far from being ready for the sacrifice. On the contrary, he had been thinking it all over, and had concluded that prudence and every other reasonable sentiment pronounced on the other side, and that in many ways it would be a very good thing for him if he could persuade Miss Marjoribanks to preside over and share his fortunes. He had made up his mind to this with all the more certainty that he was a man habitually prone to run off after everything that attracted him in direct opposition to prudence, an inclination which he shared with his sister, who, as everybody knew, had ruined poor Mr. Woodburn's fortunes by taking off before his very face the only rich uncle in the Woodburn family. Mr. Cavendish, with this wise resolution in his mind, stood up in the very path of the contralto as she followed Miss Marjoribanks to the piano, and, confident in his determination, even allowed himself to meet her eye, which was rash, to say the least of it. Barbara flashed upon him as she passed a blaze of intense oblique lightning from under her level brows, or perhaps it was only that straight black line which made it look oblique, and then went on to her place. The result was such as might have been anticipated from the character of the man, and indeed from that hour the history of his perversion could be clearly traced by the interested spectators. Barbara was in richer voice than ever before, and all but obliterated even Lucilla, though she too was singing her best, and thus poor Mr. Cavendish again fell into the snare. That very night the flirtation, which had already created so much talk, was resumed with more energy than ever, and Barbara took Miss Marjoribanks's place at the piano, and sang song after song in a kind of intoxication of triumph. This, to be sure, was visible only to a small portion of the guests who crowded Lucilla's drawing-room, but the result was soon so visible that all Carlingford became aware of it. To be sure, the hero wavered so much that the excitement was kept up for many weeks, but still, from the first, nobody could have any reasonable doubt as to how it was to end. And it was while this process of seduction was going on that the character of Miss Marjoribanks revealed itself in all its native grandeur. Lucilla had various kind friends round her to advise her, and especially old Mrs. Chiley, whose indignation went beyond all bounds. "My dear, I would never let her enter my door again, never!" cried the old lady. "I told you long ago I never could bear her looks. You know I warned you, Lucilla. As for her singing, what does it matter? You have a much prettier voice than she has. Everybody knows that a soprano is perfect by itself, but a contralto is only a second," Mrs. Chiley said, with mingled wrath and satisfaction. "And, my dear, I should never let her enter my house again, if it was me." "Dear Mrs. Chiley," said Lucilla, who was now, as usual, equal to the occasion, "it is so nice of you to be vexed. You know I would do anything to please you. But, after all, there are thousands and thousands of gentlemen, and it is not so easy to find a voice that goes with mine. All my masters always said it was a quite peculiar second that I wanted, and suppose Barbara is foolish. That is not to say I should forget my duties," Miss Marjoribanks added with a certain solemnity, "and then you know she has no mother to keep her right." "And neither have you, my poor dear," said Mrs. Chiley, kissing her protégée. As for Lucilla, she accepted the kiss, but repressed the enthusiasm of partisanship with which her cause was being maintained. "I have you," she said, with artless gratitude. "And then I am different," added Lucilla. Nothing but modesty of the most delicate description could have expressed the fact with such a fine reticence. No doubt Miss Marjoribanks was different, and she proved her superiority, if anybody could have doubted it, by the most beautiful behaviour. She took no more notice of the unprincipled flirtation thus set a-going under her very eyes than if Mr. Cavendish and Barbara Lake had been two figures in gingerbread. So far as anybody knew, not even a flying female shaft from Lucilla's bow, one of those dainty projectiles which the best of women cast forth by times, had ever been directed against the ungrateful young person who had made so unprincipled a use of her admittance into Grange Lane, and the faithless gallant had not even the gratification of feeling that Lucilla was cool to him. Whether this singular self-denial cost Miss Marjoribanks any acute sufferings, to be sure, nobody could tell, but Mrs. Chiley still marked with satisfaction that Lucilla, poor dear, was able to eat her dinner, of which she had so much need to support her strength, and after she had eaten her dinner, Miss Marjoribanks would go upstairs and show herself just as usual. She was in perfect voice, and neither lost her colour nor grew thin, nor showed any of those external signs of a disappointment in love with which most people are familiar. "It might have been different, you know, if my affections had been engaged," she said to her sole and sympathizing counsellor, and Mrs. Chiley, who had had a great deal of experience in girls, became more and more of opinion that such sense was all but superhuman. Meantime, the tide of public opinion ran very high in Carlingford against Mr. Cavendish, who had been so popular a little while before. If it had been one of the Miss Browns, or a niece of the Colonel's, or indeed anybody in Grange Lane, people might have passed over it. But one of Mr. Lake, the drawing-master's daughters? The only person indifferent was Mrs. Woodburn, who ought to have known better. But then she was thoughtless, like her brother, and thought it all the better on the whole that he should transfer those attentions which he had been paying to Miss Marjoribanks, and which in that quarter must have come to something, to a little harmless amusement with Barbara, who after all was very handsome, and had by times a little air of obdurate stupidity which captivated the mimic. As for anything coming of that, Mrs. Woodburn rejected the idea with a simplicity which was perfectly consistent with her insight into other people's weaknesses. She could put on Barbara's stolid, defiant look, and even make her eyebrows square, and give something of an oblique gleam to her eyes, with the most perfect skill and mastery of the character, and at the same time be just as stolid as Barbara in respect to what was going on at her very hand, and to the consequences which must follow. She did not want her brother to marry Miss Marjoribanks, and yet she could not have said a word against so unexceptionable a match, and accordingly it was quite a satisfaction to her to see him turned aside in so perfectly legitimate a manner. She added to her repertory a sketch of Barbara, at the moment when, yielding to Mr. Cavendish's entreaties, she seated herself at the piano for just one song, and being perfectly successful in the representation, Mrs. Woodburn took no further care about the matter. To be sure, the hero was sufficiently experienced in such matters to know how to get out of it when it should be the proper time. Thus the affair progressed, which was to have far more serious consequences than those thoughtless persons dreamed of. Barbara ascended again to the heights of exaltation and enchantment. Perhaps she was even a little in love, for after all she was young, and grateful to the man who thus distinguished her from the world. Yet on the whole it is to be feared that his house and his position in society, and the prospect of unlimited millinery, were more to her than Mr. Cavendish. All these details were not perhaps contemplated by himself, as he devoted himself to the handsome contralto. He had not begun to dream, as Barbara had done for a long time, of the wedding breakfast and the orange blossoms, or even of furnishing a new drawing-room handsomer than Miss Marjoribanks's, and giving parties which should be real parties and not mere Thursdays. None of these imaginations occupied Mr. Cavendish as he followed Barbara's glowing cheeks and flashing eyes to his undoing. But then, if he did not mean it, she meant it, and after all, there are occasions in which the woman's determination is the more important of the two. So that, taking everything into consideration, there can be no doubt that it was very fortunate that Lucilla's affections were not engaged. She behaved as nobody else in Carlingford was capable of behaving, and very few people anywhere, according to Mrs. Chiley's admiring belief. It was not for a vulgar antagonist like Barbara Lake to touch Lucilla. The way in which she asked her to lunch and went on practicing duets with her was angelical. It brought the tears to Mrs. Chiley's eyes. And as for the domestic traitor whom Miss Marjoribanks thus contrived to warm in her magnanimous bosom, she was sometimes so full of spite and disappointment that she could neither eat her lunch nor go on with her singing. For, to be sure, the dearest climax of her triumph was wanting so long as Lucilla took no notice, and so far from taking any notice, Miss Marjoribanks was sweeter and more friendly than usual in her serene unconsciousness. "I am so afraid you have caught cold," Lucilla would say. "If you don't feel clear in your lower notes, we can pass over this passage, you know, for to-day. You must see papa before you go away, and he will order you something. But, my dear Barbara, you must take care." And then Barbara could have eaten her fingers instead of the gloves which she kept biting in her vexation. For, to tell the truth, if Miss Marjoribanks was not jealous, the victory was but half a victory after all. End of chapter 13. Recorded by Michelle Crandall, Fremont, California, July 2009. Chapter 14 of Miss Marjoribanks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Crandall. Miss Marjoribanks by Mrs. Oliphant. Chapter 14. It was thus that Miss Marjoribanks went through all the preliminary stages, and succeeded finally in making a triumph out of what would certainly have been a defeat, and a humbling defeat, for anybody else. She was much too sensible to deceive herself on the subject, or not to be aware that to have a gentleman who was paying attention to her withdrawn from her side in this open manner, in the sight of all the world, was as trying an accident as can happen to a woman. Fortunately, as Lucilla said, her affections were not engaged. But then, apart from the affections, there are other sentiments which demand consideration. Everybody in Carlingford, that is to say, everybody who was anybody, knew that Mr. Cavendish had been paying her a great deal of attention, and the situation was one which required the most delicate skill to get through it successfully. Besides, Miss Marjoribanks's circumstances were all the more difficult, since up to this moment she had been perfectly sincere and natural in all her proceedings. Policy had been constantly inspired and backed by nature in the measures Lucilla had taken for the organization and welfare of her kingdom, and even what people took for the cleverest calculation was in reality a succession of happy instincts, by means of which, with the sovereignty of true genius, Miss Marjoribanks managed to please everybody by having her own way. A little victory is almost necessary to begin with, and it is a poor nature that does not expand under the stimulus of victory. But now the young reformer had come to the second stage, for, to be sure, that sort of thing cannot last for ever, and this Lucilla, with the natural prevision of a ruling mind, had foreseen from the beginning. The shape in which she had feared defeat, if a nature so full of resources could ever be said to fear, was in that of a breakdown, when all the world was looking to her for amusement, or the sudden appearance of a rival entertainer in Carlingford with superior powers. Though the last was but a dim and improbable danger, the first was quite possible, and might have arrived at any moment. Miss Marjoribanks was much too sensible not to have foreseen this danger in all its shapes, and even, in a kind of way, to have provided against it. But Providence, which had always taken care of her, as Lucilla piously concluded, had spared her the trial in that form. Up to this moment, it had always providentially happened that all the principal people in Carlingford were quite well and disengaged on the Thursdays. To be sure, the ladies had headaches, and the married gentlemen now and then were out of temper in Grange Lane, as in other less favoured places. But these social accidents had been mercifully averted on Thursdays, perhaps by means of some special celestial agency, perhaps only through that good luck which had been born with Lucilla. Not in this vulgar and likely manner was the trial of her strength to come. When she was at the height of her success, and full in the eye of the world, and knew that everybody was remarking her, and that from the sauces for which the doctor's table was once so famed, but which even Colonel Chiley no longer thought of identifying as Dr. Marjoribanks's, to the fashion of the high white frock in which Lucilla had taught the young ladies of Carlingford to appear of an evening, she was being imitated on every hand. At that moment, when an ordinary person would have had her head turned, and gone wild with too much success, Miss Marjoribanks suddenly saw her dragon approaching her. Just then, when she could not put on a new ribbon, or do her hair in a different style, without all Carlingford knowing of it, at that epoch of intoxication and triumph, the danger came, sudden, appalling, and unlooked for. If Lucilla was staggered by the encounter, she never showed it, but met the difficulty like a woman of metal, and scorned to flinch. It had come to be summer weather when the final evening arrived, upon which Mr. Cavendish forgot himself altogether, and went over to the insidious enemy, whom Miss Marjoribanks had been nourishing in her bosom. 50 eyes were upon Lucilla, watching her conduct at that critical moment. 50 ears were on the strain to divine her sentiments in her voice, and to catch some intonation at least which should betray her consciousness of what was going on. But if Miss Marjoribanks's biographer has fitly discharged his duty, the readers of this history will have no difficulty in divining that the curiosity of the spectators got no satisfaction from Lucilla. Many people even supposed she had not remarked anything, her composure was so perfect. No growing red or growing pale, no harsh notes in her voice, nor evidence of distracted attention, betrayed that her mind was elsewhere while she was attending to her guests. And yet, to be sure, she saw, just as other people did, that Barbara, all flushed and crimson, with her eyes blazing under their sullen brows, stood in a glow of triumph at the open window, with Mr. Cavendish in devoted attendance, a captive at her chariot wheels. Matters had been progressing to this point for some time, but yet the two culprits had never before showed themselves so lost to all sense of propriety. Instead of fainting, or getting pale, or showing any other symptoms of violent despite, Lucilla went upon her airy way, indirectly approaching this point of interest. When she came up to that group, which Mrs. Chiley kept regarding as if her kind old countenance, garlanded in her prettiest cap, was a Medusa head, Miss Marjoribanks made a pause, and all Carlingford drew a long breath, and felt its heart stand still to observe the conflict. But then the conflict was an utterly unequal one, and few people could have any doubt of the result. "Barbara," said Lucilla, "do put your shawl on when you go to the window. You will lose your voice, and then what shall we all do? Mr. Cavendish, please to take her away from the window, take her out of the draught. I wonder what you can be thinking of to let her stand there. I should like to know what you would all say if she were to lose her voice." And when she had said this, Lucilla plunged once more into the vortex of her guests. If she was affronted, or if she was wounded, nobody found it out, and when Mrs. Chiley offered the tribute of her indignation and sympathy, it has already been recorded how her young friend responded to her. "Fortunately, my affections never were engaged," Lucilla said, and no doubt that was a great advantage. But then, as we have said, there are other things besides affections to be taken into account, when the woman who you have been kind to snaps up the man who has been paying attention to you, not only before your eyes, but before the eyes of all the world. The result of her masterly conduct on this occasion was that her defeat became, as we have said, a triumph for Miss Marjoribanks. To be sure, it is to be hoped that, in the sweets of their mutual regard, the two criminals found compensation for the disapproval of the spectators, but nothing could be more marked than the way in which Carlingford turned its cold shoulder on its early favourite. "I never imagined Cavendish was such a fool," Mr. Centum said, who was a man of few words. "If he likes that style of philandering, it is nothing to me, but he need not make an idiot of himself." As for Mr. Woodburn, he, as was natural, inflicted vicarious punishment upon his wife. "It must be all your fault," he growled, when he was taking her home, and had her at his mercy with that logic peculiar to a married man. "You ought to tell him he's making an ass of himself. Why the deuce do you let him go on with that tomfoolery? He'll lose all his chances in life, and then I hope you'll be satisfied. You women can never see an inch before your own noses," cried the uncivil husband, which, it must be confessed, was rather hard upon poor Mrs. Woodburn, who had nothing to do with it, and had indeed calculated upon perfecting her sketch of Barbara in the quietness of the walk home. for, as everybody lived in Grange Lane, carriages were not necessary for Miss Marjoribanks's guests. They flitted out and in the moonlight, with pretty scarves thrown over their heads, and laced handkerchiefs tied under their chins, and made Grange Lane, between the two straight lines of garden wall, like a scene in a masquerade on the Thursday evenings. And while Mr. Cavendish was thus suffering by deputy the contempt of his former admirers, Lucilla, by herself in the abandoned drawing-room, was thinking over the evening with a severe, but on the whole satisfactory, self-examination. After the first shock, which she had encountered with so much courage, Miss Marjoribanks was rather grateful than otherwise to Providence, which had brought the necessary trial upon her in this form. If it had been a breakdown and humiliating failure instead, how different would her sensations have been, and Lucilla was quite conscious that such a thing might have occurred. It might have occurred to her, as it had done to so many people, to see Thursday come round with a failure of all that made Thursday agreeable. Lady Richmond might have had her influenza that day, and little Henry Centum his sudden attack, which had kept his mother in conversation ever since, and Mrs. Woodburn one of her bad headaches. And, as for the Miss Browns, there was nothing in the world but Lucilla's habitual good fortune which prevented them from having blacked their fingers with their photography to such an extent as to make them perfectly unpresentable. Or, to turn to another chapter of accidents, the last duet which Barbara had insisted upon singing without proper practice might have broken down utterly. None of these things had happened, and Lucilla drew a long breath of gratitude as she thought how fortunate she had been in all these particulars. To be sure, it was necessary to have a trial of one kind or other, and the modest but intense gratification of having stood the test diffused itself like a balm through her bosom. No doubt she would have felt, like most people, a certain pleasure in snubbing Barbara, but then there is, on the other hand, a sweetness in sacrificing such impulses to the sacred sense of duty and the high aims of genius, which is still more attractive to a well-regulated mind. Miss Marjoribanks herself put out the candles, and went to her own room with that feeling of having acquitted herself satisfactorily, which many people think is the highest gratification of which the mind is capable. After all, it was by no means certain that Mr. Cavendish would be MP for Carlingford. Mr. Chilton might live for 20 years, or he even might get better, which was more unlikely, or, supposing him to be comfortably disposed of, nobody could say with any certainty that some man unknown at present in Carlingford might not start up all of a sudden and gain the most sweet voices of the shopkeepers, who were, to be sure, the majority of the community, and quite outnumbered Grange Lane. It was thus that Lucilla consoled herself as she went to her maiden retirement, and it will be seen that in all this she made very small account of Barbara, who was at that moment hoping that Miss Marjoribanks hated her, and making fancy pictures of her rival's despair. But then there could not be a moment's doubt that Barbara Lake was a foeman quite unworthy of Lucilla's steel. While all this was going on, Dr. Marjoribanks remained an amused spectator, and chuckled a little quietly, without saying anything to anybody over the turn affairs had taken. The Doctor knew all about everybody in Carlingford, and he had never been an enthusiast in favour of Mrs. Woodburn's brother, notwithstanding that the young man had been received so warmly into society as one of the Cavendishes. Perhaps Dr. Marjoribanks, being Scotch, and having a turn for genealogy, found the description a little vague, but, at all events, there can be no doubt that he laughed to himself as he retired from the scene of his daughter's trial. Perhaps the Doctor thought, in a professional point of view, that a little discipline of this description would be useful to Lucilla. Perhaps he thought it would be good for her to find out that, though she had managed to slip the reins out of his hands, and get the control of affairs with a skill which amused the Doctor, and made him a little proud of her abilities, even though he was himself the victim, she could not go on always unchecked in her triumphant career, but must endure, like other people, an occasional defeat. No doubt, had Lucilla been really worsted, paternal feeling would have interposed, and Dr. Marjoribanks would, to some extent, have suffered in her suffering. But then the case was different, and nobody required, as it turned out, to suffer for Lucilla. The Doctor was pleased she had shown so much spirit, and pleased also to see how entirely she had discomfited her antagonists, and turned the tables upon the young puppy in whom he had no confidence. And withal, Dr. Marjoribanks chuckled, a little in his secret heart, over the event itself, and concluded it would do Lucilla good. She had vanquished Nancy, and by a skilful jerk taken the reins out of his own experienced hands. It is true that notwithstanding all this, the Doctor was conscious that he had been on the whole very wisely governed since his abdication, but yet he was not sorry that the young conqueror should feel herself human, so that nobody except Mrs. Chiley felt that mingled rage and disappointment with which Barbara Lake had hoped to inspire Lucilla's bosom. And Mrs. Chiley, so to speak, had nothing to do with it. As for Barbara herself, she returned home in a state of mingled spite and exultation, and disgust, which filled her sister with amazement. "She is such an actor, you know," Barbara said. "She never will give in to let you know how she is feeling, not if she can help it. But for all that, she must have felt it. Nobody could help feeling it, though she carried it off so well. I knew how it would be, as soon as I had on a dress that was fit to be seen." "What is it that she could not help feeling?" said Rose. "I suppose it is Lucilla, you mean?" "I should like to know what right she had to be kind to me," cried Barbara, all glowing in her sullen but excited beauty, "and invite me there, and introduce me in her grand way, as if she was any better than I am. And then to look at all her India muslins. But I knew it would be different as soon as I had a decent dress," said the contralto, rising up to contemplate herself in the little mirror over the mantelpiece. This conversation took place in Mr. Lake's little parlour, where Rose had been waiting for her sister, and where Barbara's white dress made an unusual radiance in the dim and partially lighted room. Rose herself was all shrouded up in her morning dress, with her pretty round arms and shoulders lost to the common view. She had been amusing herself as she waited, by working at a corner of that great design which was to win the prize on a later occasion. Readers of this history, who have studied the earlier chapters, will remember that Rose's tastes in ornamentation were very clearly defined for so young a person. Instead of losing herself in vague garlands of impossible flowers, the young artist clung with the tenacity of first love to the thistle leaf, which had been the foundation of her early triumphs. Her mind was full of it even while she received and listened to Barbara. Whether to treat it in a national point of view, bringing in the rose and a shamrock, which was a perfectly allowable proceeding, though perhaps not original, or whether she should yield to the sweet feeling which had been so conspicuous in her flounce, in the opinion of the Marlborough House gentlemen, or whether, on the contrary, she should handle the subject in a boldly naturalistic way, and use her spikes with freedom, was a question which occupied at that moment all Rose's faculties. Even while she asked Barbara what the subject was on which Lucilla might be supposed to be excited, she was within herself thinking out this difficult idea, all the more difficult perhaps considering the nature of the subject, since the design in this case was not for a flounce, in which broad handling is practicable, but for a veil. "I wish you would not talk in that foolish way," said Rose. "Nobody need be any better than you, as you say. To be sure, we don't live in Grange Lane, nor keep a carriage, but I wish you would recollect that these are only accidental circumstances. As for dress, I don't see that you require it. Our position is so clearly defined. We are a family of—" "Oh, for goodness gracious sake, do be quiet with your family of artists," cried Barbara. "Speak for yourself, if you please. I am not an artist, and never will be, I can tell you. There are better places to live than Grange Lane. And as for keeping a carriage, I would never call a little bit of brougham a carriage, if it was me. Lucilla made believe to take no notice, but she did not deceive me with that. She was as disappointed as ever she could be. I dare say now she's sitting crying over it. I never would have cared one straw if I had not wanted to serve Lucilla out," cried the contralto with energy. She was still standing before the glass, pulling her black hair about into new combinations, and studying the effect. And as for Rose, she too looked up, and seeing her sister's face reflected in the glass, made the discovery that there was something like grimace in the countenance, and paused in the midst of her meditations with her pencil in her hand. "Don't put yourself out of drawing," said Rose. "I wish you would not do that so often. When the facial angle is disturbed to that extent— But about Lucilla, I think you are excessively ungrateful. Gratitude is not a servile sentiment," said the little pre-Raphaelite, with a rising colour. "It is a slavish sort of idea to think any one has done you an injury by being kind to you. If that is the sort of thing you are going to talk of, I think you had better go to bed." "Then I will, and I shan't tell you anything," said Barbara angrily. "You are so poor-spirited. For my part, do you think I'd ever have gone to help Lucilla and sing for her, and all that sort of thing, if it had not been to better myself? Nor I wouldn't have thought of him just at first, if it hadn't been to spite her. And I've done it too. I'd just like to look in her room window and see what she's about. I dare say she is crying her eyes out, for all her looking as if she took no notice. I know better than to think she doesn't care. And Rose, he's such a dear," said Barbara, with a laugh of excitement. To be sure, what she wanted was to be Mrs. Cavendish, and to have a handsome house and a great many nice dresses. But at the same time she was young, and Mr. Cavendish was good-looking, and she was a little in love, in her way, as well. "I don't want to hear any more about it," said Rose, who was so much moved as to forget even her design. "I can't think how it is you have no sense of honour, and you one of the Lakes. I would not be a traitor for a dozen Mr. Cavendishes," cried Rose, in the force of her indignation. "He must be a cheat, since you are a traitor. If he was a true man, he would have found you out." "You had better be quiet, Rose," said Barbara. "You may be sure I shall never do anything for you after we are married, if you talk like that, and then you'll be sorry enough." "After you are married? Has he asked you to marry him?" cried Rose. She pushed away her design with both her hands in the vehemence of her feelings, and regarded her sister with eyes which blazed, but which were totally different in their blazing from those which burned under Barbara's level eyebrows. It was too plain a question to have a plain answer. Barbara only lighted her candle in reply, and smiled and shook her head. "You don't suppose I am going to answer after your insulting ways," she said, taking up her candle, and she swept out of the room in her white dress, with a sense of pleasure in leaving this point unsettled. To be sure, Mr. Cavendish had not yet asked that important question, but then the future was all before them, and the way clear. As for Rose, she clenched her little fists with a gesture that would have been too forcible for any one who was not an artist, and a member of a family of artists. "To think she should be one of us, and not to know what honour means," said Rose. "And as for this man, he must be a cheat himself, or he would find her out." This was how Mr. Cavendish's defection from Lucilla took place, and at the same time it is a satisfaction to know that the event was received by everybody very much as little Rose Lake received it. And as for Miss Marjoribanks, if Barbara could have had the malicious satisfaction of looking in at the window, she would have been mortified to find that right-minded young woman sleeping the sleep of the just and innocent, and enjoying repose as profound and agreeable as if there had been no Mr. Cavendish in the world, not to speak of Carlingford, which, to be sure, was a result to be greatly attributed to Lucilla's perfect health and entire satisfaction with herself. End of chapter 14. Recorded by Michelle Crandall, Fremont, California, November 2009. Of Miss Marjoribanks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Crandall. Miss Marjoribanks by Mrs. Oliphant, Chapter 15. This event was of far too much importance in the limited world of Grange Lane to pass over without some of the many commentaries which were going on upon the subject coming to the ears of Miss Marjoribanks, who was the person principally concerned. As for the Doctor, as we have already said, he was so far lost to a sense of his paternal duties as to chuckle a little within himself over the accident that had happened to Lucilla. It had done her no harm, and Dr. Marjoribanks permitted himself to regard the occurrence, in a professional point of view, as supplying a little alternative which he could scarcely administer himself, for it is well known that physicians are seldom successful in the treatment of their own families. He was more jocose than usual at breakfast for some days following, and, on the morning of the next Thursday, asked if everybody was to come as usual, with a significance which did not escape the young mistress of the house. "You know best, papa," she said cheerfully, as she poured him out his coffee. "If there is anybody who is ill and can't come, it must be your fault, but I did not hear that any one was ill." "Nor I," said the Doctor, with a quiet laugh, and he could not help thinking it would be a good sport to see Cavendish come into the drawing-room all by himself without any support, and make his appearance before Miss Marjoribanks, and do his best to be agreeable, and with an awful consciousness of his bad behaviour, and nobody sufficiently benevolent to help him out. The Doctor thought it would serve him right, but yet he was not sufficiently irritated nor sufficiently sympathetic to lose any of the humour of the situation, and it was with a little zest, as for something especially piquant, that he looked forward to the evening. As for Miss Marjoribanks, she too recognised the importance of the occasion. She resolved to produce that evening a new plait, which had occupied a corner of her busy mind for some time past. It was an era which called for a new step in advance. She sat down by the window to wait the appearance of Nancy, with various novel combinations floating in her creative brain. Her first chapter seemed to Lucilla's eyes to be achieved and concluded. She had had much success, in which a mind of correct sentiments could not but find cause of satisfaction, and now was the time to enter upon a second and still more important stage. While she was revolving these ideas in her mind, Nancy came in with more than her usual briskness. It is true that Lucilla had her household well in hand, and possessed the faculty of government to a remarkable extent, but still, under the best of circumstances, it was a serious business to propose a new dish to Nancy. Dr. Marjoribanks's factotum was a woman of genius in her own way, and by no means unenlightened or an enemy of progress, but then she had a weakness common to many persons of superior intelligence and decided character. When there was anything new to be introduced, Nancy liked to be herself the godmother of the interesting novelty, for to be sure it was her place, and Miss Lucilla, though she was very clever, was not to be expected to understand what came in best with of the other dishes for a dinner. "I ain't one as goes just upon fish and flesh and fowl, like some as call themselves cooks," Nancy said. "If I have a failing, it's for things as suits. When it's brown, make it brown, and don't be mean about the gravy beef. That's my principle. And when it ain't brown, mind what you're a-doing of, and don't go and throw a heap of entries and other things at a gentleman's head without no 'armony. I always says to Miss Lucilla as 'armony is the thing, and when I've set it all straight in my mind, I ain't one as likes to be put out," Nancy would add with a gleam in her eye which betokened mischief. Miss Marjoribanks was much too sensible not to be aware of this peculiarity, and accordingly she cleared her throat with something as near nervousness as was possible to Lucilla, before she opened her lips to propose the innovation. Miss Marjoribanks, as a general rule, did not show much nervousness in her dealings with her Prime Minister, any more than in her demeanour towards the less important members of society, and consequently Nancy remarked the momentary timidity, and a flash of sympathy and indignation took the place of the usual impulse of defiance. "I heard as master said there was some gentleman as wasn't a-comin'," said Nancy, "not as one makes no difference in a dinner, but I always likes to know. I don't like no waste, for my part. I ain't as one as calculates too close, but if there's one thing as I hates like poison, it's waste. I said as I would ask, for Thomas ain't as correct as could be wished. Is it one less than usual, Miss Lucilla?" said Nancy, and it was Lucilla's fault if she did not understand the profound and indignant sympathy in Nancy's voice. "Oh no, it is just the usual number," said Miss Marjoribanks. "It was only a joke of papa's. They are all just as usual." And here Lucilla paused. She was thinking of the dish she wanted, but Nancy thought she was thinking of Mr. Cavendish, who had treated her so badly. She studied the countenance of her young mistress with the interest of a woman who has had her experiences, and knows how little they are to be depended upon. Nancy murmured "poor dear" under her breath, almost without knowing it, and then a brilliant inspiration came to her mind. Few people have the gift of interfering successfully in such cases, but then to offer consolation is a Christian duty, especially when one has the confidence that to give consolation is in one's power. "Miss Lucilla, I would say as you've been doing too much, if anybody was to ask me," said Nancy, moved by this generous impulse. "All them practisings and things, they're well enough for young ladies as ain't got nothing else to do, but you as has such a deal in your hands. If there was any little thing as you could fancy for dinner," said Nancy, in her most bland accents, "I've set it all down as I thought would be nicest, allays if you approves, Miss Lucilla. But if there was any little thing as you could fancy—" "Poor dear, it's all as we can do," she murmured to herself. The faithless could not be brought back again, but Ariadne might at least have any little thing she could fancy for dinner, which, indeed, is a very general treatment of such a case on the part of perplexed sympathizers who do not know what to say. Lucilla was so excited for the moment by this unusual evidence of her own good fortune, that she almost spoiled all by sitting straight up and entering with her usual energy into the discussion. But instinct saved Miss Marjoribanks from this mistake. She lost no time in taking advantage of the opportunity, and instead of having a fight with Nancy and getting a reluctant consent, and still more reluctant execution of the novelty, Lucilla felt that she was doing that excellent woman a favour by naming her new dish. Nancy approved so thoroughly as to be enthusiastic. "I always said as she had a deal of sense," she said afterwards triumphantly. "There ain't one young lady in 100 as knows what's good for her like Miss Lucilla." But notwithstanding this fervent declaration of approval, Nancy, softened as she was, could not but linger when all was concluded to give a little advice. "I wouldn't worrit myself with all them practisings, Miss Lucilla, if I was you," said her faithful retainer. "They're a deal too much for you. I've took the liberty, when all was cleaned up, to go on the stair and listen a bit, and there ain't nothing to equal it when you're a singing by yourself. I don't think nothing of them duets, and as for that bold-faced brazen thing—" "Oh, Nancy, hush," said Lucilla. "Miss Lake has a beautiful voice. If she does not look quite like a lady, it is not her fault, poor thing. She has no mamma to set her right, you know. She is the best assistant I have. She and Mr. Cavendish," said Lucilla sweetly, and she gave Nancy a look which moved the faithful servant almost to tears, though she was not addicted to that weakness. Nancy retired with the most enthusiastic determination to exert herself to the utmost for the preparation of the little dish which Lucilla fancied. "But I wouldn't worrit about them duets," she said again as she left the room. "I wouldn't, not if I was you, Miss Lucilla, asking pardon for the liberty. As for having no mamma, you have no mamma yourself, and you the young lady as is most thoughtful upon in Carlingford, and as different from that brazen-faced thing with her red cheeks—" "Hush, oh hush, Nancy," Lucilla said, as she sank back in her chair. But Miss Marjoribanks, after all, was only human, and she was not so distressed by these unpolished epithets applied to her collaborateur as she might or perhaps ought to have been. "Poor Barbara, I wish she could only look a little bit like a lady," she said to herself, and so proceeded with her preparations for the evening. She had all her plans matured, and she felt quite comfortable about that Thursday, which all her friends were thinking would be rather trying to Lucilla. To tell the truth, when a thing became rather trying, Lucilla's spirits rose. Mr. Cavendish's desertion was perhaps on the whole more than compensated for by the exhilaration of a difficulty to be encountered. She too began to forecast, like her father, the possibilities of the evening, and to think of Mr. Cavendish coming in to dinner when there was nobody to support him, and not even a crowd of people to retire among. Would he run the risk of coming under the circumstances? Or, if he came, would he prostrate himself, as he had done on a previous occasion, and return to his allegiance? This question roused Lucilla to a degree of energy unusual even to her who was always energetic. It was then that the brilliant idea struck her of adjourning to the garden in the evening, a practice which was received with such enthusiasm in Carlingford, where the gardens were so pretty. She put on her hat directly and went downstairs, and called the gardener to consult him about it, and it was thus that she was employed when Mrs. Chiley rang the bell at the garden gate. If it had been anybody else in Carlingford, Lucilla would have led her back again to the house, and said nothing about the subject of her conference with the gardener, for it is always best, as all judicious persons are aware, not to forestall these little arrangements which make so agreeable a surprise at the moment. But then Mrs. Chiley was Miss Marjoribanks's special confidante. The old lady had her face full of business that bright morning. She listened to what her young friend proposed, but without hearing it, and said, "Oh yes, my dear, I am sure it will be charming," without the very least notion what it was she applauded. "Let us go in and sit down a moment, for I have something to say to you, Lucilla," Mrs. Chiley said. And when they had reached the drawing-room and shut the door, the Colonel's wife gave her favourite a kiss, and looked anxiously in her face. "You have not been to see me since Monday," said Mrs. Chiley. "I am sure you are not well, or you could not have stayed away so long. But if you did not feel equal to going out, why did you not send for me, Lucilla, my poor dear?" Though Miss Marjoribanks's thoughts at that moment were full of the garden, and not in the least occupied with those more troublesome matters which procured for her Mrs. Chiley's sympathy, she placed the kind old lady in the most easy chair, and sat down by her, as Mrs. Chiley liked to see a young creature do. Lucilla's affairs were too important to be trusted to a young confidante of her own age, but even a person of acknowledged genius like Miss Marjoribanks is the better of some one to whom she can open up her breast. "Dear Mrs. Chiley," said Lucilla, "I am quite well, and I meant to have come to see you to-day." "My poor dear," said Mrs. Chiley again, "you say you are quite well, for you have such a spirit; but I can see what you have been going through. I don't understand how you can keep on and do so much. But it was not that brought me here. There is some one coming to Carlingford that I want you to meet, Lucilla. He is a relation of Mary Chiley's husband, and as she does not get on very well with them, you know, I think it is our duty to be civil. And, as they say, he is a very nice man, and young enough," said Mrs. Chiley, with a look of some anxiety, pausing to see the effect produced upon Lucilla by her words. Miss Marjoribanks had not, as she once confessed, a very vivid sense of humour, but she laughed a little, in spite of herself, at the old lady's anxious look. "Don't be sorry for me," she said. "I told you that fortunately my affections were not engaged. I don't want any new gentleman introduced to me. If that was what I was thinking of, I never need have come home," Lucilla said, with a little dignity. And yet, to be sure, she was naturally curious to know who the new man, who was very nice and young enough, could be, for such apparitions were not too plentiful in Carlingford, and it did not seem in reason that an individual of this interesting description could come out of Colonel Chiley's house. "My dear, he is a clergyman," said Mrs. Chiley, putting her hand on Miss Marjoribanks's arm, and speaking in a half whisper, "and you know a nice clergyman is always nice, and you need not think of him as a young man unless you like. He has a nice property, and he is rector of Basing, which is a very good living, and Archdeacon of Stanmore. He has come here to hold a visitation, you know, and they say that if Carlingford was made into a bishopric, he is almost sure to be the first bishop. And you know a bishop, or even an archdeacon, has a very nice position. I want to be civil to him for Mary Chiley's sake, who is not on such terms as we could wish with her husband's friends. And then I suppose he will have to be a great deal in Carlingford, and I should like him to form a good impression. I want you and your dear good papa to come and meet him, and then after that— but one thing is enough at a time," the old lady said, breaking off with a nod and a smile. She too had brought her bit of consolation to Lucilla, and it was a kind of consolation which, when administered at the right moment, is sometimes of sovereign efficacy, as Mrs. Chiley was aware. "I am sure papa will be very happy," said Lucilla, "and indeed, if you like, I shall be very glad to ask him here. If he is a friend of yours, that is quite enough for me. It is very nice to know a nice clergyman, but as for being a young man, I can't see how that matters. If I had been thinking of that, I need never— but I should think papa would like to meet him, and you know it is the object of my life to please papa." "Yes, my poor dear," said the Colonel's wife, "and he would be hard-hearted indeed if he was not pleased. But still we must consider you too a little, Lucilla. You do everything for other people, and you never think of yourself. But I like to see you with nice people round you, for my part," Mrs. Chiley added, "really nice people, and not these poor-spirited, ungrateful—" "Hush, hush," said Lucilla. "I don't know such nice people anywhere as there are in Carlingford. Some people are never pleased with their neighbours, but I always get on so well with everybody. It is my good luck, you know, and so long as I have you, dear Mrs. Chiley—" "Ah, Lucilla," said the old lady, "that is very kind of you, and you could not have anybody that is fonder of you than I am. But still I am an old woman, old enough to be your grandmother, my dear, and we have your future interests to think of. As for all the vexations you have had, I think I could find it in my heart to turn that ungrateful creature to the door. Don't let her come here any more. I like your voice a great deal better when you are singing by yourself, and I am sure the Archdeacon would be of my opinion," said Mrs. Chiley, with a confidence which was beautiful to behold. It was true she had not seen her new hero as yet, but that only left her so much more free to take the good of him and his probable sentiments. For to persons of frank and simple imagination a very little foundation of fact is enough to build upon. No doubt the Archdeacon would be of her opinion when he knew all the features of the case. "Dear Mrs. Chiley, it is so nice of you to be vexed," said Lucilla, who thought it as well not to enter into any farther argument. "Papa will be delighted, I am sure, and I can come in the evening. The Colonel likes to have only 6 people, and you will be 3 to start with, so there can't be any room for me at dinner, and you know I don't mind about dinner. I shall come in the evening and make tea for you, and if you think he would like to come next Thursday," said Lucilla graciously. This was how it was eventually settled. Mrs. Chiley went home again through Grange Lane in the sunshine, with that little old womanish hobble, which Mrs. Woodburn executed with such precision, perfectly satisfied with her success, and indulging herself in some pleasant visions. To be sure, a nice clergyman is always nice to know, even though nothing more was to come of it, and a new man in the field of such distinguished pretensions would be Lucilla's best defence against any sort of mortification. As for Miss Marjoribanks herself, she was thinking a great deal more of the new details for the approaching evening than of anything else more distant, and consequently less important. But, on the whole, she was by no means displeased to hear of the Archdeacon. In such a work as hers, a skilful leader is always on the outlook for auxiliaries, and there are circumstances in which a nice clergyman is almost as useful to the lady of the house as a man who can flirt. To be sure, now and then there occurs a rare example in which both these qualities are united in one person, but even in the most modest point of view, if he was not stupid or obstinately low church, there was nothing to despise in the apparition of the Archdeacon thus suddenly blown to her very door. While she had the seats placed in the garden, not too visibly, but shrouded among the shrubs and round the trunks of the trees, and chose the spot for a little illumination, which was not to be universal, like a tea-garden, but concentrated in one spot under the big lime-tree, Lucilla permitted herself to speculate a little about this unknown hero. She did not so much ask herself if he would be dark or fair according to the usage of young ladies, as whether he would be high or broad. But, however, that question, like various others, was still hidden in the surrounding darkness. This was how Mrs. Chiley did her best to cheer up Lucilla in the discouragement from which she supposed her young friend to be suffering. It was perhaps a loftier expedient in one way than Nancy's desire that she should have something she would fancy for dinner. But then there could not be any doubt as to the kindness which prompted both suggestions. And after all, it is not what people do for you, but the spirit in which they do it, which should be taken into consideration, as Lucilla most justly observed. End of chapter 15. Recorded by Michelle Crandall, Fremont, California, November 2009. Of Miss Marjoribanks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Crandall. Miss Marjoribanks by Mrs. Oliphant. Chapter 16. That Thursday evening was one which all the people in Grange Lane had unanimously concluded would be rather hard upon Miss Marjoribanks. To be sure, when a crisis arrives, there is always a certain excitement which keeps one up, but afterwards, when the excitement is over, then is the time when it becomes really trying. There was naturally, under these circumstances, a larger assemblage than usual to watch the progress of the little drama, and how Lucilla would behave. For after all, society would be excessively tame if it were not for these personal complications, which are always arising, and which are so much better than a play. As for the Doctor himself, the portion of the evening's entertainment which particularly amused him was that which preceded all the rest, the reception given by Lucilla to her guests at dinner, and especially to the culprit, who came in quite alone, and found nobody to stand up for him. Mr. Cavendish, who felt to the full the difficulty of his position, and, to tell the truth, was a little ashamed of himself, came late, in order to abridge his trial as much as possible. But Lucilla's habitual good fortune was not confined only to her own necessities, but seemed to involve everybody opposed to her in a ceaseless ill luck, which was very edifying to the spectators. Mr. Cavendish was so late that the other guests had formed into groups round the room, leaving a great open space and avenue of approach to the lady of the house in the middle, and the audience, thus arranged, was very impatient and unfavourable to the lingerer who kept them waiting for their dinner. When he came in at last, instead of doing anything to help him, everybody ceased talking, and looked on in stern silence as the wretched culprit walked all the length of the room, up to Lucilla, through the unoccupied space which exposed him so unmercifully on every side. They all stopped in the middle of what they were saying, and fixed stony eyes upon him, as the dead sailors did on the Ancient Mariner. He had a very good spirit, but still there are circumstances which take the courage out of a man. To be sure, Miss Marjoribanks, when he reached her at last, received Mr. Cavendish with the utmost grace and cordiality, but it is easy to imagine what must have been the feelings of the unfortunate young man. The Balaclava charge itself, in the face of all the guns, could have been nothing to the sensation of walking through that horrible naked space, through a crowd of reproachful men who were waiting for dinner. And it was only after it was all over, and Mr. Cavendish had safely arrived at Miss Marjoribanks's side, and was being set at his ease, poor wretch, by her incomparable sweetness, that the Doctor, with a certain grim smile on his countenance, came and shook hands with his unfortunate guest. "You are late," Dr. Marjoribanks said, taking out the great watch by which all the pulses of Grange Lane considered it was their duty to keep time, and which marked 5 minutes after 7, as everybody could see. It was 10 minutes after 7 by the pretty French clock upon the mantelpiece, and at least 20 by the lowering countenances of Dr. Marjoribanks's guest. Mr. Cavendish made the best of his unhappy position, and threw himself upon Lucilla's charity, who was the only one who had any compassion upon him, for to see Mrs. Chiley's forbidding countenance, no one could have believed that she had ever called him my dear. "Dinner is on the table, papa," Miss Marjoribanks said, with a little reassuring nod to the culprit who had made her his refuge, and she got up and shook out her white draperies with a charitable commotion for which her faithless admirer blessed her in his heart. But the place at her left hand was not vacant for Mr. Cavendish. He had not the spirit to claim it, even had he had the time, and the consequence was that he found himself next to his brother-in-law at table, which was indeed a hard fate. As for Lucilla, nobody had ever seen her in better spirits or looks. She was quite radiant when the famous dish made its appearance which Nancy had elaborated to please her, and told the story of its introduction to her 2 next neighbours in a half-whisper, to their immense amusement. "When the servants are gone, I will tell you what we are laughing at," she breathed across the table to Mrs. Chiley, who was more than delighted, as she said, to see her dear Lucilla keeping up so well. And when the dessert was put upon the table, and Thomas had finally disappeared, Miss Marjoribanks kept her promise. "I could not think how I was to get her to consent," Lucilla said, "but you know she thought I was in low spirits, the dear old soul, and that it would be a comfort to me." Though there was often a great deal of fun at Dr. Marjoribanks's table, nothing was ever heard there to compare with the laughter that greeted Lucilla's narrative. Everybody was so entirely aware of the supposed cause of the low spirits, and indeed was so conscious of having speculated, like Nancy, upon Miss Marjoribanks's probable demeanour at this trying moment, that the laughter was not mere laughter, but conveyed at the same time a confession of guilt and a storm of applause and admiration. As for Mr. Cavendish, it was alarming to look at him in the terrible paroxysm of confusion and shame which he tried to shield under the universal amusement. Miss Marjoribanks left the dining-room that evening with the soothing conviction that she had administered punishment of the most annihilating kind, without for a moment diverging from the perfect sweetness and amiability with which it was her duty to treat all her father's guests. It was so complete and perfect that there was not another word to be said, either on one side or the other, and yet Lucilla had not in the least committed herself or condescended from her maiden dignity. As for Dr. Marjoribanks, if he had chuckled over it before, in anticipation, it may be supposed how he enjoyed now this perfect vindication of his daughter's capacity for taking care of herself. The sound of the victory was even heard upstairs, where the young ladies at the open windows were asking each other, with a little envy, what the men could be laughing at. There was, as we have said, a larger assembly than usual that night. For one thing, it was moonlight, and all the people from the country were there. And then public curiosity was profoundly concerned as to how Lucilla was to conduct herself on so trying an occasion. The laughter even jarred on the sensitive feelings of some people who thought, where a young girl's happiness was concerned, that it was too serious a matter to be laughed at. But then Miss Marjoribanks was not a person who could be classed with ordinary young girls, in the general acceptation of the word. It was when things were at this crisis, and all eyes were directed to Lucilla, and a certain expectation was diffused through the company, that Miss Marjoribanks made that proposal of adjourning to the garden, which was received with so much applause. Lucilla's instinct, or rather her genius, had warned her that something out of the ordinary course of proceedings would be expected from her on that special occasion. She could not get up and make a speech to her excited and curious audience. Neither could she, apropos of nothing, tell over again the story which had been received with such applause downstairs. And yet something was wanting. The ordinary routine did not satisfy Lucilla's constituency, who had come with the laudable intention of observing her on a trying occasion, and watching how she got through it. "The air is so delicious to-night that I had some seats placed in the garden," Miss Marjoribanks said, "and if you all like we will sing to you up here, and give you as much music as ever as you please. You know I never would consent to be too musical when everybody was in one room. It does not matter so much when there are a suite. But then papa, you know, is only a professional man, and I have but one drawing-room," said Lucilla, with sweet humility. It was Lady Richmond to whom she was addressing herself at the moment, who was a lady who liked to be the great lady of the party. "It is only in summer that we can be a little like you fine people, who have as many rooms as you please. When you are at a little distance, we will sing to you all evening if you like." "But, my dear, are you sure you feel able for so much exertion?" said Lady Richmond, who was one of those people who did not think a young girl's happiness a thing to be trifled with, and she looked with what she described afterwards as a very searching expression in Miss Marjoribanks's face. "Dear Lady Richmond, I hope I am always able for my duty," said that gentle martyr. "Papa would be wretched if he did not think we were all enjoying ourselves, and you know it is the object of my life to be a comfort to papa." This was what the searching expression in Lady Richmond's eyes elicited from Lucilla. The sentiment was perhaps a little different from that which she had conveyed to her delighted auditors in the dining-room, but at the same time it was equally true, for everybody in Carlingford was aware of the grand object of Miss Marjoribanks's existence. Lady Richmond went down to the garden at the head of a bevy of ladies, and seated herself under the drawing-room windows, and placed a chair beside her own for Mrs. Chiley. "I am afraid that dear girl is keeping up too well," Lady Richmond said. "I never saw such fortitude. All the young people say she does not feel it, but as soon as I fixed my eyes on her I saw the difference. You can always find out what a girl's feelings are when you look into her eyes." "Yes," said Mrs. Chiley, with a little doubt, for she had been shaken in her convictions by the universal laughter, though she was a little mystified herself by Lucilla's anecdote. And then she never had been gifted with eyes like Lady Richmond, which looked people through and through. "She goes through a great deal, and it never seems to do her any harm," the old lady said, with a little hesitation. "It is such a comfort that she has a good constitution, especially as her mother was so delicate. And then Lucilla has such a spirit. But one may try a good constitution too far," said Lady Richmond, "and I am certain she is full of feeling. It is sure to come out when she sings, and that is why I came to this seat. I should not like to lose a note. And do tell me who is that horrid, flirting, disagreeable girl," added the county lady, drawing her chair a little closer. By this time the garden was full of pretty figures and pleasant voices, and under the lime tree there was a glimmer of yellow light from the lamps, and on the other side the moon was coming up steadily like a ball of silver over the dark outlines of Carlingford, and even the two voices which swelled forth upstairs in the fullest accord, betraying nothing of the personal sentiments of their owners, were not more agreeable to hear than the rustle and murmur of sound which rose all over Dr. Marjoribanks's smooth lawn and pretty shrubbery. Here and there a group of the older people sat, like Lady Richmond and Mrs. Chiley, listening with all their might, and all about them were clusters of girls and their natural attendants, arrested in their progress and standing still breathless, just for this bar, as young people pause in their walks and talks to listen to a chance nightingale. And, to be sure, whenever anybody was tired of the music, there were quantities of corners to retire into, not to speak of that bright spot full of yellow light under the lime tree. Nobody but Lucilla ever could have thought of anything so delicious, somebody said, with an enthusiasm of enjoyment. Most likely the speaker was very young, or else very happy, and had no temptation to be moderate in her words, but anyhow the sentiment circulated through the assembly, and gained everywhere a certain acquiescence. And then the two singers upstairs gave so much scope to curiosity. "Do you think they are all by themselves?" Lydia Brown was heard to ask, with a little natural anxiety. And then the livelier imaginations among the party set to work to invent impossible tortures which the soprano might inflict on the contralto. But to tell the truth, the two singers were by no means alone. Half the gentlemen of the dinner party, who were past the sentimental age, and did not care about moonlight, had gone upstairs according to their use and wont, and remained there, finding to their satisfaction room to move about, and comfortable chairs to sit down in. They sat and chatted in the corners in great content and good humour, while Lucilla and Barbara executed the most charming duets. Now and then old Colonel Chiley paused to put his two hands very softly together and cry bravo, but on the whole the gentlemen were not much disturbed by the music. And then there were a few ladies who were subject to neuralgia, or apt to take bad colds in the head, who preferred being upstairs. So that if Lucilla had meant to pinch or maltreat her rival, circumstances would have made it impossible. Miss Marjoribanks did nothing to Barbara, except incite her to sing her very best, but no doubt she was the means of inflicting considerable pain on Mr. Cavendish, who stood at a little distance, and looked and listened to both, and perhaps had inward doubts as to the wisdom of his choice. Such was the arrangement of the personages of the social drama, and it was in this way that everybody was occupied when the event occurred which at a later period awoke so much excitement in Carlingford, and had so much influence upon the future fate of some of the individuals whose history is here recorded. Everything was as calm and cheerful and agreeable as if Carlingford had been a social paradise, and Miss Marjoribanks's drawing-room the seventh heaven of terrestrial harmony. The sky itself was not more peaceful, nor gave less indication of any tempest than did the tranquil atmosphere below, where all the people knew each other, and everybody was friendly. Lucilla had just risen from the piano, and there was a little pause, in which cheers were audible from the garden, and Colonel Chiley, in the midst of his conversation, patted his two hands together. And it was just at that moment that the drawing-room door opened, and Thomas came in, followed by a gentleman. The gentleman was a stranger whom Miss Marjoribanks had never seen before, and she made a step forward, as was her duty as mistress of the house. But when she had made that one step, Lucilla suddenly stood still, arrested by something more urgent than the arrival of a stranger. Mr. Cavendish, too, had been standing with his face to the door, and had seen the new arrival. He was directly in front of Lucilla, so near her that he could not move without attracting her attention. When Miss Marjoribanks took the step in advance, Mr. Cavendish, as if by the same impulse, suddenly and without saying a word, turned right round like a man who had seen something terrible, at which he dared not take a second look. He was too much absorbed at that moment in his own feelings to know that he was betraying himself to Lucilla, or even to be conscious that she was near him. His face was more than pale. It had a green ghastly look, as of a face from which all the blood had suddenly been withdrawn to reinforce the vital centre in some failing of nature. His under lip hung down, and two hollows which had never been seen there before appeared in his cheeks. Miss Marjoribanks was so taken by surprise that she stood still, thinking no more of her duties, but regarding in utter dismay and amazement the look of dead stupefied terror which thus appeared so unexpectedly before her. Mr. Cavendish had turned right round, turning his back upon a lady to whom he had been talking the minute before, but he was as unconscious of that as of the fact that he had presented the spectacle of his miserable surprise and alarm in the most striking way to the one woman present who had a right to entertain a certain grudge against him. He even looked in her face with his hollow and haggard eyes, in the intensity of his amazement and panic. During this moment of unusual inaction on Lucilla's part, the stranger had been led up to Colonel Chiley, and had shaken hands with him, and was entering into some explanations which Miss Marjoribanks divined with her usual quick intelligence. And then the old Colonel roused himself up from his easy chair, and leaned over to speak to Dr. Marjoribanks, and showed symptoms of approaching the lady of the house. All these movements Lucilla followed breathlessly, with a strange consciousness that only her presence of mind stood between her faithless suitor and a real stranger. To be sure, Barbara Lake chose that moment of all others to show her power, and made an appeal to Mr. Cavendish and his taste in music, to which the unhappy man made no response. Miss Marjoribanks saw there was no time to lose. With a fearless hand she threw down a great portfolio of music which happened to be close to her, just at his feet, making a merciful disturbance. And then she turned and made her curtsy, and received the homage of Mr. Archdeacon Beverley, who had arrived a day before he was expected, and had come to look after his host, since his host had not been at home to receive him. "But you have broken your music-stand or something, Lucilla," said the Colonel. "Oh no, it is only a portfolio. I can't think what could make me so awkward," said Miss Marjoribanks. "I suppose it was seeing some one come in whom I didn't know." And then the old gentleman, as was his duty, paid the Archdeacon a compliment on having made such a commotion. "We used to have the best of it in our day," said the old soldier, "but now you churchmen are the men." Miss Marjoribanks heard the door open again before this little speech was finished. It was Mr. Cavendish, who was going out with a long step, as if he with difficulty kept himself from running, and he never came back again to say good night, or made any further appearance either out of doors or indoors. To be sure, the Archdeacon made himself very agreeable, but then one man never quite makes up for another. Miss Marjoribanks said nothing about it, not even when Mrs. Woodburn came up to her with a scared face, and in full possession of her own identity, which of itself was an extraordinary fact, and proved that something had happened. But it would be vain to say that Lucilla was not much excited by this sudden gleam of mystery. It gave the Archdeacon an extraordinary and altogether unexpected attraction, and as for Mr. Cavendish, it was utterly inconceivable that a man in society, whom everybody knew about, should give way to such a panic. The question was, what did it mean? End of chapter 16. Recording by Michelle Crandall, Fremont, California, March 2010. Of Miss Marjoribanks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Crandall. Miss Marjoribanks by Mrs. Oliphant. Chapter 17. The arrival of Mr. Archdeacon Beverley in Carlingford was, for many reasons, an event of importance to the town, and especially to society, which was concerned in anything that drew new and pleasant people to Grange Lane. For one thing, it occurred just at the time when that first proposal of elevating Carlingford into a bishopric, in order to relieve the present bishop of the district of a part of his immense diocese, had just been mooted, and, supposing this conception to be ever carried out, nobody could have been more eligible as first bishop than the Archdeacon, who was in the prime of life, and a very successful clergyman. And then, not to speak of anything so important, his presence was a great attraction to the country clergy, especially as he had come to hold a visitation. Besides that, there were private reasons why some of the families in Grange Lane should be moved by the arrival of the Archdeacon. Notwithstanding all this, it is impossible to deny that Mrs. Chiley, his hostess, and even Miss Marjoribanks herself, regarded the matter of his first appearance with certain displeasure. If he had only had the good sense to stay at home and not come to seek his entertainers. To be sure, it is awkward to arrive at a house and find that everybody is out. But still, as Mrs. Chiley justly observed, the Archdeacon was not a baby, and he might have known better. Coming to you the very first night, and almost in his travelling things, to take the cream off everything, the old lady said with tears of vexation in her eyes. And after that, what have we to show him in Carlingford, Lucilla? As for Miss Marjoribanks, she was annoyed, but she knew the wealth of her own resources, and she was not in despair like her old friend. They never know any better, she said sympathetically. Dear Mrs. Chiley, there was nothing else to be expected. But at the same time, I don't think things are so very bad, said Lucilla, for she had naturally a confidence in herself of which even Mrs. Chiley's admiring faith fell short. The Archdeacon himself took it quite cheerfully, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. I have no doubt it was a very pleasant party, if one could have got the keynote, he said in his broad church way, as if there was nothing more to be said on the subject, and Lucilla's Thursday was the merest ordinary assembly. For there could be no doubt that he was Broad Church, even though his antecedents had not proclaimed the fact. He had a way of talking on many subjects which alarmed his hostess. It was not that there was anything objectionable in what he said, for to be sure, a clergyman and an archdeacon may say a great many things that ordinary people would not like to venture on. But still, it was impossible to tell what it might lead to, for it is not everybody who knows when to stop, as Mr. Beverley in his position might be expected to do. It was the custom of good society in Carlingford to give a respectful assent, for example, to Mr. Bury's extreme low churchism, as if it were profane, as it certainly was not respectable, to differ from the rector, and to give him as wide a field as possible for his missionary operations by keeping out of the way. But Mr. Beverley had not the least regard for respectability, nor for that respect for religion which consists in keeping as clear of it as possible. And the way in which he spoke of Mr. Bury's views wounded some people's feelings. Altogether, he was, as Mrs. Chiley said, an anxious person to have in the house, for he just as often agreed with the gentlemen in their loose ways of thinking, as with the more correct opinions by which the wives and mothers who had charge of their morality strove hard to keep them in the right way. And that was the reverse of what one naturally expected from a clergyman. He was very nice, and had a nice position, and, under all the circumstances, it was not only a duty to pay attention to him, but a duty from which results of a most agreeable character might spring. But still, though she could not be otherwise than kind, it would be impossible to say that it was out of personal predilection that Mrs. Chiley devoted herself to her guest. She admitted frankly that he was not like what clergymen were in her time. For one thing, he seemed to think that every silly boy and girl ought to have an opinion and be consulted, as if they had anything to do with it, which was just the way to turn their heads and make them utterly insupportable. On the whole, perhaps, the old lady was more charitable to Mary Chiley, and understood how it was that she, brought up in sound church principles, did not get on so well as might be desired with her husband's family, after a week of the Archdeacon. And yet he was a delightful person, and full of information, as everybody admitted. And to be sure, if Carlingford should be erected into a bishopric, as would be only right, and if Mr. Beverley should happen to be appointed bishop, as was highly probable, then it would be a pleasure to think that one had been kind to him. At the same time, it must be admitted that he showed a great want of tact in coming to Miss Marjoribanks's Thursday, and thus brushing, as it were, the very cream off his introduction to Grange Lane. And Mrs. Chiley still sighed a little over Mr. Cavendish, and thought within herself that it was not his fault, but that designing, artful creature who was enough to lead any man wrong, for it was very clear to the meanest capacity that nobody ever could call the Archdeacon my dear, as with all his faults it had been possible to call Mr. Cavendish. And by this line of thought Mrs. Chiley was led to regret Mr. Cavendish, and to wonder what had become of him, and what family affairs it could be that had taken him so suddenly away. A great many people in Carlingford were at that moment occupied by the same wonders and regrets. Some people thought he was frightened to find how far he had gone with that Miss Lake, and had left town for a little to be out of the way. Some thought that he might have been speculating and have lost money. To tell the truth, it was very strange that he should have disappeared so suddenly, just at the moment, too, when old Mr. Chiltern had one of his bad attacks of bronchitis, which Dr. Marjoribanks himself had admitted might carry him off any day. Nothing could be more important to the future interests of young Cavendish than to be on the spot at this critical moment, and yet he disappeared without telling anybody he was going, or where he was going, which was on the whole a perfectly unexplainable proceeding. His very servants, as had been ascertained by some inquiring minds in the community, were unaware of his intention up to the very last moment, and certainly he had not said good-bye to anybody before leaving Dr. Marjoribanks's garden on that Thursday evening. Mr. Woodburn, who was not a person of very refined perceptions, was the only man who found his disappearance quite natural. "After making such a deuced ass of himself, by George, what could the fellow do?" said his brother-in-law, who naturally enjoyed the discomfiture of so near a connection, and this was no doubt a providential circumstance for Mrs. Woodburn, who was thus saved from the necessity of explaining or accounting for her brother's unexpected disappearance. But it failed to satisfy the general community, who did not think Mr. Cavendish likely to give in at the first blow, even of so distinguished an antagonist as Miss Marjoribanks. Some of the more charitable inhabitants of Grange Lane concluded that it must be the sudden illness of some relative which had called him away. But then, though he was well known to be one of the Cavendishes, neither he nor his sister ever spoke much of their connections, and on the whole public opinion fluctuated between the two first suggestions, which seemed truest to the nature at least, whether or not they might be fully corroborated by fact, which were either that Mr. Cavendish had taken fright, as he might very naturally have done at the advanced state of his relations with Barbara Lake, or that he had speculated and lost money. In either case, his departure would have been natural enough, and need not perhaps have been accomplished with quite so much precipitation. But still such a community as that in Grange Lane was in circumstances to comprehend how a young man might take fright and leave home, either because of losing a lot of money or getting entangled with a drawing master's daughter. The immediate result, so far as society was concerned, was one for which people did not know whether to be most glad or sorry. Mrs. Woodburn, who kept half the people in Grange Lane in terror of their lives, seemed to have lost all her inspiration now her brother was away. She did not seem to have the heart to take off anybody, which was quite a serious matter for the amusement of the community. To be sure, some people were thankful, as supposing themselves exempted from caricature, but then, unfortunately, as has been said, the people who were most afraid for Mrs. Woodburn were precisely those who were unworthy of her trouble, and had nothing about them to give occupation to her graphic powers. As for Miss Marjoribanks, who had supplied one of the mimic's most effective studies. She was so much disturbed by the failure of this element of entertainment that her legislative mind instantly bestirred itself to make up for the loss. "I have always thought it so strange that I never had any sense of humour," Lucilla said, "but it would not do, you know, if all the world was like me, and society would be nothing if everybody did not exert themselves to the best of their abilities." There was a mournful intonation in Lucilla's voice as she said this, for to tell the truth, since Mr. Cavendish's departure, she had been dreadfully sensible of the utter absence of any man who could flirt. As for Osmond Brown and the other boys of his age, it might be possible to train them, but at the very best they were only a provision for the future, and in the meantime Miss Marjoribanks could not but be sensible of her loss. She lamented it with such sincerity that all the world thought her the most perfect actress in existence. "I have nothing to say against any of you," Lucilla would say, contemplating with the eye of an artist the young men of Grange Lane who were her raw material. "I dare say you will all fall in love with somebody sooner or later, and be very happy and good for nothing. But you are no assistance in any way to society. It is Mr. Cavendish I am sighing for," said the woman of genius, with the candour of a great mind, and even Mrs. Woodburn was beguiled out of her despondency by a study so unparalleled. All this time, however, Lucilla had not forgotten the last look of her faithless admirer, as he faced round upon her when Mr. Archdeacon Beverley came into the room. She too, like everybody else, wondered innocently why Mr. Cavendish had gone away, and when he was coming back again, but she never hinted to any one that the Archdeacon had anything to do with it, for indeed, as she said to herself, she had no positive evidence except that of a look that the Archdeacon had anything to do with it. By which it will be seen that Miss Marjoribanks's prudence equalled her other great qualities. It would be wrong to say, however, that her curiosity was not excited, and that in a very lively way, for, to be sure, the vague wonder of the public mind over a strange fact could never be compared in intensity to the surprise and curiosity excited by something one has actually seen, and which gives one, as it were, a share in the secret, if indeed there was a secret, which was a matter upon which Lucilla, within herself, had quite made up her mind. As for the Archdeacon, the place which he took in society was one quite different from that which had been filled by Mr. Cavendish, as indeed was natural. He was one of those men who are very strong for the masculine side of Christianity, and when he was with the ladies, he had a sense that he ought to be paid attention to, instead of taking that trouble in his own person. Miss Marjoribanks was not a woman to be blind to the advantages of this situation, but still, as was to be expected, it took her a little time to get used to it, and to make all the use of it which was practicable under the circumstances, which was all the more difficult since she was not the least viewy in her own person, but had been brought up in the old-fashioned orthodox way of having a great respect for religion, and as little to do with it as possible, which was a state of mind largely prevalent in Carlingford. But that was not in the least Mr. Beverley's way of thinking. It was when Lucilla's mind was much occupied by this problem that she received a visit quite unexpectedly one morning from little Rose Lake, who had just at that time a great deal on her mind. For it may easily be supposed that Mr. Cavendish's sudden departure, which bewildered the general public who had no special interest in the matter, must have had a still more overwhelming effect upon Barbara Lake, who had just been raised to the very highest pinnacle of hope, closely touching upon reality, when all her expectations collapsed and came to nothing in a moment. She would not believe at first that it could be true, and then, when it was no longer possible to resist the absolute certainty of Mr. Cavendish's departure, her disappointment found vent in every kind of violence, hysterics, and other manifestations of unreason and self-will. Rose had been obliged to leave the female school of design upon her papa's overburdened shoulders, and stay at home to nurse her sister. Perhaps the little artist was not the best person to take care of a sufferer under such circumstances, for she was neither unreasonable nor self-willed to speak of, though perhaps a little opinionative in her way, and she could not be brought to think that a whole household should be disturbed and disordered, and a young woman in good health retire to her room and lose all control of herself, because a young man with whom she had no acquaintance 3 months before had gone out of town unexpectedly. Perhaps it was a want of feeling on the part of the unsympathetic sister. She gave out that Barbara was ill, and kept up a most subdued and anxious countenance downstairs for the benefit of the children and the maid-of-all-work, who represented public opinion in Grove Street. But when Rose went into her sister's room, where Barbara kept the blinds down, and had her face swollen with crying, it was with a very stern countenance that her little mentor regarded the invalid. "I do not ask you to have a sense of duty," Rose said with a certain fine disdain, "but at least you might have a proper pride." This was all she took the trouble to say, but it must be admitted that a great deal more to the same effect might be read in her eyes, which were generally so dewy and soft, but which could flash on occasion. And then, as the week drew on towards Thursday, and all her representations proved unavailing to induce Barbara to get up and prepare herself for her usual duties, the scorn and vexation and impatience with which the dutiful little soul met her sister's sullen determination that she was not able to fulfil her ordinary engagements, roused Rose up to a great resolution. For her own part, she was one of the people who do not understand giving in. "What do you mean by lying there?" she said, pounding Barbara down small, and cutting her to pieces with infallible good sense and logic. "Will that do any good? You would try to look better than usual, and sing better than usual, if you had any proper pride. I did not fall ill when my flounce was passed over at the exhibition. I made up my mind that very evening about the combination for my veil. I would die rather than give in if I were you." "Your flounce," sobbed Barbara. "Oh, you unfeeling, insensible thing, as if your heart had anything to do with that. I only went to spite Lucilla, and I won't go, no more, oh, no more. Now he's been and deserted me. You can't understand my feelings. Go away and leave me alone." "Barbara," said Rose with solemnity, "I would forgive you if you would not be mean. I don't understand it in one of us. If Mr. Cavendish has gone away, it shows that he does not care for you, and you would scorn him, and scorn to show you were thinking of him, if you had any proper pride." But all the answer Barbara gave was to turn away with a jerk of annoyance the old easy chair in which she was lying buried, with her hands thrust up into her black hair, and her eyes all red, upon which Rose left her to carry out her own resolution. She was prompt in all her movements, and she wasted no time on reconsideration. She went down into Grange Lane, her little head erect, and her bright eyes regarding the world with that air of frank recognition and acknowledgment which Rose felt she owed as an artist to her fellow creatures. They were all good subjects, more or less, and the consciousness that she could draw them and immortalize them gave her the same sense of confidence in their friendliness, and her own perfect command of the situation, as a young princess might have felt, whose rank protected her like an invisible buckler. Rose, too, walked erect and open-eyed in the confidence of her rank, which made her everybody's equal. It was in this frame of mind that she arrived at Dr. Marjoribanks's house, and found Lucilla, who was very glad to see her. Miss Marjoribanks was pondering deeply on the Archdeacon at that moment, and her little visitor seemed as one sent by heaven to help her out. For, to tell the truth, though Lucilla understood all about Mr. Cavendish and men of his description, and how to manage them and take full use of their powers, even her commanding intelligence felt the lack of experience in respect to such a case as that of the Archdeacon, who required a different treatment to draw him out. She was thinking it over intently at the moment of Rose's arrival, for Lucilla was not a person to give up the advantages of a novel position because she did not quite understand it. She felt within herself that there was no doubt a great effort might be produced if she could but see how to do it, and it was Thursday morning, and there was no time to lose. "I came to speak to you about Barbara," said Rose. "She is not fit to come out this morning. I told her it was very ungrateful not to make an effort after you had been so kind, but I am sorry to say she has not a strong sense of duty, and I don't think she would be able to sing or do anything but look stupid. I hope you will not think very badly of her. There are some people who can't help giving in, I suppose," said Rose with an impatient little sigh. "And so this is you, you dear little Rose," said Lucilla, "and I have never seen you before since I came home, and you always were such a pet of mine at Mount Pleasant. I can't think why you never came to see me before. As for me, you know, I never have any time. Poor papa has nobody else to take care of him, and it always was the object of my life to be a comfort to papa." "Yes," said Rose, who was a straightforward little woman, and not given to compliments. "I have a great deal to do too," she said, "and then all my spare moments I am working at my design. Papa always says that society accepts artists for what they can give, and does not expect them to sacrifice their time," Rose continued, with her little air of dignity. To be sure, Miss Marjoribanks knew very well that society was utterly unconscious of the existence of the Lake family, but then there is always something imposing in such a perfectly innocent and superb assumption as that to which the young pre-Raphaelite had just given utterance. And it began to dawn upon Lucilla that here was another imperfectly understood but effective instrument lying ready to her hand. "I should like to see your design," said Miss Marjoribanks graciously. "You made such a pretty little wreath for the corner of my handkerchief, don't you remember? All frogs' legs and things. It looked so sweet in the old satin stitch. What is the matter with poor Barbara? I felt sure she would catch cold and lose her voice. I shall tell papa to go and see her. As for to-night, it will be a dreadful loss, to be sure, for I never could find a voice that went so well with mine. But if you are sure she can't come—" "When people have not a sense of duty," said Rose with an indignant sigh, "nor any proper pride, some are so different. Barbara ought to have been some rich person's daughter with nothing to do. She would not mind being of no use in the world. It is a kind of temperament I don't understand," continued the little artist. All this, it is true, was novel to Miss Marjoribanks, who had a kind of prejudice in favour of the daughters of rich persons who had nothing to do. But Lucilla's genius was broad and catholic, and did not insist upon comprehending everything, and it was at this moment that a new idea flashed upon her with all the rapidity of an intuition. She gave Rose a sudden scrutinizing look, and measured her mentally against the gap she had to fill. No doubt it was an experiment, and might fail signally. But then Miss Marjoribanks was always at hand to cover deficiencies, and she had that confidence in herself and her good fortune which is necessary to everybody who greatly dares. "You must come yourself this evening, you dear old Rose," said Lucilla. "You know I always was fond of you. Oh yes, I know you can't sing like Barbara, but the Archdeacon is coming, who understands about art, and if you would like to bring your design—" "My principle has always been that there should be a little of everything in society," said Miss Marjoribanks. "I dare say you will feel a little strange at first, with not knowing the people, but that will soon pass off, and you must come." When she had said this, Lucilla bestowed upon little Rose a friendly schoolfellow kiss, putting her hands upon the little artist's shoulders, and looking her full in the face as she did so. "I am sure you can talk," said Miss Marjoribanks. She did not say, "Go away now, and leave me to my arrangements." But Rose, who was quick-witted, understood that the salute was a dismissal, and she went away accordingly, tingling with pride and excitement and pleasure and a kind of pain. The idea of practically exemplifying in her own person the kind of demeanour which society ought to expect from an artist had not occurred to Rose, but destiny having arranged it so, she was not the woman to withdraw from her responsibilities. She said to herself that it would be shabby for her who was known to have opinions on this subject to shrink from carrying them out, and stimulated her courage by recourse to her principles, as people who do feel themselves bound to lay sacrifices on the altar of duty. Notwithstanding this elevated view of the emergency, it must be admitted that a sudden thought of what she would wear had flushed Rose's very fingertips with a heat and tingle of which the little heroine was ashamed. For to be sure, it was Thursday morning, and there was not a moment to be lost. However, after the first thrill which this idea had given her, Rose bethought herself once more of her principles, and stilled her beating heart. It was not for her to think of what she was to put on, she who had so often proclaimed the exemption of a family of artists from the rules which weigh so hard upon the common world. "We have a rank of our own," she said to herself, but with that tremor which always accompanies the transference of a purely theoretical and even fantastic rule of conduct into practical ground. "We are everybody's equal, and we are nobody's equal. And when papa begins to be appreciated as he ought to be, and Willie has made a name—" This was always the point at which Rose broke off, falling into reverie that could not be expressed in words. But she had no leisure to remark upon the chance compositions in the street, or the effects of light and shade as she went home. A sudden and heavy responsibility had fallen upon her shoulders, and she would have scorned herself had she deserted her post. End of chapter 17. Recording by Michelle Crandall, Fremont, California, May 2010. Chapter 18 of Miss Marjoribanks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Crandall. Miss Marjoribanks by Mrs. Oliphant. Chapter 18. It may be imagined that Rose Lake was not the only person who looked forward with excitement to the evening of this Thursday, which was to be, properly speaking, the Archdeacon's first appearance in Carlingford. To be sure, he had dined at the Rectory, and also at Sir John Richmond's. Besides that, there had been somebody to dinner at Colonel Chiley's table almost every day. But then there were only county people at Sir John's, and Mr. Bury's guests naturally counted for very little in Grange Lane. Indeed, it was very confidently reported that the rector had invited Mr. Tufton of Salem Chapel to meet the Archdeacon, and that but for the dissenting minister having more sense and knowing his place, that unseemly conjunction would have taken place, to the horror of all right-thinking people. So that Dr. Marjoribanks's was in reality the first house where he had any chance of seeing society in Carlingford. It would perhaps be using too strong a word to say that Miss Marjoribanks was anxious about the success of her arrangements for this particular evening, but at the same time it must be admitted that the circumstances were such as to justify a little anxiety. Mr. Cavendish was gone, who, to do him justice, was always agreeable, and his departure disturbed the habitual party. And Mrs. Woodburn had lost all her powers, as it seemed, and sat at Dr. Marjoribanks's left hand, looking just like other people, and evidently not to be in the least depended on. And Lucilla was aware that Barbara was not coming, which made, if nothing else, a change in the programme of the evening. No music, nobody to do the flirting, nor to supply the dramatic by-play to which Grange Lane had become accustomed, and a new man to be made use of, and at the same time to be pleased and fascinated, and made the instrument of fascinating others. A young woman of powers inferior to those of Miss Marjoribanks would have sunk under such a weight of responsibility, and there was no doubt that Lucilla was a little excited. She felt that everything depended upon her courage and self-possession. If she but lost her head for a moment, and lost command of affairs, everything might have been lost. But then fortunately she knew herself and what she could do, and had a modest confidence that she would not lose her head, and thus she could still eat her dinner with the composure of genius, though it would be wrong to deny that Lucilla was a little pale. And then, as if all these things had not been enough to discourage the lady of the house, another discordant element was added by the presence of Mr. Bury and his sister, whom it had been necessary to ask to meet the Archdeacon. The rector, though he was very low church, had no particular objections to a good dinner, but he had a way of sneering at the flesh, even while taking all due pains to nourish it, which roused Dr. Marjoribanks's temper. Sometimes the doctor would launch a shaft of medical wit at his spiritual ruler, which Mr. Bury had no means of parrying. "I have no doubt," Dr. Marjoribanks would say, "that an indigestion is an admirable way of mortifying the flesh, as our excellent rector says. Fasting was the suggestion of a barbarous age. It must have kept those anchorite fellows in an unchristian strength of stomach. And it's far more philosophical to punish the offending body, as Mr. Bury does, by means of made dishes." And when he had thus disturbed his reverend guest's enjoyment, the doctor would go on with great relish with his dinner. This, however, was not the only danger to which the peace of the party was exposed, for the rector, at the same time, regarded Mr. Beverley with a certain critical suspiciousness, such as is seldom to be encountered except among clergymen. He did not know much about his clerical superior, who had only recently been appointed to his archdeaconry, but there was something in his air, his looks and demeanour, which indicated what Mr. Bury considered a loose way of thinking. When the Archdeacon made any remark, the rector would pause and look up from his plate to listen to it, with his fork suspended in the air the while, and then he would exchange glances with his sister, who was on the other side of the table. All this, it may be supposed, was a little discomposing for Lucilla, who had the responsibility of everything, and could now look for no assistance among the ordinary members of her father's party, who were, as a general rule, much more occupied with the dinner than with anything else that was going on. In this state of affairs, Miss Marjoribanks was very glad when the Archdeacon, who occupied the post of honour by her side, made a lively new beginning in the conversation. It had not to call flagged before, not precisely flagged, but still there were indications of approaching exhaustion, such as can always be perceived half a mile off by anybody who has any experience in society. And when the Archdeacon took up the ball with all the liveliness of a man who is interested in a special question, it will not be difficult to any lady who has ever been in such circumstances to realize to herself Miss Marjoribanks's sense of gratitude and relief. By the by," said Mr. Beverley, "I meant to ask if any one knew a man whom I'm sure I caught a glimpse of the first day I was in Carlingford. Perhaps it was in the morning after I arrived, to be precise. I can't recollect exactly. If he lives about here, he ought to be known, for he is a very clever, amusing sort of fellow. I don't know if Carlingford is more blessed than other country towns with people of that complexion," said the Archdeacon, turning to Lucilla with a smile. He was in no hurry, though he was a little curious. The subject was not exciting to him, and to be sure, nothing could be further from his thoughts than that there was anybody at the table who might have turned sick with anxiety and suspense, and felt the pause he made a horrible kind of torture. He paused and turned to Miss Marjoribanks with the smile which is a kind of challenge when it is addressed to a young lady, and meant to lead to a lively little combat by the way. As for Lucilla, she was conscious of an immediate thrill of curiosity, but still it was curiosity unmingled with any excitement, and she had no particular objection to respond. "Everybody is nice in Carlingford," said Miss Marjoribanks. "Some people are always finding fault with their neighbours, but I always get on so well with everybody. I suppose it is my luck," said Lucilla, which to be sure was not precisely an answer to the Archdeacon's question. And there was somebody at the table all the time who could have fallen upon her and beaten her for putting off the revelation which trembled on the lips of Mr. Beverley, and yet would have given anything in the world to silence the Archdeacon, and felt capable of rushing at him like a fury and tearing his tongue out, or suffocating him to stop the next words that he was going to say. And yet the same inconsistent person was furious with Lucilla for postponing this utterance a little, and all the while, so absolute are the restraints of society, everybody at Dr. Marjoribanks's table sat eating their dinner, one precisely like another, as if there had been no such thing as mystery or terror in the world. "You must not expect me to believe in the perfection of human society," said the Archdeacon, going on in the same strain. "I would much rather pin my faith on the amiable dispositions of one young lady who always finds her neighbours agreeable, and I hope she makes no exception to the rule," said the Broad Churchman in a parenthesis, with a smile and a bow. And then he raised his voice a little. "The man I speak of is really a very amusing fellow, you know, and very well got up, and calculated to impose upon ordinary observers. It is quite a curious story. He was the son of a trainer or something of that sort about Newmarket. Old Lord Monmouth took an extraordinary fancy to him, and had him constantly about his place, half brought him up, indeed, along with his grandson, you know. He always was a handsome fellow, and picked up a little polish, and really, for people not quite used to the real thing, was as nearly like a gentleman. Come now, I don't put any faith in that," said Mr. Woodburn. "I don't pretend to be much of a one for fine company myself, but I know a gentleman when I see him. A snob always overdoes it, you know." "I never said this man was a snob," said the Archdeacon, with a refined expression of disgust at the interruption flitting over his features. "On the contrary, if he had only been honest, he would have been really a very nice fellow. My dear sir," said Mr. Bury, "excuse me for breaking in. Perhaps I am old-fashioned, but don't you think it's a pity to treat the question of honesty so lightly? A dishonest person has a precious soul to be saved, and may be a most deeply interesting character. But to speak of him as a very nice fellow is, pardon me, I think it's a pity, especially in mixed society, where it is so important for a clergyman to be guarded in his expressions," said the Rector. When Mr. Bury began to speak, everybody else at the table ceased talking, and gave serious attention to what was going on, for the prospect of a passage of arms between the two clergymen was an opportunity too captivating to be lost. "I hope Mr. Bury's dishonest friends will pardon me," said the Archdeacon. "I mean no harm to their superior claims. Does anybody know the man here, I wonder? His name was Cavan, I think, or something like that, an Irish name. I assure you he was a very good-looking fellow, dark, good features, nearly 6 feet high." "Oh, please don't say any more," said Miss Marjoribanks, and she could not quite have explained why she interrupted these personal details. "If you tell me what he is like, I shall fancy everybody I meet is him. Mr. Centum is dark and has good features, and is nearly 6 feet high. Never mind what he is like. You gentlemen can never describe anybody. You always keep to generals. Tell us what he has done." Somebody drew a long breath at the table when the Archdeacon obeyed Miss Marjoribanks's injunction. More than one person caught the sound, but even Lucilla's keen eyes could not make out beyond controversy from whom it proceeded. To be sure, Lucilla's mind was in a most curious state of tumult and confusion. She was not one of the people who take a long time to form their conclusions, But the natural conclusion to which she felt inclined to jump in this case was one so monstrous and incredible, that Miss Marjoribanks felt her only safeguard in the whirl of possibilities was to reject it altogether, and make up her mind that it was impossible. And then all the correspondences and apparent corroborations began to dance and whirl about her in a bewildering ring, till her own brain seemed to spin with them. She was as much afraid lest the Archdeacon by some chance should fall upon a really individual feature which the world in general could identify, as if she had had any real concern in the matter. But then, fortunately, there was not much chance of that, for it was one of Lucilla's principles that men never can describe each other. She listened, however, with such a curious commotion in her mind that she did not quite make out what he was saying, and only pieced it up in little bits from memory afterwards. Not that it was a very dreadful story. It was not a narrative of robbery or murder or anything very alarming. But if it could by any possibility turn out that the man of whom Mr. Beverley was speaking had ever been received in society in Carlingford, then it would be a dreadful blow to the community, and destroy public confidence for ever in the social leaders. This was what Lucilla was thinking in her sudden turmoil of amazement and apprehension. And then, all of this time, there was another person at table who knew all about it 20 times better than Lucilla, and knew what was coming, and had a still more intense terror lest some personal detail might drop from the Archdeacon's lips, which the public in general would recognise. Notwithstanding, Mr. Beverley went on quite composedly with his story, never dreaming for a moment that anybody was disturbed or excited by it. "He has a mark on his face," the Archdeacon said, but here Miss Marjoribanks gave a little cry, and held up both her hands in dismay. "Don't tell us what marks he has on his face," said Lucilla. "I know that I shall think every man who is dark and has good features and is 6 feet must be him. I wonder if it could be my cousin Tom. He has a little mark on his face, and it would be just like his dreadful luck, poor fellow. Would it be right to give up one's own cousin if it should turn out to be Tom?" said Miss Marjoribanks. The people who were sitting at her end of the table laughed, but there was no laughing in Lucilla's mind, and this fright and panic were poor preparatives for the evening, which had to be got through creditably with so few resources, and with such a total reversal of the ordinary programme. Miss Marjoribanks was still tingling with curiosity and alarm when she rose from the table. If it should really come to pass that an adventurer had been received into the best society of Carlingford, and that the best judges had not been able to discriminate between the false and the true, how could any one expect that Grange Lane would continue to confide its most important arrangements to such incompetent hands? Such was the dreadful question that occupied all Lucilla's thoughts. So far as the adventurer himself was concerned, no doubt he deserved anything that might come upon him, but the judgment which might overtake the careless shepherds who had admitted the wolf into the fold was much more in Miss Marjoribanks's mind than any question of abstract justice. So that it was not entirely with a philanthropical intention that she stopped Mr. Beverley, and put an end to his dangerous details. Now she came to think of it, she began to remember that nobody of her acquaintance had any mark on his face, but still it was best not to inquire too closely. It was thus with a preoccupied mind that she went up to the drawing-room, feeling less in spirits for her work than on any previous occasion. It was the first of the unlucky nights which every woman of Lucilla's large and public-spirited views must calculate upon as inevitable now and then. There was no moon, and the Richmonds naturally were absent, and so were the Miss Browns, who were staying there on a visit, for it was after the engagement between Lydia and John, and Mr. Cavendish was away, though perhaps under the circumstances that was no disadvantage, and Mrs. Woodburn was silenced, and even Barbara Lake had failed her patroness. "You are not in spirits to-night, Lucilla, my poor dear," said Mrs. Chiley, as they went upstairs, and the kind old lady cast a fierce glance at Mrs. Woodburn, who was going before them with Miss Bury, as if it could be her fault. "Dear Mrs. Chiley," said Miss Marjoribanks, "I am in perfect spirits. It is only the responsibility, you know. Poor Barbara is ill, and we can't have any music, and what if people should be bored? When one has real friends to stand by one, it is different," said Lucilla with an intonation that was not intended for Mrs. Chiley, "and I always stand by my friends." If she meant anything by what she said, there was no time to enlarge upon it, for they were just at the drawing-room door, where all the heavy people were waiting to be amused. Mrs. Chiley held her young friend back for a moment with those unreasonable partisan ideas of hers, which were so different from Lucilla's broad and statesmanlike way of contemplating affairs. "I am glad that bold thing is not coming," said the kind old lady. "She deserves to be ill, Lucilla. But don't go and overexcite yourself, my poor dear. People must just amuse themselves in their own way. They are very well off, I am sure, with this pretty room, and a very nice cup of tea, and each other's things to look at. Never mind the people, but go and find a nice corner and have a chat with the Archdeacon when he comes upstairs. I am sure that is what he would like. And you know he is the stranger and the person to be studied," said the designing old woman. As for Lucilla, she made no categorical response. She only opened the door a little wider for Mrs. Chiley's entrance, and arranged the ribbons of the old lady's cap as she followed her into the room, in a caressing way. "I dare say we shall do very well," Lucilla said, feeling her courage rise within her in face of the emergency. And thus she went her way into the gay mob who were waiting for her, and who had not the least idea when Miss Marjoribanks made her appearance among them that she had anything on her mind. But the first group that met Lucilla's eye as she went into the drawing-room was one which made her start a little, self-possessed as she was. This group was composed of, in the first place, Barbara Lake in her crumpled white dress, which she had not had any heart to think of, and which was just as she had taken it off last Thursday evening. Barbara herself showed to as little advantage as her dress did. There was no expectation about her to brighten her up. Her heavy black eyebrows lowered like a dead line of resistance and defiance, and her eyes gleamed underneath, sullenly oblique and dangerous. Her hair was hastily arranged, her complexion muddy and sombre, her eyelids red. It was as easy to see that she had been crying, and that disappointment and spite and vexation had had the greatest share in her tears, as if all the party had been admitted to the little house in Grove Street, and had heard the tempest going on. Though she had made up her mind that she was unable to go, when her going was merely a necessary loyalty to Lucilla, the fact that Rose had been invited acted with a wonderfully stimulating effect upon her sister. Then she began to think that perhaps, after all, he might have come back, and that to be out of the way and leave the field clear to Lucilla was all that her enemies wanted. For poor Barbara could not think but she must have enemies. And the mere idea that Rose was asked roused her of itself. "I don't know what she could mean by asking you, unless it was to spite me," said the sullen contralto. "Oh yes, I dare say she will be very glad to get rid of me, but I'll go to spite her," Barbara cried with a flash from under her lowering brows. And it was this amiable motive which had brought her out. She thought, if by any chance Mr. Cavendish might happen to be there, that the sight of her all crumpled and suffering would be eloquent to his heart, for the poor girl's knowledge of the world and the gentleman was naturally very small. Thus she made her appearance with her disappointment and rage and vexation written on her face, to serve as a beacon to all the young women of Carlingford, and show them the necessity of concealing their feelings. Mrs. Chiley, who felt that Barbara deserved it, and was resolved not to pity her, seized the opportunity, and delivered quite a little lecture to a group of girls on the subject of the Forsaken. "A disappointment may happen to any young person," Mrs. Chiley said, "and so long as it is not their fault, nobody could blame them. But, my dears, whatever you do, don't show it like that. It makes me ashamed for my sex. And only look at Lucilla," said the old lady, who, to tell the truth, instead of looking ashamed, looked triumphant. And to be sure, Miss Marjoribanks had regained all her pristine energy, and looked entirely like herself. What was still more extraordinary, however, was that Mrs. Woodburn had quite emerged from her momentary quietude, and was in a corner as usual with a group of people round her, from whom stifled bursts of laughter were audible. "I am frightened out of my life when I see that woman," said one of the Grange Lane ladies, who was the very impersonation of commonplace, and utterly unworthy of the mimic's wile. "She is taking some of us off at this moment, I am quite sure." "My dear, she is very amusing," said Mrs. Chiley, drawing her lace shawl round her shoulders, with that little jerk which Mrs. Woodburn executed to perfection. "I am quite easy in my mind, for my part. There can't be much to take off in an old woman that is old enough to be all your grandmothers, and I am quite pleased for Lucilla's sake." And then, it is true, the girls laughed, and tried hard to hide that they were laughing, for they had all heard Mrs. Woodburn give that very speech with inimitable success. But it was in reality the Archdeacon, of whom the mimic was giving a private rehearsal at that moment. She was doing it with a little exaggeration, and colouring strongly, which perhaps was owing to an imperfect acquaintance with the subject, and perhaps to the little excitement which accompanied the throwing off of the cloud which had enveloped her. To be sure, nobody knew why she should have been under a cloud, for married sisters don't generally lose their spirits in consequence of a brother's temporary absence. But still the general eye perceived the change. Now you will look a little like yourself again," some one said to her. "You might have been out of town, like Mr. Cavendish, for anything one has heard of you for a week past." "I have been studying very closely," Mrs. Woodburn said. "It is so important to get the keynote." And this was how, more than by anything he said or did himself, that Mr. Beverley's ways of expressing himself became familiar to the mind of Grange Lane. All this time little Rose Lake had been standing by the table near her sister, not feeling very comfortable, if the truth must be told. Rose had been obliged to solve the important question of what she was to put on by the simple, but not quite satisfactory, expedient of wearing what she had, as so many people have to do. And her dress was, to say the least, rather a marked contrast to the other dresses round her. For when one is an artist, and belongs to a family of artists, one is perhaps tempted to carry one's ideas of what is abstractly graceful even into the sacred conventionalities of personal attire, and it is sad to be obliged to confess that the success is generally much less apparent than one might have expected it to be, as many an unfortunate painter's wife has found out to her cost. Among all the Grange Lane girls there was not one who could have looked, as Miss Marjoribanks herself said, nicer than Rose if she had been dressed like other people. To be sure, there were several handsomer, such as Barbara, for instance, who possessed a kind of beauty, but who was as far from being nice as can be conceived. But then what can be done with a girl who goes out for the evening in a black dress trimmed with red, and made with quaint little slashings at the shoulders and round the waist of an architectural character? Rose's opinions in respect to effective ornamentation were, as has been said, very strongly marked for so young a person, and though she was perfectly neat, and not a crumple about her, still it must be confessed that her costume altogether suggested, even to Lucilla, who was not imaginative, one of the carnival demons that she had seen in Italy. When she went up to her young visitor, veiling her altogether for the moment in her own clouds of white, Miss Marjoribanks made a furtive attempt to put some of the tags out of the way, but this was an impracticable effort. "It was so nice of you to come on such short notice," Lucilla said, putting her hand affectionately on Rose's shoulder, but her eyes would wander while she was speaking from her little schoolfellow's face to her dreadful trimmings. "And I am so glad to see Barbara is better. But you shan't be troubled to-night, for we are not going to have any music. I am sure you are not able to sing," said Miss Marjoribanks, addressing the elder sister, and all this time she was insidiously fingering Rose's tags, which were far too firmly secured to yield to any such legerdemain. And then, as was natural, Lucilla had to go away and attend to her other guests, and the other people in the room were too busy with their own talks and friends to pay any attention to Rose, even had she not been sister to Barbara, whom nobody felt disposed to notice. Rose had brought a large portfolio with her, containing not only the design in which her own genius was launching forth, but also some drawings which the little artist set much less store by, and one surreptitious sketch, which was by Willie, who had not yet made a name. She thought in her innocence, poor child, as is natural to youthful professors of art or literature, that such matters formed the staple of conversation in polite society, and that everybody would be pleased and proud to have heard of and seen, just before his debut, the works of the coming man. "I have brought some drawings," she said to Lucilla, putting her hand upon the portfolio, and Lucilla had said, "You dear little Rose, how nice of you!" But that was all that had as yet passed on the subject. Miss Marjoribanks regarded with eyes of painful interest the young Pre-Raphaelite's tags, but she paid no regard to the portfolio, and never even asked to see its contents. Rose, to be sure, might have sat down had she pleased, but she preferred to keep her place standing by her sister's side, with her hand upon the portfolio, listening to all the people talking. It was rather a disenchanting process. All of them might have seen the portfolio had they liked, and yet they went on talking about the most unimportant matters, where they were going, and what they were to wear, and what new amusements or occupations had been planned for the morrow, which two words indeed seemed to mean the same thing according to Carlingford young ladies. As Rose Lake stood and listened, a few of her childish illusions began to leave her. In the first place, nobody said a syllable either about art, literature, or even music, which gave the lie to all her previous conceptions of conversation among educated people. And then it began slowly to dawn upon Rose that a life like her own, full of work and occupation, which she had been used up to this moment to think a very good life, and quite refined and dignified in comparison with most of the lives she knew of, was in reality a very shabby and poor existence, of which a young woman ought to be ashamed when she came into society in Grange Lane. When this discovery began to dawn upon the little artist, it made her very hot and uncomfortable for the first moment, as may be supposed. She who had thought of the female school of design as of a career, and considered herself a little in the light of one of the pioneers of society and benefactors of her kind. But in Miss Marjoribanks's drawing-room, the careers seemed to change its character, and then Rose began to think that now she understood Barbara. It was, on the whole, a painful little bit of experience, and the more humbled she felt in herself, the more did her little heart swell within her with the innocent pride grown bitter, and the happy contemplation of her scruples turned into a combative self-assertion, which is not an uncommon process with people who have cherished ideas about the rank of artists. The world did not care in the least for her being an artist, except perhaps in so far as that fact gave a still more absurd explanation to her absurd dress. And then she had never been to a ball, and was not going to any ball, nor to the picnic on Saturday, nor to Mrs. Centum's on Monday, nor to ride, nor to drive, nor to do anything that all these young people were doing, and naturally the sensation produced was not a very agreeable one, for to be sure she was only 17, and it went to her heart to be so altogether out of accord with everything she heard of in this new world. Thus she stood, losing more and more the easy grace of her first attitude, and getting morose and stiff and constrained, with a sense of being absurd. This perhaps was why Barbara had always stopped her when she began to speak of their rank as artists. Barbara had been more far-sighted than herself, and had but followed the lead of the world. This was the lesson Rose was learning as she stood up at the end of the room, clearly marked out in her black and red dress against the background and entourage of white-robed angels. It had been Barbara that knew best. It was a lesson a little sharp, but still it was one which everybody in her position has to find out, and which it was very well for her to learn. And it was just at this time that the gentlemen came up from the dining-room. As for Barbara, she roused up a little from her sullen silence, and turned an eager look to the door, with a lingering, desperate idea that, after all, he might be there, which was an act which shocked her sister. "If you would only have a proper pride," the impatient little mentor whispered, but Barbara only heaved up her plump round shoulders and jerked her ear away. So far from having proper pride, she rather wanted to show all the Grange Lane people that she was looking for him, that she was suffering from his loss, and had hopes of his return, and came not for them or for Lucilla, but on his account. For Barbara had no dreams of any possible good to be got out of papa's being appreciated, or Willie making a name, and even to be the deserted of Mr. Cavendish was a more flattering distinction than to be simply the drawing-master's daughter. But of course there was no Mr. Cavendish there, and to tell the truth, his absence made itself most distinctly felt at that critical moment. Then, for the first time, the ordinary public found out how he had bridged over the chasm between the dinner party, who were very satisfied and blasé, and wanted repose, and the evening people, who were all quite fresh and looked for amusement. The public, with its usual dullness of perception, had ignored this, though Miss Marjoribanks had known it from the very beginning, and now there was nobody to take this delicate office. The result was that the gentlemen were just falling into that terrible black knot all by themselves about the door, and betaking themselves to the subjects which were, as Lucilla justly remarked, on a level with their capacities, when Miss Marjoribanks felt that the moment had arrived for decisive action. The Archdeacon, to do him justice, had made a little effort to enter into general society, for he was still young enough, as Mrs. Chiley said, to think it worth his while to take in the younger and prettier section of the community into the circle of his sympathies. But it was here that the limited range of a churchman became apparent in comparison with the broad and Catholic tendencies of a man of the world like Mr. Cavendish. A well-brought-up young woman in general society cannot be expected on the spot to bring forward her theological doubts or speculations for immediate solution, and that was the only kind of flirtation which Mr. Beverley was properly up to. He made one or two attempts, but without great success, and then the Archdeacon began to veer slowly downward into the midst of the circle of black coats which was slowly consolidating, and which was the object of Miss Marjoribanks's special terror. And this being the case, Lucilla felt that no time was to be lost. Though she had taken no notice of the portfolio, and to tell the truth did not care in the least about its contents, she had no more forgotten that it was there than she forgot any other instrument which could be put to use. When it was evident that nothing else was to be done, Miss Marjoribanks called the Archdeacon to her to the other end of the room, "I want to show you something," said Lucilla. "I am quite sure you know about art. Do come and look at Miss Lake's drawings. They are charming. This is Mr. Beverley, Rose, and you must let him see what you have got in the portfolio. He is quite a judge, you know, and she is a little genius," said Lucilla. This speech awoke a little flutter of amazement and consternation in the assembly. But Miss Marjoribanks knew what she was about. She opened up the portfolio with her own hands, and brought forth the drawing which was Willie's drawing, and which, to be sure, Lucilla knew nothing about. It was my luck, you know, as she said afterwards, for Willie's drawing was wonderfully clever, and quite in Mr. Beverley's way. And then everybody got up to look at it, and made a circle round the Archdeacon, and the Broad Churchman, who had at bottom no objection to be mobbed and surrounded by a party of ladies, exerted himself accordingly, and opened up to such an extent that the whole room thrilled with interest. Thus Lucilla's look, as she modestly called it, or rather her genius, triumphed once more over the novel combination which had perplexed her for the first moment. She drew a little apart, well pleased, and looked on with that sense of success and administrative power which is one of the highest mental enjoyments. She contemplated the grouping affectionately, and felt in her own soul the reassuring and delicious consciousness that, having mastered such a difficulty as this, she might go on with renewed confidence in her own powers. And it was this soothing and at the same time exhilarating sentiment which was interrupted by the somewhat impatient gestures of Mrs. Chiley, who at this moment caught Lucilla's dress, and drew her to her side. "My dear," said the old lady hastily, "this will never do. It is all very well to sacrifice yourself, but you can't expect me to approve of it when you carry it so far. Go and talk to him yourself, Lucilla. What was the good of bringing him here and making a fuss about him, all for that? And you will see that other fantastic little creature will be just as nasty as her sister," said Mrs. Chiley, who was so much excited that she could scarcely restrain herself from speaking out loud. But Lucilla only smiled like an angel upon her excited friend. "Dear Mrs. Chiley," she said in a seraphic way, "the lady of the house must always think of her guests first, and you know that the object of my life is to be a comfort to dear papa." Thus that evening came to a climax of success and satisfaction so far as Miss Marjoribanks was personally concerned. But it will be necessary to turn over another leaf before describing the very different sentiments of little Rose Lake at the same crisis. For of course no great work was ever achieved without the sacrifice of a certain number of instruments, and the young Pre-Raphaelite was at this moment no better than a graphic little pencil in the greater artist's hand. End of chapter 18. Recorded by Michelle Crandall, Fremont, California, May 2010. Miss Marjoribanks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Crandall. Miss Marjoribanks by Mrs. Oliphant. Chapter 19. Mr. Archdeacon Beverley was tall and strong, as was natural to a Broad Churchman, and when he took Willie's drawing in his hand, and held it up to his eyes and began to express his sentiments on the subject, it did not occur to him that his shadow, both physical and moral, was quite blotting out the little figure down at his elbow whom he supposed to be the artist, and whose face was crimson, and her heart beating, and her whole frame in a tremble of eagerness to disavow the honour and secure the credit of his work to Willie, who had still his name to make. As for Rose's explanations and descriptions, they might as well have been uttered to a collection of deaf people for any effect they had upon the Archdeacon, who was discoursing about the picture in his own way, ever so far above her, or to his auditory, who were interested in what he was saying because he said it, and not because of any interest they had in the subject. Rose stood trembling with impatience and a kind of feminine rage, deep down in the circle of white ladies, and under the shadow of the large black figure in the midst of them. The Archdeacon might have stood very well for one of the clerical heroes upon whose arm the modern heroine thinks it would be sweet to lean, who would guard her from the world, and support her in trouble, and make his manly bosom a bulwark for her against all injustice, which indeed was a way of thinking of Mr. Beverley, which some of the ladies surrounding him at that moment might have been not disinclined to adopt, as, to be sure, it was with the conception of his character which Mrs. Chiley would very fain have impressed on Miss Marjoribanks. But as for Rose, on the contrary, so far from thinking of clinging to his arm and being supported thereby, her girlish impulse was to spring upon that elbow
which was the only point accessible to her stature, and box and pinch him into listening to the indignant disclaimers, the eager protestations, to which he gave no manner of attention. But then it is well known that the point of view from which circumstances compel us to regard either a landscape or a person has everything to do with the opinion formed upon it. Willie was the genius of the Lake family, as may be divined, and he was just then in London, working very hard, and thinking of making a name with still more fervid, though less confident calculations than those of his little sister, and the idea that she was appropriating his glory, however unwillingly, and depriving him for a moment of the honour due to him, drove Rose half frantic, while at the same time nature had made her voice so soft, and toned it so gently, that all her efforts could not secure herself a hearing. As for the audience in general, it was, on the contrary, quite enchanted with the Archdeacon's elucidation. It was not so much that he was entertaining, as that it was him, the highest clerical dignitary, who had been seen for a long time about Carlingford, possibly its future bishop, and a man who was said to have written articles in the reviews, and to be a friend of Dean Howard's, and very well received in the highest quarters. Such a man could not fail to be an authority on the subject of art, or indeed on any other subject which it might be his pleasure to discuss. "I recognize here a wonderful absence of conventionality," said the Archdeacon. "There is good in everything. Perhaps the want of any picture gallery in the neighbourhood of Carlingford, which I have been so sorry to observe." "Oh, but I assure you Sir John has a very nice collection of pictures," said one of Mr. Beverley's audience, "and dear Lady Richmond is so kind in letting one bring one's friends to see them. She is such a sweet woman, don't you think so? I am sure my husband says—" "Lady Richmond is a good, pure, gentle woman," said the Archdeacon in his broad church way, summing up and settling the question. "Everybody must be the better for knowing her. There is a great deal of very fine feeling for drapery in that mantle, and the boy's attitude is remarkable. There is a freedom in that leg, for example, which is extraordinary for a lady." "But it is not a lady," shrieked Rose, who was getting incoherent, and with difficulty restrained herself from seizing Mr. Beverley's elbow. The Archdeacon this time gave a little glance down at her, and his eye caught her red trimmings, and he smiled a little. He thought he knew what she meant. "Miss Lake declines to be mildly judged on the score of being a lady," he said, "and I quite agree with her, so we'll abandon that phraseology. I confess that I was quite unprepared to find such genius in Carlingford. It is a delightful little town, but with no collection of pictures, no gallery, no masters." But here Rose, who could bear no longer, made a dash at last at that elbow which represented to her, for the moment, all the arrogance and superficial information of criticism. "Papa is the master," cried Rose, "and there are 2 schools of design. We gained 6 prizes, and Willie had all his first training." "Precisely," said the Archdeacon in his bland tones. "Schools of design are admirable things in their way. They develop what one may call the superficial talent which pervades the community. But to find a real power such as this may develop into, in a town so destitute of the means of instruction, says a great deal for human nature. Centum, you are a connoisseur. You know what I mean. Why you should not have a yearly exhibition at Carlingford, for example, when there is an amount of native talent which can produce a sketch like this, I cannot conceive. Look how finely characterized are the different figures, and such depth of feeling in the accessories. This piece of drapery, for example. I am sure all our thanks are due to Miss Lake for suffering us to see her production." "I should like you to examine it well, Centum," said the Archdeacon, and then passed it to Mr. Centum's hand. To tell the truth, Mr. Centum would have differed from Mr. Beverley had he dared, for it is all very easy for a stranger to speak about native talent, whereas for a man who lives in the town, and may be expected to foster a rising artist in a more substantial way than by mere praise, it is a very different matter. But then the banker knew that to differ from the Archdeacon, a man who was in the very best society, and indeed quite familiar at Windsor, would be to make a summary end of the reputation he himself enjoyed as a connoisseur. So he drew near and looked at the drawing, and echoed Mr. Beverley's sentiments, but naturally in a modified way. "But as for a yearly exhibition, I don't know what to say about that," said Mr. Centum, "for you know we'd have to give a prize to tempt a few of the fellows in London to send a picture or 2. All that is very easy in theory, but it is much more difficult in practice. It's a very clever drawing. I dare say your father touched it up, did he not? I always said Lake was a very clever fellow in his way,
but if it was the very finest beginning ever made, it is only a sketch, and one swallow does not make a summer. And then," said Mr. Centum, trying to escape by a joke, "you know a young lady is never to be calculated upon, though as a sketch nothing could be more promising," added the man whose character was at stake, and then the whole party burst into an animated discussion of the chance of an exhibition at Carlingford, and the duty of fostering native talent. Rose stood in the centre of the circle all this time, while Lily's drawing passed from hand to hand, and all this talk went on, palpitating with vexation and impatience, and keen feminine rage, and unable to get anybody to listen to her. Nobody cared the least in the world whether it was or was not she who had done it. Nobody knew anything about Willie, whether he had made a name or not, who cared? It was a very successful expedient, so far as Lucilla's great work was concerned, and rewarded her pains in a way which it was delightful to contemplate. But then there never was a great work in the world which did not involve a few heartaches to the instruments, and to be truly successful, a person of the highest order of administrative genius must be indifferent to that. At the same time, it would be quite false to say that Miss Marjoribanks contemplated any such accompaniment, or had the least intention of wounding Rose, who, on the contrary, was a great pet of hers. But Lucilla's eyes were naturally fixed upon her own aim, which was, it must be confessed, of sufficient magnitude to justify a few sacrifices of the rank and file. If a great monarch was to count how many soldiers would be killed every time it was necessary to his credit to fight a great battle, what would become of the world? But then the misfortune was, that in this case, poor little Rose had been quite as intent upon her little aim as was Lucilla, did not understand that she was there to be bowled over, and to make way for the car of triumph. When she had restored to her at last the precious drawing which had gained so much praise, and which by this time was a little frayed at the edges, but to be sure that was only the mounting board, and looked as if it had seen service, instead of being elated and triumphant as she was expected to be, poor Rose could scarcely keep from crying. Not hers was to be the gratification of helping Willie on his first step towards a name. On the contrary, she felt herself in the horrible position of having usurped his credit, and done him an injury, and put his drawing away in the portfolio with inexpressible feelings, shutting it down over her own poor little work, and the veil which had, up to this moment, held the principal share in her thoughts. Alas, by this time, poor Rose had more serious matters to think of, and when she made an attempt privately, when there was some chance of being heard, to rectify the mistake, her effort was equally unsuccessful. She took her chance when she saw Mr. Centum alone, and stole up to him and made her little statement. "It was my brother's drawing, not mine," she said, and the banker, who had by this time forgotten all about it, opened his eyes and stared at her. Oh, it was your brother's," said Mr. Centum with a little yawn, and the impulse may be forgiven to Rose if she could have seized upon this man, who considered himself a connoisseur, and given him a good shake in her rage and vexation. But then, to be sure, all that impatience did no good, and Rose was not even grateful for the kiss Lucilla gave her when she went away. "Thank you so much for bringing that beautiful drawing," Miss Marjoribanks said, and she meant it quite sincerely, and felt that Rose and her portfolio had helped her to her latest triumph, just as Barbara and her contralto had helped in the earliest. And thus the two representatives of the arts went home in their wounded condition, after having served their purpose. To be sure, Barbara richly deserved her share of the pain, but at the same time Lucilla had gone over them both in her triumphal chariot, and they had contributed much to her victory. And then neither of them was philosophical enough to feel that to help on, even by your own humiliation, the success of a great work is worth everybody's while. Miss Marjoribanks had made use of them as a society generally makes use of art, and they, unfortunately, had taken it as the artist generally does take that supreme compliment. This was the other side of the picture which Lucilla looked upon with such complacent eyes, and at the very same moment Mrs. Chiley, seeing matters from her point of view, confided to her husband her vexation and annoyance at the way in which her young friend neglected her opportunities. "He is not like what clergymen were in our day," said the old lady, "but still he is very nice, and has such a nice position, and it would just suit Lucilla. But to think of her going and leaving him with these Lake girls, notwithstanding the lesson she has had. And I have no doubt the little one is just as designing and nasty as the other. If it should come to anything, she has only herself to blame," said Mrs. Chiley. As for the Colonel, he took it more calmly, as a gentleman might be expected to do. "You may trust a parson for that," said the old soldier. "He knows what he is about. You will never find him make such an ass of himself as young Cavendish did." But this only made Mrs. Chiley sigh the more. "Poor Mr. Cavendish," said the old lady. "I will never blame him, poor fellow. It was all that deceitful thing laying her snares for him. For my part, I never like to have anything to do with those artist kind of people. They are all adventurers," said the Colonel's wife. And she went to bed with this unchristian persuasion in her mind. Thus the matter was regarded on all sides with sentiments differing according to the different points of view, and the only person who looked at it abstractly, and contemplated not the accidents of the evening, but the work itself, which was progressing in the face of all kinds of social difficulties, was the master mind which first conceived the grand design of turning the chaotic elements of society in Carlingford into one grand unity. One may be charitable to the natural feelings of those who have been shot at and ridden over in the course of the combat, and one may even sympathize a little with the disgust of the critic who can see the opportunities which have been neglected after the day was won. But in reality it is only the eye of the general who has planned it, who can estimate the true importance of each individual fight in the campaign. And when we announce that Miss Marjoribanks herself was satisfied, there remains little more to say. As for the Archdeacon, he, as was natural, knew nothing about the matter. He said again, with the natural obtuseness which is so general among the gentlemen, that it had been a very pleasant party. "She has a fine, clear, candid nature," said Mr. Beverley. "I should think such a person must exercise an influence for good on society," which no doubt was true enough. This was how Lucilla, by sheer dint of genius, triumphed over all the obstacles that stood in her way, and without music, without the county people, and without Mr. Cavendish, still continued with renewed eclat her weekly success. But though she was satisfied with the evening, it would be vain to deny that there were perturbations in the mind of Miss Marjoribanks as she laid her head upon her maiden pillow. She said to herself again with profounder fervour that fortunately her affections had not been engaged, but there were more things than affections to be taken into consideration. Could it be possible that mystery, and perhaps imposture of one kind or another, had crossed the sacred threshold of Grange Lane, and that people might find out and cast in Lucilla's face the dreadful discovery that a man had been received in her house who was not what he appeared to be? When such an idea crossed her mind, Miss Marjoribanks shivered under her satin quilt. Of course she could not change the nature of the fact one way or another, but at least it was her duty to act with great circumspection, so that if possible it might not be found out. For Lucilla appreciated fully the difference that exists between wrong and discovery. If any man was imposing upon his neighbours and telling lies about himself, it was his own fault. But if a leader of society were to betray the fact of having received and petted such a person, then the responsibility was on her shoulders. It dismayed Miss Marjoribanks, and at the same time it gave a tinge of excitement to the future, in which there might be, and no doubt were, crowds of unrevealed archdeacons and undiscovered men of the world on their way to Carlingford, all knowing something about somebody, and bringing with them an ever-recurring succession of difficulties and triumphs. It was prudence that was the great thing that was required, and not to give too hasty heed to anything, nor to put oneself in the wrong way by any alarmist policy. Fortunately, the respectability of Dr. Marjoribanks's house was enough to cover its guests with a shining buckler. Thus Lucilla calmed down her own apprehensions, and succeeded in convincing herself that if the impostor whom the Archdeacon had seen had been really received in Grange Lane, it was so much the worse for the impostor. But that, in the meantime, in the lack of evidence, it was much the best thing to take no notice. If there was any one else in Carlingford who regarded that past danger with a livelier horror and a more distinct fear, certainly Miss Marjoribanks had no way of knowing it, and nobody had been remarked in a despondent condition, or indeed in anything but the highest spirits in the course of this Thursday, except the ungrateful creature who had done so much mischief. And tolerant as Lucilla was, it would have been going beyond the limits of nature to have expected that she could have been profoundly sorry for Barbara Lake. But at the same time, poor Barbara, though she was not an elevated character, had gone home in a very sad state of mind. She had taken courage to ask Mrs. Woodburn about her brother, and Mrs. Woodburn had made the very briefest and rudest response to her question, and had taken off her woebegone looks almost to her very face. And no one had shown the least sympathy for the forsaken one. She had not even been called from her solitude to sing, which might have been something, and it was Rose, as she said to herself, who had attracted all the attention, for, like most selfish people, Barbara, though keenly aware of her own wrongs, had no eyes for the humiliation and pain to which her sister had been subjected. "I feel as if I should never see him more," she said, quite subdued and broken down, with a burst of tears, as the two went home. And poor little Rose, who was soft-hearted, forgot all her disapprobation and sympathy. "Never mind them, dear, they have no feeling. We must cling together all the closer, and try to be everything to each other," Rose said, with eyes which were full, but which would not shed any tears. Her mind was overflowing with mortification and wounded pride, and at the same time she said to herself that all that was nothing in comparison to the wound of the heart under which Barbara was suffering. "Dear, never mind, we will be everything to each other," said the poor little romantic Rose, and the elder sister, even in the depths of her dejection, could have given her a good shake for uttering such an absurd sentiment, for a great deal of good it would do to be everything to each other, as if that could ever replace the orange blossoms and the wedding tour and the carriage and handsome house which were included in the name of Cavendish. And he was such a dear, she said to herself in her own mind, and wept, and made her eyes redder and redder. If Mr. Cavendish had known all that was going on in Carlingford that night, the chances are that he would have been most flattered by those tears which Barbara shed for him under the lamps in Grove Street. But then it is to be hoped he would not have been insensible either to the just reticence and self-restraint which, mingling with Miss Marjoribanks's suspicions, prevented her, as she herself said, even in the deepest seclusion of her own thoughts, from naming any name. End of chapter 19. Recording by Michelle Crandall, Fremont, California, October 2010. Chapter 20 of Miss Marjoribanks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Crandall. Miss Marjoribanks by Mrs. Oliphant. Chapter 20. Lucilla had triumphed, and did triumph, over all the obstacles that presented themselves in her way, and such was her power, that after a while she even succeeded in convincing little Rose Lake of the perfect reasonableness, and indeed necessity, of sacrificing herself to the public interests of the community. As for enjoying it, Miss Marjoribanks said, that is quite a different matter. Now and then, perhaps for a minute, one enjoys it, but that is not what I am thinking of. One owes something to one's fellow creatures, you know, and if it made the evening go off well, I should not mind in the least to be hustled up in a corner and contradicted. To be sure, I don't remember that it ever happened to me, but then I have such luck, and you are such a tiny little soul, you dear little Rose. Not that I should like you to be any bigger," Lucilla added, contemplating that little specimen of her raw material with a certain complacency. "I like contrast, for my part, and I am sure I give you full leave to box the Archdeacon's ears next Thursday, or to tell him he does not know anything in the world about art," said Miss Marjoribanks thoughtfully, with a new combination rising in her mind. "Thank you, Lucilla," said Rose, "but I shall not come back again. I am much obliged to you. It does not do for people who have work to do. My time is all I have, and I cannot afford to waste it, especially—" "My dear child," said Miss Marjoribanks, "how are you ever to be an artist if you do not know life? That is just the very reason why you ought to go out into the world, and I don't see for my part that it matters whether it is pleasant or not. To practice scales all day long is anything but pleasant, but then one has to do it, you know. I don't blame you," said Lucilla, with tender condescension. "You are a dear little thing, and you don't know any better, but I went through political economy, and learnt all about that. You don't think I chose it for the pleasure. But you all know what is the object of my life, and I hope I am not one to shrink from my duty," Miss Marjoribanks added, and it was difficult to reply to such a sublime declaration. Little Rose left her friend with the conviction that it was her duty too to sacrifice herself for the benefit of society and the advancement of art. Such were the lofty sentiments elicited naturally, as enthusiasm responds to enthusiasm, by Lucilla's self-devotion. Already, although she was not much more than 20, she had the consoling consciousness that had wrought a great work in Carlingford, and if Miss Marjoribanks required a little sacrifice from her assistance, she did not shrink from making the same in her own person, as had been shadowed forth in the case of Mr. Cavendish, and as will yet, in the course of this history, be still more seriously and even sadly evolved. 3 weeks had passed in this way, making it still more and more visible to Lucilla how much she had lost in losing Mr. Cavendish, of whom nothing as yet had been heard, when suddenly, one day about luncheon time, at the hour when Miss Marjoribanks was known to be at home, the drawing-room door opened without any warning, and the missing man walked in. It was thus that Lucilla herself described the unexpected apparition which appeared to her to have dropped from the clouds. She avowed afterwards to Mrs. Chiley that his entrance was so utterly unexpected, so noiseless and without warning, that she felt quite silly, and could not tell in the least how she behaved, though the friends of Miss Marjoribanks, it is to be hoped, are too well acquainted with her promptitude of mind and action to imagine that she in any way compromised herself, even under the surprise of the moment. As for Mr. Cavendish, he exhibited a certain mixture of timidity and excitement which it was remarkable, and, indeed, rather flattering for any lady to see in such an accomplished man of the world. Miss Marjoribanks was not a person to deceive herself, nor did she want experience in such matters, as has been already shown, but it would be vain to deny that the conviction forced upon her mind by the demeanour of her visitor was that it was a man about to propose who thus made his unlooked-for appearance before her. She confessed afterwards to her confidential friend that he had all the signs of it in his looks and manners. He gave that little nervous cough, Lucilla said, and pulled his cravat just so, and stared into his hat as if he had it all written down there, and looked as they always look, Miss Marjoribanks added, with a touch of natural contempt. Nor was this all the change in Mr. Cavendish's appearance. He had managed miraculously, in his month's absence, to grow the most charming little moustache and beard, which were, to be sure, slightly red, like most people's. It gleamed into Miss Marjoribanks's mind in a moment that people did such things sometimes by way of disguising themselves, but if such had been Mr. Cavendish's intention, it had utterly failed, since he seemed rather more like himself than before, in Lucilla's opinion, and certainly was more likely to attract attention, since beards were not so usual in these days. They met on the very spot where Lucilla had seen him last, with that look of insane terror on his handsome face, and the Archdeacon was still in Carlingford, if it was he who had occasioned such a panic. Mr. Cavendish came in as if he had never been absent, as if he had seen Miss Marjoribanks on the previous night, and had no fear of anything in the world but of failing to please her. And Lucilla fortunately saw the nature of the position, and was not to be put out even by such an emergency. Of course, under the circumstances, to accept him was utterly out of the question, but at the same time Lucilla did not feel it expedient, without much more distinct information, to put a definitive and cruel negative on Mr. Cavendish's hopes. As for Barbara Lake, that was a trifle not worth thinking of, and, notwithstanding that there was something rather unaccountable in his conduct, he was still the probable member for Carlingford, just, as Mrs. Chiley so often said, the position which, of all others, she would have chosen for Lucilla. So that Miss Marjoribanks was not prepared, without due consideration, to bring the matter to a final end. While Lucilla made this rapid summary of affairs, and took her stand in her own mind, Mr. Cavendish had taken a chair and had opened the conversation. He hoped he had not been entirely forgotten, though a fortnight's absence was a severe tax on anybody's memory. "A fortnight?" said Miss Marjoribanks. "How happy you must have been while you have been away, for I assure you a month is a month at Carlingford, and one does not get such ornaments in 2 weeks," said Lucilla, patting her hand to her chin, which made Mr. Cavendish laugh, and look more nervous than ever. "It is a souvenir of where I have been," he said. "I could imagine I had been gone 2 years, judging by my own feelings. I am so pleased you remember how long it is. I dare say it looked a little droll running away so, but I dared not trust myself with leave-takings," Mr. Cavendish said with an air of sentiment. "I have been watching over a poor friend of mine on his sick-bed. He was once very good to me, and when he sent for me I could not delay or refuse him. I found he had telegraphed for me when I got home the last Thursday evening I was here," he continued, looking Lucilla full in the face with the candour of conscious truth, "though, to be sure, when people are stating a simple fact, it is seldom that they take the pains to be so particular. I started by the night train, and crossed the Channel while you were all fast asleep. I wonder if any one gave me a thought," continued Mr. Cavendish, and it was still more and more impressed upon Lucilla that he had all the signs of a man who had come to propose. "I cannot say about that night in particular, but I am sure a great many people have given you a thought," said Miss Marjoribanks. "We have all been wondering what had become of you, where you were, and when you were coming back. So far as I am concerned, I have missed you dreadfully," said Lucilla with her usual openness, and she really thought for a moment that Mr. Cavendish, in a sudden transport, was going down on his knees. "I scarcely hoped for so much happiness," he said, and though he kept up the tone proper to good society, which might mean sport or earnest according as the occasion served, there was a certain air of gratitude and tenderness in his face which sent Lucilla's active mind a-wandering. "He is thinking of the music stand," she said to herself, and then went on with what she was saying, for though Miss Marjoribanks had a very good opinion of herself, it had not occurred to her that Mr. Cavendish was very deeply in love, with her at all events. "Ah, yes, not only for the flirting, you know, which of itself is a dreadful loss, but then you were so good in keeping the gentlemen to their duty. I missed you dreadfully. There has been nobody at all to help me," said Lucilla. Her tone was so genuinely plaintive that Mr. Cavendish grew more and more moved. He put down his hat, he cleared his throat, he got up and walked to the window. Evidently he was getting up his courage for the last step. "But I heard you had some distinguished strangers here," he said, coming back to his seat, without having, as it appeared, made up his mind. "My sister wrote, that is to say, I heard. I really don't remember how I got the news. A dean or bishop or something?" "Oh, yes, Mr. Archdeacon Beverley. He came precisely the night you went away," said Lucilla. "Didn't you see him? I thought you stayed till after he came into the room. A nice clergyman is very nice, you know. But, after all, a man who has some experience in society, and we have had no music to speak of since you went away. Poor dear Barbara has had such a bad cold. In short, we have all been at sixes and sevens, and the Archdeacon— oh, never mind the Archdeacon," said Mr. Cavendish, and Miss Marjoribanks felt that he had not winced at the name, though he did glance up at her in spite of himself with a little gleam from his eyes when she mentioned Barbara Lake. Perhaps this was because he knew nothing about the Archdeacon, perhaps because he was prepared to hear the Archdeacon named. Lucilla did not give him all the benefit of the uncertainty, for she began to get a little impatient, and to wonder, if the man had come to propose, as appearances suggested, why did he not do it and get done with it? Which was a very reasonable question. This time, however, it certainly was coming. "I don't like nice clergymen," said Mr. Cavendish, "especially not when you think them nice. If I could really flatter myself that you had missed me—" "We all did," said Lucilla. "There is no compliment about it, and poor dear Barbara has had such a cold." "Ah," said the unfortunate aspirant, and once more he gave a doubtful glance at Lucilla. Decidedly the name of Barbara had more effect upon him than that of the Archdeacon. It seemed to damp his fire and smother the words on his lips, and he had to take another promenade to the window to recover himself. After that, however, he came back evidently wound up and determined, and his eyes, as he returned to Miss Marjoribanks's side, fell upon the music stand by means of which she had covered his fright and flight, if it was not a mere hallucination on Lucilla's part that he had been frightened and had fled on the night he left Carlingford. He came back with the air of a man who means to delay and deliberate no more. "If I could flatter myself that you had missed me," he said, "you, not any one else, I might have the courage to ask." It was at that precise moment of all moments that Mrs. Chiley, whom they had not heard coming upstairs, though she was sufficiently audible, suddenly opened the door. Mr. Cavendish, as was natural, broke off in a moment with a face which had turned crimson, and even Lucilla herself felt a little annoyed and put out, when, as in duty bound, she got up to meet and welcome her old friend. One thing was fortunate, as Miss Marjoribanks afterwards reflected, that since it was to be interrupted, it had been interrupted so early, before he could have put himself in any ridiculous attitude, for example, for at such moments it is well known that some men go down upon their knees, or at least such is the ineradicable belief of womankind. If Mr. Cavendish had been on his knees, though, to tell the truth, he was not a very likely subject, the position would have been much more embarrassing. But as it was, there was an end. He turned back again to the window, biting his glove in the most frantic way, and taking up his hat, while she, always mistress of the position, advanced to the newcomer with outstretched hands. "I know you have come to have lunch with me," said Lucilla. "You are always so nice, just when I wanted you, for of course I dared not have asked Mr. Cavendish to go downstairs if I had been all alone." "Mr. Cavendish!" cried the old lady, with a little scream. "So he has really come back. I am so glad to see you. I can't tell you how glad I am to see you, and I declare with a beard. Oh, you need not blush for what I say. I am old enough to be both your grandmothers, and I am so glad to see you together again," said Mrs. Chiley, with an imprudent effusion of sentiment. And it may be imagined what the effect of this utterance was upon the suitor whose love-making, if he was really going to make love, was thus cut short in the bud. He coughed more than ever when he shook hands with the newcomer, and kept fast hold of his hat, with that desperate grasp which is common to men in trouble. And then he kept looking at the door, as if he expected someone else to come in, or wanted to escape, and so far from following up his interrupted address by any explanatory or regretful glances, he never even looked at Lucilla, which to be sure struck her as odd enough. "Miss Marjoribanks is very good," he said, "and I am very glad to see you so soon after my return, Mrs. Chiley, though of course I should have called. But I may have to go away in a day or two, and I am afraid I cannot have the pleasure of staying to lunch." "Oh yes, you must stay," said Mrs. Chiley. "I want to hear all about it. Go away again in a day or two? If I were Lucilla, I would not let you go away. She is queen now in Carlingford, you know, and then poor old Mr. Chiltern is so ill. I hope you won't think of going away. They all said it was such a pity. Tell me where you have been, and what you have been doing all this time. We have missed you so dreadfully. And now you look quite like a military man with that beard." "I have been nursing a sick friend on the continent," said Mr. Cavendish. "Not very cheerful work. I am sorry about Mr. Chiltern, but I cannot help it. I have doubts now whether, even if he were to die, I should offer myself. I couldn't give pledges to all the shopkeepers about my opinions," said the embarrassed man, and as he spoke, he put his hat against his breast like a buckler. "I must not detain you from your lunch. Good-bye, Miss Marjoribanks. I am very sorry I can't stay." "But dear me, stop a minute. Don't run away from us," said Mrs. Chiley. "Come and talk it all over with the Colonel, there's a dear, and don't do anything rash." "Good-bye, if you will go," said the old lady. She sat with a look of consternation in her face, looking at Miss Marjoribanks as he made his way downstairs. "Did I come at a wrong time, Lucilla?" said Mrs. Chiley in distress. "Have you refused him, my dear? What is the matter? I am so dreadfully afraid I came in at the wrong time." "Dear Mrs. Chiley," said Lucilla sweetly, "you can never come in at a wrong time, and it is just as well on the whole that he didn't, for I was not prepared to give him any answer. I am sure, on the contrary, it was quite providential," Miss Marjoribanks said. But it may be doubted whether Lucilla's mind perfectly corresponded to her words on this occasion, though she was so amiable about it, as Mrs. Chiley afterwards said. For even when a woman has not her answer ready, she has always a certain curiosity about a proposal. And then, when such a delicate matter is crushed in the bud like this, who can tell if it will ever blossom again and find full expression? Miss Marjoribanks could not be said to be disappointed, but unquestionably she regretted a little that he had not been permitted to say out his say. As for Mrs. Chiley, when she understood all the rights of it, she was afflicted beyond measure, and could not forgive herself for the unlucky part she had played. "If you had only said you were engaged," the old lady exclaimed, "or not at home, or anything, Lucilla. You know you never stand on ceremony with me. No wonder he looked as if he could eat me. Poor fellow, and I dare say he has gone away with his heart full," said Mrs. Chiley with the tenderest sympathy. She could not get over it, nor eat any lunch, nor think of anything else. Poor dear boy, he need not have been so put out with an old woman like me. He might have known if he had given me the least hint, or even a look, I would have gone away," said the kind old woman. "But you must be all the kinder to him when he comes back, Lucilla. And my dear, if I were you, I would stay in this afternoon. He is sure to come back, and I would not keep him in pain." "I don't think he will come back," Lucilla could not help saying, for she had a conviction that nothing more would come of it. But, nevertheless, she did stay in that afternoon, and received several visits, but saw nothing more of Mr. Cavendish. It was rather vexatious, to tell the truth, for to see a man so near the point, and not even to have the satisfaction of refusing him, is naturally aggravating to a woman. But Miss Marjoribanks had far too much philosophy, as well as good sense, to be vexed on that account with Mrs. Chiley, who could not forgive herself, and to make up for the consequences of her unlucky entry would have done anything in the world. The old lady herself returned in the afternoon to know the result, and was doubly vexed and distressed to hear that he had not come back. "I ought to be on the Archdeacon's side, Lucilla," she said, with tears in her eyes. "I know I ought, when it was I that brought him here. But I can't help feeling for the other, my dear. He always was so nice, a great deal nicer to my way of thinking than Mr. Beverley. Not to say but that the Archdeacon is very agreeable," Mrs. Chiley added, recollecting herself, "for in matters of that description a woman of experience is aware that she cannot be too particular about what she says, and supposing that Mr. Cavendish did not come back, it would never do to prejudice Lucilla against the other candidate. I never blamed Mr. Cavendish about that Lake girl," the old lady continued. "It was not his fault, poor young man. I know he was always devoted to you in his heart, and to think you should come here the very first place as soon as he returned. I only wish I had had one of my headaches this morning, my dear, to keep me indoors for an old malaprop. I do indeed, Lucilla. It would have served me right, and I should not have minded the pain." "But indeed I don't wish anything of the sort," said Miss Marjoribanks. "I would not have the best man in the world at the cost of one of those dreadful headaches of yours. It is so good of you to say so, but you know very well it is not that sort of thing I am thinking of. If I were to go off and marry just now, after all that has been done to the drawing-room and everything, I should feel as if I were swindling papa, and it is the object of my life to be a comfort to him." "Yes, my dear," said Mrs. Chiley, "but we must not neglect your own interests for all that. I think it is most likely he will come this evening. He has just come from the Continent, you know, where people do make calls in the evening. I meant to have asked you to come down to us, as we shall be all alone." "All alone? Then where is the Archdeacon?" asked Lucilla. "He has gone out to Sir John's for a day or two, my dear," said Mrs. Chiley, and she could not understand the little gleam of intelligence that shot into Lucilla's eye. "He left word with me for you that he would be sure to be back before Thursday, but seeing Mr. Cavendish when I came in made me forget all about it. He would be quite distressed, poor man, if he thought I had forgotten to give you his message. I won't ask you now to come down and cheer me up a little, Lucilla. I think poor Mr. Cavendish is sure to come this evening, and I will not stand in his way again. But, my dear, you must send me a little note after he has been. Now promise, I shall be quite in suspense all night." "Dear Mrs. Chiley, I don't think he will come," said Miss Marjoribanks. "For my part, I think it was providential your coming to-day, for I am sure I don't know what I should have said to him. And it is so odd the Archdeacon should be away just at this moment. I feel quite sure he will not come to-night." "There is nothing odd about the Archdeacon," said Mrs. Chiley. "It was for to-day he was asked, you know. That is simple enough. If you are sure that you prefer the Archdeacon, my dear," the old lady added with an anxious look. But Lucilla cut short the inquiry, which was becoming too serious, by bringing her kind visitor a cup of tea. "I hope you don't think I prefer any of them," said the injured maiden. "If I had been thinking of that sort of thing, you know, I need never have come home. If they would only let one do one's duty in peace and quiet," said Lucilla with a sigh. And to tell the truth, both the ladies had occasion on that trying afternoon for the consolation of their cup of tea. But while they were thus refreshing themselves, a conversation of a very different kind, yet affecting the same interest, was being carried on not very far off, under the shelter of a little flowery arbour in another of the embowered gardens of Grange Lane, where the subject was just then being discussed from the other side. End of chapter 20. Recording by Michelle Crandall, Fremont, California, February 2011. Of Miss Marjoribanks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Crandall. Miss Marjoribanks by Mrs. Oliphant. Chapter 21. Mr. Woodburn's house, everybody admitted, was one of the nicest in Carlingford, but that was not so visible out of doors as in. He was a great amateur of flowers and fruit, and had his garden lined on each side with greenhouses, which were no doubt very fine in their way, but somewhat spoiled the garden, which had not in the least the homely, luxuriant, old-fashioned look of the other gardens, where, for the most part, the flowers and shrubs grew as if they liked it, and were at home. Whereas Mr. Woodburn's flower-beds were occupied only by tenants at will, but at one corner near the house there was a little arbour,
so covered up and heaped over with clematis that even the Scotch gardener had not the heart to touch it. The mass was so perfect and yet so light that it was the most perfect hiding-place imaginable, and nobody who had not been in it could have suspected that there was the possibility of getting inside. Here Mrs. Woodburn and Mr. Cavendish were seated on this particular afternoon, she very eager, animated, and in earnest, he silent and leaning his head on his two hands in a sort of downcast fallen way. Mrs. Woodburn had one of her lively eyes on the garden that nobody might enter unseen, and for this once was taking off no one, but was most emphatically and unquestionably herself. "So you did not do it," she said. "Why didn't you do it? When you knew so much depended upon it. You know I did not wish for it myself at first. But now, since this man has come, and you have got into such a panic, and never will have the courage to face it out—" "How can I have the courage to face it out?" said Mr. Cavendish with a groan. "It is all very easy for a woman to speak who has only to criticise other people. If you had to do it yourself—" "Ah, if only I had!" cried the sister. "You may be sure I would not make so much fuss. After all, what is there to do? Take your place in society, which you have worked for and won as honestly as anybody ever won it, and look another man in the face who is not half so clever nor so sensible as you are. Why, what can he say? If I only could do it, you may be sure I should not lose any time." "Yes," said Mr. Cavendish, lifting his head, "to be sure you're a mimic. You can assume any part you like, but I am not so clever. I tell you again, the only thing I can do is to go away." "Run away, you mean," said Mrs. Woodburn. "I should be foolish indeed if I were trusting to your cleverness to assume a part." "My dear good brother, you would find it impossible to put yourself sufficiently in sympathy with another," cried the mimic, in the Archdeacon's very tone, with a laugh, and at the same time a little snarl of bitter contempt. "Oh, for heaven's sake, Nelly, no foolery just now," said Mr. Cavendish. "I don't understand how you can be so heartless, to mimic a man who has my position, my reputation, and my very existence in his hands." "Have you murdered anybody?" said Mrs. Woodburn with intense scorn. "Have you robbed anybody? If you have, I can understand all this stuff. He is the very man to mimic, on the contrary. I'd like to let you see him as he was on that famous occasion when he delivered his opinions on art in Lucilla's drawing-room. Look here," said the mimic, putting one hand behind an imaginary coat-tail, and with the other holding up a visionary drawing to the light, but this was more than her audience could bear. "I think you must have vowed to drive me crazy," cried the exasperated brother. "Put aside for once that confounded vanity of yours, as if a man had always leisure to look at you playing the fool." While he spoke in this unusual way, he got up, as was natural, and took one or two steps across the narrow space, which was shut in by those luxuriant heaps of clematis, and Mrs. Woodburn, for her part, withdrew her chair out of his way in equal heat and indignation. "You have always the leisure to play the fool yourselves, you men," she said. "Vanity, indeed, as if it were not simply to show you that one can laugh at him without being stricken with thunder. But leave that if you like. You know quite well, if you married Lucilla Marjoribanks, that there would be no more about it. There could be no more about it. Why, all Grange Lane would be in a sort of way pledged to you. I don't mean to say I am attached to Lucilla, but you used to be, or to give yourself out for being. You flirted with her dreadfully in the winter, I remember, when those terrible Woodburns were here," she continued with a shiver. "If you married Lucilla and got into Parliament, you might laugh at all the archdeacons in the world." "It is very easy for a woman to talk," said the reluctant wooer again. "I can tell you something it is not easy to do," cried his sister. "It is frightfully hard for a woman to stand by and see a set of men making a mess of things, and not to dare to say a word till all is spoiled. What is this Archdeacon, I would like to know, or what could he say? If you only would have the least courage and look him in the face, he would be disabled, as if no one had ever heard of mistaken identity before. And in the meantime, go and see Lucilla and get her consent. I can't do that for you, but I could do a great deal of the rest if you would only have a little pluck and not give in like this." "A little pluck, by George!" cried the unfortunate man, and he threw himself down again upon his chair. "I am not in love with Lucilla Marjoribanks, and I don't want to marry her," he added doggedly, and sat beating a tune with his fingers on the table, but with a poorly assumed air of indifference. As for Mrs. Woodburn, she regarded him with a look of contempt. "Perhaps you will tell me who you are in love with," she said disdainfully, "but I did not ask to be taken into your confidence in such an interesting way. What I wish to know is, whether you want a wife who will keep your position for you. I am not in the least fond of her, but she is very clever. Whether you want the support of all the best people in Carlingford, and connections that would put all that to silence, and a real position of your own, which nobody could interfere with, that is what I want to know, Harry. As for the sentimental part, I am not so much interested about that," said Mrs. Woodburn, with a contemptuous smile. She was young still, and she was handsome in her way, for people who liked that style, and it jarred a little on the natural feelings to hear a young wife express herself so disdainfully. But, to be sure, her brother was not unaccustomed to that. "You said once that Woodburn was necessary to your happiness," he said with a mixture of scorn and appeal, "though I can't say I saw it for my part." "Did I?" said she, with a slight shrug of her shoulders. "I saw what was necessary on another score, as you don't seem to do. When a man has nobody belonging to him, it is connections he ought to try for, and Lucilla has very good connections, and it would be as good as securing the support of Grange Lane. Do it for my sake, Harry, if you won't do it for your own," said Mrs. Woodburn, with a change of tone. "If you were to let things be said, and give people an advantage, think what would become of me. Woodburn would not mind so much if somebody else were involved. But oh, Harry, if he should find out he had been cheated, and he only—" "He was not cheated. You were always a great deal too good for him, Nelly," said Mr. Cavendish, touched at last at an effectual point. "And as for his friends and family, and all that— oh, please don't speak of them," said Mrs. Woodburn, with a shudder. "But there are only two of us in the world, and Harry, for my sake—" At this appeal Mr. Cavendish got up again, and began to pace the little arbour, 2 steps to the wall, and 2 steps back again. "I told you I had almost done it, when that confounded old woman came in," he said. "That could not be called my fault?" "And she said she was both your grandmothers," said the mimic, with a slightly hysterical laugh in Mrs. Chiley's voice. "I know how she did it. She can't be there still, you know. Go now and try." "Let alone a little. Don't hurry a fellow," said her brother, somewhat sullenly. "A man can't move himself up to the point of proposing twice in one day." "Then promise you will do it to-morrow," said Mrs. Woodburn. "I shall have to go in, for there is somebody coming. Harry, before I go, promise that you will do it to-morrow, for my sake." "Oh, bother," said Mr. Cavendish, and it was all the answer he deigned to give before Mrs. Woodburn was called away, notwithstanding the adjuration she addressed to him. It was then getting late, too late even had he been disposed for such an exertion to try his fortunes again that day, and Lucilla's allusion had given him a great longing to see Barbara once more before his sacrifice was accomplished. Not that it was such a great sacrifice after all, for Mr. Cavendish was quite aware that Miss Marjoribanks was a far more suitable match for him than Barbara Lake, and he was not even disposed to offer himself and his name and fortune, such as they were, to the drawing-master's daughter. But, to tell the truth, he was not a person of fixed and settled sentiments, as he ought to have been in order to triumph, as his sister desired, over the difficulties of his position. Perhaps Mrs. Woodburn herself would have done just the same had it been she from whom action was demanded, but she was capable of much more spirited and determined conduct in theory, as was natural, and thought she could have done a great deal better. Mr. Cavendish lounged about the garden a little, with his hands in his pockets, and then strayed out quite accidentally, and in the same unpremeditating mood made his way to Grove Street. He meant nothing by it, and did not even inquire of himself where he was going, but only strolled out to take the air a little. And, to be sure, it was better to go up to the higher parts of the town than to linger here about Grange Lane, where all the people knew he might pass, and stop to talk, and ask him where he had been, and worry his life out. And surely he had had enough of bother for one day. By this time it was getting dark, and it was very pleasant in Grove Street, where most of the good people had just watered their little gardens and brought out the sweetness of the mignonette. Mr. Cavendish was not sentimental, but still the hour was not without its influence, and when he looked at the lights that began to appear in the parlour windows, and breathed in the odours from the little gardens, it is not to be denied that he asked himself for a moment what was the good of going through all this bother and vexation, and whether love in a cottage, with a little garden full of mignonette, and a tolerable amount of comfort within, was not, after all, a great deal more reasonable than it looked at first sight. This, however, it must be allowed, was no conclusion arrived at on sufficient premises and with the calmness that befitted such an important argument, but the mere suggestion by the way of an impatient, undecided mind, that did always what at the moment it found most agreeable to do, and reflected afterwards, when the moment of repentance, not of reflection, had arrived. He had paused by instinct under a lamp not yet lighted, which was almost opposite Mr. Lake's house, and it was not his fault if he saw at the upper window a figure looking out, like Mariana, and sighing, "He cometh not." Naturally the figure was concerned to find out who he was, and he was anxious to find out who was the figure. And on the whole, it was in a very innocent manner that this entirely natural curiosity was satisfied. First, the window was opened a little, a very little, just enough to change the air, and Mr. Cavendish down below heard the voice of Barbara singing softly above, which settled the matter as to her identity. As to his, Barbara had never, from the first moment she perceived him, had any doubt of that. Her heart leaped back, as she thought, to its right place when she first caught sight of that blessed apparition, and with her heart came the orange flowers, and the wedding breakfast, and the veil of real Brussels for which Barbara had so much wept. She tried to sing something that would convey hope and assurance to her timid lover, but her mind was far from being a prompt one, as has been said. Thus it was all in the most natural way that it came about. When Mr. Cavendish felt quite sure who it was, he took off his hat, which was only civil, and made a step or two forward, and then Barbara took the extreme step of going down to the door. No doubt it was an extreme step. Nothing but a great public aim, like that of Miss Marjoribanks, could have justified such a measure. But then Barbara, if she had not a great public, had at least a decided personal purpose, and obeyed the impulse of that mingled inclination towards another, and determination to have her own way, which in such a mind calls itself passion, and which sometimes by sheer force of will succeeds better than either genius or calculation. She went down to the door, all palpitating with renewed hope, and at the same time with the dread that he might escape her in the moment which was necessary for her passage downstairs. But when she opened the door, and appeared with her cheeks glowing, and her eyes blazing, and her heart thumping in her breast, in the midst of that quiet twilight, the object of her hopes was still there. He had even advanced a little, with an instinctive sense of her approach, and thus they met, the street being comparatively quiet just then, and the mignonette perfuming the air. To be sure, the poetry of the situation was of a homely order, for it was under a lamp-post instead of a tree that the lover had placed himself, and it was not the dew but the watering that brought out the odour of the mignonette. But then neither of the two were very poetical personages, and the accessories did perfectly well for them. "Is it you, Mr. Cavendish? Goodness, I could not think who it was," cried Barbara, out of breath. "Yes, it is I. I thought, if I had an opportunity, I would ask you how you were before I go away again," said the imprudent man. He did not want to commit himself, but at the same time he was disposed to take the benefit of his position as a hero on the eve of departure. "I heard you had been ill." "Oh, no, not ill," said Barbara, and then she added, taking breath, "I am quite well now. Won't you come in?" This was the perfectly simple and natural manner in which it occurred. There was nobody in, and Barbara did not see, any more than her lover did, why she should sacrifice any of her advantages. They were, on the whole, quite well matched, and stood in need of no special protection on either side, though naturally Barbara, who felt by this time as if she could almost see the pattern of the real Brussels, had a much more serious object in view than Mr. Cavendish, who went in only because it was a pleasant thing to do at the moment, and offered him a little refuge from himself and his deliberations, and the decision which it was so necessary to come to. Thus it happened that when Mr. Lake and Rose came in from the evening walk they had been taking together, they found to their great amazement Barbara in the little parlour, singing to Mr. Cavendish, who had forgotten all about Grange Lane, and his dangers, and his hopes of a better fortune, and was quite as much contented with the mellow contralto that delighted his ears, and the blazing scarlet bloom and black level eyebrows that pleased his eyes, as anybody could have desired. To be sure, he had not yet even given a thought to the wedding breakfast, which was all arranged already in the mind of the enchantress
who thus held him in thrall. But perhaps that may be best accounted for by referring it to one of those indefinable peculiarities of difference that exist between the mind of woman and that of man. When Mr. Lake and his daughter came in from their walk, and their talk about Willie, and about art, and about the effects and bits which Rose and her father mutually pointed out to each other, to find this unexpected conjunction in the parlour, their surprise, and indeed consternation, may be imagined. But it was only in the mind of Rose that the latter sentiment existed. As for Mr. Lake, he had long made up his mind how, as he said, a man of superior position ought to be received when he made his appearance in an artist's house. Perhaps, to tell the truth, he forgot for the moment that his visitor was young, and his daughter very handsome, and that it was to visit Barbara, and not himself, that Mr. Cavendish had come. The little drawing-master would not suffer himself to be seduced by thoughts, which were apart from the subject, from carrying out his principles. When Mr. Cavendish rose up confused, with a look of being caught and found out, Mr. Lake held out his hand to him with perfect suavity. "I have the pleasure of knowing you only by sight," said the innocent father, "but I am very glad to make your acquaintance in my own house." And as this was said with the conscious dignity of a man who knows that his house is not just an ordinary house, but one that naturally the patrician portion of the community, if they only knew it, would be glad to seek admittance to, the consequence was that Mr. Cavendish felt only the more and more confused. I happened to be passing," he explained faintly, "and having heard that Miss Lake, whom I have had the pleasure of meeting—" "I assure you," said the drawing-master, "that I hail with satisfaction the appearance of a gentleman whose intelligence I have heard so much of. We artists are a little limited, to be sure, for life, you know, is short, and art is long, as the poet says, and our own occupation requires so much of our thoughts. But still we are sympathetic, Mr. Cavendish. We can understand other subjects of study, though we cannot share them. Yes, Barbara has been a little poorly, but she does not look as if there was much the matter with her to-night. Ask for the lamp, Rose," said Mr. Lake with a little grandeur. There was no light in the room except the candles at the piano, which lighted that corner and left the rest of the apartment, small as it was, in comparative shade. There was something magnificent in the idea of adding the lamp to that illumination. But then it is true that, as Mr. Lake himself said, every artist is a prodigal in his heart. Rose had been standing all this time with her hat on, looking at Mr. Cavendish like a little Gorgon. What did he want here? How had he been admitted? She scorned to go and interrogate the maid, which involved a kind of infidelity to her sister, but all the same she looked hard at Mr. Cavendish with a severity which had on the whole a reassuring effect upon him. For to tell the truth, the benign reception which he was receiving from Mr. Lake, instead of setting the visitor at his ease, made him nervous, for he was not in the least aware of the heroic soul which existed in the drawing-master's limited person. Mr. Cavendish thought nothing but that he was being caught, according to his own vulgar theory. He thought Barbara's father was cringing to him, and playing the usual mean part of an interested parent who means to secure a good match for his daughter. But as for Rose, she evidently, either from jealousy or some other reason, was not in the plot. She stood apart and scowled, as well as she knew how, upon the intruder. "I suppose, papa," said Rose, "Mr. Cavendish wished to hear Barbara sing, and she has been singing. She is always very good-natured in that way, but as we have none of us anything particular to do, I don't see what need we have for a lamp." At this trenchant speech Mr. Cavendish rose. He was quite grateful to the little pre-Raphaelite for her incivility. It made him feel less as if he had committed himself, and more as if he were an intruder, which was the more agreeable suggestion of the two under the present circumstances. "You remind me that I should thank Miss Lake for letting me come in and hear once more her lovely voice," he said. "I am at present only a visitor in Carlingford, and indeed in England. I may have to leave again in a day or two. Good-bye. If I am still here, I shall hope to meet you on Thursday." And then he pressed Barbara's hand, who, to tell the truth, was very reluctant to let him go away. "If you must go," she said, so low that her father could not hear her, though the vigilant, suspicious little Rose caught the sound, and came a step nearer, like a little dragon, as Barbara was disposed to think she was. "I must go," murmured Mr. Cavendish, "but I shall see you. We shall meet." He dared not say another word,
so alarming were the looks of the small Medusa, whose countenance he could see behind Barbara regarding the parting. As for Mr. Lake, he too regarded it with a momentary curiosity. He did not quite understand how it was that his daughter and his visitor could know each other well enough to communicate in this undertone. "I am sorry to see so little of you," said Mr. Lake. "I am afraid it is my little girl's brusque way of speaking that hastens your going. I assure you we were quite unoccupied, and would have been very happy. Perhaps we may be more fortunate at another time." And with that the drawing-master gave a dignified dismissal to his surprising visitor. It was Rose herself who saw Mr. Cavendish to the door, which she opened for him with an utter disregard of his excuses and attempts to do that office for himself. She would not even shake hands, but made him the most majestic curtsy that ever was executed by a personage 5 feet high, under the influence of which Mr. Cavendish went away humbled, and, he could scarcely tell why, ashamed of himself. When Rose came back to the parlour, still with her hat on, she found that Barbara had gone to the window, and was looking out at the edge of the blind, which was all that was wanted to put a climax to her guardian's exasperation. "Papa," said Rose, "I should like to know in your presence, or I should like you to ask Barbara herself, what is the meaning of all that has been going on to-night?" Mr. Lake turned right round at this appeal with an expression of utter amaze and bewilderment, which at another moment would have struck Rose with the profoundest delight as a study. And as for Barbara, without any more ado, she burst into a flood of passionate tears. "Oh, you nasty, envious thing! Oh, you jealous, disagreeable thing!" sobbed the elder sister, "to send him away and spoil everything with your airs, when he was as near, just as near—" But here Barbara's voice lost itself in her tears. "My dear, what does this mean?" said Mr. Lake. "It means, papa, that she has encouraged him to come, and invited him in, and been singing to him," cried Rose. "To think she should be one of us, and have no proper pride! If he was fond of her, he would tell her so, and ask your permission. But she is laying herself out to please him, and is content that they should all jeer at her in Lucilla's parties, and say she is trying to catch him. I thought I could have died of shame when I saw him here to-night, and compromising you, as if that was why you were so civil. If it were for her good, do you think I would ever interfere?" cried Barbara's guardian angel. At this point Rose herself would have liked excessively to cry, if the truth must be told, but Barbara had already appropriated that facile mode of expression, and the little artist scorned to copy. As for Mr. Lake, he turned from one to the other of his daughters with unmitigated consternation and dismay. "It was all your coming in," sobbed Barbara. "If you had only had the sense to see it, that was what he meant. If I was singing, it was just to pass the time. I know that was what he came for, and you to send him away with your airs," cried the injured young woman. All this made up a scene entirely novel to the amazed father, who felt it his duty to put a stop to it, and yet could not tell what to say. "Girls," he began, with a trembling voice, "this is all perfectly new to me. I don't understand. If Mr. Cavendish, or any one, wishes to pay his addresses to my daughter, it is of course his business to apply to me in the first place. Barbara, don't cry. You know how I dislike to hear you cry," said the poor man, gradually losing his head. "Don't make a fuss, Rose. For heaven's sake, girls, can't you say at once what you mean, and don't worry me to death?" "Ah, if your poor mother had but been spared!" cried the unfortunate widower. "And he had 5 daughters altogether, poor soul, and it was so easy to drive him out of his senses." At this point Rose intervened, and did what she could to calm matters down. Barbara, still sobbing, retired to her chamber. The boys came in from their cricket, and the little children had to be put to bed, and there was no one to attend to all these matters in the absence of the eldest sister, except the little mistress of the School of Design, so that naturally all further explanation was postponed for this night. End of chapter 21. Recording by Michelle Crandall, Fremont, California, June 2011. Chapter 22 of Miss Marjoribanks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Crandall. Miss Marjoribanks by Mrs. Oliphant. Chapter 22. It was thus that Mr. Cavendish, without particularly meaning it, impressed upon 2 interesting and amiable young women, on the same day,
the conviction that he was about to propose, without in either case realizing that expectation. After this last exploit, he went home with his head more confused and his will more undecided than ever. For he had one of those perverse minds which cling to everything that is forbidden, and the idea that he ought not to have gone near Barbara Lake, that he ought not to see her again, nor address her in any special way, worried and annoyed him horribly. If such a thing had been permissible in England as that a man might marry one wife for his liking and another for his interests, the matter might have been compromised by proposing to them both, and there cannot be a doubt that Lucilla, in such a case, would very soon have triumphed over her handsome, sullen, passionate rival. But then such a way of conciliating a man with himself does not exist in the British Islands, and consequently was not to be thought of. And to be sure, every time he came to think of it, Mr. Cavendish saw more and more clearly what a fool he would be to marry Barbara, who was evidently so ready to marry him. The same thing could not with any confidence be predicated of Miss Marjoribanks, though, if she were to accept him, and her father were to consent, nothing could be better for his interests. All this he felt, and yet an unconquerable reluctance kept him back. His history was not quite spotless, and there were chapters in it which he thought it would kill him to have brought before the public of Carlingford. But still he was far from being a bad fellow in his way. And down at the bottom of his heart, out of everybody's sight, and unacknowledged even by himself, there was one little private nook full of gratitude to Lucilla. Though he scarcely knew what was passing at the moment, he knew, when he came to think of it, that she had saved him from the effects of his first panic at the unexpected appearance of Mr. Beverley. Perhaps it was partly this consciousness that made him so embarrassed in her presence, and he could not find it in his heart, with this sense of gratitude, to deceive her, and say he loved her, and ask her to marry him. To be sure, if Mr. Cavendish had been a very acute observer, he might have felt that Lucilla was quite able to take care of herself in such an emergency, and was at the least a match for him, however seductive he might appear to others. But then, few people are acute observers in a matter so entirely personal to themselves. He felt furious with himself as he went home, and thought how foolish he had been ever to go near Barbara Lake in the present position of affairs. And yet he could not stop feeling it was more delightful to him to see the colour blaze into her cheeks, and the song rise like a bird from her full crimson lips, and that flush of excitement and triumph come from her eyes, than it could have been in any case to have been admitted to the same degree of intimacy with Lucilla, who was not in the least intoxicated by his presence. Thus the unfortunate man was torn asunder, not so much by his love and duty as by inclination and interest, though the inclination was not strong enough to have allowed of any great sacrifice, nor the interest sufficiently certain to have repaid the exertion. This only made it more difficult to decide, and, in his circumstances, and with the panic that pursued him, he did not feel it possible to adopt the only wise policy that remained to him, and wait. As Mr. Cavendish was thus making his way home, horribly vexed and annoyed with himself, and avoiding Grange Lane as if the plague was in it, Miss Marjoribanks sat in her drawing-room, alone, and thought the matter over. Certainly she had not expected him that evening, but still, when she heard 10 o'clock strike, and felt that his coming was now absolutely impossible, she was a little, not exactly disappointed, but annoyed at herself for having felt a sort of expectation. Lucilla was not a person to hide her sentiments, or even to conceal a fact which was disagreeable to her amour-propre. She had too thorough and well-founded a confidence in the natural interests of the world and all belonging to her to do that. So when 10 o'clock had done striking, she opened her blotting-book and took one of her pretty sheets of paper, with Lucilla on it in delicate rose-tinted letters, the L very large, and the concluding letters very small, and dashed off her note to Mrs. Chiley. The Mrs. Blunts at Mount Pleasant had been one of the very first establishments to forsake the handwriting which was all corners, in favour of the bold running hand of the present female generation, and it was accordingly in a very free and strongly characterized manuscript, black with much ink, that Miss Marjoribanks wrote, "Dearest Mrs. Chiley, I never expected him to come, and he has not. I dare say he never meant it. I am so glad. It was Providence that sent you at that particular moment to-day. Always in haste, with fond love, your most truly affectionate Lucilla." And when she had sent Thomas with this note, Miss Marjoribanks felt her mind relieved. Not that it had been much distressed before, but when she had put it in black and white, and concluded upon it, her satisfaction was more complete, and no such troublous thoughts as these which disturbed the hero of this day's transactions, no such wild tears as poured from the eyes of Barbara Lake, interfered with the maidenly composure of Lucilla's meditations. Notwithstanding all that people say to the contrary, there is a power in virtue which makes itself felt in such an emergency. Miss Marjoribanks could turn from Mr. Cavendish, who had thus failed to fulfil the demands of his position, to the serene idea of the Archdeacon, with that delightful consciousness of having nothing to reproach herself with, which is a balm to a well-regulated mind. She had done her duty, whatever happened. She had not injudiciously discouraged nor encouraged the possible member for Carlingford, and at the same time she was perfectly free to turn her attention to the possible bishop, and neither in one case nor the other could anybody say that she had gone a step too far, or committed herself in any way whatever. While these consoling reflections were passing through Lucilla's mind, Dr. Marjoribanks came upstairs, as had grown to be his custom lately. Sometimes he took a cup of tea, though it was against his principles, and sometimes he only sat by while his daughter had hers, and amused himself with her chat before he went to bed. He was later than usual to-night, and naturally the tea-tray had disappeared some time before. As for Lucilla, she did not for a moment permit her own preoccupation to interfere with the discharge of her immediate duty, which was unquestionably to be amusing and agreeable, and a comfort to her dear papa. "So you had Cavendish here to-day," said the Doctor. "What brought him here? What has he been doing? Since you and he are on such good terms, I hope he gave you an account of where he has been." "He has been nursing a sick friend on the continent," said Lucilla, with that largeness of geographical expression which is natural to the insular mind. "Who are Mr. Cavendish's friends, papa?" added Miss Marjoribanks, with confiding simplicity; and it was beautiful to see how the daughter looked up into her father's face, with that angelic confidence in his knowledge on all subjects which is so rarely to be met with in the present generation. But it was not a question to which the Doctor found it easy to respond. "Who are his friends?" said Dr. Marjoribanks. "He's one of the Cavendishes, they say. We have all heard that. I never knew he had any friends, which is after all next best to having very good ones," said the philosophical old Scotchman. And there, as it appeared, he was quite content to let the matter drop. "I would like to know who people belong to, for my part," said Lucilla. "The Archdeacon, for example, one knows all about his friends. It's a great deal nicer, you know, papa. Not that it matters in the least about the Cavendishes." "Well, I should have thought not, after the way you made an end of him," said the Doctor. "I hope he doesn't mean to begin that nonsense over again, Lucilla. He is a good enough fellow, and I don't mind asking him to my house, but it is quite a different thing to give him my daughter. He spends too much money, and I can't see what real bottom he has. It may all flare up and come to nothing any day. Nobody can have any certainty with an expensive fellow like that," said Dr. Marjoribanks. "There is no telling where he draws his income from. It isn't from land, and it isn't from business, and if it's money in the funds—" "Dear papa," said Lucilla, "if he had the Bank of England, it would not make any difference to me. I am not going to swindle you, after you have had the drawing-room done up and everything. I said 10 years, and I mean to keep it, if nothing very particular happens," Miss Marjoribanks added prudently. "Most likely I shall begin to go off a little in 10 years, and all I think of just now is to do my duty, and be a little comfort to you." Dr. Marjoribanks indulged in a faint humph under his breath as he lighted his candle, for, as has been already said, he was not a man to feel so keenly as some men might have felt the enthusiasm of filial devotion which beautified Lucilla's life. But at the same time he had that respect for his daughter's genius which only experience could have impressed upon him, and he did not venture, or rather he did not think it necessary, to enter into any further explanations. Dr. Marjoribanks did not in the least degree share the nervousness of Mr. Cavendish, who was afraid of deceiving Lucilla. As for her father, he felt a consoling conviction that she was quite able to conduct her own affairs, and would do him no discredit in any matrimonial engagements she might form. And at the same time he was amused by the idea that he might be swindled in respect to the drawing-room if she married at this early moment. He took it for wit when it was the most solid and sensible reality. But then, fortunately, the points in which he misapprehended her redounded as much to Lucilla's credit as those in which he seized her meaning clearest, so that on every side there was something gained. And when Miss Marjoribanks too retired to her maidenly chamber, a sentiment of general content and satisfaction filled her mind. It is true that for the moment she had experienced a natural womanly vexation to see a proposal nipped in the bud. It annoyed her not so much on personal as on general principles, for Lucilla was aware that nothing could be more pernicious to a man than when thus brought to the very point to be thrown back again, and never permitted to produce that delicate bloom of his affections. It was like preventing a rose from putting forth its flowers, a cruelty equally prejudicial to the plant and to the world. But when this pang of wounded philanthropy was over, Miss Marjoribanks felt in her heart that it was Providence that had sent Mrs. Chiley at that special moment. There was no telling what embarrassments, what complications she might not have got into, had Mr. Cavendish succeeded in unbosoming himself. No doubt Lucilla had a confidence that, whatever difficulties there might have been, she would have extricated herself from them with satisfaction and even éclat, but still it was better to avoid the necessity. Thus it was with a serene conviction that whatever is best, that Miss Marjoribanks betook herself to her peaceful slumbers. There are so many people in the world who hold, or who are tempted to hold, an entirely different opinion, that it is pleasant to linger over the spectacle of a mind so perfectly well regulated. Very different were the sentiments of Mr. Cavendish, who could not sleep for the ghosts that kept tugging at him on every side, and those of Barbara Lake, who felt that for her, too, the flower of her hero's love had been nipped in the bud. But to be sure, it is only natural that goodness and self-control should have the best of it sometimes, even in this uncertain world. End of chapter 22. Recorded by Michelle Crandall, Fremont, California, June 2011.
Of Miss Marjoribanks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Miss Marjoribanks by Mrs. Oliphant. Chapter 23. The Archdeacon returned to Carlingford before Thursday as he had anticipated. But in the interval Mr. Cavendish had not recovered his courage so far as to renew his visit to Miss Marjoribanks, or to face the man who had alarmed him so much. Everybody in Grange Lane remarked at the time how worried poor Mrs. Woodburn looked. Her eyes lost their brightness, which some people thought was the only beauty she had, and her nerves and her temper both failed her, no one could tell why. The personal sketches she made at this moment were truculent and bitter to an unheard-of degree. She took off Mr. Beverley with a savage force which electrified her audience, and put words into his mouth which everybody admitted were exactly like him, if he could ever be imagined to have fallen into the extraordinary circumstances in which the mimic placed him. In short, Mrs. Woodburn made a little drama out of the Archdeacon. She brought him into personal contact with an offensive stranger, and made the most elaborate study of his dignified indignation, his growing wrath, and the final sublime manifestation of physical force with which he overcame his enemy. "I hope I have not given up my manhood by becoming a priest," Mrs. Woodburn's hero said, in the Archdeacon's very voice. "A gentleman should surely know how to use his natural weapons as well as a coal-heaver. It is one way of getting one's self in sympathy with one's fellow creatures." To be sure, Mr. Beverley knew nothing about this, and showed some surprise now and then at the restrained laughter which he heard in the corners. But when anybody spoke of Mrs. Woodburn, he showed an instinctive want of confidence. "I have not studied her sufficiently to give an opinion of her," he said, which was certainly the very reverse of her deliverance upon him. To tell the truth, she had rather studied him too much, and gave too keen an edge to his characteristic qualities, as is natural to all literary portraiture, and even went so far that, in the end, people began to ask whether she had any personal spite against him. "She don't know him," Mr. Woodburn said, when he heard some faint echo of this suggestion. "She's clever, and it carries her away, you know. She enters into it so she don't know how far she's going. But I can answer for it, she never saw the Archdeacon before, and Hal isn't here to give her the keynote, as she says. He has met everybody, I believe, one place or another," the simple man said, with little natural pride, for in his heart he was vain of his fashionable brother-in-law. As for Mr. Cavendish himself, it began to be understood that he was with a friend who was sick on the Continent, and soon, for news had a wonderful tendency to increase and grow bigger as it spread in Grange Lane, that his friend was dying, and that a probable large increase of fortune to the popular favourite would be the result, which was very well as an addition, and did credit to the imagination of Carlingford. He had disappeared completely once more after the eventful day which we have described, carrying out in the fullest way Lucilla's prediction, but striking Barbara Lake with bitter disappointment. Miss Marjoribanks had a great many things to occupy her, but Barbara had nothing except the humble duty of looking after her little brothers and sisters, and attending to her father's comfort, which had never been occupations particularly to her mind. And then Barbara was aware that, if she neglected her duties, Rose, on her return from the School of Design, would do them, though with a fierce little outbreak of indignation, which the elder sister felt she could bear, and accordingly Barbara did little else but brood over his sudden disappearance, and spent her time at the window, looking for his return. Naturally, Lucilla conducted herself in a much more rational and dignified manner. She made herself very agreeable to the Archdeacon, who unbended very much, and grew very nice, as Mrs. Chiley herself allowed. "But, my dear, I am uneasy about his opinions," the old lady said. "He certainly had a very free way of talking, and was ready to discuss anything, and was not approved of by Mr. Bury. But still he had a very good connections and a nice position, and had always a chance of being Bishop of Carlingford, and in marriage it is well known that one never can have everything one wants, so that on the whole even Mrs. Chiley did not see what difference his opinions made, so far as Lucilla was concerned. When Miss Marjoribanks went down to Colonel Chiley's in the evening, and made tea for the old people like a daughter of the house, Mr. Beverley was always disposed to go over to the enemy, as the old Colonel said. No doubt he had enough of Colonel Chiley, who had not received a new idea into his mind since the Battle of Waterloo, and did not see what people had to do with such nonsense. And then the Archdeacon would very often walk home with the young visitor. In all this time, as was natural, Mr. Beverley heard Mr. Cavendish's name 100 times, and regretted, like all the world, that so eminent a member of the Carlingford Commonwealth should be absent during the time of his visit. But at the same time Lucilla took great care to avoid all personalities, and kept a discreet silence even about the gifts and accomplishments of her almost lover. Mrs. Chiley sighed, poor soul, when she saw how her young friend avoided this subject, and thought sometimes that he was forgotten, sometimes that the poor dear was breaking her heart for him, but it is needless to say that neither of these suppositions was in the least true. And then it began to be considered rather odd in Carlingford that the Archdeacon should pay such a long visit. Mrs. Chiley, no doubt, was very kind and hospitable, and exceedingly glad to receive such a distinguished clergyman, but when a man has been 6 weeks in any one's house, and shows no inclination of going, it is natural that people should feel a little surprised. His visitation was over, and he had dined with everybody, and studied the place and its characteristics, and entered into everything that was going on. The only thing, indeed, that he did not seem to think of was going away. If it had been Mr. Cavendish, the chances are that he would have made himself so much one of the family that his departure would have been felt as a domestic calamity. But the Archdeacon, as was to be expected, was very different from Mr. Cavendish. So long as he was in the house, it was impossible to forget either his position or his ways of thinking, or the absence of any real connection between himself and his hosts. He did not combat or contradict anybody, but he would give a faint smile when the Colonel uttered his old-fashioned sentiments, which drove the old soldier frantic. "As if I was not able to form an opinion, by Jove," Colonel Chiley said, while on the other hand The Archdeacon was quite ready to enter into the young people's absurd theories, and discuss the very Bible itself, as if that were the book to be discussed. As for the Rector, he turned his head away when he passed Colonel Chiley's door, and Miss Bury made visits of condolence and sympathy. "You must feel it a great responsibility having Mr. Beverley with you," the Rector's sister would say, though naturally without any distinct explanation of her meaning, and then she would look at Mrs. Chiley and sigh. "Oh, I am sure it is a great pleasure," Mrs. Chiley answered, not willing to let down the prestige of her guest. "He's very nice, and takes a great deal of interest in everything. And then, you know, he's a connection of ours, the Colonel's niece, Mary Chiley." "Yes, I know," said Miss Bury. "Poor thing, she looked suffering the last time I saw her. I hope she has found a true consolation to support her, now she has entered into the troubles of life." "Well, yes, I hope so," said Mrs. Chiley, a little doubtfully. "But you know one does not feel the troubles of life very severely at her age, and I don't think I should have called a baby a trouble when I was like her. I never had any, you know, and I used to fret over it a great deal. But the Colonel never liked the noise of children, and I suppose it is all for the best." "One may always be sure of that," said Miss Bury in her instructive way. "I suppose the Archdeacon is going soon," she added. "He has been here a long time now. I almost wonder he likes to be so long absent from his parish. 2 months, is it not?" "Oh no, not quite 6 weeks," said Mrs. Chiley briskly. "I hope he may be persuaded to stay some time longer. I look upon it as quite a compliment to Carlingford, for to be sure he would not stay if he had not some attraction," said the imprudent woman. And this was precisely what Miss Bury wanted, as any one of acute perceptions might have seen from the first. "It must be a great responsibility for you," said the Rector's sister, with a sigh, pressing Mrs. Chiley's hand. "If it should turn out badly, you know. Of course my brother and I don't agree with Mr. Beverley on all points, though I am sure I hope he is quite conscientious, but I do feel for you with such a responsibility," said Miss Bury, with a look that made the old lady nervous in spite of herself. Thus, notwithstanding all her sense of the duties of hospitality, and her anxiety about Lucilla's interests, she could not but feel that it would be rather a relief to get so formidable a guest fairly out of the house. It is uncomfortable, it must be allowed, to entertain in your house anybody, particularly a clergyman of whom your Rector does not approve, and there could be no doubt that the Archdeacon was not like the clergyman that Mrs. Chiley had been accustomed to. "And he could come back another time," she said to herself, by way of conciliating her own weariness with her visitor's advantage and the interests of Lucilla. But notwithstanding these reflections on Mrs. Chiley's part, and notwithstanding the Colonel's less amiable growl, uttered every morning, "Does that parson of yours never mean to go away?" the Archdeacon showed no intention of budging. It was poor Mrs. Chiley who had all the brunt to bear, to exhaust herself in civilities, and to be upbraided with "that parson of yours," whereas he was not in the least her parson, nor even the kind of man she approved of as a clergyman. All this, however, the brave old woman bore with fortitude for Lucilla's sake. Certainly it must be Lucilla who kept him in Carlingford, if it were not something else. Things were in this condition, Mr. Cavendish having again disappeared into utter darkness, and Carlingford beginning to enter warmly into the question whether or not Mr. Beverley was paying attention to Lucilla, when it happened to Miss Marjoribanks one morning to meet the Archdeacon in a little lane running between Grove Street and Grange Lane. Opening from this lane was a little door in the wall, which admitted to a little garden very bright with flowers of the simplest old-fashioned kinds, with a little house planted at its extremity, which had pretensions to be an old-fashioned and quasi-rural cottage, on the score of being very rickety, uncomfortable, and badly arranged. But it must be a very impracticable erection indeed, which does not look tolerable under the bright sunshine on a summer noon, at the end of a pretty garden, where children are playing and birds singing, and a woman or two about. Lucilla was standing at the door of this little closed-up hermitage, almost filling up the opening with her crisp summer draperies, and affording only a very partial and tempting glimpse of its flowers and shrubs and whitewashed walls inside, And when Mr. Beverley came up to Miss Marjoribanks, he felt his curiosity excited. "Is it Armida's garden, or the Elysian fields?" said the Archdeacon, and he made a dead stop before the door, not knowing any more than any other blind mortal what he was going to find inside. "I don't know anything about Armida," said Miss Marjoribanks. "Unfortunately they were all Cambridge in their ways of thinking at Mount Pleasant, and our classics got dreadfully neglected. But you may come in if you like. At least, I think you may come in, if you will promise not to frighten the children. I am sure they never saw an Archdeacon in their lives." "Are there children?" said Mr. Beverley, with a doubtful air, for, to tell the truth, he had come to the age at which men think it best to avoid children, unless, indeed, they happen to have a personal interest in them, and he stretched his neck a little to see in over Miss Marjoribanks' head. "There are a whole lot of children, and a pretty governess," said Lucilla. "It is a school, and I am so much interested in it. I may call it my school for that matter. I came to know her in the funniest way, but I will tell you that another time. And it was just my luck, as usual. She is so nice, and quite a lady. If you will not say you are an Archdeacon to frighten the children, I will let you come in." "You shall call me whatever you like," said Mr. Beverley. "When I am with the lady patroness, what does it matter what I call myself? Let me see how you manage your educational department. I have already bowed before your genius in the other branches of government, but this ought to be more in my own way." "I don't think you care for visiting schools," said Lucilla. "I know you think it's a bore, but she is so nice, and so nice looking. I'm sure you will be pleased with her. I am quite sure she is a lady, and has seen better days." "Oh, those dreadful women that have seen better days," said the Archdeacon. "I think Mrs. Chiley has a regiment of them. It is hard to know how to get one's self into sympathy with those faded existences. They fill me with an infinite pity. But then what can one do? If one tries to recall them to the past, it sounds like mockery, and if one speaks of the present, it wounds their feelings. It is a great social difficulty," said Mr. Beverley, and he fixed his eyes on the ground and entered meditatively, without looking where he was going, in his Broad Church way. "Dear Mrs. Chiley is so kind," said Lucilla, who was a little puzzled for the moment, and did not know what to say. "Mrs. Chiley is a good, pure, gentle woman," said the Archdeacon, in a tone which settled the question, and from which there was no appeal, and no doubt it was a perfectly true, though not a very distinct characterization. Thus they went in together into the bright little garden, thinking of nothing particular, and loitering as people do who do not know what is coming. There was something that morning in Mr. Beverley's tone and manner which struck Lucilla as something more than usual. She was not a young woman to attach undue importance to looks and tones, but the Archdeacon's manner was so softened and mellowed, and his eyes had so much expression in them, and he looked at Lucilla with such marked regard, that it was impossible for her not to recognise that a crisis might be approaching. To be sure, it was not by any means so near as that crisis manqué which she had so lately passed over her head in respect to Mr. Cavendish, but still Miss Marjoribanks could not but remark the signs of a slowly approaching and most likely more important climax, and as she remarked it, Lucilla, naturally by anticipation, prepared herself for the coming event that thus threw a shadow upon her. She did not make up her mind to accept Mr. Beverley any more than she had made up her mind to accept Mr. Cavendish, but she thought it only her duty to him and to herself, and to society in general, to take his claims into full consideration. And no doubt, if these claims had seemed to her sufficiently strong to merit such a reward, Miss Marjoribanks had it in her to marry the Archdeacon, and make him an admirable wife, though she was not at the present moment, so far as she was aware, absolutely what foolish people call in love with him. At the same time, as was only natural, she made herself all the more agreeable to Mr. Beverley from her sense of the dawn of tenderness with which he regarded her. And in this way they went up the broad central path, which traversed the little garden, neither looking to the left nor the right, but presenting all that appearance of being occupied with each other, which, especially to a female observer, is so easy of interpretation. For, to be sure, the Archdeacon had not the remotest idea into whose house he was going, nor who it was whom he was about to see. But as it happened, Lucilla's protege, who had seen better days, had just then finished one of her lessons, and sent her little pupils out into the garden. She was preparing for the next little class, when, raising her eyes accidentally, she saw Miss Marjoribanks coming through the garden, with the Archdeacon by her side. She was the same person whom Mr. Bury had brought to Lucilla with the idea of recommending her to Dr. Marjoribanks as a companion and chaperone for his daughter. But since then Mrs. Mortimer's appearance had considerably changed. She had grown younger by 10 years, during the period of comparative comfort and tranquillity which Lucilla's active help and championship had procured for her. Her house and her garden, and her little scholars, and the bloom on her cheeks, and the filling up of her worn frame, were all Miss Marjoribanks' doing. In the intervals of her legislative cares, Lucilla had run about all over Carlingford searching for pupils, and at the same moment had cut and stitched and arranged and papered walls and planted flower-beds for the feeble creature thus thrown upon her. This was a side of Lucilla's character which certainly she did nothing to hide from the public, but which, at the same time, she never made any fuss about, and it was an endless pleasure to her to find a protege so perfectly content to be done for, and do as she was told to do. It was thus that the poor faded widow, who was sensitive and had feelings, and forgot herself so far as to faint, or nearly to faint, just at the most unlucky moment possible, when the Rector's character and dignity demanded superior self-control on her part, had found her youth again and her good looks under Lucilla's shadow. When she looked up and saw the two approaching, Mrs. Mortimer's first impulse was to smile at the conjunction, but the next moment she had dropped the books out of her hands, and was standing gazing out like a woman in a dream, with the colour all gone out of her cheeks, and even out of her lips, in the surprise of the moment. It was only surprise, and a kind of dismay. It was not terror, like that which Mr. Cavendish had exhibited at the same apparition. She dropped into her chair without knowing it, and probably would have fainted this time also, if something more urgent than mere feelings had not roused her up. As it was, it happened very happily for her that she had thus a little preparation. When she saw that her patroness was leading Mr. Beverley up to the door, and that in a minute more he would inevitably be brought to her very side, Mrs. Mortimer roused up all her strength. She gathered up her books in her hand without knowing very well what she was doing, and taking virtue from necessity, went desperately out to meet them. It was Miss Marjoribanks who first saw her, white and tottering, leaning against the trellis of the little porch, and Lucilla could not but give a little cry of alarm and wonder. What kind of man could this be, who thus struck down another victim without even so much as a glance? It was just then that the Archdeacon raised his eyes, and saw standing before him among the faded roses the woman whom he had been approaching so indifferently, the faded existence that had seen better days. He saw her, and he stood stock still, as if it was she who was the basilisk, and the look of pleased interest went out of his face in a moment. In that moment he had become as unconscious of the presence of Lucilla as if he had never in his life softened his voice to her ear, or talked nonsense to please her. His eyes did not seem big enough to take in the figure which stood shrinking and looking at him in the porch. Then he made one long step forward, and took hold of her sleeve, not her hand, as if to convince himself that it was something real he saw. He showed no joy, nor satisfaction, nor anything but sheer amaze and wonder at this unexpected appearance, for he had not had time to prepare himself as she had. "Am I dreaming, or is it you?" he said, in a voice that sounded as different from the voice with which he had been speaking to Lucilla, as if years had elapsed between the two. And it would be vain to describe the amazement and singular sense that the earth had suddenly given way under her feet, with which Miss Marjoribanks stood by and looked on. End of chapter 23. Recording by Maricel Cui. "24 of Miss Marjoribanks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Miss Marjoribanks by Mrs. Oliphant. Chapter 24. Miss Marjoribanks was naturally the first to recover her senses in this emergency. Even she, self-possessed as she was, felt, to be sure, the natural giddiness inseparable from such a strange reversal of the position. But she did not lose her head, like the others. She looked at her protégée, standing white and tremulous in the shadow of the little porch, and on the Archdeacon, whose manly countenance had paled to a corresponding colour. A man does not seize a woman by the sleeve and ask, "Is it you?" without some reason for an address so destitute of ordinary courtesy. And Lucilla was sufficiently versed in such matters to know that so rude and impersonal an accost could be only addressed to some one whose presence set the speaker's heart beating, and quickened the blood in his veins. It was odd, to say the least, after the way in which he had just been speaking to herself, but Miss Marjoribanks, as had been already said, was not the woman to lose her head. She recovered herself with the second breath she drew, and took her natural place. "I can see that you have something to say to each other," said Lucilla. "Mrs. Mortimer, ask Mr. Beverley to walk in. Never mind me. I want to speak to these little Lakes. I shall see you presently," Miss Marjoribanks added, nodding pleasantly to the Archdeacon. And she went away to the other end of the garden, calling to the children with that self-possession which is the gift only of great minds. But when Lucilla found herself at a safe distance, and saw the Archdeacon stoop to go in under the porch, it cannot be denied that her mind was moved by the sight. It was she who had seen after the putting up of that trellis, and the arrangement of the wisteria, which had been sprawling over the front of the house, uncared for. If there was any place in the world where she should have been free from such a shock, it certainly should have been here, in this spot, which she had, so to speak, created. Naturally, the unfitness of these surroundings to witness a revolution which was so unlooked for and disagreeable struck Lucilla. If she had to be again humiliated, and to submit once more to see another preferred to her, it certainly should have been under other circumstances than these. When we admit that such a thought did pass through the mind of Miss Marjoribanks, it will sufficiently prove to all who know her that Lucilla found her position sufficiently aggravating. She had exerted herself for Mrs. Mortimer as nobody else in Carlingford would have exerted themselves. She had not only found pupils as a means of living for the widow, which perhaps a committee of ladies might have done at the end of a year, had it been put into their hands, but Miss Marjoribanks had done it at once, and had taken charge of that timid and maladroit individual herself, and set her up, and done everything for her. It was Dr. Marjoribanks' gardener, under Lucilla's orders, who had arranged and planted the garden, and trained over the porch those long branches of wisteria which had just brushed the Archdeacon's clerical hat as he went in. And in the act of refurnishing her drawing-room, Miss Marjoribanks managed to procure, without costing anybody anything except a little trouble, as she herself said, many accessories, which gave an air of comfort to the little parlour, in which, no doubt, at that moment, Mr. Beverley and Mrs. Mortimer were explaining themselves. Lucilla had a great deal too much good sense to upbraid anybody with ingratitude, or even to make any claim upon that slippery quality, but she knew at the same time that the widow was the very last person from whom any new discomfiture should come, and that to enter in under that trellis which had, so to speak, been created by her own hand when he left her was, on the Archdeacon's part, an aggravation of the change in his sentiments which was too difficult to bear. She walked along the garden path very briskly under the influence of these thoughts, and it was not in nature to do otherwise than snub the children when she joined them. Lucilla was a woman of genius, but she was not faultless, and when she found Ethelinda and Ethelfreda Lake, the two twins, the one with her clean frock all muddy and stained, the other with the front breadth torn right up the middle, it is scarcely to be wondered at if she lost her patience. "You little nasty, untidy things," she said. I should like to know who you expect is to go mending up and washing every day for you. It will not be Barbara, I'm sure," Miss Marjoribanks added, with a fine intonation of scorn, of which the culprits were insensible, and she gave Ethelinda a shake, who was sitting on the wet ground, all muddy with recent watering, and who, beside, was the one who most resembled Barbara. When this temporary ebullition had taken place, Lucilla began gradually to right herself. It was a grand sight, if anybody had been there to witness it, or if anybody could have seen into Miss Marjoribanks's maiden bosom, but the spectacle of a great mind thus recovering its balance is one which can rarely be visible except in its results. While she set the children to rights, and represented to Mrs. Mortimer's little servant, who was in the garden furtively on a pretence of cabbages, the extreme folly, and indeed idiocy, of letting them get to the water and make a mess of themselves, Lucilla was in reality coming to herself. Perhaps she spoke with a little more energy than usual, but the offenders were so well aware of their guilt, and so thoroughly satisfied of the justice of the reproof addressed to them, that no other explanation was necessary, and little by little Miss Marjoribanks felt herself restored to her natural calm. "You know I don't like to scold you," she said, "but what would anybody say? Nice clean frocks, that I'm sure were put on fresh this morning. And you, Mary Jane—" "Please, miss, it was only for a young cabbage. Missus is fond of a bit of vegetable," said the little maid. "I knew she'd not say nothing, and just as I told 'em all to have done and be good, and nobody knew as you were here," said Mary Jane. There was something even in that small and humble testimony to Lucilla's sovereignty which helped on the process which was operating in her mind. She regained bit by bit that serene self-consciousness which places the spirit above the passing vexations of the world. What did it matter what other people might be doing or saying? Was not she still Lucilla Marjoribanks? And when one had said that, one had said all. "It is time you were all going home to your dinners," said Lucilla, "and I have asked Mrs. Mortimer to give you a half holiday. As for you, you little Linda, you are not fit to be seen, and I'm sure, if I were your sister, I should send you off to bed. Now get all your hats and things and run away, and if you are not awfully good to-morrow, I shall never ask for another half holiday again." Saying which, Miss Marjoribanks herself saw the hats brought out, and the little scholars sent away. She took matters into her own hand with the confidence of a superior nature. "After all the long talk they are having, she will not be able for her scholars to-day," Lucilla said to herself with magnanimity, and she again made the tour of the garden, inspecting everything to see that all was in order. With every step she took, Miss Marjoribanks became more and more herself. As we have already said, it was a grand and inspiring sight, but then, to be sure, as in the former case, her affections fortunately were not engaged. She was not in love with the Archdeacon any more than she had been in love with Mr. Cavendish, though it is true love is not everything. And to think how he had been looking and talking not much more than half an hour ago, and to reflect that now he had most likely forgotten her very existence, and was explaining himself, and placing that position which would have just suited Lucilla at the feet of the object of her bounty, was enough to have driven a young woman of ordinary mind half out of her senses with disgust and indignation. But fortunately Lucilla's mind was not an ordinary one, and every step she took round the garden restored her more and more entirely to herself. Instead of conceiving any jealous dislike to Mrs. Mortimer, she had already, as has been stated, exerted herself with her usual benevolence to leave her free for the rest of the day. "After all, it is not her fault if she knew him before, or if he was in love with her," Lucilla said to herself, and when she had arrived at this perfectly true and profoundly philosophical conclusion, it may be said that the crisis was at an end. But then were personal offence and indignation, if the natural shock of Miss Marjoribanks' feelings could be called by such hard names, ended, bewilderment and curiosity began. Who could this Archdeacon be, who had frightened the most popular man in Carlingford out of the place, and whose unlooked-for appearance had driven Mrs. Mortimer back out of her recovered good looks and cheerfulness into pallor and trembling? To be sure, Lucilla knew quite well who he was, the second son of Mr. Beverley of Trent Valley, a family as well known as any family in England. Everybody knew all about the Archdeacon. His career from his youth up was as clearly traceable as if he had been killed in a railway accident and had had his memoir published in the Times. There was nothing in the smallest degree secret or mysterious about him, and yet how could it come about that the sight of him should frighten Mr. Cavendish out of his senses, and make Mrs. Mortimer, who was utterly unconnected with Mr. Cavendish, all but faint, as she had done on a former occasion? But was it his mission to go about the world driving people into fits of terror or agitation? To be sure, he was a Broad Churchman, and not the type of clergyman to which Lucilla in her heart inclined. But still a man may be Broad Church and speak a little freely on religious matters without being a basilisk. As these thoughts went through her mind, Miss Marjoribanks' eyes could not help observing that the branches of the pear tree, which was all the garden contained in the shape of fruit, had come loose from the wall, and were swaying about greatly to the damage of the half-grown pears, not to say that it gave a very untidy look to that corner. "I must send Crawford down this evening to fasten it up," Lucilla said to herself, and then went on with what she was thinking. And she made one or two other remarks of the same description in a parenthesis as she made her tour. After all, it is astonishing how many little things go wrong when the man or woman with 100 eyes is absent for a few days from the helm of affairs. It was nearly a week since Miss Marjoribanks had been round Mrs. Mortimer's garden, and in that time the espalier had got detached, some of the verbenas were dead in the borders, and half of the sticks that propped up the dahlias had fallen, leaving the plants in miserable confusion. Lucilla shook her head over this, as she asked herself what mysterious influence there could be in the Archdeacon. For her own part, she was not in the slightest degree afraid of him, nor could she confess to having felt agitated even when he walked with her into this fated garden. But there could be no doubt of the seriousness of the effect produced by his appearance on the two others. "They have broken half of the props, the little nuisances," Lucilla said to herself, as she pursued her musings. For her large mind was incapable, now it had recovered its serenity, of confining itself, unless with a very good reason, to one sole subject. When she had finished her inspection, and saw that nobody had yet appeared at the door, Miss Marjoribanks collected the books which the children had left lying in the summer-house, and put them under cover, for, to tell the truth, it looked a little like rain. And having done this, and looked all round her to see if anything else required her immediate care, and seeing once more that nobody was coming, Lucilla carried philosophy to its highest practical point by going away, which is, perhaps, a height of good sense which may be thought too much for humanity. It was not too much for Miss Marjoribanks' legislative soul and knowledge of human nature, for in thus denying herself, she was perfectly aware of her advantages and of the inevitable result. She knew just as well as if she had already received it that Mrs. Mortimer would write her a little 3-cornered note, marked "Private," as soon as the Archdeacon was gone, and she thought it was highly probable that Mr. Beverley himself would come to give some explanation. With that tranquil assurance in her mind, Lucilla turned her face towards Grange Lane. She began to have a kind of conviction, too, since this has happened, either that Carlingford would not be raised into a bishopric, or that the Archdeacon at least would not be the first bishop. It was difficult to give any ground for this idea, but it came into her mind with a kind of quiet certainty. And with this conviction, in which she recognised that beautiful self-adjusting balance of compensations which keeps everything right in the world, Lucilla, quite recovered from her shock, had on the whole a pleasant walk home. As for the two who were shut up together in Mrs. Mortimer's parlour, their state of mind was far from partaking of the virtuous peace and serenity which filled Miss Marjoribanks' bosom. It was more than an hour before the Archdeacon went away, and when Mrs. Mortimer had a little collected her faculties, the result arrived which had been foreseen by Lucilla. In the first place, terror seized the widow as to what had become of the pupils, whom all this time she had forgotten. Deep was her gratitude when she had ascertained that her protecting genius had sent them away, but with that gratitude came a sudden recollection of the manner in which Mr. Beverley and Miss Marjoribanks had been coming together up the garden path, before the mistress of the house showed herself. Mrs. Mortimer wrung her hands when she recollected the looks and attitude of the two, and the rumour which had reached her ears that the Archdeacon was paying attention to Miss Marjoribanks. What was she to do? Was her miserable presence here to dispel perhaps the youthful hopes of her benefactress, and make a revolution in Lucilla's prospects? The poor woman felt herself ready to sink into the earth at the thought. She went to the window and looked out disconsolately into the rain, for it had come on to rain, as Lucilla had supposed it would, and felt like a creature in a cage, helpless, imprisoned, miserable, not knowing what to do with herself, and the cause of trouble to her best friends. A little house in a garden may look like a little paradise in the sunshine, and yet feel like a dungeon when a poor woman all alone looks out across her flowers in the rain, and sees nothing but the wall that shuts her in, and thinks to herself that she has no refuge nor escape from it, nobody to tell her what to do, nothing but her own feeble powers to support her, and the dreadful idea that she has done harm and can do no good to her only protector. To be sure, to be there in her own house, poor enough certainly, but secure, and no longer driven lonely and distressed about the world, was a great matter. But yet, after all, the walls that shut her in, the blast of white, sweeping, downright rain, which seemed to cut her off from any succour outside, and the burden of something on her mind which by herself she was quite unable to bear, was a hard and painful combination, and wringing one's hands, and feeling one's mind ready to give way under a new and unexpected burden, could not advance matters in the slightest degree. She was not strong-minded, as has been already proved, nor indeed had she the ordinary amount of indifference to other people, or confidence in herself, which stands in the place of self-control with many people. After she had wrung her hands and looked out again and again with a vague instinct of perhaps finding some suggestion of comfort outside, Mrs. Mortimer relapsed by necessity into the one idea that had been a support to her for so many months past. All that she could do was to consult Lucilla. It might be to wound Lucilla, for anything she could tell, but when a poor creature is helpless and weak, and has but one friend in the world who is strong, what can she do but apply to her sustainer and guardian? When, after beating about wildly from one point to another, she arrived ultimately, as might have been predicted, and indeed, as Miss Marjoribanks had expected from the first, at that conclusion, there remained the further difficulty of the means of communication. Lucilla had settled quite calmly in her own mind that it would be by the medium of a three-cornered note, a matter in which there was no difficulty whatever, for the widow was sufficiently fluent with her pen. But then Lucilla had not thought of Mary Jane, who was the only possible messenger. It was to this point now that Mrs. Mortimer's ideas addressed themselves. At that moment the rain poured down fiercer than ever. The bricks of the uncovered wall grew black with the wet, and the wisteria crouched and shivered about the porch as if it wanted to be taken indoors. And then to get wet, and perhaps catch cold, was a thing Mary Jane conscientiously avoided like the rest of the world. And it was with a sense of alarm even stronger than that excited by the possibility of injuring Lucilla that Mrs. Mortimer very gently and modestly rang her bell. "I don't think it rains quite so heavily," said the timid experimentalist, feeling her heart beat as she made this doubtful statement. "Have you a pair of galoshes, Mary Jane?" "No," said the little handmaiden, with precaution, "and please, if it's for the post, it rains worse nor ever, and I don't think as mother would like—" "Oh, it's not for the post," said Mrs. Mortimer. "It is for Miss Marjoribanks. You can take mine, and then you will not get your feet wet. I go out so very little. You may have them to keep, Mary Jane, and you can take the big shawl that hangs in the passage, and an umbrella. I don't think it is so heavy as it was." Mary Jane regarded the rain gloomily from the window, but her reluctance was at an end from the moment she heard that it was to Miss Marjoribanks she was going. To be sure, the distance between the Serenissime Nancy and Thomas, and the other inmates of the Doctor's kitchen, and Mrs. Mortimer's little handmaiden, was as great as that which exists between an English duke and the poorest little cadet of a large family among his attendant gentry. But correspondingly the merest entrance into that higher world was as great a privilege for Mary Jane as the Duke's notice would be to the Squire's youngest son. She kept up a momentary show of resistance, but she accepted the goloshes, and after a moment agreed in her mistress's trembling assertion about the rain. And this was how the three-cornered note got conveyed to its destination in the heaviest of the storm, between 3 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Mrs. Mortimer still sat at her window, wringing her hands from time to time, with her head aching and her heart beating, and a dreadful question in her mind as to what Lucilla would say, or whether perhaps she might reject altogether in her natural indignation the appeal made to her, which was an idea which filled the widow with inexpressible horror, while at the same moment Miss Marjoribanks sat looking for that appeal which she knew was sure to come. The rain had set in by this time with an evident intention of lasting, and even from the windows of Dr. Marjoribanks' drawing-room the prospect of the garden walls and glistening trees was sufficiently doleful. Nobody was likely to call, nothing was doing, and Lucilla, who never caught cold, had not the least fear of wetting her feet. And besides, her curiosity had been rising every moment since her return, not to say that the widow's pathetic appeal, "Come to me, my dearest Lucilla, I have nobody whom I can talk to in the world but you," had its natural effect upon a mind so feeling. Miss Marjoribanks got up as soon as she had read the note, and changed her dress, and put on a great waterproof cloak. Instead of thinking it a trouble, she was rather exhilarated by the necessity. "Be sure to make your mistress a nice cup of tea as soon as we get there," she said to Mary Jane. "She must want it, I am sure, if she has not had any dinner." For the little maid had betrayed the fact that Mrs. Mortimer could not eat anything, and had sent away her dinner, which was naturally an alarming and wonderful occurrence to Mary Jane. The widow was still sitting at the window when Lucilla appeared tripping across the wet garden in her waterproof cloak. If not a ministering angel, at least a substantial prop and support to the lonely woman who trusted in her, and yet in the present instance feared her. But anything more unlike a disappointed maiden, whose wooer had been taken away from her under her very eyes, could not have been seen. On the contrary, Miss Marjoribanks was radiant, with raindrops glistening on her hair, and what Mrs. Chiley called a lovely colour. If there was one thing in the world more than another which contented Lucilla, it was to be appealed to and called upon for active service. It did her heart good to take the management of incapable people, and arrange all their affairs for them, and solve all their difficulties. Such an office was more in her way than all the archdeacons in the world. "I saw you knew him the moment I looked at you," said Lucilla. "I have seen other people look like that when he appeared. Who is he, for goodness sake? I know quite well, of course, who he is, in the ordinary way. But do tell me, what has he done to make people look like that whenever he appears?" Mrs. Mortimer didn't directly answer this question. She fixed her mind upon one part of it, like an unreasonable woman, and repeated, "Other people?" with a kind of interrogative gasp. "Oh, it was only a gentleman," said Lucilla, with rapid intelligence, and then there was a little pause. "He has been here for 6 weeks," Miss Marjoribanks continued. "You must have heard of him. Indeed, you would have heard him preach if you had not gone off after these dissenters. Did you really never know that he was here till to-day?" "I did not think of him being Archdeacon. He was only a curate when I used to know him," said poor Mrs. Mortimer, with a sigh. "Tell me all about it," said Lucilla, with ingenious sympathy, and she drew her chair close to that of her friend, and took her hand in a protecting, encouraging way. "You know, whatever you like to say, that it is quite safe with me." "If you are sure you do not mind," said the poor widow. "Oh yes, I have heard what people have been saying about him and you, Lucilla, and if I had known, I would have shut myself up. I would have gone away for ever and ever. I would—" "My dear," said Miss Marjoribanks, with a little severity, "I thought you knew me better. If I had been thinking of that sort of thing, I never would have come home at all. And when you know how kind papa has been about the drawing-room and everything, say what you were going to say, and never think of me." "Ah, Lucilla, I have had my life," said the trembling woman, whose agitation was coming to a climax. "I have had it, and done with it, and you have been so good to me, and if after all I was to stand between you and anybody, But here Mrs. Mortimer broke down and could say no more. To be sure, she did not faint this time any more than she did on the first occasion when she made Miss Marjoribanks' acquaintance, but Lucilla thought it best as then to make her lie down on the sofa and keep her quite quiet, and hasten Mary Jane with a cup of tea. "You have been agitated, and you have not eaten anything," said Lucilla. "I am going to stay with you till 6:30, when I must run home for dinner, so we have plenty of time. And as for your life, I don't consider you gone off at all yet, and you are a great deal younger looking than you were 6 months ago. I am very glad the Archdeacon did not come until you had got back your looks. It makes such a difference to a man," Miss Marjoribanks added, with that almost imperceptible tone of contempt which she was sometimes known to use when speaking of their absurd peculiarities. As for Mrs. Mortimer, the interference conveyed by these words brought the colour to her pale cheeks. "It will never come to that," she said, "no more than it did in the old days. It never can, Lucilla, and I don't know that it is to be wished. I couldn't help being put out a little when I saw him, you know, but there is one thing that he never, never will persuade me," said the widow. Lucilla could but look on in surprise and even consternation while Mrs. Mortimer thus expressed herself. A warm flush animated the pale and somewhat worn face, and a gleam of something that looked absolutely like resolution shone in the yielding woman's mild eyes. Was it possible that even she had one point upon which she could be firm? Miss Marjoribanks stood still, petrified, in the very act of pouring out the tea. "If it is only one thing, if I were you, I would give in to him," said Lucilla, with a vague sense that this sort of self-assertion must be put a stop to, mingling with her surprise. "Never," said Mrs. Mortimer again, with a still clearer gleam of resolution. "In the first place, I have no right whatever to anything more than my uncle gave me. He told me himself I was to have no more, and he was very, very kind to poor Edward. You don't know all the circumstances, or you would not say so," she cried, with a sob. As for Miss Marjoribanks, if it is possible to imagine her clear spirit altogether lost in bewilderment, it would have been at that moment, but she recovered as soon as she had administered her cup of tea. "Now tell me all about it," said Lucilla, again sitting down by the sofa, and this time Mrs. Mortimer, to whom her excitement had given a little spur and stimulus, did not waste any more time. "He is my cousin," she said, "not my real cousin, but distant, and I will not deny that long, long ago, when we were both young, you know, Lucilla—" "Yes, yes, I understand," said Miss Marjoribanks, pressing her hand. "He was very nice in those days," said Mrs. Mortimer, faltering. "That is, I don't mean to say he was not always nice, you know, but only I never had either father or mother. I was living with my uncle Garrett, my uncle on the other side, and he thought he should have made me his heiress, but instead of that, he left his money, you know, to him, and then he was dreadfully put out, and wanted me to prosecute him, and change the will. But I never blamed him for my part, Lucilla. He knows I never blamed him, and nothing he said would make me give in to go to the law with him. Stop a minute," said Lucilla. "I am not quite sure that I understand. Who was it he wanted you to go to law with? And was it to the Archdeacon the money was left?" "Oh, Lucilla," said the widow, with a momentary exasperation, "you who are so quick and pick up everything, to think you should not understand me when I speak of a thing so important. Of course it was not to Charles Beverley the money was left. If it had been left to him, how could he have wanted me to go to law? It has always been the question between us," said Mrs. Mortimer, once more lighting up with exceptional and unwonted energy. "He said I was to indict him for conspiracy, and I declare to you, Lucilla, that he was not to blame. Uncle Garrett might be foolish, but I don't say even that he was foolish. He was so good to him, like a son, and he had no son of his own, and I was only a girl. He never was anything to me," said Mrs. Mortimer, wiping her eyes. "Never, whatever Charles may choose to say. But if ever I was sure of anything in the world, I am sure that he was not to blame." Lucilla's head began to whirl, but after her first unsuccessful essay she was wise enough not to ask any more direct questions. She made all the efforts possible, with ears and eyes intent, to disentangle this web of pronouns, and failing, waited on in the hope that time and patience would throw a little light upon them. "I suppose Mr. Beverley thought he was to blame?" she said. when the narrator paused to take breath. "Is not that what I am saying?" said Mrs. Mortimer. "It was through that it was all broke off. I am sure I don't know whether he has regretted it or not, Lucilla. It's not always very easy to understand a gentleman, you know. After I was married to poor Edward, naturally I never had any more correspondence with him, and to see him to day without any warning, and to find him just as bent as he was upon making me prosecute, and just as full of bad feeling, and speaking as if there was some reason more than truth and justice why I should be so determined. No, Lucilla," said Mrs. Mortimer, raising herself up on the sofa, "it is just the same thing as ever, and the same obstacle as ever, and it never will come to that." "You're agitating yourself," said Miss Marjoribanks. "Lie down, there's a dear, and keep quite still, and see whether we cannot make anything better of it. Tell me, what would you go to law with him for?" Lucilla continued, with the natural humility of imperfect comprehension. It was perhaps the first time in her life that such a singular chance had happened to Miss Marjoribanks as to have a matter explained to her, and yet be unable to understand. "He says he could be indicted for conspiracy, or for having too much influence over him, and making him do what he liked. But he was very good to him, Lucilla, and to my poor Edward, and when I was married to him—" "Goodness gracious! Were you married to him as well?" cried Lucilla, fairly losing the thread and her balance in this confusing circle. Mrs. Mortimer grew pale, and rose quite up from the sofa, and went with the air of an insulted woman to seat herself in her usual chair. "I don't know why you should address me so," she said. "He is nothing to me, and never was. It is an insult to me to think that I must have a personal reason for refusing to do a wicked and unjust thing. I could give up anything," said the widow, losing a little of her dignity, and growing again pathetic. "I would give in a moment, if it was any fancy of mine. You know I would. But when I am sure it would be wicked and unjust—" "I am sure I am not the person to bid you do anything unjust or wicked," said Lucilla, who, in the utter confusion of her faculties, began to feel offended in her turn. "Then I beg you will never speak to me of it again," cried Mrs. Mortimer. "How is it possible that either he or you can know the rights of it as I do, who was in the house at the time, and saw everything? He may say what he likes, but I know there was no conspiracy. He was just as much surprised as you could be, or Charles, or anybody. Of course it was for his advantage, nobody denies that. But you don't mean to say that a man is to reject everything that is for his advantage?" said the widow, turning eyes of indignant inquiry upon her visitor. And Miss Marjoribanks for once was so utterly perplexed that she did not know how to respond. "But you said when you were married to him," said Lucilla, who felt that the tables were turned upon her for the moment. "I'm sure I beg your pardon for being so stupid, but whom were you married to?" This was said in the most deprecating tone in the world, but still it irritated Mrs. Mortimer, whose mind was all unhinged, and somehow felt that she was not finding in Miss Marjoribanks the help and support to which her clear and detailed explanation entitled her. Though her head was aching dreadfully, she sat up more upright than ever in her chair. "I don't think you can mean to insult me, Miss Marjoribanks," said the widow, "after being so kind. Perhaps I have been trying you too much by what I have said, though I am sure I would have given up everything, and gone away anywhere, rather than be the cause of anything unpleasant. You know that it was my poor dear Edward I was married to. You know I have a horror," said Mrs. Mortimer, faltering, "in the general, of second marriages." "Oh yes," said Lucilla, "but there are always exceptions, you know, and when people have no children nor anything, and you that were so young—" "I always make exceptions for my part, and if you could only get over this one point," Miss Marjoribanks added, making a dexterous strategical movement. But Mrs. Mortimer only shook her head. "I don't think I am hard to get on with," she said, "but my poor Edward always said one must make a stand somewhere. He used to say I was so easy to be persuaded. He was glad to see I had a point to make a stand on, instead of being disagreeable about it, or thinking he was anything to me. And oh, Lucilla, he was so kind to him," said the widow, with tears in her eyes. We met him quite by chance, and he was so kind. I will never forget it, if I should live 100 years. And why should Charles be in such a way? He never did him any harm. If any one was injured, it was me, and I never felt myself injured. Neither did Edward. On the contrary, he always did him justice, Lucilla," Mrs. Mortimer continued, fixing a pathetic look upon her friend. What could Lucilla do? She was burning to take it all in her own hands, and arrange it somehow, and unite the two lovers who had been so long separated. But unless she could understand what the point was on which Mrs. Mortimer made her stand, what could she do? "I never could understand," said the widow, who began to feel her heart sick with the disappointment of that hope which she had fixed in Miss Marjoribanks, "why he should take it so much to heart. Poor Edward never thought of such a thing. And why he should be so set against poor Mr. Cavan, and so Lucilla, oh, tell me, do you see anything? What do you mean?" "So it is Mr. Cavan he wants to prosecute," said Miss Marjoribanks, and she drew a long breath as she emerged from her difficulties. Certainly the work before her was no trifle, but still it began to grow intelligible, which was the first grand advance on the way. Mrs. Mortimer uttered a sigh, and pressed her two hands together, and gave her companion a pathetic look, as people naturally do when they are talking to somebody who will not understand. "I have been telling you of nothing else ever since you came in," she said, with an air of resignation. "But Lucilla, dear, forgive me, oh, forgive me, if it is too much for you," she added, in a moment after, as another idea struck her. "It was not with the idea of anything coming of it, you know. It will never come to that, not now. I don't know if it is to be wished. I am sure he is quite free, so far as I am concerned. It was not with that idea I asked for your advice, Lucilla," said the poor woman in piteous tones. If Miss Marjoribanks had pressed her, and insisted upon knowing what was the idea which had moved her friend to ask her advice, Mrs. Mortimer would no doubt have found it very hard to reply. But Lucilla had no such cruel intentions, and the widow, notwithstanding her piteous denial of any motive, now that her mind was cleared, and she had caught the comprehension of her auditor, began to regard her with a certain instinct of hope. As for Miss Marjoribanks, her ideas went forward at a bound to one grand finale of reconciliation and universal brotherhood. She saw the tools under her hands, and her very fingers itched to begin. Large and varied as her experience was, she never yet had any piece of social business on so important a scale to manage, and her eyes sparkled and her heart beat at the idea. Instead of shrinking from interference, her spirits rose at the thought. To vanquish the Archdeacon, to pluck out from the darkness, and rehabilitate and set at his ease the mysterious adventurer whom, to be sure, she could not say she knew, for Lucilla was very careful, even in her own thoughts, not to commit herself on this subject, and to finish off by a glorious and triumphant marriage, not her own, it is true, but of her making, which was more to the purpose. Such was the programme she made out for herself with the speed of lightning, the moment she had laid hold of the clue which guided her through the labyrinth. It would be too lengthy a matter to go into all her tender cares for the widow's comfort during the rest of her stay, and the pains and delicacy with which she managed to elicit further particulars, and to make out her brief, so to speak, while she cheered up and encouraged the witness. Miss Marjoribanks jumped to the conclusion that poor Edward had been, after all, but a temporary tenant of the heart, which was now again free for the reception of the Archdeacon, if he could be got to accept the conditions. When 6:30 arrived, and Thomas came for her with a great umbrella, she went off quite resplendent in her waterproof cloak, and utterly indifferent to the rain, leaving Mrs. Mortimer worn out, but with a glimmer of hope in her mind. Such was the great work which, without a moment's hesitation, Lucilla took upon her shoulders. She had no more fear of the result than she had of wetting her feet, which was the thing Mrs. Mortimer and Thomas were both concerned about. But then Lucilla knew her own resources, and what she was capable of, and proceeded upon her way with that unconscious calm of genius which is always so inexplicable to the ordinary world. End of chapter 24. Recording by Maricel Cui. Miss Marjoribanks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Miss Marjoribanks by Mrs. Oliphant. Chapter 25. It was the most unlucky moment for the weather to change, being the middle of July, and as near as possible to St. Swithin's Day. But the season had been so delightful up to that time, that nobody in Carlingford at least had any reason to complain. So far as Miss Marjoribanks was concerned, she was rather glad, on the whole, that the next day was wet, and that she could not go out all the morning, nor was likely to be interrupted by visitors. She had all her plans to settle and mature for the great enterprise which she had taken in hand. By this time, so far from feeling any personal interest in the Archdeacon, or considering herself injured by his sudden desertion, that little episode had gone out of Lucilla's mind as completely as if it had never been. In one point, however, Miss Marjoribanks' conviction remained firm. It was impressed upon her mind that Carlingford would not be made into a bishopric, or, if made into a bishopric, that it was not Mr. Beverley who would be chosen to occupy the new see. It was one of those instinctive certainties which are not capable of explanation, which was thus borne in upon her spirit, and she could not have felt more sure of it had she seen it under the Queen's own hand and seal. While she went about her usual morning occupations, her mind was full of her great and novel undertaking. Mr. Beverley was not a man to be revolutionized in a moment, and many people would have shrunk from the attempt to work in a few days or weeks, with no better arms than those of acquaintance, a change which the influence of love had not been able to do in so many years. But it was not in Lucilla's nature to be daunted by a difficulty so unimportant. There was, thank heaven, some difference between herself and the widow, who, in a strait, could think of nothing better to do, poor soul, than to faint, and Miss Marjoribanks had the advantage of never as yet having been beaten, whereas Mrs. Mortimer had undergone numberless defeats, as was natural. The hardest matter in the whole business, however, was the identification of the Mr. Cavan whom the Archdeacon thought he had seen in Carlingford, and was not afraid to speak of as a clever rascal and adventurer. Mr. Beverley had never seen the fellow again, as he had told Lucilla not many days back, and Miss Marjoribanks had been unfeignedly glad to hear it. But now matters had changed. In the course of her reflections, she decided that it would now be better that these two men, if possible, should meet and recognise each other, and that the business should once for all be definitively settled. If all the offence he had committed against society was to have had a large sum of money left him by a childless old man, Lucilla saw no reason why this mysterious culprit should conceal himself, and even if he had taken a little liberty with his name, that was not a crime. His name was his own, surely, if anything was his own. At the same time, Miss Marjoribanks took pains to impress upon herself, as it is to be hoped a friendly audience will also have the goodness to do, that she had no real foundation for her suspicions as to the identity of this personage, and might turn out to be completely mistaken. He might have made no change whatever on his name. He might be flourishing in some other quarter of England or the world, with all his antecedents perfectly well known, and unconscious of anything to be shamed about, which, to tell the truth, was, as Lucilla confessed to herself, a much more likely hypothesis than the supposition which had taken such possession of her mind. But then Miss Marjoribanks had a just faith in her instincts, and in those brief but telling pieces of evidence which supported her conclusion. She was thinking over this important branch of the subject with the greatest care and devotion when, looking out by chance into the rain, she saw the Archdeacon crossing the garden. Perhaps it was just as well that she thus had warning, and a moment to prepare for his visit. Not that Lucilla was a person to be taken at disadvantage, but still, in a matter so practical and pressing, it was always better to be prepared. Mr. Beverley came in with an air and expression so different from that which he had borne in their intercourse no farther gone than yesterday that, notwithstanding the corresponding revolution in her own mind, Miss Marjoribanks could not but regard him with mingled admiration and surprise. She judged him as the general world so often judged herself, and gave him credit for skill and courage in taking his position, when the fact was he was only preoccupied and natural, and did not think of his position at all. It did not occur to the Archdeacon that he had sinned towards Lucilla. He thought it right to explain to her his extreme surprise at the sight of Mrs. Mortimer, and possibly to make her aware at the same time of his grievances in so far as Mrs. Mortimer was concerned. But perhaps Mr. Beverley was, on the whole, innocent of those intentions which Mrs. Chiley had attributed to him, and which even Lucilla, more clear-sighted, had seen dawning in their last interview, for, to be sure, this is one of the questions which the female intellect is apt to judge in a different light from that in which it is regarded by a man. The Archdeacon accordingly came in preoccupied, and with a cloud on his brow, and not the smallest appearance of penitence or deprecation, by which demeanour he gained, without deserving it, the respect, and to a certain extent the admiration, of Lucilla. His expression was not that of a man repentant, but of a man aggrieved. He had a cloud upon his countenance, and a certain air of offence and temper, and when he sat down he breathed a short impatient sigh. "Thank you for receiving me so early," he said. "I called yesterday afternoon, but found you out. You must have had a very particular business to take you out in that rain," Mr. Beverley continued, with subdued exasperation, for naturally, being a clergyman, he was a little impatient to find, when it was he who wanted her, any of his female friends out of the way. "Yes," said Lucilla, who thought it was best to open her battery boldly and at once. "I was spending the afternoon with poor Mrs. Mortimer. Poor dear, she is so solitary." And to meet Mr. Beverley's ill temper, Miss Marjoribanks put on her most heavenly air of sympathy, and rounded her words with a soft sigh, as different from his as a flute is from a trumpet. It was with an exclamation of impatience that the Archdeacon replied. "Poor Mrs. Mortimer!" he cried. "I don't know whether you are aware how much her obstinacy has cost me, and herself, I suppose," he added in a parenthesis. "Not to depreciate your kindness, or the truly human and Christian way in which you have conducted yourself, fancy what my feelings naturally must have been to find her an object of charity, actually of charity. I don't mean to say," said Mr. Beverley, controlling himself, "that it is degrading to accept succour when given as from man to man, quite the contrary, but you will excuse me from entering into the general question. She knew perfectly well that if I had known where she was, if she had consented to yield to me on one point, solely on one point, and she such an obstinate woman," said Miss Marjoribanks, with fine scorn. "How could you ever think of such a thing? A woman that never gives in to anybody, if you knew her as well as I do." The Archdeacon glanced up with a momentary intense surprise, as if it was within the possibilities that such a change might have taken place in the widow's nature, and then he caught Lucilla's eye and grew red and more aggrieved than ever. "Mrs. Mortimer happens to be a relative of mine," he said, in his authoritative voice. "I have known her from her youth. I am better instructed in all her affairs than she can possibly be. When I urge her to any step, however much it may be against her inclinations, she ought to know that it can only be for her good. I beg your pardon, Miss Marjoribanks. It will give me great grief to find that you, upon whose superior good sense I have so much calculated, should support her in her folly. I know how much she owes you." "Oh no, she does not owe me anything," said Lucilla. "It was just my luck, you know. I knew she would turn out to be a lady. I don't want to stand up for her if she is wrong, but I have only heard her side. When you tell about it, I shall be able to form an opinion," Miss Marjoribanks added prudently, "for of course everything has two sides." "Most things," said Mr. Beverley, "but this is precisely one of the things which have not two sides. Nothing except some sort of infatuation or other. But never mind, you shall hear the facts," said the Archdeacon, once more making an effort upon himself. Her uncle, Mr. Garrett, was above 80. Why Providence should have let him live to such an age to do so much mischief, heaven alone knows. Some different rule seems to exist up there about those matters from what we find to answer on earth. The Broad Churchman said, with a certain air of disapproval, "He had this young fellow to see him, and then to live with him, and took some sort of idiotic fancy to him, and when the will was made, it was found that, with the exception of a small sum to Helen, everything was left to this impostor.
No, I can't say I have any patience with her folly. How could any man have two opinions on the subject? He was neither related to him nor connected with him," cried Mr. Beverley, with a momentary inclination, as Lucilla thought, to get aground among the pronouns, as Mrs. Mortimer had done. "I do not suspect my cousin," the Archdeacon continued, with an air so severe and indignant that it was evident he was contradicting his own sentiments, "of having any partiality for such a person, but certainly her obstinacy and determination are such—" "Hush, please," said Lucilla. "You are only laughing when you use such words. Now tell me one thing, and don't be angry if it is a stupid question. If there was any one that knew her and you, and perhaps him, and was to try, don't you think it might be arranged?" "By money?" said the Archdeacon, and he smiled one of those disagreeable smiles which youthful writers describe by saying that his lip curled with scorn. "You take me for Mortimer, I suppose, who could go into that sort of compromise? I suppose he did give them money before she was left a widow," said Mr. Beverley, grinding his teeth slightly with a savage expression. "No, Miss Marjoribanks. Where everlasting truth and justice are concerned, I do not understand how things can be arranged." After such a truculent statement, what was the peacemaker to do? She left the fire to blaze out by itself for a minute or two, and then she came down upon the enemy on another wind. "I am sure I am very sorry," said Lucilla softly, "to think you should be so fond of her, and she so fond of you, and nothing but this standing in the way. And then she is too good for this world, and never thinks of herself. I often think if anything was to happen to me, and my life is no safer than other people's lives," said Miss Marjoribanks with a sigh, "what would become of her, poor dear? I am sure if I knew of any way— As for obstinate, you know it is not in her to be obstinate. She thinks she is right, and you think you are right, and I suppose neither of you will give in," cried Lucilla. "What is anybody to do?" "If any one gives in, it should be she," said the Archdeacon. "For my part, I will never stand by and consent to such a robbery, never. In these matters, at least, a man must be a better judge than a woman. If you are her friend, you will persuade her of her duty," Mr. Beverley added, and he did not show so much as a symptom of yielding. To say that Miss Marjoribanks was not discouraged would be more than the truth, but she was still at the beginning of her forces, and no thought of giving in was in her courageous soul. "I will tell you what occurs to me," said Lucilla, frankly. "Let us find out something about him. Do you know anything about him? If she were to hear that he was, as you say, an impostor, you know, and a villain. What is his name? Where does he live? Is he a very, very wicked man?" said Miss Marjoribanks, and she looked up with that ingenious look of appeal which was always so touching in her, to the Archdeacon's face. As for Mr. Beverley, in his haste and excitement, he gave vent to two very contradictory statements. "She knows all about him. I don't know anything about him," he said, with some heat. "I mean she knows as much as I do, though she draws such a different conclusion. I am sure I saw him in Carlingford the first day I was here. For anything I can tell, she knows more of him than I do," said the Broad Churchman, with a sudden flash of jealousy and anger. It occurred to Lucilla then, for the first time, that she had found the grand clue to the whole. "That would be dreadful," said Miss Marjoribanks, "if she knew him, and was keeping him out of the way till you were gone. I did not think of that. If such a thing should be the case, fond as I am of Mrs. Mortimer, I never could go near her any more," said Lucilla, sadly. "Oh, don't say you think so, please. I should have to give her up, and that would be dreadful. For I owe it to papa, when he gives me so much liberty, to be careful. Oh, Mr. Beverley, don't say you think so," cried Lucilla, deeply moved. She put her handkerchief to her eyes, and yet she kept watch upon the Archdeacon through one of the corners. He had got up by this time, and was walking about the room like any other man in trouble. To throw any suspicion on the widow, or separate her from so effectual a protection, was the very last thing he had any inclination to do, for, to tell the truth, he made that jealous suggestion only in order to receive an indignant denial, and to be assured that such a thing was impossible. But then Mr. Beverley did not know whom he had to deal with, nor that he was not the first man whom Miss Marjoribanks had reduced to his proper place. "If that was the case," said Lucilla, drying her eyes, "dreadful as it is to think of it, oh, Mr. Beverley, if such a thing were the case, it would be far better for her to marry him, and then she would have all the fortune without prosecuting. If things have gone so far, though it is miserable to think of it, and to believe that she could be so unkind," said Miss Marjoribanks with a sob, "and so double-minded, and so deceitful to me." "In heaven's name, what are you thinking of?" said the Archdeacon. He has grown as pale as he was before red, and came to a dead stop in front of Lucilla, and stood lowering and menacing over her. His shadow was so big and strong, and stood so directly between her and the window, that Miss Marjoribanks' heart gave one bound of something like alarm. "Dear Mr. Beverley," said Lucilla, "try and compose yourself. It would be a dreadful trial to me, but I should endeavour to bear it. If we love her, we should, on the contrary, urge her to do it," said the young moralist, with solemnity. "However hard it may be to us, it would be better than dreadful concealment and misery. It would be better than knowing and not telling, as you say. Oh, Mr. Beverley, if you are sure that is the case, let us both go to her and beg her to marry him. I could never, never, never see her again," sobbed Lucilla, "but she would be happy, and that would be the end of all." The Archdeacon, though he was not a weakling, was altogether stunned by this address. He sank into the nearest chair, and drew it closer to Lucilla, and looked perfectly flabby and ghastly in his white tie, with his alarmed countenance. "For the sake of all that is sacred," said Mr. Beverley, bending forward towards her, "tell me what foundation you have. Tell me all you know." Now was the critical moment, and Lucilla felt it. If Mrs. Chiley, for example, had only advised herself to come in then instead of interrupting people's proposals, and driving a likely suitor to desperation, but such happy chances do not occur at the real crisis of life. What she wanted was, naturally, not to explain herself, but to let that arrow rankle in her opponent's heart until it should have served her purpose. All that she said in answer to Mr. Beverley's appeal was to hide her face in her handkerchief, which was the only means that occurred to her for the moment of gaining a little time for reflection. "It is so hard to have such thoughts put into one's head," said Lucilla, "of a person who has been one's friend, and she always looked so nice and so true. I never thought she would deceive any one. I thought she was so transparent, you know. Oh, Mr. Beverley, it is so dreadful to be disappointed in one's friends. I wish I had never heard of it. I wish you had never told me. I almost wish, though it is dreadful to say such a thing, that you had never come to Carlingford and found it all out." "My dear Miss Marjoribanks," said the Archdeacon solemnly, "I implore you, as the greatest kindness you can do me, to tell me all you know." "Indeed, I don't know what I know," said Lucilla, partially raising her face out of her handkerchief. "I don't think I know anything, for my part. I always thought, if one could rely upon any one, it was her, for truthfulness and for yieldingness, and doing what any one asked her. I did think so, and I am all in the world to think, after all, she should be obstinate and deceiving, and yet look so different," said Lucilla. "But if it has come to that, we must be firm, Mr. Beverley. If you ask my opinion, I say she should be allowed to marry him. That would solve everything, you know," Miss Marjoribanks added with sad decision. "She would get all the fortune without going to law, and she would be settled and off one's mind. That would be my final advice, if everything has happened as you say." Mr. Beverley was driven as nearly out of his senses by this counsel as it was possible for a man of ordinary self-control and warm temper to be. He got up again and made a stride to and fro, and wiped the moisture from his forehead, which, as Lucilla remarked at the moment, had a low church look, which she would not have expected from him. But, on the other hand, he gave vent to some stifled and unintelligible exclamations which, whatever they may be, were not blessings. Then he came to himself a little, which was what Miss Marjoribanks was most afraid of, and stood over her, large and imposing as before. "Tell me, for heaven's sake, what you mean," cried the Archdeacon. "You do not think, surely, that I for a moment meant to imply that Helen would waste a thought upon such a miscreant. Good heavens, marry him! You must be raving. She would as soon think of—" "Going for a soldier," said Mr. Beverley, with a hoarse and perfectly unmirthful laugh, "or doing anything else that was mad and unnatural. That is how you women stand up for your friends, always ready to suggest something inconceivably horrible and debasing. Happily, you always go too far," he added, once more wiping his forehead. It was a very low church, not to say dissenter-ish sort of thing to do, and it unconsciously reduced her adversary's dignity in Miss Marjoribanks' opinion, besides affording a proof that he was not nearly so much convinced of what he said as he professed to be in his secret heart. "Mr. Beverley, I think you forget a little," said Lucilla, with dignity. "I know nobody but yourself who has any suspicions of Mrs. Mortimer. If it had been anybody but you, I should have laughed at them. But to return to the question," Miss Marjoribanks added with calm grace, "I always used to be taught at Mount Pleasant that feelings had nothing to do with an abstract subject. I don't see, for my part, now you have mentioned it, why she should not marry him. It would arrange the money matter without any trouble, and I have always heard he was very nice," said the bold experimentalist, fixing her eyes calmly upon the Archdeacon's face. "I am sure I should never have thought of it if it had been left to me, but speaking calmly, I don't see the objections, now it has been proposed. Oh, it is only the bell for luncheon that Thomas is ringing. Is it actually 1:30? And I expect some people," said Lucilla. She got up as she spoke and went to the mirror, and looked at herself with that beautiful simplicity which was one of Miss Marjoribanks' distinguishing features. "When one has been crying it always shows," she said, with a little anxiety. As for Mr. Beverley, his state of mind, as the newspapers say, could be better imagined than described. "I must go away," he said, taking up his hat. "I don't feel capable of meeting strangers after this exciting conversation. Miss Marjoribanks," continued the Archdeacon, taking her hand and holding it fast over his hat to give emphasis to his address, "at least I can trust to you not to breathe a word to Mrs. Mortimer, not a syllable of the horrible suggestion which has got utterance, I don't know how. I may surely trust to your honour," Mr. Beverley said with emphasis, but by this time Miss Marjoribanks considered it time to bring the crisis to an end. "I wish you would stay to luncheon," she said. "There are only 1 or 2 of my friends. As for honour, you know you gentlemen say that we have no sense of honour," said Lucilla airily, "and to think that 2 women could be together and not talk of what might perhaps be a marriage." At this moment some one rang the door-bell. Lucilla knew perfectly well that it was only the baker, but it could not be expected that the Archdeacon should be similarly initiated into the secrets of the house. He thought, as was natural, that it was the people she expected, and almost wrung her hand as he let it go. "You will let me see you again first," he said, in a tone of entreaty, "before you see her. You will let me see you again. For heaven's sake, don't refuse me," cried Mr. Beverley. If anybody had but heard him, as Lucilla said to herself the minute he was gone. And the truth was that Thomas did hear him, who had just opened the door to tell his young mistress that her luncheon was waiting, and whom the Archdeacon did all but knock downstairs in his sudden and unlooked-for exit. The impression naturally conveyed to Thomas by these words was of the clearest and most distinct description. He was even known to say afterwards, as he never knew a gentleman as spoke more plain. But Mr. Beverley rushed downstairs without thinking of Thomas, in a most unenviable frame of mind, into the rain. He was more afraid of meeting Miss Marjoribanks' friends than a man of his size and principles should have been afraid of meeting anybody. But then there is a vast distinction, as everybody is aware, and no one more than the Archdeacon, between physical and moral strength. As for Lucilla, her tears and anxieties passed off in a miraculous manner as soon as her visitor was gone. She went downstairs and ate her luncheon with the serenest brow and a most agreeable ladylike appetite. And it was not a fib, as may perhaps be supposed, that she was expecting people, for at that hour Miss Marjoribanks always did expect people, who, to be sure, might be kept back by the rain, but whom she was always justified in looking for. Perhaps, on the whole, notwithstanding her warm sense of the duties of hospitality, Lucilla was glad that it rained so heavily, and that nobody came. She had a great deal to think of as she took her maidenly and delicate repast. The first step had been taken, and taken triumphantly. Henceforward, whatever the Archdeacon's illusions might be, he could no longer stand calm upon his eminence, and conclude that it was he, and he alone who could raise the widow from her lowly estate. To be sure, Lucilla knew that no such idea as that of marrying her uncle's heir would ever present itself to Mrs. Mortimer, and in that, at least so far as Miss Marjoribanks' information went, such a thought was equally removed from the mind of the personage unknown whom Mr. Beverley denounced as an impostor. But that did not in the least affect the value of the suggestion as an instrument to be used against the Archdeacon, who was big enough to defend himself, and on whose account the young philanthropist had no compunctions. But after that first step had been taken, and even successfully, all the real difficulties began, and Lucilla knew no more as yet how she was to find and identify, not to say assail and vanquish, the other side, the mysterious Mr. Cavan, the man whom the Archdeacon abused and the widow defended, than even the greatest military genius knows at the commencement of the first campaign how to conduct the second. This was what she considered so closely as she sat alone in the dull afternoon. She did not go to Mrs. Mortimer, because it was impossible that every day could be a half holiday, and because, on the whole, she judged it best not to subject herself in the present undeveloped state of the position to much questioning. But she sent her a little note to satisfy her mind, telling her to keep herself easy, and not to let the Archdeacon bully her, and to confide in the devotion of her affectionate Lucilla. When she had thus satisfied the immediate demands of friendship, Miss Marjoribanks took her work and sat down to reflect. Nothing could be more exciting than the position in which she found herself, but the difficulties were only such as stimulated her genius, and then it was not any selfish advantage, but the good of her neighbour in its most sublime manifestation, the good of her neighbour who had injured her and had been insensible to her attractions, which, according to the world in general, is the one thing unpardonable to a woman, which Lucilla sought. And it was not even the scriptural coals of fire she was thinking of as she pondered her great undertaking in her mind. The enterprise might not be free from a touch of human vanity, but it was vanity of a loftier description, the pleasure of exercising a great faculty, and the natural confidence of genius in its own powers. End of chapter 25. Recording by Maricel Cui.
Miss Marjoribanks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Miss Marjoribanks by Mrs. Oliphant. Chapter 26. The fruit of Lucilla's long and mature reflection was, that next morning, being fine and all, the clouds dispersed, she went out with her usual firm step and self-possession, and what was rather unusual with her, except on necessary occasions of ceremony, knocked at Mrs. Woodburn's door. Mrs. Woodburn and Miss Marjoribanks had never, as people say, taken to each other. They were as different in their ways as it is possible to imagine. The mimic was a little indolent, and would not take the trouble to make any exertions for the good of the community, except in the exercise of her peculiar talent, though she had been known, when excited, to go through real fatigue for that. But she had none of the steady force, the persevering energy, or, to sum up all in one word, the genius of Miss Marjoribanks, who, for her part, recognized the use of such an instrument of entertainment as Mrs. Woodburn possessed, without appreciating it in her own person, for Lucilla had in reality no sense of humour, as she candidly admitted, with that consciousness of her own faults, and slight disposition to consider them virtues, which is common to persons of great endowments. It was accordingly with a slight sense of effort on both sides that they met thus in the familiarity of an early visit, at the moment when people doing their duty to each other in a ceremonial way would not have thought of calling. She was aware that Mrs. Woodburn regarded her, even when she kissed her in the most neighbourly and affectionate manner, with a look which seemed to say, "What can she want, coming here so early?" As for Lucilla, she was too wise to pretend that it was a mere visit of regard. She was too wise, and her interlocutor was too clever, and prone to catch every touch of expression. Though Miss Marjoribanks flattered herself she had sufficient experience to enable her to dismiss, when there was occasion for it, all expression from her face. But such was not her policy at this moment.
when the two faces had touched each other in that loving and sisterly salutation, their owners immediately separated, and regarded each other from two opposite chairs, without decided hostility, it is true, but with the watchful air of two people whom the fates may range on different sides, and whom it behooves to be mutually watchful. And Lucilla thought it the most expedient course under the circumstances to begin her investigations at once. "I have come to make an inquisition," she said. "I may as well confess it at once, for you would find me out if I didn't. Mrs. Woodburn, where is Mr. Cavendish? I am not going to put up with it any longer. He must be written to and had back again. The only man that was to be depended upon in Carlingford," said Lucilla. "And to think he should disappear like this, and never say a word." Mrs. Woodburn fairly gasped in her companion's face. She could no more tell what this meant than if she had been a person utterly unacquainted with human motives and ways of working. And indeed it was only the tricks of the surface for which she had any real insight. "My brother!" she exclaimed, with something between an impulse of defence and denial, and a quite opposite instinct of confidence. Had he proposed after all without telling his sister? Had Lucilla a right to ask the question she uttered so frankly? Had he been prudent for once in his life, and secured this sensible alliance and prop to his position? All these questions rushed at lightning speed through Mrs. Woodburn's mind, but she was not so prompt as Miss Marjoribanks would have been under the circumstances, and all she did was to open her eyes wide, and give a start on her chair, and say, "My brother?" with a voice which trembled and was half extinguished by surprise. "Yes, Mr. Cavendish," said Lucilla. "Do tell me his address. There is not a man in Carlingford who is good for anything now that he is gone. You must see that as well as I do. As for flirting, I have always said he was the only man that knew anything about it. Do tell me where he is, and I will write to him. Or please send him word for me that absolutely he must come back. We are all dying for him, you may say." Mrs. Woodburn had recovered a little, and found a moment to think, but her faculties were not so handy, except in her own particular way, as might have been expected from such a clever woman. She could even at that moment have taken off Miss Marjoribanks to the life, but she was in the most profound bewilderment as to what Lucilla could mean, whether she was really laying herself out to catch Mr. Cavendish, or whether she was merely talking nonsense without any particular meaning, or whether she was feigning indifference by way of getting information, and the stupidest person in Carlingford would have acquitted herself as well as Mrs. Woodburn felt able to do in the emergency. "I should think he would rather hear that some of you were willing to live for him," she said, in a tremulous way, finding nothing better to come to her lips than the echo of an old compliment, which went against her nature, but yet with an instinct of serving her brother so far as it might be in her power. "Not me," said Lucilla frankly. "Some people once thought so, you know, but I can't say I ever thought so. There never will be anything about living or dying between him and me. I hope we know better," said Miss Marjoribanks. "Besides, if I were so much as to think of that sort of thing, I should feel I was swindling papa. Oh no, I assure you I am quite disinterested. I want him for my Thursdays. Do write and say he must come home." "I don't like people to be too disinterested," said Mrs. Woodburn, "and I don't think Harry would be at all glad to hear it. I wish he would come back, I am sure. I'm always bullying him about it. I thought perhaps some of you young ladies had been unkind to him," said the anxious sister, who had recovered her head, and thought it might be possible to get at the secret, if there was a secret, by means like this. "No," said Miss Marjoribanks, "I have not been unkind to him, and there is nobody else I know of," said the candid Lucilla, "unless poor Barbara, and she will never be unkind, you know. I will write him a letter if you will give me his address. Is it true that somebody has left him a great deal of money, and he is going to change his name?" "His name!" said Mrs. Woodburn, with a little cry like an imprudent woman, and then she recovered herself. "I have not heard anything of the kind," she said, "and he would be sure to tell me of it, but in Carlingford people know things before they happen. I should be very glad to know that somebody was going to leave him a great deal of money, but I don't know about the name." "Oh, I heard it only in a confused sort of way," said Lucilla.
Or that he had changed his name. I'm sure I don't know if it was past or present. Did he ever make any change to be somebody's heir? Oh, I beg your pardon, but you know people do it every day." Mrs. Woodburn had grown quite pale, perhaps because she began to see that there was some method in these questions, perhaps with simple and unreasonable fright at the suggestion. She could not say a word for a moment, so startling was the question, and then there was something in Lucilla's early visit, and in her instant onslaught upon Mr. Cavendish, which was alarming. She was so frightened and driven into a corner that she could not tell how to answer. It occurred to her all at once that perhaps Mr. Cavendish had opened his heart to Miss Marjoribanks, and had given her an inkling of his secret. And what would Lucilla think if she contradicted her brother? Never was a poor woman in greater difficulty. All her fun and her mimicry collapsed. She no more noticed the peculiarities of Lucilla's look and manner than if she had been an ordinary inhabitant of Grange Lane. Changed his name?" she faltered, in a blank sort of interrogative way, and in spite of herself faltered and shook, and conveyed to Lucilla the most perfect assurance that what she supposed was true. "When it is for a great deal of money, there is some sense in it. When it is only for a prettier name, it is dreadfully stupid. Don't you think so? As if we all could have pretty names," said Lucilla. "I should like so much to have a talk with Mr. Cavendish. I picked up some very, very old friends of his the other day, people who used to know him long ago. I am sure he would be interested if he were to know." "I don't think it could be him," said Mrs. Woodburn, with something like the instinct of despair. "I don't remember any very old friends he has. It is so long a time ago." And then the poor lady stopped short, as if she had something choking her in her throat. "I don't think it could be he." "Not such a very long time," said Lucilla, in her easy way. "It is dreadful to give him a character for being old. Do write him, please, and tell him about those people. He is sure to be interested if you say it is a lady, and a pretty woman, and a widow," continued Miss Marjoribanks. "She says he was once very kind to her when her poor husband was alive." Mrs. Woodburn recovered herself a little as Lucilla spoke. "It must have been some other Mr. Cavendish," she said. "Harry was so much abroad, so long away from home." At that moment there was a sound in the house of a heavy step, and Mr. Woodburn's whistle became audible in the distance. Then the poor woman who had a secret fixed haggard eyes upon Miss Marjoribanks. She dared not say, "Don't speak of this before my husband." She dared not utter a word to awaken suspicion on one side or the other. She knew very well that if Mr. Woodburn heard the existence of any old friends of his brother-in-law, he would insist upon having them produced, and paying them some attention, and at the same time Mrs. Woodburn could not so far confide in Lucilla as to beg her to keep silent. This was what her brother's poltroonery brought upon the unfortunate woman, and when the emergency came she was not as equal to it as she expected to be. Her talents were not of a nature to do her any good in such a strait. She collapsed entirely, and looked round her in a flutter of fright and despair, as if to find some means of escape. But this terror all arose from the fact that she did not know Miss Marjoribanks, who was generous as she was strong, and had no intention of going to extremities. Lucilla got up from her chair when she heard Mr. Woodburn's whistle coming nearer. "I hear somebody coming," she said, "and I must not stay, for I have quantities of things to do. Only mind you tell Mr. Cavendish I have something quite serious to say to him from his old friend, and from me please to tell him that it is impossible to get on without him," continued Lucilla, as Mr. Woodburn entered the room. "There is not a soul that can flirt or do anything. I should write to him myself if I knew his address." And then, as was natural, Woodburn, with his usual absurdity, as his wife explained afterwards, struck in with some boisterous badinage. As for Mrs. Woodburn, in her mingled terror and relief, she was too much excited to know what he said. But when Lucilla, serenely smiling, was gone, the mimic, with her nerves strung to desperation, burst into the wildest comic travesty of Miss Marjoribanks' looks and manners, and her inquiries about Harry, and sent her unsuspicious husband into convulsions of laughter. He laughed until the tears ran down his cheeks, the unconscious simpleton,
and all the time his wife could have liked to throw him down and trample on him, or put pins into him, or scratch his beaming jovial countenance. Perhaps she would have gone into hysterics instead, if she had not possessed that other safety valve, for Mrs. Woodburn had not that supreme composure and self-command which belonged to Lucilla's higher organization. She wrote a long letter that afternoon, and had a dreadful headache all the evening after it, which, considering all things, was to be expected under the circumstances, and was a weak-minded woman's last resource. No headache, however, disturbed Miss Marjoribanks' beneficent progress. She went home conscious that, if she had not acquired any distinct information, she had at least gained a moral certainty, and besides, she had measured the forces of Mr. Cavendish's bodyguard, and had found them utterly unequal to any prolonged resistance. All that was wanted was prudence and care, and that good look, which was as much an endowment in its way as the other qualities by which Lucilla might be said to have secured it. She went home meditating her next step, and with a certain enjoyment in the sense of difficulty, and the consciousness of how much skill and power would be required to carry on 3 different threads of innocent intrigue with the 3 different persons in the drama, without ever letting the general web get confused, or confounding one strand with another. She had to frighten the Archdeacon with the idea that Mrs. Mortimer might marry the impostor, and she had to keep the widow in the profoundest ignorance of this suggestion, and she had to manage and guide the impostor himself, to save his position and deliver him from his enemies, and make his would-be persecutor for ever harmless. If by chance she should forget herself for a moment, and say to Mr. Beverley what she meant for Mr. Cavendish, or betray her mode of dealing with either to the third person interested, then farewell to all her hopes. But when all that was required was skill and self-possession and courage, Miss Marjoribanks knew herself too well to be afraid. She came in with that sense of having done her duty which is so sweet to a well-regulated mind. But it was not to that internal satisfaction alone that Providence limited Lucilla's reward. There were exceptional cases to be found here and there, even in this world, in which virtue finds its just acknowledgment, and disinterested well-doing is recompensed as it deserves. While Miss Marjoribanks was still occupied with the arrangement of her plans, she was interrupted by a visitor, who entered with a brow clouded by care, and yet exalted by the sense of a charge and dignity which is not afforded to every woman. It was Mrs. Centum, who thus came to unfold to Lucilla the new event which was about to happen in Carlingford. She had a great deal to say at first, as was natural, of the dreadful vexation of such a thing happening in holiday time, when the boys were all at home, and when she did not know what to do. "But you know, Lucilla, it will be delightful for all you young ladies to have the officers," said Mrs. Centum. "It keeps the place lively, though for my part, I always say in 6 months there will not be a servant in the house that one can depend upon. It is dreadful for servants, especially young ones, and if they are nice-looking, you know, but it is very nice for the young ladies, and for all the picnics and dances and everything." "What officers?" said Lucilla, pricking up her ears, for to tell the truth, the very name of officers in a place like Carlingford, where nobody could flirt but Mr. Cavendish, was as water in the desert to Miss Marjoribanks' soul. "Has not the doctor told you?" said Mrs. Centum. "But to be sure, very few people know as yet. Mr. Centum says it must be all on your account, because you give such nice parties. But of course that is only his fun, you know. However, I suppose somebody has told Lord Palmerston of all those great buildings that were meant for the factories, and of Carlingford being such a healthy place. And so the General is coming to us to-morrow, Lucilla. General Travers, you know, that was in all the papers for something he did in India. Charles used to know him at school. He is quite handsome, and has ever so many medals and things. It is a dreadful addition to one's troubles in holiday time, you know. But, my dear, I hope you will ask him to your Thursdays, and help us to make Carlingford pleasant to him. It all depends upon him," said Mrs. Centum solemnly. "If he likes the place, and thinks it will do, and finds nice society, whether it is here or at Hampton, that they established a depot?" "At Hampton!" cried Miss Marjoribanks, naturally excited. "The stupidest, wretchedest little place!" "That is just what Mr. Centum says," said the visitor, with a sigh. "What I am nervous about is the servants, Lucilla, and you know that under nurse of mine, what a nice steady girl she has always been, and what a comfort. But as soon as the soldiers come, it turns their heads. I want you to tell me, if you'll be so very good, Lucilla, how Nancy makes that pâté that Mr. Centum is so fond of. I know it is a good deal to ask, but I am sure you are one to stand by your friends. And if the General should take a dislike to Carlingford through any fault of mine, I never could forgive myself. And I want you to ask him to your Thursdays, Lucilla, there's a dear." "Dear Mrs. Centum," cried Miss Marjoribanks, "papa must call on the General and ask him to dinner. As for my Thursdays, I always say they are not parties. They are only evenings," said Lucilla sweetly, "and not worth a gentleman's while." "And about the pâté, Lucilla," said Mrs. Centum, anxiously, "I hope you won't think it too much of me to ask. You are so clever, you know, and so is Nancy, and what with the noise, and the nursery dinners, and all those big boys home from school." Mrs. Centum fixed her eyes with true solicitude on Lucilla's face. Miss Marjoribanks was magnanimous, but the pâté in question was one of the greatest triumphs of the Doctor's table. She thought, and with truth, that it was a great deal for any one to ask. But then it is true that genius has duties as well as privileges, and to impress upon mediocrity the benefit of loyally following and copying superior intelligence is of itself a moral effect of the greatest importance. And besides, the woman who, at such a moment, produced a live general in Carlingford, and held out hopes of officers, was not a woman to be denied. "I will write it down for you," said Lucilla, graciously, "if you think your cook will understand, or perhaps Nancy might step in and show her how, if I can persuade Nancy. Dear Mrs. Centum, I hope you will always feel sure that I am ready to do anything for my friends." "Oh, thank you, dear," cried the grateful woman. "I knew you were not one to mind, and if Nancy would be so very kind—" "I am sure you will like the General," added Mrs. Centum, with effusion. "He will live here, you know, if the depot comes, and be such an addition. I said to Charles, the moment he told me, that would just be the very thing for Lucilla. And he is quite young looking, and so nice and pleasant," she added, in the fullness of her enthusiasm and gratitude. As for Miss Marjoribanks, she shook her head, but nevertheless received the assurance with a smile. "It is not that sort of thing I am thinking of," said Lucilla. "If it had been, I need never have come home. And now, after papa has been so kind about the drawing-room— but I am always glad to hear of nice new people," said Miss Marjoribanks. "And to meet a man that has been in the world is such a pleasure to papa." With this benign acknowledgment of the General's merits, Lucilla received Mrs. Centum's affectionate leave-takings. To be sure, she knew nothing, and did not occupy herself much at that moment about General Travers, but at the same time Miss Marjoribanks, with her usual piety, recognised the approval of Providence in this new occurrence, and was naturally both encouraged and exhilarated. It is but in rare cases, as has been said, that the reward of virtue is given so promptly, and with such beautiful discrimination, and there are even people in the world who profess to have no faith in any prompt or visible recompense. But Lucilla was not of that new and heretical school. For her own part, she felt it very natural that her exertions for the good of her kind should thus be recognised and acknowledged, and returned to her plans with the sweet and exhilarating sense of moral harmony which an approving conscience, and an approving heaven, and a sense of blessings earned and goodness recompensed, are so well calculated to give. End of chapter 26. Recording by Maricel Kui.